accidentally traveled to a parallel world and started a global live adventure. I have torn sharks apart in the desert, I have seen real dragons in the sea, I have drunk magma on the top of a volcano. A life-restricted area with a 100% mortality rate, an underwater world 10,000 meters underground, an uninhabited island made of gold, a mysterious city in the sky. Yixing constantly unlocks new scenes on the world map. This is a real adventure, and it is also a journey full of madness, horror, wonder and warmth. The world is so big, come and see it with me. Chapter 1: Big crisis at the beginning, hope comes cancer. Late stage. He can live for another month at most. 10 days ago, Yixing traveled to this parallel world that is very similar to the Earth. Is rebirth a benefit for ordinary men? But Yixing was a standard third-generation rich man in his previous life. The assets of his family are enough for him to rely on for a lifetime. He is living a life of luxury, and has a bunch of flattering friends. Life is so delicious that he really wants to be reborn. It was so easy to accept the new identity, but God played a big joke on him. An hour ago, cancer cells were found to have spread during the experience. The doctor said that he only had 1 month left to live. The thunderstrike made Yixing painful. He is only 20 years old, and handsome, he should have left so early. Who will save this poor child? I really want to live another 500 years. Ding, congratulations on getting the Global Adventure System. The system is automatically activated, 10%, 20%, 50%, 100%, activation successful. Congratulations on getting the Challenger gift, please check it out. Yixing was in high spirits and his face was happy. There is always a way out? As a necessary system for time travelers, it may be late, but it will never be absent. System prompt: the host can continuously unlock new adventure scenes through global live broadcasts, thereby obtaining rich rewards. After sensing the system, as Yixing's mind moved, a virtual light curtain popped up in front of him. The basic information of the host is displayed on the light curtain. Name: Yixing, scenes to be unlocked, 999 plus, scenes to be unlocked, 0, popularity, 0, skills, none. Immediately afterwards, Yixing opened the Challenger gift. Ding, congratulations on getting a world map. Ding, congratulations on getting a biological illustration. Ding, congratulations on getting an item illustration. Ding, congratulations on getting a set of live broadcast equipment, a Blackhawk smart drone and a local mobile phone. Ding, congratulations on getting an 8-piece set of life skills, including chef-level cooking, pharmacology proficiency, medicine, herbal medicine, mining, sewing, fire, and master craftsmanship. In an instant, a large amount of skills, knowledge and information flooded into Yixing's mind. He had never cooked before, but after mastering chef-level cooking, he felt that his cooking skills were a level higher than those of the chefs in Michelin restaurants. These superb skills that countless people dream of did not make Yixing feel too happy. Because if he could change his life state, then all this would be meaningless. System prompt: every time the host unlocks a new scene and accumulates a certain popularity value in the scene, his lifespan will increase by 1 year. As if sensing Yixing's anxiety, the system issued a reminder that made Yixing ecstatic. Every time a new scene is unlocked, 1 year of life can be increased. Yixing took a rough look. There were tens of thousands of scenes marked to be unlocked on the world map. If all were unlocked, would he be able to live for 1 year, 10,000 years? Excited, shaking hands. The sword of Damocles hanging above Yixing's head finally fell down. Then, he checked the functions of the items in the gift in detail. All the scenes to be unlocked were marked on the world map, most of which were dangerous and challenging places. Biological Atlas can display biological data in front of you. Item Atlas is used to identify the information of all non-living things. Blackhawk Intelligent Drone is made of special materials, charged by light energy, can withstand storms, electric currents, shooting, and is not affected by rain and fog. It is suitable for various harsh situations and can track and shoot the owner 360 without dead angles at a super professional level. Natotom Mobile Phone connects to satellite signals and can receive the smoothest network signals anywhere in the world. It is charged by light energy and has stable performance of waterproof, explosion-proof, fireproof and lightning-proof. 666, all of them are black technologies bought on the market. Yixing suddenly felt relieved. Yixing is a newcomer in the workplace who has just worked for a long time in this world. All his belongings together barely reach 100,000 yuan. He immediately called his stingy boss to resign. The reason for resignation is simple: the world is so big, I want to go and see it. After that, he blocked his boss. This feeling of firing his boss is quite refreshing. Then, he opened the world map. The nearest unlocked scene was the Takkan Desert, 100 kilometers away. This place is the largest mobile desert in China and is known as the Sea of Death. It is also one of the 3 forbidden areas of China. It is said that there are unknown terrifying creatures hidden in it. If you broadcast live here, you will definitely accumulate popularity quickly. This is it. After making the decision, Yixing downloaded a domestic high-traffic live broadcast software called Tiger Shark. After registering an account, Yixing officially started the live broadcast. The live broadcast room has a very gimmicky name, Hiking Through the Sea of Death, exploring the secrets of the forbidden area of life. As a new anchor, there is no traffic support, and the number of online people is very few, pitiful. A beansprout, I was attracted by the name of the live broadcast room. I thought the anchor was in the desert. Tiger Bites Wusong, same as above, the anchor is trying to get attention from the restricted area. He is shameless. I have finished the identification and will report him. Crazy Princess, because the anchor is beautiful, I decided to observe for another 3 minutes. Finally, a few people came, but they thought Yixing was trying to get traffic and left quickly. Yixing explained simply, don't misunderstand. I will not leave until tomorrow. I need to prepare some outdoor equipment today. After handing the live broadcast screen to the drone, Yixing opened the map and estimated the distance of the hiking route. The desert is about 1,000 kilometers long from east to west and 400 kilometers wide from north to south. Yixing plans to start from Aoi village, cross the desert, cross the Peacock River, and reach his destination, Luobu town. In other words, he needs to hike about 400 kilometers. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to reach the destination within 10 days. When checking the information, Yixing was shocked. In the historical records of single-person hikes across the desert, 1,000 people died. The mortality rate is as high as 100 per 100. No individual can walk across this sea of death. The explorers, treasure hunters, and expedition teams that disappeared here are countless. The title of the restricted area is Made of Life and Flesh and Blood. Yixing suddenly remembered that the biggest difference between this world and the original world is biodiversity. The extinct animals and plants in that world may still survive here. In addition, there are countless strange species that Yixing has never heard of. It is precisely because of the existence of these things that the outdoor tourism industry in this world is not developed. Because the wild is very, very, very dangerous. Chapter 2 Life Preheating, Secret Realm Recruitment for Yixing, who only has 1 month left to live. In order to gain another year of life, there is no retreat even if it is a sea of fire and swords. After planning the route, the first step is to buy supplies. Yixing is currently in Hatian City. He took a car to the commercial city in the city center. The number of people in the live broadcast room has increased, from 5 to more than 10. While buying items, Yixing will interact with the audience and explain to them the specific functions of the items they bought. You must wear high-top-soled shoes when hiking in the desert. First, this kind of shoes has strong grip, shock absorption and wear resistance, and can prevent bites from reptiles. Can I wear flip-flops? I think high heels are not wrong, the kind of 15 centimeters. It must be very exciting to step on the sand. The anchor is very suspected of sales promotion. Everyone should be careful to be deceived. The few viewers kept complaining and teasing Yixing. No one believed that he really dared to hike in the Sea of Death. Yixing didn't care. He preferred to slap these people in the face with facts. Sun protection clothing, quick-drying pants, headscarves, hats, fleece jackets, windproof glasses, tactical knives, buckets. Yixing bought 2 bags of daily necessities and outdoor equipment. The anchor bought so many things. Is he going to play for real? If this is true, I will stand upside down and eat shit. It may be a new marketing method. Keep watching. Believe rumors, spread rumors, and make rumors. After sorting out the supplies, it was still early. Yixing planned to take his family to visit the more famous spots nearby to increase popularity and warm up for tomorrow's adventure. 1 hour later, Yixing came to the secret place of Hatian City, the Long River. Looking around, countless strange and small beautiful stones were exposed in the half-dried riverbed. Young men and women held shovels, spades, chisels and other tools, looking for something among the densely packed stones. Some even drove excavators to dig the soil. Among these people, most are local Uyghurs, and at least some are tourists who come here for the famous name. Good afternoon, everyone. I am standing in the Long River now. The people sweating in the sun are the miners. Next, I will take you to experience the life of the miners. What is the Long River? Can anyone tell me about it? Picking nose, research monk. The Dragon River originates from the Kunlun Mountains. It is said that there is a lot of golden sand flowing here, and it is also called the Golden River. Some of the domestic fields were dug from here, but it is difficult to dig treasures now. Are you going to the desert? Why are you here? Doghead ? The guy above is new, right? The anchor will post tomorrow. The number of people online in the live broadcast room is about to exceed 100, and Yixing's fans have also increased from 0 to 20. What the research monk said is right. Most of the treasures here have been dug up. It is difficult to find valuable stone now. The income of ordinary miners is not as much as that of bricklayers. Some of the small seed materials they dig up can only be sold for a few pieces. But there are a few beautiful stones here. It is not wrong to keep them as souvenirs. Yixing randomly interviewed several miners and found that most of them were migrant workers with a hard life or housewives who did not have a job. After digging up the seed materials, they will sell them to dealers who specialize in collecting stones. I heard that some time ago, a stone dealer spent $5,000 to buy a piece of high-quality seed material from a miner, and sold it for $500,000. The final transaction price in the auction house was as high as $20,000. The difference earned by the middleman is calculated by multiples, which is really terrible. Let me try and see if I can dig up treasures. Yixing bought a shovel, looked around, and dug while walking. Why did the anchor find a fixed place to dig deeper? He knocked and knocked for a while and then left. How could he find it like this? Chi-Chi Princess, this thing is just a blind cat catching a mouse. It's a competition of who can dig deeper. It's okay if you have good luck. I think the anchor can win the prize if he does it well. The person above is overthinking. Mining is like buying lottery tickets. In addition to luck, you also need experience and skills. It's difficult to find a treasure. 1,000 people go and only one person returns. 10 people return and only one person gets it. An amateur like the anchor will definitely have no chance. It's just a waste of time. Mining does require skills, the most important of which are eyesight and hearing. First, you have to learn to distinguish the types of stones, and secondly, you have to be able to listen to the sound. The sounds made by the same type of stones when they collide are different. Finally, when digging stones, you need to use the strength of your legs and waist. If you only use your arms, you will soon be exhausted. To answer the question of Chi-Chi Princess, the reason why I stopped and started is that I didn't plan to dig deep, and I didn't have the energy. The main purpose was to take everyone to experience the mining process and try their luck. Yixing replied simply. The anchor answered very professionally, but he seemed like an amateur. Stone King, it's just talk on paper, nothing more. Chi-Chi Princess, the guy upstairs, be careful of being slapped in the face. The Stone King, I've got it. If he can dig up something good, I'll immediately get a set of rockets. Got it. A few minutes later, Yixing discovered a piece of oxidized iron ore in the shallow water. There was a stone buried in the sand under the ore. The main reason why it was discovered was the life skill of mining. Yixing plucked it from the front. It was about the size of a palm. After washing it, it turned out to be a very nice suet color. WOC. Did you really find a treasure? That's so true, 80% of this is quartz stone. Master Gu, the color looks like quartz stone. Can you please take a closer look? Yixing has already used item appraisal to check this piece of stone. It is a good looking. But for the live broadcast effect, you still have to cooperate with the audience. Yixing took a knife and scratched it. Friends, watch out. The friction hardness of the knife is about 6.5. If the knife passes over it, scratches will appear. If you swing it against the light source, you can see it. There's a dark shadow moving inside. I'm going. There are really dark shadows shaking. Shocked face, excuse me, does speak English? Manual funny, I was attracted by the title. Can anyone tell me what the anchor is doing? Master Gu, according to my many years of experience, this is true, but there will be fakes. King, Mr. Upstairs, you are just a shill, how can there be such a thing? This must be a show. Master Gu, fuck you, I am Gu Zhongxing from Linzhai. If you suspect that I am a shill, you are welcome to confront me at any time. The name Gu Zhongxing is very famous in the stone circle. He is a veteran figure. His words are very weighty and no one dares to question him. At this moment, several nearby dealers noticed the movement on Yixing's side and gathered around. Brother, are you selling this material? I have 1,000. 1,000 is too little, I'll give you 2,000. 2,000 yuan is a bit worth it. Forget it, I'll give it to you. The famous dealers exchanged glances and played tricks in front of Yixing. Master Gu, my little friend, you are going to be fooled. They are working together to trick you. This piece is worth at least 80,000 yuan. I am willing to buy it for 100,000 yuan, just as a friend. Princess Chi-Chi, I just checked. Master Gu is an expert in this industry. He said that 100,000 is worth at least 100,000. The anchor is going to be confused by him. Master Gu, then I will give you 100,000. Princess Chi-Chi, since he is willing to spend 100,000 yuan, it is worth at least 400,000 yuan. Master Gu, I have 400,000 yuan, I really can't get more. Princess Chi-Chi, I plan to sell this stone and keep it for my own use. Seeing that the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded, Yi Xing had a new idea. He wants to show off his skills in front of netizens and show off his master-level craftsmanship. C3 come and show, master-level craftsmanship. There are many kinds of craftsmanship, and jade processing is just one of them. Yi Xing took this piece of jade to the jade processing workshop in the distance. If you ask a master to make the finished product for this kind of high-end product, the price will be a few thousand at the lowest and even tens of thousands. After Yi Xing discussed with his boss, he borrowed their machinery and equipment for 500. Uncle Gu, my little friend probably wants to do it on his own. The risk is too high. If something goes wrong, this jade is worth a lot of money, I think. Interested in these, I want to see if the host dares to enter the desert tomorrow. I guess dare. +1 +2. Yi Xing has no time to pay attention to netizens watching the fun. Based on the size of the seeds, he estimated that he could make 2 pendants. First, I used a pencil to draw 2 conceptual design drawings of the jade pendant. Then he controlled the cutting machine to cut the oval Hatian jade. After the preliminary shape came out, Yi Xing carried out the second process, pondering. As the saying goes, jade becomes a tool when cut. But if the skill of is poor, even if the is polished, it can become a great. Although it was Yi Xing's first time doing this, he had master-level craftsmanship skills and could operate it smoothly. Awesome, this young man's method is much better than mine. It's incredible how can be so fluent and free even though I haven't had the level of for decades. Is this the legendary genius? Several old masters in the processing workshop came over and praised Yi Xing fiercely. Yi Xinghua spent nearly 2 hours carving these 2 jade pendants. Finally, it is polished, waxed, and the finished product is born. After doing this, it was getting dark outside. Damn it, I forgot to tell the netizens, they will be exposed, right? After stretching, Yi Xing looked at the live broadcast screen. The number of people on the line decreased but increased, exceeding 1000. The anchor has not spoken for an hour. I thought he was mute, speechless. Although knows what is doing, it feels very powerful. Princess Chi-Chi, I took a nap and just woke up. Thank you for your hard work as the anchor, love. A little red flower, men who work hard are the most handsome. If the anchor is handsome, would I watch something so boring? Uncle Gu, uncle, I am really convinced. I didn't expect that my little friend is also a highly skilled artist. Are you interested in working for me? The annual salary starts at 500,000 yuan. Please give me a job with an annual salary of 50,000 yuan. I will recognize you as my godfather. Kneel down and pray. Sculptor, the anchor spends so long time carving. Is it just carving a star and a moon? The speed is as slow as a turtle. Compared with me, it is still 1,000 miles away. Welcome everyone to come to my live broadcast room to watch me in the future. Carving dragons and painting phoenixes is definitely more interesting than watching him. Look carefully, everyone, this is a star, but a star map. There are 7 small stars inside the big star, which is in the shape of a spoon, representing the Big Dipper. To make it more beautiful, I added a layer of metal on it. This pendant will serve as a guardian talisman on my adventure journey, guiding me in the direction. Lee Star pointed one of the pendants at the high-definition camera. Princess Chi-Chi, wow, there are so many little stars, lifelike and shining, so beautiful. A little red flower, it is worthy of the name Jingxi Anjiu. My name is Jingxi Anjiu. We are quite destined, shy. Sculptor, I thought you were showing off, but I didn't expect you to be so awesome. I admire you so much. I would like to call you the strongest craftsman in your generation. There is also a moon pendant. Is there a lot of small moons inside? There are countless stars, but there can only be one moon. I will keep this pendant for the destined person. Princess Chi-Chi sends out confession balloons to Duda gives away tiger food. A little red flower sends a little heart. Yi Xing touched his belly and said, I'm going to eat. I'll show you the special delicacies here. Take the bus too. There are many stalls on both sides of the street, mostly occupied by local Uyghurs. The animal husbandry industry here is relatively developed, and several households raise livestock. In addition to the most famous roasted whole lamb, non-meat and large plate of chicken, there are also mouth-watering smoked horse meat, spicy red skin, and sweet and sour cheese. Well, it's so fragrant and authentic. I dare say these beef and mutton are fresh and pure meat. It's 100 times more delicious than the fake ones soaked in chemicals from the mainland. There is also milk tea here, which is made with black tea in pure milk. It is nutritious and delicious. It is recommended with 5 stars. Yixing bought a little of everything, enjoyed eating it, and made subjective comments on various delicacies. Why do you want me to read this so late at night? Tears flowed down from the corners of my mouth under control, take away it suddenly, silencing. Ask me weekly, where did you go to college? We agreed on a desert adventure, how can we turn it into a delicacy on the tip of our tongue? I only ate 2 big steamed buns at night. I ordered to report. Do you guys think I did the right thing? Doghead, nutrition manager, eating too much barbecue can easily cause internal heat, hurt the stomach and cause cancer. Eating too much chili pepper can cause constipation and stimulate hemorrhoids. Drinking too much milk tea can affect your intelligence. Follow me and I will teach you how to become a nutritionist. Master. Dududa sent out a cloud-penetrating arrow. The diving mermaid gave out 80x66. The little swallow gave out Qingfeng tissue paper. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's early. Today's live broadcast ends here. Tomorrow we will officially set off for the Sea of Death. Click to follow and get lost. Yixing turned off the live broadcast. In one day, he gained more than 2,000 fans. The popularity value rose to more than 5,000. The popularity value is related to the amount of gifts, real-time popularity, and the number of online viewers. Without the support of platform traffic, this data should be considered wrong. Rest in the hotel for one night. This is very likely his last night in the human civilization area. C4 officially set off to explore the Sea of Death. Chapter 4 officially set off to explore the Sea of Death. The next morning it was 1 a.m. Yixing got in the driver's car he contacted and headed to Aoi village, more than 100 kilometers away. At around 6 o'clock, we arrived at Aoi village. Yixing started the live broadcast, and the number of people at this point was extremely high. The anchor got up so early, is still lying in bed. Wow, the anchor has changed into a jacket. Is he really going to run wild in the desert? Where is this place? It looks quite deserted. Are you ready to go? Good morning everyone, is currently in Aoi village, which is the base camp of camel breeders. Go and choose a camel first to be your companion on this journey. Yixing followed a Uyghur boy wearing a round hat and walked into Luoshang in the center of the village. Because the desert is too dangerous and there are more and more explorers, the camel rental business has plummeted. Yixing's appearance attracted the attention of the seller. But after hearing that he planned to cross the desert alone, no one was willing to rent camels to him. Because they believe that no matter whether it is a person or a camel, once they enter the desert alone, they will never come out alive. There is no choice but to spend a lot of money to buy a whole camel. Anchor said he wanted to hike, why did he bring a camel? Common sense is enough. Camels are used to carry heavy loads. However, if you ask the anchor to carry 100 or 200 kilograms of things alone, will he still be able to walk? Which one is more stable, a camel with 1 hump or a camel with 2 humps? Double-humped camels are more docile and can carry loads better. The single-humped camel is fast and suitable for riding. Everyone has their own merits, but since we are hiking, we must choose the Bactrian camel. Yixing explained to his friends in the live broadcast room, and then quickly searched for a suitable partner among hundreds of camels. How to sell this end? A white-haired camel in the corner caught Yixing's attention. Unlike other yellow-haired camels, its eyes are more spiritual, with a little desire to be bound in a corner. 25,000. The honest-looking merchant quoted a high price. I'll buy it for 15,000, and then I'll throw it down. Okay, deal. Yixing directly cut off 10,000. The merchant pretended to hesitate for a moment and nodded in agreement. Anchor, you are so stupid. The camel here is worth a lot of money. If you ask for 10,000, he will definitely sell it. Grandpa's camels cost 6,000 yuan each, which is bigger than this. Didn't you see that the host used a drone to broadcast live? And the picture is so good, maybe he is short of money. Who said I am short of money? After buying supplies and camels, Yixing only had half of his 100,000 yuan savings left. I passed him and was not very worried about the system's redemption function. 10 points of popularity can be exchanged for 1 renminbi. As long as the live broadcast data is good, there is no need to worry about living expenses. This white-haired camel is quite handsome and goes well with the anchor. How about giving him a name, just Xiaobai? Xiaobai is too vulgar, like calling him a grass mud horse. Puff Chow Muma sounds like he's scolding someone. Call him Ani. Yixing gave the white-head camel a nickname. Ani is storing water, and will be on our way after he drinks the water. As we all know, water resources in the desert are very precious. Therefore, Camels need to store sufficient water in their bodies before setting off. My God, it's so drinkable. I feel like I can drink a month's worth of water in one meal. I'm so worried that its belly will burst. Those two humps are used to store water, right? The hump stores fat, and it relies on the stomach chamber to store water. There are dozens of water capsules in the first stomach chamber of a camel, which can drink 60 100 L of water in one breath. If water is found in the desert, it will survive 10 days with the water in its body. The water Yixing brought was only enough to protect himself, but not the camel's share. Learned another useless knowledge point. I agree, feels that should be used in this life. Speaking of which, no one has ever conducted a live broadcast in the Death Desert. I am looking forward to it but also afraid. Princess Chi-Chi, the anchor is here. Wants you to go in. It's too dangerous inside, so you can just wander around. Only netizens are worried. Some well-meaning local residents have repeatedly advised Yixing to take risks. Among the adventurers they have received, in addition to a well-equipped professional team providing a certain chance of survival, others must die. They say that the sealed monster in the desert never returns. I was quite confident at first. Listen to what they say. Yixing felt really uneasy. 10 o'clock sharp. The sun is very hot at that time. A thin figure led a white camel. Disappeared at the edge of the Sea of Death. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking a new scene and getting C5 Ani is attacked by dangerous plants. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking a new scene and gaining the skill of strengthening your body. Strengthening your body. Strengthen your physical fitness and expand your physical limits through exercise. For example, doing 1 push-up is equivalent to doing 100 push-ups normally. This skill is good, especially for people like Yixing who are sub-healthy. Yixing immediately lay on the ground and did 10 push-ups. Under the influence of the skill effect of strengthening your body, he used the energy consumed by 10 push-ups to produce the effect of 1000 push-ups. The brachialis seemed to have become a little tighter. Doing 10 push-ups at the beginning, what kind of operation is this? Who knows, maybe it's a prayer ritual. The broadcaster really went in. So brave. Who gave you the courage? Goodbye, just a stranger. I sent you a fortune telling. The water spraying Dragon King sent you happy water. The princess sent you a hot air balloon. Since entering the desert, the number of online users in the live broadcast room has increased significantly. As one of the major life forbidden areas, the Sea of Death, everyone has seen it from the news and online blogs, and few have seen its true appearance inside. The curiosity of netizens was aroused, and the live broadcast room gradually became lively. I'm walking towards the northeast now. The whole course is about 400 kilometers. This is the temperature I just measured. The surface temperature is close to 60, and the air temperature is over 50. And the temperature is still rising. The temperature in the center will be higher. I'm already feeling thirsty now, but I have to control it. You can drink a small amount of water every half an hour. The altitude here is about 1,100 meters. There are sand dunes in front of us. They seem very close, and it may take some effort to walk over them. Let's keep going forward and see if there are any strange things. Walking in the sand is more difficult than walking on concrete. It's very uncomfortable to walk with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Yixing's speed is not slow, close to 5 kilometers per hour. Just looking at me makes me sweat. He is wearing so thick clothes. I'm not afraid of suffocation. It's obvious that he's new here. I introduced him yesterday. He is wearing sweat-proof speed suits, which are very breathable. With such a high temperature, wearing short sleeves will get you sunburned in minutes. I am indifferent to eating ice cream in the air-conditioned room. At my girlfriend, come and see, there is a live show of suicide art here. After entering the desert, Yixing finally understood why he wanted to be the Sea of Death. Looking around, it was a vast expanse of yellow. There were few signs of life, and there was no end in sight. It gave him a sense of loneliness and despair. There were countless sand and dust particles in the air, like sparks constantly hitting the surface of the body. Without GPS, he couldn't even find the way back. It's just past 12 o'clock now. I need to find a place to rest. A green unidentified object was found 300 meters north. Let's go over and take a look. Yixing leaned on a crutch to protect his knees and approached the unidentified green object. This is a plant that Yixing had never seen before. It looks like a vine on the surface, as thick as an adult's thigh. The part exposed to the ground is about 3 meters long. There is a thin black mark in the middle. It stands there quietly like a hunchbacked old man. What is this thing? It looks like a long and thick green radish. Can it be eaten? It may not be edible, but it can definitely be used. No way, can this also be used to drive? Could it be some kind of material treasure that can give you superpowers after eating it? Well, it's possible. After eating it, it will turn into a pile of shit. Yiming didn't get too close. Stopped 5 meters away. Starting the biological illustration, target analysis in progress. Analysis successful. Target basic attributes: carnivore plant kingdom herbaceous family Nataceae. Target characteristics: carnivorous, can reach a telescopic length of 10 meters, has strong strangulation, strong epidermal defense, afraid of oil, the juice of the root can whiten and sunscreen. Carnivore? This plant is the first time Yixing has seen it. It seems not easy to mess with. Yixing was about to stay away from it, but it moved first. It stretched several meters in an instant and wrapped around Ani's neck like a flying noose. Ani was unable to react and was entangled and bound. Not good. If the camel dies, what's the point of playing later? Yixing pulled out the tactical device he carried with him and rushed over without hesitation. C6 cut off the demon vines. Fuck. The demon vine has really grown longer. Is it time to eat people? Host, run. Why are you still caring about camels at this time? Are you dead? Ani seems to be suffocating. What should I do? I am so anxious that I am crying. The sudden scene made the netizens in the live broadcast room nervous. Yixing swung and chopped the epidermis of the carnivorous vine. Only a faint mark was left. What kind of defense is this? Even the body was split. The next second, the black fine mark in the middle of the carnivorous vine turned into a crack as small as a basin. It was like a giant beast opening its bloody mouth. Is it trying to swallow Ani? Yixing thought to himself that it was amazing, and suddenly remembered that the biological illustrations said that this thing was afraid of oil. He took out a small bottle of cooking oil from his backpack and poured it on the skin of the flesh-catching vine. Sizzle, a frying sound came from the air. The flesh-catching vine was like an ice cube that had touched fire, and its body showed signs of melting. Yixing swung again, and this time, he cut it off easily. He cut it into several pieces in one breath, and even dug it out of the sand with its roots. After being rescued, Ani kept nodding to Yixing, as if to thank him for saving his life. Ani, I finally waited for you. Fortunately I didn't give up. Heroic rescue. The anchor's few swishes just now were too handsome. Heart-filled eyes. I was so nervous watching it. My mother asked me why I was kneeling on the ground looking at my phone. The anchor is really awesome. I'm definitely a fan. What on earth is that? It's so scary. How did the anchor know that it's afraid of oil? That thing just now is called a meat-catching vine. It specializes in preying on passing animals, including humans. The reason why you attack Aniko is because you think it's bigger and has more meat. I've seen relevant information about it in an ancient book before, so I know its weaknesses. Yixing breathed a sigh of relief and pierced the root of the man-catching vine, and a crystal-clear liquid flowed out of it. Apply it evenly on the face and the back of the hand, and a cool feeling comes in the wind. The sunscreen effect is immediate. Even if you take off the gloves and mask, you don't have to worry about being sunburned by ultraviolet rays. This is a natural sunscreen lotion, warm and non-irritating, but it's a pity that it's a bit too much. True herbal makeup lotion. The anchor looks like a pretty boy who graduated from elementary school, but I didn't expect him to know so much. The Princess Qiqi, my brother Xing, is a rare talent. He knows everything and is handsome. I have a boyfriend like him. He will slap himself when we quarrel. Coffin shop Old Wang, I sell coffins. I have been following you. Wordless monument, I carve tombstones. I accept advance reservations. Please consider it carefully. Sakyamuni, I am a mage. I personally think that the anchor needs a salvation service. If you buy it now, you can enjoy a 5% discount, a Michuofu. This small battle made Yixing gain more attention. Many netizens took the initiative to tag their relatives and friends to watch the live broadcast. The popularity value and the number of fans increased exponentially. Modu, Tiger Shark Live Company headquarters. Zhao Wanwan from the network management department browsed the live broadcast rooms of various newcomers with a small account as usual. Her job is to discover new people. Inadvertently, she clicked into Yixing's live broadcast room and happened to see the high-definition picture of him saving a camel from the flesh-catching vine. Her sleepiness immediately dissipated and she became energetic. This is the live broadcast account registered yesterday. The number of fans is almost 10,000? Hiking through the Sea of Death and exploring the secrets of the endless desert. This name is quite interesting. Wait, is the Sea of Death a life-restricted area? Someone dared to live broadcast in the restricted area, unprecedented. Zhao Wanwan immediately paid attention to Yixing, and her eyes could no longer leave the screen of the live broadcast room, and she was in no mood to observe other new anchors. Fan conversion rate, 73%. What kind of fairy data is this? Zhao Wanwan decided to give the traffic package on hand to Yixing first. If this person comes out alive, he has the potential to become a phenomenal anchor of outdoor adventure. Unfortunately, the probability of him walking out of the desert alive is infinitely close to zero. What I did is to attract as much traffic as possible for you. I hope God can bless you. On the other side, what's going on? The number of online users has increased by tens of thousands? Yixing would occasionally look at the data in the live broadcast room. At around 3 p.m., it seemed that the platform had supported it. The number of online users increased from more than 8,000 to more than 50,000. The popularity value exceeded 100,000. Congratulations, the host's live broadcast room has exceeded 10,000 fans and received rewards. $window, _Taboola equals window, _Taboola, Taboola.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, Taboola below article thumbnail 300 x 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target type, mix, C7 immune to all poisons. Congratulations, the host's fan base in the live broadcast room has exceeded 1,000, and he has obtained the invulnerable to all poison skill. Invulnerable to all poisons, immune to all poisonous damage. Ding, the system Lucky Bag is now online and can be purchased with popularity points in the mall. 100,000 popularity points can buy a Lucky Bag. Yixing purchased a Lucky Bag and opened it. Ding, congratulations on getting a constant temperature windbreaker. Constant temperature windbreaker, after wearing it, the human body will always maintain a constant temperature state. It is effective when the external temperature is higher than 100 or lower than 100. Is it really that magical? Yixing moved the camera aside, took off his clothes, and took out a lightweight thermostatic windbreaker. After wearing it, a barrier is created between the body and the hot temperature outside, blocking the invasion of heat waves. I felt much cooler instantly and felt refreshed. It's really that magical. The camera turned around again. I was still peeing as a host, but unexpectedly I changed into a windbreaker. It looks pretty cool. Is there a shopping link? After crossing the sand dunes, I found that no one was waiting, and the chatter was endless, not always related to my sadness. Why can the people upstairs make voices? What's the temperature now? I feel like the air is a little distorted. The anchor doesn't seem to be walking in a straight line. Could it be that the GPS is not working properly and is spinning in circles? Horrified, the surface temperature is around 70 and the air temperature is 55. After sunset, the temperature will drop rapidly. If there is no reference object in the desert, it is difficult to judge whether you are walking in a straight line. And walking in a straight line in the desert is the most unreliable, because the sand is flowing. You walk in a straight line for yourself, but in the end you will find that you don't even know where you are. But don't worry, the GPS is normal and everything is under control. At a glance, Yixing saw that everywhere was monotonous yellow and raised sand dunes. It creates a never-ending feeling of exhaustion. After walking for about 5 kilometers, Yixing couldn't bear it anymore. Sit down and rest next to a dead tree. Anchor, there seems to be something behind your butt? It is a brown snake with a triangular head. It must be poisonous. Anchor, stop drinking water and run. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming while dancing. Anchor, I beg you, can you check the barrage quickly? Yixing, who was replenishing water, didn't pay attention to the danger behind him. Suddenly I felt something crawling on me. Looking down, he saw a gray-brown venomous snake swam towards his upper body, spitting out its seeds. Puff Yixing, who was unprepared, was startled and spit out a mouthful of water. Subconsciously grab it with your hands. The back of my hand hurt when I threw it out. 2 blood spots appeared. Mom Warnie, the anchor was bitten? What kind of snake is that? How toxic is it? Did the anchor bring antivenom? The thing I was most worried about has happened. It's over. The anchor is going to die. Warning for black men carrying coffins. Woo woo woo, anchor, don't die. I have been most afraid of snakes since I was a child, but now that I am scared, my heart disease is almost gone. Is there anyone? Call an ambulance. Can an ambulance be called from a place like this? My snot bubbles burst with laughter. Has anyone noticed that the snake has a pair of horns on its head? Could it be a little dragon? Don't panic, everyone, I'm fine. This is not a little dragon, it's a horned viper. The toxicity is generally not fatal, but if not treated properly there is a risk of amputation. Yixing secretly exclaimed that he was in danger. Fortunately, he had acquired a physique that was immune to all poisons, otherwise it would have been very troublesome. Amputation? Doesn't the anchor want to become a famous actor? After being bitten by a venomous snake, you still explained it to us so calmly. Madam, is so awesome, broken voice. If the anchor really wants to amputate his leg, I'm afraid he won't be able to use his hand anymore. Which one is it? You guys have had enough, is it time to joke now? Speechless, let it go, I'm naturally resistant to poisons, and just a little poison can't hurt me. Yi Xing stood up and washed the wound. He turned to look at the dead tree behind him and found several venomous snakes coiled on it. The color is similar to that of a dead tree. You can't even notice it unless you look carefully. This place is not suitable for resting. Let's move forward. Yi Xing saw that the horned viper that bit him before was still nearby, staring at him eagerly. Inexplicably, his head became angry, and he picked up the knife and slashed wildly. The anchor's revenge is too strong, he is smiling in MMP. Well done, applause. The black coffin carrying plan is suspended. Princess Chi-Chi, Brother Xing, you are already very brave. Be obedient and come back quickly. Keep playing music, keep chopping. Xiaohei sent out a rocket. Princess Chi-Chi gave away the shield of protection. Cao Cao gave away the MVP trophy. Netizens love to see this thrilling scene. Other outdoor adventure anchors are either digging out bird nests or catching loaches. The style is simple and not challenging. Compared with Yi Xing's live broadcast, it is simply inferior. After all, Yi Xing is using his life to live broadcast. This alone was enough to make them willingly give gifts to support. Before sunset, Yi Xing discovered a rare green area in the desert. When he got closer, he found that it was C8 desert camel. Green grass of the size of half a basketball court appeared on the surface of the desert. Behind the grass is a natural rock wall, which is good for resisting wind and sand. This is Achnathorum splendens, which can be used as dinner for Ani. Achnathorum splendens can also be used as medicine, and friends with urinary tract infection can try it. There should be good groundwater under the grass. Yi Xing explained it to netizens and took out a multifunctional folding shovel to prepare for digging. What? Chicken grass? This name is really weird, and it doesn't look like it, looks confused. It is said that it can treat urinary tract infection, so it is called chicken grass. It is worthy of the name. Protect Gigi, it is your responsibility. So this kind of grass can only be used by boys, it is a girl? Puff. Ha, this is Achnathorum splendens, okay, what are you thinking about? By the way, can we only dig water where there are plants? Not just plants, there is also water where there are animal footprints. You can also find water sources in some dry riverbeds and under wet sand. Yeah, I dug it out. Although it's not much, it's still enough for Ani to moisten his throat. Yi Xing found a small amount of water under the Achnathorum splendens, which Ani drank up quickly. The sun disappeared and the temperature began to drop slowly. We walked about 5 kilometers today. We'll rest here tonight. Now we're going to prepare dinner. We only had 2 bags of compressed biscuits for lunch. We're starving. Yi Xing built a small stove with his hands and put the dead wood and hay he picked up in it. There are many ways to get it in the wild, such as batteries, punches, convex mirrors, etc. Without these props, you can only use the primitive wood drilling method to get it. Let me show you how to do it. Yi Xing used a knife to cut a dry wooden pole, and drilled a hole smaller than the diameter of the wooden pole on it. Put a small amount of sand on the hole to increase friction. Finally, insert a wooden stick into the hole and rub it continuously at a uniform speed. Yi Xing, who has mastered the skill of growing, quickly rubbed out the star. Carefully put the star on the wool prepared in advance, and blow it gently, and it will rise. This is the first time I have seen such an easy wood drilling method. You are awesome, Klaus. The Star Lord, the Rising Star, Patrick Star, the stupid netizens formed a team with Yi Xing's name and called out various titles. Yi Xing stepped on the fur and took out the video game he carried with him. If conditions permit, it's more convenient to use this. So, you just watched it for nothing? The broadcaster is teaching us life skills. In theory, this is too simple. In practice, it's too damn difficult. Get a useless little skill every day, smiley face. I wasted another 21 seconds reading your comments. Who will pay for your precious time? Today is the first day of the adventure, and I feel it is necessary to have a good meal. Yi Xing unloaded the weight on Ani's back and took out a portable iron pot and food from his bag. After heating the bottom of the pot, pour a small amount of olive oil. Friends with good family conditions recommend using olive oil. Olive oil has stronger antioxidant properties than cooking oil, and it has a high content of unsaturated fatty acids. Its chemical structure is relatively stable when it encounters high temperatures. Even if it is used repeatedly, it will not produce carcinogens like ordinary cooking oil. Under the strong burning, the oil temperature rises rapidly. Yi Xing put the luncheon meat cut into 1 centimeter thick pieces into the oil pan one by one for frying. When both sides turn golden yellow, Yi Xing puts it on a disposable paper plate. Finally, evenly spread mayonnaise on it. The first dish is done. Then open a can of braised beef and a can of sweet and sour pork ribs. Since they are all cooked food, they can be enjoyed directly after simple heating. In addition to these 3 hard dishes, Yi Xing also tore some dried seaweed, poured mineral water and added dried shrimps to make a seaweed and shrimp soup. Although Yi Xing, who has mastered the god-level cooking skills, only processed half of the products, but at that time, he knew that the time was just right. The desert was suddenly filled with fragrance. Who else can do food broadcasting in the forbidden zone of life? Is it okay to do 3 dishes in 1 soup? The freshly soaked instant noodles lost their souls in an instant. It's a pity to throw them away, but they are tasteless, from the resentment of an unknown netizen. I thought you ate steamed buns, sacks, and noodles at night, but it turned out to be beef, ribs, and luncheon meat. Good guy, it's almost as good as my New Year's Eve dinner. It took a whole pack of tissues to wipe my saliva, and the kids next door were crying with envy. The most annoying thing is not the food show, but the high-definition focus lens of the drone. If it is zoomed out a little, will your girlfriend throw away the takeaway you ordered for her? Bullshit. Wake up, brother, you don't have a girlfriend at all. Yi Xing was amused by netizens in the comment area. Even if he is alone in the desolate desert, he is not lonely at all with these stupid people as his companions. A little soul is missing, and there is only one last step. Yi Xing took out 2 candles that were originally used for lighting, lit them and placed them on the left and right. Before dinner, he opened the only bottle of red wine, poured a glass and shook it gently. Exquisite. Be particular. Be particular. True candlelight dinner. Ani, so TM only deserves to eat splendens? Broadcast forces the adventure to evolve. Vacationing is life. Chi Gong, so romantic, he is indeed the most beautiful man in the world. Yi Xing enjoyed the food while admiring the desert at night. The desert at night is completely different from the desert during the day. Because the starry sky appeared. This is the cleanest sky Yi Xing has ever seen. The starry sky is like a bright painting, and it suddenly rushes into the eyes. Stars sparkle. Poetry, painting, and unparalleled beauty. At that moment, felt that his soul had been purified and sublimated. Such a beautiful scenery, Yi Xing shared it with netizens in the live broadcast room without hesitation. God! Does such a starry sky really exist? Not to mention the starry sky in the city, even the stars are rarely seen. World-famous paintings. Save. Do you need as a follower? I want to go on an adventure with you, tilts head. Yesterday it was picking plus craft making, today it was a big adventure plus food making plus outdoor viewing. The live broadcast room was like a big treasure, it was amazing. With this feeling and this scene, why don't you recite a poem when broadcasting it? Reciting poetry will expose the cultural foundation of, so let's sing a song. If the song is unpleasant, don't lose fans, haha. After Yi Xing finished eating, he held a wine glass, lit a cigarette, and leaned against Ani. He cleared his throat and turned on the song accompaniment, a song of desert camel for everyone. Crossing this desert, find your true self. There is only one camel by my side. This wind blows, that cloud is passing by, longing for a river of love to appear. Step into the desert boat, carry the pipe and hourglass on your back, still holding a glass of red wine in my hand. The long ancient road, indescribable joy, anger and sorrow, but the camel is still busy. What a ghostly legend. What kind of ghosts and demons? The heron and the eagle are singing quietly. The yellow sand flies across the sky, visit every corner, walking in the endless vast river of stars. Day and night intersect, so enchanting and graceful. I wasted years and wasted myself. There are too many lost roads ahead. Persistence can make you free and easy. Walking out of the darkness, you can be free and happy. This song was like a depth bomb, exploding countless diving netizens. OMG. This song is so suitable for the occasion. This cliffhanger is the best version I have ever heard. Brothers, who was running for 3 years, actually burst into tears. How embarrassing. It turns out that is not a who cried when being sung by TT. If the broadcast is not popular, God will not allow it. Like, comment, forward, reward, this time for sure. A meal and a song, Yi Xing gained another 20,000 to 30,000 fans. About to break through the 100,000 mark. There is a saying called extreme joy brings sorrow. When Yi Xing was happy about this, terrifying dangers are also coming quietly. C9 appeared. Man-eating giant lizard. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is more than 40. It's hot during the day. It's cold at night. Yi Xing used a thermometer to check the temperature, and it was above 10. Thanks to the constant temperature windbreaker, otherwise, I would have to wear a down jacket to sleep. Yi Xing checked the popularity value, and there were more than 40,000 left. Yi Xing spent 40W popularity value to buy 4 lucky bags. Opened them one by one. Thank you, I wish you good luck. Thank you, I wish you good luck. Thank you, I wish you good luck. Good luck 3 hits? What the hell is this? System prompt: there is a certain probability that the lucky bag will be empty. Please keep up the good work. A certain probability? This probability is too high. The last one, you must win. Ding, congratulations on getting 10 Molotov cocktails. Molotov cocktail: the bottle contains flammable liquid, which will produce high-temperature flames after being thrown. According to the exchange rate of 10 popularity points to 1 renminbi in the system, Yi Xing spent 40,000 yuan to buy 10 Molotov cocktails. It's a ripoff. But in the wild, such lethal props are much more useful than money. The number of people online in the live broadcast room has decreased a little, and it's almost time to prepare for bed at this point. It's getting late, I want to rest. If you want to watch the starry sky, continue to watch the starry sky. If you don't want to watch it, click to follow before leaving. Good night. Yi Xing leaned on Ani, closed his eyes and fell asleep. The broadcaster is really awesome. He didn't even set up a tent. He put on a light windbreaker and slept with his head down. Aren't you afraid of freezing to death? He's not stupid. Maybe he's wearing thermal underwear and a heat pack inside. Really? I don't believe it. Why is the restricted area so crowded? Didn't they say there were many monsters? Why haven't the monsters appeared yet? I'd rather be a jinx. You want to kill the broadcaster, although I also want to see monsters. Around 1 a.m. Yi Xing felt his body shaking. He opened his eyes in a daze. Ani was desperately nudging him with his head and making a terrified cry. Something's wrong. Yi Xing instantly became alert and looked around. What is that? Yi Xing found an unidentified creature approaching slowly on the right. It was less than 10 meters away from him. With the help of starlight, Yi Xing could barely see its general shape. A reptile with a long tail, estimated to be more than 5 meters long. Its skin was sandy brown and covered with thick scales. Its mouth was long and big, and its eyes were so small that they were almost invisible. The 3 monitors are like crocodiles, ugly, cold, and exuding a ferocious aura. It seems to be observing me too? Yi Xing got goosebumps all over his body. He is not afraid of small poisonous creatures, but he is afraid of this large unknown creature. Let's see what it is first. Start the biological illustration. Target analysis in progress. Analysis successful. Basic attributes of the target: man-eating lizard, animal kingdom, Monardidae reptiles. Target characteristics: pure carnivore, most likes human flesh, 99% of the body is covered with hard scales, few natural enemies, the only weaknesses are the eyes and mouth. In Yi Xing's original world, monitor lizards are critically endangered protected animals. But here, wild lizards are rampant, and many humans have died in their mouths. Like this monitor lizard that is 5 meters long and has a set of crocodile armor, it is obviously a mutant. Yi Xing has never heard of it. The worst thing is, it's called a man-eating lizard and it eats human flesh. See 10 Burning Giant Lizard. Over 100,000 fans. Chapter 10 Fire Lizard. Fans exceed 100,000. Most young people in the city have the bad habit of staying up late. Even in the early morning, there are also more than 20,000 people online in Yi Xing's live broadcast room. Just when they felt a little bored, the man-eating lizard appears. The comments section immediately exploded. End. The monster is really coming. Holy crap, why are there crocodiles in the desert? Zoo manager, that's not a crocodile, that's a man-eating lizard. We've had one in the zoo before, but it was too cruel. Once, it deliberately pretended to be dead and then waited for an opportunity to bite the staff who came to check. No, that's not right. It swallowed directly. Zoo manager, anchors must not show timidity. As soon as you show timidity, it will attack you immediately. Its speed is 23 times that of humans. You cannot outrun it. Zoo manager, an ordinary knife can't hurt it, unless you bring a gun. It is getting closer and closer, my heartbeat almost stops. You can't run away, and you can't be cut to death, so you can only sit back and wait for death? I have a way to cut up the camel, use it as bait and then run away. Isn't this too cruel? Zoo manager, it's useless. The reason why it's called a man-eating lizard instead of a carnivorous lizard is because it loves human flesh the most. Even if it cuts a camel, it will attack the anchor first. Yi Xing didn't have time to read the comments from netizens at this time. Cold sweat streaked across his forehead. Watching the man-eating lizard getting closer and closer to him, Yi Xing must make a choice between running away and fighting. The man-eating lizard is faster than himself, and the success rate of escaping is too low. And once he escapes, he will not care about Ani. The final result is to die by yourself. It's him and Ani who died together. Fighting. Definitely fight. Yi Xing ordered the Blackhawk drone to cut the camera, then take the Molotov cocktail that just got. Throw it towards the man-eating lizard. This stupid thing actually opened its mouth to bite, and the result was that the Molotov cocktail exploded directly in its mouth. The man-eating lizard let out a scream, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the ground. Use sand to extinguish the flames in S mouth. Yi Xing's behavior completely angered the man-eating lizard, and it stopped being cautious and testing. Accelerating suddenly, his short and thick limbs kicked off the ground, carrying a smelly wind and rushing toward Yi Xing. Yi Xing, you didn't dare to face this death impact heathen. One avoids a cartwheel. He took advantage of the situation and made a slash, which was a hit, but it had almost no effect. Swish, the man-eating lizard swept towards him with its nearly tumtor-long tail. Yi Xing was thrown away. Fortunately, he put his backpack on his chest in advance to block it and remove most of the impact, otherwise it would be difficult to stand up. Want to eat me? Let me see if you have the ability. Yi Xing took out all the remaining 9 Molotov cocktails in one go. Aim at the lizard and hit it hard. Among them, at least one Molotov cocktail hit it. Its skin burned. The eyes also seemed to be burned. It rolled back and finally disappeared from sight. Scared away? Yi Xing let out a deep breath. Too scared. This desert is so scary. Only 1/8 of the way through the trip, we encountered 2 life and death crises. I wonder what kind of scary creatures are waiting for me behind. The battle scenes recorded by the camera made netizens in the live broadcast room excited. Bunker. A host challenges a 5-meter lizard. Isn't this a scene that only happens in movies? I thought the host was a warrior who played with swords, but I didn't expect that he was a mage who played with fire. This is 10,000 times better than those anchors who pretend to be outdoor adventures. I have to say that the anchor's psychological quality is invincible, but I was so scared that I couldn't relieve myself. Watching such an exciting thing in the middle of the night gave me goosebumps. After so many years of prostitution, this is the only anchor that I admire. He doesn't say anything. Please take my knee. Rocket. Brother Tiger sends Super Rocket 123,456 gives you a big sword. The King of Kings sends a fighter. The popularity is rising. The number of fans finally exceeded 100,000. Congratulations, the fan value of the host live broadcast room exceeded 100,000, and I got C11 anchor. You are popular. Congratulations, the fan value of the host live broadcast room has exceeded 100,000, and the skill has been obtained. Meditation. After entering the meditative state, purify distracting thoughts, improve mental strength and perception, promote metabolism, quickly restore physical strength, and can also be used to replace part of the sleep time. This skill is similar to the game sitting, but it is more practical. After Yi Xing entered the meditative state, he felt a sense of spiritual emptiness. All movements within 10 meters are under control. Breathing gradually calms down, the whole person seemed to be asleep. This state of affairs lasted until dawn broke. What's wrong with the anchor? He hasn't moved for 3 hours. Could it be, it's time to stop cooking? The host's hair is covered with frost. It's freezing. Anchor, don't be scared, wake up quickly. Look at Tai Divine Needle. I wish you peace. The low temperature all night covered the sand with a layer of white ice color. The orange sunshine spreads warmth to the world. Yi Xing exhaled a turbid breath and slowly opened his eyes. I don't feel as tired as I used to when I woke up in the morning. Yi Xing was full of energy and his body was in peak condition. After waking up, without saying a word, I first did 15 push-ups. Under the influence of strengthening body, it is equivalent to an ordinary person doing 1,500 push-ups. Damn it, did you cheat? If you don't pee when you wake up, do push-ups first? Is that okay? Longhushan Taoist disciple, you guessed it right, the anchor should have been practicing a kind of internal breathing skill before. Taoist disciple of Longhu Mountain, when you reach a certain level, you can use the yang fire in your body to withstand the cold of the world. The anchor's cultivation level is unfathomable. I suspect you are kidding, but I have no evidence. It was also discovered that the anchor was hiding a new skill, beef beer. Good morning everyone, please remember to eat on time. Yi Xing glanced at the live broadcast room. While he was meditating, his number of followers increased by several thousand. Eating too much affects walking, so breakfast should be simple. A cup of 8 treasure porridge, a bag of bread is. Eating is relatively high in fat and calories. Coconut bread. Friends who want to lose weight must not follow. Just eat some whole wheat bread. After breakfast, I drank some water. Yi Xing thought for a moment and carried the iron pot on his back. If something attacks you, you can use it as a shield. Okay, let's go ahead and explore the Sea of Death. At this time, Yixing didn't know, since yesterday's live broadcast, the content has been made into a streamlined video and spread wildly. Hey, have you heard that there is a life-threatening anchor who went to explore the Sea of Death? Do you think it should be the Sea of Death, one of the 3 restricted areas in China? That's not it. I watched a few high-energy videos yesterday. The anchor chopped off monster vines angrily, burned man-eating lizards, and Dio. Isn't the video P? What the hell, I saw it with my own eyes in the live broadcast room. If you don't believe me, go to his live broadcast room now. Conversations similar to the above occurred in many places in China. News about Yixing has appeared on many social video websites such as Hupu, Bibo, Xinlong, and Bilibili. The topic ## quickly entered the top 10 of the hot search list. It attracted the attention of major news media. Some unscrupulous media began to make up nonsense for the sake of traffic. A new anchor breaks into the restricted area of life to broadcast live. Is money more important than life? The 20-year-old anchor gave up his studies and gained attention in the restricted area. Who caused the tragedy? Shock. In order to repay an online loan, a young man risked his life in a restricted area and was swallowed up by the online loan. Young people are facing a life and death crisis. Media headlines are becoming more and more outrageous, and netizens have mixed opinions. But no matter what, Indeed brought a huge wave of traffic to Yixing. As a result, a large number of netizens came to Yixing's live broadcast room. The comment area has also become unprecedentedly lively. Anchor, I heard that your family was in a car accident, so you worked hard to broadcast. You are really a filial son. In order to collect college living expenses for your sister, you would rather give up your studies and exchange your life for money. Have you considered your sister's feelings? Why is the version of Ting different from yours? Ting is the anchor. His girlfriend is an adventurer who died in the desert. The anchor embarked on a journey to fulfill her dream. This is a touching love story. Why should Ning take online loans? Yixing looked at the confused comments in the live broadcast room and was confused. It was fans who told him that he became popular and was trolled. After Yixing checked the news about himself, he couldn't laugh or cry. He felt that it would be better to explain it in person. If you are wrongfully banned, then you will lose more than you gain. First, I am an orphan in a welfare home. I have no family and no girlfriend. Second, I have graduated. You can check my academic status. Third, TM has never borrowed an online loan. Number is an adventure lover. Is it wrong to just treat my hobby as a career? Fans and friends, help clarify this, and we'll send you a red envelope. Yixing sent out 1W red envelope, spreading a wave of wealth. Get 50 yuan, the anchor will be generous 666. Get 100 yuan, this month's phone bill is available, the anchor loves you. Although I didn't get it, justice will still hit the unscrupulous media for you. After Yixing's personal statement, those media became more honest. Perhaps because they felt that the impact was not good, the hot search was removed. But Yixing also gained a large number of new fans. You can make a lot of money, but you will never lose. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, the number of people online in the live broadcast room exceeded 30,000. Some media also used small accounts to enter the live broadcast room to obtain first-hand information. Except for a few diehard fans, no one thought that Yixing could walk out of this sea of sand by his own strength. The temperature is a little lower than yesterday, but the wind is much stronger. Be sure to wear wind and sand glasses. Strong winds will accelerate the flow of sand, and the terrain will change at any time. Look at the Big Dipper to determine the direction at night, and look at the sun during the day. The sun is from east to west, and the shadow is from west to east. If the equipment fails, just remember these 2 points. A large rock was found 100 meters northwest. Let's go and take a look. The large rock that Yixing mentioned looked like it was floating in the air from a distance. When I got closer, I found that it was a wind-eroded rock. Because it looks like a mushroom, it is also called a wind-eroded mushroom. Is that a tail? When approaching the wind-eroded mushroom, Yixing suddenly narrowed his eyes. A furry tail was revealed in the cracks of the rock. Obviously, there is some kind of creature hidden inside. C12 Corp sent Dal. Yixing lowered his footsteps and circled the side of the rock. After seeing the owner of the tail clearly, Yixing was slightly surprised. In the shade of the gap, a silly big cat and 2 kittens were dozing. The big cat's ears suddenly moved and opened its big round eyes. He tilted his head and looked at Yixing. His eyes were particularly gentle. Wow, what a cute cat, love in the eyes. How can there be such a cute little darling in the desert? What should I do if I want to raise one? Covering my face and crying, motherly, sister hug, no comparison, no harm, the orange cat at home suddenly became ugly. What is this fat for? Scratching head, does the anchor know what kind of cat this is? This is a sand cat. Their ears are larger than those of ordinary domestic cats. They can block wind and sand and enhance hearing. Its fur color is similar to sand, and there are dark black bands on its eyes and forelimbs. These are all characteristics of natural evolution. Sand cats usually rest in the shade and hunt at night. Mice, rabbits, birds, small lizards, and even poisonous snakes are their hunting targets. They are very brave. Interestingly, they are very docile to humans and will not resist if they are caught. It's a pity that they can't be raised in private, because their respiratory tract is relatively special. They are easily infected when they stay with humans, and they can't reproduce. Yi Xing tore a little dried meat and threw it to the family. By the way, he took 2 handfuls on behalf of netizens. It felt good. Such a small cat dares to fight with poisonous snakes. I am so old, but I am scared to death when I see small insects. I am not as good as a cat. I don't know how much they have suffered to evolve so strong. Alas, it's better to be a pet cat and love them. I hope they can live in peace. Continue to walk forward, and found more than a dozen plants less than half a meter high 5 kilometers away. They are full of red fruits, which look very delicious, and exude an indescribable tempting fragrance. Guess what it is? Yi Xing zoomed in the camera and pointed it at the fruit. Is this a face? My God. So scary, Anchor, you scared me. Face fruit? Could it be the legendary devil fruit, which can gain superpowers after eating it? Does your devil fruit look like this? Silly. This is not a ginseng fruit, nor is it a devil fruit. It has no specific scientific name. We call them corpse-scented dolls. Before I set out, the guide around the desert told me that there is a kind of fruit with a doll face and a strange fragrance in the desert. According to him, this is a fruit that absorbs nutrients from the body. Once a plant with this kind of fruit is found, it means that there must be a dead body underneath. Generally speaking, only one plant can grow from a corpse, and there are more than a dozen plants here, so I'll dig and see if the rumors are true or false. Yi Xing picked up a multi-purpose shovel and started digging the sand. 5 minutes later, he shoveled out something hard. Looking closely, it was a human skull. The rhizomes of plants do not grow in the sand, but are attached to the corpse. The guide did not lie. There was a dried corpse buried under each plant. Yi Xing dug out all the bodies and determined their basic identities from the relics on them. It was an expedition team called Deep Hidden 10 years ago. Bad luck go away, it has nothing to do with me. Evil spirits retreat, exorcism to save life, Amitba, everything tastes delicious, Outdoor King. I remember that 10 years ago, an antique owner got a treasure map. In order to find the treasure, he hired relevant technical personnel to form an expedition team and went to the Sea of Death. Outdoor King, at that time, this incident made the headlines and received a lot of attention, but the strange thing is that they contacted the first day after they entered. Outdoor King, a search and rescue team was sent before and after, but they didn't find them. They said they were captured by aliens, and they said they were eaten by monsters. I didn't expect the Anchor to find their remains. This is big news. Their bodies seem to be quite intact. They don't seem to be attacked by wild animals. Could they have died of thirst or poisoning? What I'm more curious about is whether the corpse-scented doll fruit can be eaten. I'm not sure whether the corpse-scented doll can be eaten. There are 2 opinions. The first one is that it can be eaten and contains a lot of energy and water. After eating it, it can also enhance immunity. The second one is that it can't be eaten. If you eat it, terrible things will happen to your body. Brother Meng, what do you think? This thing that looks like it came from the underworld doesn't even specifically say whether it can be eaten in the biological atlas. Although Yi Xing is immune to all poisons, there are some things in this world that are 100 times more terrible than poison. He is naturally not stupid enough to take risks. If there is nothing to eat, I think it is edible. I think it is not. Think about it, this is grown from a corpse. Maybe the face fruit is the condensed nascent soul of the dead. Nascent soul? Am I reading a fantasy novel? Whether it is edible or not, the Anchor will know after trying it. +1, if the Anchor dares to eat it, I will immediately swipe the sports car. Post, don't listen to the keyboard warriors, safety comes first. Since everyone wants to know so much, I'll demonstrate it to you. Yi Xing searched around and found a gerbil bitten by a poisonous insect. He picked a corpse-scented doll fruit and fed it to the dying gerbil. 1 minute later, something strange happened. Yi Xing was horrified. The gerbil actually, C13 yellow warning. Sandstorm is coming. What Yi Xing never expected was that after swallowing the corpse fragrance doll fruit, the gerbil's belly exploded with a pop. A green plant came out. The plant grew taller and taller, and the flesh and blood of the gerbil quickly disappeared, and soon it became a corpse with only bones left. Yixing suddenly realized that this corpse fragrance doll was similar to a parasite. It deliberately released a tempting fragrance to lure you into its mouth. Once eaten, it will absorb nutrients from your body from the inside, thus replicating and reproducing, over and over again. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, I'm afraid it would be hard to believe that there would be such a terrible plant in this world. Star absorption method? The sense of substitution is very strong. I feel like I'm about to become a dried corpse. Gerbil, I have no grudges against you, why do you use me as an experiment? Fortunately the anchor didn't eat it, otherwise I would be finished. Biological researcher, this should be a new mutant plant, which is very valuable for research. Can you dig one and bring it back? Also, try to bring back these corpses and give an explanation to the families of the deceased. It's easy to talk without any pain. This is a forbidden zone for life. You think you can bring the cucumbers in your vegetable garden. It's unknown whether you can come back. If you have the ability, go by yourself. Yes, don't pretend to be a saint, okay? This plant can't survive without corpses. Longitude 85.17160, latitude 39.80508. The coordinates are sent to you. Come here if you are interested in them. Yixing hates those who like to talk and ask others to do this and that, so he just throws the coordinates over. If you are brave enough, come, if you are not brave enough, shut up. Did anyone hear the sobbing sound, or is my headset broken? I heard it too, it seemed to come from the desert. Host, be careful. I have a bad feeling. This is the sound of the sand. The wind today is a bit weird. The sand on the ground is blown up, and visibility is reduced. The air is getting more and more turbid, and it is not suitable to continue moving forward. Yixing's clothes were blown. The wind blew from the side, against his waist, which was very uncomfortable. Looking up at the weather, it was gray. Yixing climbed to a higher sand dune and looked out. The sky in the northwest was foggy, as if a gray wall connecting the sky and the earth appeared. This is not fog at all, it is sand and dust blown up by the wind. It is also the so-called sandstorm. It is advancing in the direction of Yixing. It seems to be far away, but the speed is not slow at all. The situation is not good. Yixing must find a safe haven quickly. But where is the safe haven nearby? After a brief thought, Yixing took out the unused tent and quickly set it up. Annie, stay outside and don't move. After giving the order, Yixing got into the tent. Oh my god. What did the camera just capture? Yellow fog? If I'm not mistaken, it's a natural phenomenon caused by a sandstorm. The anchor is really unlucky. Since you knew the sandstorm was coming, why didn't you run? Friend, no matter how fast you run, can you outrun the wind? When you encounter a sandstorm, you must not run around. There are flowing sand particles and countless bacteria and viruses in the air. If you are not careful, it will cause respiratory obstruction and suffocation. There is no shelter near me, so I can only hide in the tent first. General sandstorms are not as terrible as they look. As long as the protective measures are appropriate, there will be no problem. Yixing covered his entire face and lay on the ground listening to the movement outside. What should Ani do? Will he suffocate to death? Brother, you think too much. The title of desert boat is not for nothing. Camels' ears, eyes and even eyelashes can prevent wind and sand, and their noses can be closed freely. Unless it is a super sandstorm, it can't do anything to it. If you say that, I feel relieved. But what if it is a super sandstorm? No ill intentions, please don't criticize me. If it really happens, the anchor will have to go downstairs to play mahjong with the king of hell. However, when people are unlucky, the more they fear something, the more it will happen. C14 wind sweeps away the remaining sand. Ani is missing 5 minutes later. A sandstorm reaches Leaf Star's area. The wind is times stronger than before. Although Yixing tried his best to secure the tent, but still showed signs of being overturned and torn apart. That's right, why is the wind so strong? Yixing gritted his teeth and held on to the tent support. How can human power compete with nature? Stab! The tent finally fell apart. Yixing's entire body was exposed to the air. The sky outside was dark and the earth was dark, like a yellow dragon condensed by flying sand and rocks. Roaring, dancing wildly, and destroying. To devour everything in front of you. In the center of the storm, there stands a yellow Tower of Babel. Shah, Salon roll. If you look carefully, you will see that it is not the Tower of Babel, but a rare small tornado. Yixing felt his body lose gravity, and was blown up by the wind uncontrollably. My heart tightened. Could it be that I, the chosen son, was going to die here? It's not over yet. Come on. Yixing struggled to fasten the safety rope around his waist to the Black Hawk drone. It was the last thing he did before losing consciousness. The crow's mouth in front really said, "A huge sandstorm plus salon volume, the broadcast is about to end. Where are the people? Why what? So tight and dirty. Shichi Gong, brother Xing will be fine, everyone protects him. Protect, protect, protect." Tens of thousands of netizens in the live broadcast room were frantically posting protection comments. Praying is the only thing they can do. Zitzi affected by the sandstorm, the live broadcast was temporarily suspended. I know a lot of things. Yixing wakes up. Mom Warnie, what's going on? Most of his body was buried in the yellow sand. Fortunately, his head was pointed upward, but he was suffocated to death. Yixing climbed out of the sand. Clean a large amount of yellow sand from your eyes, ears, mouth, and nose promptly. The surroundings were peaceful and the sandstorm had passed. Xiao Hei, thank you. If it hadn't been for the Black Hawk drone to relieve him this time, he would have fallen to his death from a high altitude. Unlock the safety buckle and check S body. There are only some minor scratches, which is a blessing. Although the live broadcast was interrupted, the Black Hawk UAV and Everywhere mobile phone were not affected in any way. Can continue to be used. Yixing checked the location and found that he was blown to the ground more than 1,000 meters away. Ani disappeared and was found dead. Adjust your mentality and reconnect to the live broadcast room. Shichi Gong, I knew it, I knew you were still alive, crying loudly. It's so scary, let's return it. The black coffin carrying plan failed again. Is this God blessing the strong man? At this moment, I am turning into a die-hard fan. A great disaster is bound to lead to good fortune after death. Broadcast great fortune is coming. What said, just beef and beer, and a gift. Crazy father sends the gift of love. Kagaya sends out super rocket. Zayayozi gave away the banknote gun. Ding, congratulations to Sue for reaching 1 million in popularity in the live broadcast room and getting the bonus skill sprint. Sprint, increase running speed by 100%. The longer you run, the more energy you consume. This skill can play an important role at critical moments. Seeing so many strangers paying attention to and worrying about him, Yixing felt warm in his heart. After reporting that he was safe, Yixing's eyebrows showed a sad look. At present, except for a backpack containing a large amount of food and an iron pot, he has all the rest of the supplies were blown away. Yixing tried to find it, nothing came of it. Traveling in the desert requires at least 3 L of water to be consumed every day. The body's water reserve can last for today at most. We've only walked 1/4 of the way. How to get rid of the remaining 3/4? See 15 Live Teaching, Escape from Quicksand Chapter 15 True Teaching, Escape from Quicksand. Arnie and I got separated and now face a serious challenge. That's a matter of food and water. In other words, I can only cross the desert now, and I have to learn to survive in the desert. But everyone must be too worried. I have a pot on my head and knowledge in my head. I will die of hunger. Yixing is a person who likes to complain. He explained his situation to netizens with a smile. Next, while hiking, we also considered searching for water and food. After walking for a while, I found light green algae in the sand in the distance. It's bad luck, it's sandweed. It's rich in nutritious organic matter and has the functions of moisturizing the intestines and treating constipation. It can be used as a backup snack. Yixing stopped and observed the terrain. Can it treat constipation? I need it. My stomach and intestines are fine. I haven't pooped in a year and a half. Give me a quickie. Can hemorrhoid patients still be saved? Covering face and crying, oh my god, how can the anchor escape suffering? He should know how to fly, right? Hey, I'm going. Where did you think you were going? According to my observation, there is quicksand under this algae. I am going to jump down to collect algae now. The reason why I took off my pants and shoes is to reduce friction. Saying that, Yixing took a big step forward. While gathering algae, the body slowly sank downwards. How scary. The anchor was swallowed by quicksand. Can you speak? This is called artistic talent and boldness, and the host will definitely find a way to do it. Ninjutsu Sandstorm Funeral, Anchor, have a good journey. Do you think you are very humorous? Panic, as long as you master the escape skills, quicksand is actually not as scary as you think. The buoyancy in quicksand is actually very high, but if you struggle randomly, the friction will increase and the speed of sinking will be faster. Yixing twisted a few times experimentally, and his body sank rapidly. The quicksand had already covered his waist and abdomen. As you can see, the surface here is covered with sand, but it is actually composed of mud and water. The most scary thing about it is that when you try hard to lift your leg, the bottom will generate suction and pull your leg deeper. There are two ways to escape now. One is to lie back so that your body will slowly float up. The second method is to lower your body, try to pull your legs out of the ground, and then crawl out. Yi Xing mastered physical strengthening, and his strength exceeded normal levels, and he successfully escaped from the sand without much effort. Real version of escape from death teaching, the anchor practices it personally and is a doer. Although I have learned it now, at that time, I think I will panic. The outside world is too dangerous, so I'd better just stay at home and be a fat nerd. So delicious, this algae tastes great when eaten raw. It's salty. Yi Xing put a handful of sandweed in his mouth, chewed a few mouthfuls, and shook his head with a grimace. Okay, let's keep walking. We must find a source of water before it gets dark. A plant like a watermelon vine appeared on the sand 1 kilometer away. There are more than a dozen big watermelons of various sizes growing on the crisscrossing vines. Watermelons actually grow in the desert? Is this a new variety? The anchor can enjoy his meal now. Don't be fooled by its appearance. This thing can be watermelon or winter melon. I think it's pumpkin. It's a fool. If you eat it, you will become a fool. I know it will make you stupid if you eat it, but you will definitely die. This is a medicinal melon. Both the vine and the fruit are highly poisonous, and there is no pulp inside. Yi Xing stepped on a medicinal melon and exploded it. There is only a little sponge inside like an air cushion. He once heard say, there are good things hidden near the medicine melon. I know I can find it. See 16 Men's Favorite, top quality wild purple Sistanch husband fails a caring person. Centered on the location of Yaoguo, after more than half an hour of searching, Yi Xing found a forest behind a sand dune. I know this one, it is the desert vegetation Haloxylon amodendron tree. It turns out that the Haloxylon amodendron tree planted in my ant forest looks like this. It's so durable. It's so inspiring to be able to grow so strong in such a harsh environment in the desert. This is indeed the case. The main reason for stomach cold is that the eating habits and living habits are correct. Always being hungry after a full meal and always liking to eat cold food will lead to Brother Lu. Are you in the wrong place? Yi Xing shuttled among the trees, and his eyes quickly fell on the largest Haloxylon amodendron tree. The volume of this Haloxylon amodendron tree is about 3 times that of other Haloxylon amodendron trees, exuding strong life. The key point is that its aerial root has a purple cone-shaped plant. The moment he saw it, Yi Xing's eyes lit up, like a super loser who saw a peerless beauty. Is this Sistanch deserticula? Why is it purple? Dr. Zhang from Bo-Rentang, this is the best wild purple Sistanch. Okay. What is the difference between the best wild purple Sistanch and ordinary Sistanch? Dr. Zhang of Bo-Rentang, the difference is huge. Everyone should know that Sistanch deserticula has the functions of nourishing the kidneys, anti-aging, and treating uterine cold. Dr. Zhang of Bo-Rentang, most of the Sistanch deserticula on the market is cultivated by humans, and the effect is greatly reduced, far better than the wild one. Dr. Zhang of Bo-Rentang, purple Sistanch deserticula is the best of wild Sistanch deserticula. It cannot be cultivated by humans and can only be found in the wild. Dr. Zhang of Bo-Rentang, it is said that purple Sistanch can 100% cure certain problems in men. It is an excellent kidney tonifier. At the same time, it can also completely cure uterine cold and pregnancy symptoms in women. It has been sold in the market. This superb product has not appeared in the past 20 years, leading many people to think that it has become extinct long ago. It's just Dr. Zhang, but netizens who recognized purple Sistanch were calm. To exaggerate, this top-quality wild purple Sistanch is 100 times, 1,000 times more precious than ordinary ginseng. After Yi Xing checked it with the Yi Biological Encyclopedia, he couldn't help but feel happy. In addition to the functions mentioned by Dr. Zhang, this thing it also enhances human body functions and becomes more powerful after taking them. It's simply a natural stimulant with no side effects. Dr. Zhang of Bo-Rentang, I am willing to pay 1 million to buy this purple Sistanch. Director Li of Tongrentang, 1 million? You are a beggar, I offer 1.5 million, I sincerely want it. The anchor agrees to be a friend. A rich man who wishes to remain anonymous. As long as I can regain my confidence, I am willing to pay 5 million. A lot of money for a child. My biggest wish in this life is to be pregnant with a child. Anchor, please help me. I will exchange it with you for a 450 square meter villa in a first-tier city. The appearance of the best Sistanch deserticula caused a huge commotion in the live broadcast room. Some rich people with physical problems frequently offer attractive bargaining chips in exchange for Yi Xing's treasure. And ordinary Sistanch deserticula only costs 3 to 501. The disparity is staggering. Sorry, I didn't mean to sell it. Here, food and water are much more precious than gold and silver. In addition, like ordinary Cistanche deserticula, its shelf life will be very short after being picked. After Yixing's explanation, the big guys had no choice but to give up. Hey, is there something? Li Star spots a snake swimming in the sand. This is an aqua snake. It is a variety that Yixing has seen before. Start the biological illustration. Target analysis in progress, analyzed into basic attributes of the target: water spirit, snake, animal, reptile. Target characteristics: non-toxic, has the natural ability to seek water, converts water into nutrients, relies on water to maintain life energy, is rich in protein in the body, and has nutritional value to prolong life. Is this food delivered to your door? Yixing didn't rush to catch it. If he followed it, he would definitely find the water source. C17 birth. The most expensive stewed meat in history, the water snake, was very fast. Yixing had to jog to catch up with it. After walking and stopping for 2 incense sticks, a touch of lush green appeared in front of him. Wow, what is this? Several giant trees came into view. Yixing had never seen such huge trees before. The shortest one must be 10 meters high, right? The tallest one must be more than 30 meters. Not only tall, but also very thick. It takes at least 5 adults to hold the tree. It looks like a super invincible radish, and also like a giant bottle. The top is covered with branches and green leaves. Oh my god, can anyone tell me what kind of tree this is? Fat tree. This is a fat tree. The anchor has found a treasure. I've seen it on TV, saying that the fat tree is the most vital natural reservoir. Each fat tree has several tons of water stored in its belly, which is sweeter than Nongfu Spring. Although I haven't drunk it, what did I say? After surviving a disaster, there must be good fortune in the future. The anchor first found the top quality purple Cistanche, and now he has discovered the life spring. Let me get some luck. Praying eyes, the netizens are right, this is indeed a fat tree. Their roots are very strong, like straws. When the rainy season comes, they will desperately absorb water and store it in the tree body. It is very similar to the spindle tree. The only difference is that the fat tree has a filtering and purification system. After the rainwater is filtered, not only will the impurities be removed, but it can also produce the trace elements needed by the human body. Don't say much, brothers, I'll start drinking first. Yixing, who has been saving water, has been thirsty for a long time. I couldn't wait to poke a hole in the belly of the fat tree. Transparent and clear water immediately flowed out of the hole. Yixing opened his mouth to catch it and drank it happily. He filled the container again. Little cuties, go enjoy the scenery somewhere else first, I have to take a shower. Yixing cut the camera, took off his clothes, and washed the dirt on his body with water. Fat tree, this wave is for nothing. Don't cut the camera, host, I want to see your buttocks, haha. Everyone can imagine it by themselves. At this moment, Yixing felt that nothing could be more luxurious than taking a shower in the desert. After taking a shower, he also washed all the clothes on his body. Then he put on the constant temperature windbreaker. After the fatigue was dispelled, the hunger continued to increase. Fortunately, there is water and fire here, and there are many sand onions on the ground that can be used as auxiliary materials. Brother Meng, it's time for lunch again. I'll make a really good dish for everyone this afternoon. Yixing caught the water snake. Cut off the head, peel the skin, wash and cut into sections. Then, take out the purple Cistanche that had just been picked. Netizens were instantly excited. No way. Is the anchor really going to eat this top quality Cistanche? Have mercy on me, anchor. I want to eat for free. Is it too late to take the train now? The comments of netizens were exaggerated. Yixing didn't feel too reluctant. Good things are meant for people to eat. It's better to enjoy them yourself than to give them to others cheaply. Yixing picked up some dry branches as firewood. Fill the iron pot with hot water, and put in the cut purple Cistanche, snake meat, and algae in turn. The taste of sand algae is salty, so it can be used as a seasoning. Then comes the long wait. About an hour later, the most expensive dish in history, Cistanche stewed with snake meat, was born. Sprinkle a handful of chopped green onions, just like the finishing touch. The whole dish is alive. Before the formal eating, a large number of new netizens came to the live broadcast room. They were all called by friends, relatives, or classmates who were watching the live broadcast. In about an hour, the number of online users increased by more than 100,000. Yixing's total number of fans exceeded 300,000. What was placed in front of the anchor was not a dish, but a large villa, 10 popular shops and hundreds of yuan bills that could fill a truck. This is definitely the most expensive dish I have ever seen. One meal is worth my family's lifetime salary. The sense of substitution is very strong, and my saliva has already flowed like a river. I don't know what to say, ABA. I just want to know how this inhumane meal tastes. Please, host, please be kind and leave 2 pieces of meat for me to eat. The lady upstairs is too greedy, she still wants to eat meat? Dad, just give me some soup. Comparison is frustrating, others eat top-grade Cistanche deserticula, I can only afford expired Luo Di Huang pills. Okay, I'm going to start. Yi Xing rubbed his lips, full of anticipation. What would the stewed meat soup made from chef-level cooking skills plus top-grade ingredients plus high-grade natural water taste like? C18 the most delicious taste in the world, full of kidney energy. Yi Xing fanned it with a fan and sniffed it slightly. The flavor is absorbed into the soup, so I can't smell any fragrance. Let me taste the soup first. Slurp. When the first mouthful of broth went down his throat, Yi Xing's eyes suddenly changed. What's the expression on the host's face? How does it taste? I don't think it tastes good, Do you feel full of kidney energy? Damn, I can't describe the taste of this soup. There is a sweet and fragrant taste when it first enters my mouth. But in the process of drinking, its flavors are peeled off layer by layer. It has the saltiness of algae, the freshness of water snake meat, and the tenderness of Cistanche. The most incredible thing is that it is too silky, it has an endless aftertaste, it is wonderful. Yi Xing couldn't help but drink a few more big mouthfuls. Then, it's the snake meat. The meat of the water snake is very tough. It doesn't break apart easily like other meat when you chew it. It bounces back and forth between your teeth. During the chewing process, the juice inside it will gradually be released, stimulating your taste buds. When you are almost done chewing, give it another mouthful of soup and swallow it all together. It will linger on your lips and teeth, and it will be so refreshing. Yi Xing was eating with great pleasure, and he wanted to chew the pot together. Let's start again. What will the purple Cistanche that everyone is most looking forward to taste like? The biggest effort for this dish is definitely this. During the stewing process, it will release a kind of mucus. It is because of this mucus that the soup is so smooth and the snake meat is so chewy. Yi Xing picked up a piece, gave it a close-up to the camera, and put it in his mouth. OMG! It's so magical. When you bite it, it melts in your mouth. How should I put it? You don't need to bite it hard. It seems to turn into a stream of energy and drill into your body. I have eaten wild Cistanche before, but the taste of the two is completely different. There is a world of difference. I swear to God, this is definitely the best delicacy I have ever eaten. Yi Xing hugged the pot and ate it with relish, like a starving ghost reincarnated. The reason why the taste is so great is that in addition to the ingredients, your God-level cooking skills play a vital role. If someone else makes it, it will definitely not have such an effect. The only flaw is that there is no second person to share the exquisite taste with you. Oh, I'm so pitiful. I can only eat alone. Unlike you, you can order takeout with 2 or 3 people. Yi Xing sighed faintly. Show off. It's definitely naked showing off. If there wasn't a discount event for takeout, who would be willing to order in groups? I like the host's mean look so much. That's it. After watching the host eat, I don't like anything. I'm afraid I have anorexia. You have to be responsible for him. Crying, very good, the adventure has once again become a food broadcast. I dare say that this is the most expensive lunch in the food broadcast industry. My brother Xing is too arrogant, nothing wrong. I just want to ask, after eating such a nourishing thing, did the host's ability return to normal? Damn, buddy, what you said is not true. What do you mean by return to normal? I have unparalleled abilities. Ahem, let's stop here. If someone gets jealous and reports me, it will be a loss. Yi Xing licked the soup stains from the corners of his mouth, patted his bulging belly, and looked satisfied. I have to say, this thing seems to be really effective. I feel the heat in both kidneys, and a stream of heat flows to my limbs, which is particularly comfortable. What should I do after eating? Of course, find a cool place to sleep. Yi Xing lay in the shadow of the fat tree and rummaged through his backpack. I found a moisturizing mask given away when I bought something. Tear it open and apply it evenly on my face. Lie down, close your eyes, and enjoy the quiet time of the afternoon. Is it okay to apply a mask in the desert? The host has lived a fairy-like life in the terrifying forbidden land of death from now on. Sprinkle flowers at the end. We both took a nap. Why am I not so cool? On the surface, the host is asleep, but in fact, he has passed away. If you have nothing to do, please go away, Doghead saves life. When Yi Xing closed his eyes to rest, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind. Congratulations, the popularity value of the host's live broadcast room exceeds 200W, and you will get a reward. C19 Make a bow and arrow, try it out. Congratulations, the popularity of the live broadcast room has exceeded 2 million, and you have received the bonus skill of 100% accuracy. 100% accuracy, can hit any target you want to hit within 100 meters. This reward comes at a very timely moment. 100% accuracy, combined with sprint, will greatly improve Yi Xing's combat effectiveness. But he doesn't have any weapons suitable for long-range attacks. Just use local materials and make one yourself. I don't know how many friends are interested in making bows. Next, I need to make a close-range wild bow. Friends who like it can pay attention to it. The production process of a good bow is as high as more than 200 steps, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and very complicated. In comparison, wild bows are much simpler and more crude. In a word, it's okay as long as it can be used. Yi Xing cut a piece of wood as thick as an arm from the fat tree. The wood of the fat tree is hard and tough, and is a good material for making bows. After testing the toughness limit, Yi Xing cut off a part of the wood at both ends and cut it into an arc-shaped inner side. Cut out a notch to make a rope hole, and keep the hole in a half-moon shape. I followed the player at home and learned it in a very realistic way, but I was fooled by myself, laughing without saying anything. The player's hand speed is too fast. Can you slow it down 100 times so that I can learn it, witty? Bow and arrow enthusiasts, the player's technique is so perfect. Did you learn from a master? To be honest, this is my first time making a bow. If there is anything wrong, please don't be too surprised. Yi Xing did not lie. If he had not mastered the master-level craftsmanship, he would not have made any bows. The rough bow body is ready. Now I need a bowstring. In ancient times, people generally used cow tendons and cowhide as bowstrings, while modern people mostly use metal or fiber materials. Let's put it this way, if the bow body is the bow bone, then the bowstring is the bow soul. The best bowstring in the world is the dragon string. According to legend, the dragon tongue bow used by Lu Bu in the Kingdom of China when shooting the halberd at the gate was made of dragon tendons, and it was extremely powerful. And the king of Western Shu, Xiang Yu, used the overlord bow, which is said to be made of dragon tendons. One arrow can kill the enemy from 1,000 meters away. But these are all legends. There should be no dragons in the world, right? Yi Xing used the nylon rope on his back as the bowstring, and while tying the string, he interacted enthusiastically with netizens. Bow and arrow enthusiasts, there are dragons in this world. Although I have never seen one, I have heard from the old people that there are dragons in China. The last dragon appeared in the East China Sea in the last century. It may have become extinct. If you have a chance, please take us to see the sea. Unexpectedly, everyone in Yi Xing believed that there were dragons in this world. Yi Xing suddenly realized that this was not the world he was originally from. Maybe, there are really dragons? After the bowstring was on, Yi Xing began to make bows and arrows. He cut 10 arrows with dry wood. After cutting, they were placed on the stove and baked for a while to make them straighter. Is it done? Too fast, right? Bow and arrow enthusiasts, your arrow is still not flat enough. Without feathers, it may be difficult to shoot accurately. Under such conditions, it is amazing to be able to make it. How can you ask for perfection? He is a craftsman, and he deserves a reward. I don't know how good your archery is. If it's terrible, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Yes, if you're not good at archery in the wild, it's better not to shoot. Can you show me? If you can hit the black stone behind, I'll follow you. Although you don't need a little fan, who said it's not bad? I really love my fans. Be prepared to become a fan. But that stone is too big and not challenging. Let's try something challenging. Has anyone heard of shooting a willow? Shooting a willow? I've only heard of flower willow and chicken willow, scratching my head. Archery enthusiasts, shooting a willow is a game that tests archery skills. In ancient times, people put pigeons in a gourd, which was hung high on a willow tree. They bent their bows and shot the gourd to let the pigeons fly out. The higher the pigeons flew, the better the score. So but there is no pigeon gourd here? It's okay, let's try something else. Yi Xing picked a sand onion and put it in the gap of the fat tree's bark. He stepped back about 100 steps to keep his distance. How about we make a bet? If I can hit that sand onion, friends who haven't followed me can follow me. If I don't hit it, I'll give everyone a big red card. Yi Xing stretched his muscles and bones, eager to try. What a joke! The sand onion is not as thick as a little finger. You are at least 50 meters away. If you can hit it, I'll call you daddy. The flag has been set, waiting for the speed of light to slap my face, eating melon. Archery enthusiasts, although you are very good, You are not a master archer after all, and the bow and arrow you use are still very unstable. You will lose money with this one. I have switched the wireless network to 5G, ready to grab the red at any time. The adventure program has become a sports competition. This style change is amazing. Hu Yixing took a deep breath, then covered his eyes with a headscarf. Holding the bow handle, the arrow was on the string, ready to go. C20 go through the green onion in 100 steps. Extreme rock climbing, a whoosh sound. An ordinary arrow cut through the air like a shooting star and landed on the fatty tree 50 meters away. As the camera gets closer, the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room could clearly see the tiny green onions split in two by the arrow. Yixing took off his eye mask and shook his flowing hair. The effect of 100 shots with 100 hits is indeed incredible. The moment the arrow shot out, Yixing had a hunch that it would hit. This is an indescribable intuition, very wonderful. Cow beep 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 beep. Dad Yi. Arrow enthusiasts, the anchor is wrong. You are powerful beyond imagination. How much did Red Bull pay you? Doping special drink will be given to you 10 times. 100 steps can lead to a yang. Oh no, 100 steps can lead to a scallion. The key point is that it was shot while blindfolded. It was so damn showy. My scalp was numb and a piece of my hair fell out. Wake up, kid, you have no hair to lose, you are bald. Princess Chi Chi, Big Brother is always the best, can't do anything without. I love you so much, pink love emoticon. Husband loves you. No grabbing is allowed, belongs to. The anchor has gained a new title, Blindfolded Archer. I'm a fan now, from now on will be a big fan of Xing Family Army. Netizens were very excited. It was really shocking to witness this kind of plot that only happens in TV series. Likes, gifts, attention, comments, and retweets all skyrocketed. Yixing checked the popularity value of, which was close to 2 million. I want to buy Lucky Bag, but out of curiosity, finally chose to buy a Super Lucky Bag. Super Lucky Bag sells for 10 times as much as Lucky Bag and requires 1 million popularity points. But the odds of winning in what comes out could be better. Open. Ding, congratulations on acquiring the skill Extreme Rock Climbing. Extreme Rock Climbing, you can climb quickly in any scene and it is not easy to fall. Before Yixing had time to study the new skill carefully, got dirty. A few black spots appeared on the sand in the distance. They were so fast that they were less than 100 meters away from Yixing in the blink of an eye. If you look closely, you will see a group of dog-like animals. It's the wolves. After Yixing recognized them, his first thought was to run. If there are two, there may be hope of victory, but if you encounter a group, you can only run for your life. What is that? Wild husky? Ha, you are a wild wolf. It's so rare that there are still wolves in the desert. Zoo manager, desert wolves are more wild than jungle wolves, and their desire for meat is also extraordinary. The anchor may have to go all the way west to see Tathagata. The speed of wolves is close to 70 kilometers per hour, which is several times faster than humans. I'm sure I can't run away, but there's a fat tree next to me. Yixing used Extreme Rock Climbing and climbed to the top of the tree with his hands and feet. When climbing, my hands and feet produced a strong suction force. Relying on this suction, Yixing's climbing is extremely easy, even comparable to that of a monkey. In 2 breaths, he climbed to the top of the 30-meter-high tree. At the same time, the wolves also rushed over. A total of people gathered around the fat tree where Yixing was standing. He raised his head, his amber eyes sharp and fierce. This seems to be their plate. Judging from the blood stains on the corners of their mouths, must have gone hunting. Yixing's intrusion into their territory is like a sheep entering a wolf's mouth. Fortunately, they are not very good at climbing trees. The most powerful one can only climb 6 meters without falling off. Yixing is safe for now. But we can't keep wasting it. What should we do? Window_Taboola equals window_Taboola.push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, Taboola below article thumbnail 300 x 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 x 250, target type, mix, C21-7 Wolves vs Ghost Spider Chapter 21 Wolf vs Ghost-Faced Spider, you were so cool at climbing a tree. Even world champions can't climb as fast as you. This is a real wolf. Stop making sarcastic remarks. Everyone, please help me escape. Take a shit and run away while they are eating shit. This wolf is not a dog. Please move away. Wolves are afraid of fire. Just like dealing with man-eating lizards, you can deal with them with fire. Do you really think you are a fire wizard? Obviously, the Molotov cocktails are all gone. Everyone, please stop arguing. You seem to have made up your mind. Look, Yi Xing stood on a branch, looking down. The wolves were either lying or sitting, but they refused to leave. They were waiting for Yi Xing to move. Yi Xing adjusted his state, pulled out an arrow, and put it on the string. That's right, he planned to shoot them in the most direct way, injuring or killing them. Hit! The first arrow was shot and penetrated the waist of one of the wolves. As the saying goes, a copper head, iron bones, and tofu waist, the wolf's waist is the most vulnerable part of its body. After being shot, it is difficult to stand up, let alone run. Then the second arrow, the third arrow, the fourth arrow. The wolves reacted quickly, but facing Yi Xing's arrows, they would be shot even if they avoided the harm. The injured wolves supported each other and retreated. They curled up, their tails tucked between their hips, howled, and expressed their submission with body language. Yi Xing breathed a sigh of relief. There were only 2 arrows left on his body. If the wolf fought to the death, he would not be able to escape from here intact. Just as he was about to get down from the tree, a terrifying scene happened. A large sandbag bulged on the dry sand. The sandbag kept moving and came in front of the wolf pack. What's in the sandbag? Yi Xing stopped moving and watched intently. With a puff, the sand was shaken apart, and the things wrapped inside were exposed to the air. After seeing its appearance clearly, Yi Xing was shocked. This is a super spider. It is twice as big as a desert wolf, and its head is bigger than a basketball. It is black all over, its legs are as thick as fingers, its claws are dark green, and its 8 eyes on its head are like rotten black pearls in bubble tea, which is evil and scary. Unlike other spiders, it also has a mouth on its abdomen. What Yi Xing finds most difficult to accept is that this thing has a face that looks 3 parts human and 1 part ghost. It seems to be an old acquaintance with the wolf, and they started fighting without saying a word when they met. The mouth on the spider's head sprayed out a large pool of white juice. These juices quickly formed a large net in the air, wrapping the 2 wolves. The injured wolf's agility decreased and was hit. See, the spider sucked with its mouth and pulled the 2 wolves under it. At this time, the mouth on its abdomen opened, stretched out a tumor-like flesh tube, and inserted it into the wolf's skull. What is this doing? Yi Xing frowned. Start biological atlas, target analysis successful. Basic properties of the target: ghost-faced spider Animalia theraphidae arachnida. Characteristics of the target: the venom is highly corrosive, the cuticle is very thick, the speed is twice that of an ordinary human, it expands its body size by sucking brain marrow, and its abdomen is relatively fragile. Damn. Another species I haven't seen before. Like to suck brain marrow? Yi Xing couldn't help but touch his head. See, 22 wolves defeated. Anchor in danger. Not only Yi Xing, but also the netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked. It is indeed the Sea of Death, full of monsters. This thing is so ugly and disgusting, I'm going to vomit. The wolves are so pitiful. Can the anchor save them? Save me, the anchor himself can't even save himself. Sports expert, this is a ghost-faced spider. I encountered one when I was climbing before. If not for the 2 domestic golden retrievers who desperately saved me, I would have died a long time ago. How about the golden retriever? Sports expert, when the golden retrievers were found, a hole was opened in their foreheads and their brains were sucked away. Ugh, brain-sucking spider, my whole body is shaking just thinking about it. Is the anchor in danger? Sports expert, ghost-faced spider's favorite food is monkey brain and human brain. The anchor is in danger. The injured wolves are no match for the ghost-faced spider. One after another, the ghost-faced spiders sucked their brains. The last 2 wolves howled and ran away with their tails between their legs. What are you doing standing around? Go chase them, and then take the opportunity to run away. Since the ghost-faced spider was relatively close to the fatty tree, Yi Xing did not dare to come down easily. According to his idea, when the ghost-faced spider chased the wolf, he could leave safely. What made him uneasy was that the ghost-faced spider did not pursue the defeated wolf. In other words, it knows that it cannot catch up and is unwilling to do useless work. What frightened Yi Xing even more was that this ugly thing controlled 8 disgusting spider legs and climbed up the tree. It turns out that it had already discovered itself. The reason why I didn't take action immediately was I wanted to save Yi Xing's delicious meal for last and enjoy it slowly. I'm so desperate, TM is about to burst. Anchor, don't panic, shoot it to death with an arrow. I think it's disgusting. Didn't the anchor say that he is anti-venom? Why not fight it with a real gun? Fuck me, do you really think the anchor is a scion? This can scare people to death if jumps directly. 30 meters, if you dare to jump down, you will definitely land in a box. Netizens are like ants on a hot pot, anxious and in a mess. Yi Xing was so angry that he pulled a full moon bow and shot out an arrow. Its abdomen was covered, so the next best thing was to aim at its head. Hit! But it opened its mouth and swallowed the arrow, using the venom from its body to corrode the wooden arrow. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Watching it getting closer and closer to me, Yixing had an idea and poked a big hole in Fatty Tree's body with his tactical knife. The water inside gushes out. The ghost-faced spider that was about to attack Yixing was interrupted by the current and almost rushed down. Yixing turned around, lay on the other side of the tree, and slid down. The moment it reached the same height as the ghost-faced spider, the mouth on its abdomen opened, and the flesh-colored straw used to open the brain and suck out the marrow popped out, curved in the air, and stabbed Yixing in the forehead. What a risk! Yixing shrank his neck. His body's instinct should have allowed him to escape the disaster. After sliding down, Yixing aimed in one direction and ran wildly. The ghost-faced spider is in hot pursuit. Its speed is twice that of humans, but with the blessing of the sprint skill, Yixing's speed has increased by 100%, and the two sides always maintain a certain distance. Everyone should have seen the current situation. Is being chased by an ugly spider. It can't run away from, but can't get rid of it either. At times like this, it's not just endurance, but also courage that matters. Don't be too nervous. The best way to overcome fear is to face it, Ollie. After discovering that the ghost-faced spider couldn't catch up with him, Yixing gradually relaxed. Purple Sistanch has brought considerable changes to his body. He could last at least an hour in this high-speed running state. An hour was enough for him to find a way to deal with the monster behind him. I still have time to explain this situation to you guys. The host's psychological quality is too stable. Not only that, but my physical fitness is also incredible. Ordinary people would be burping when they run like this in the desert, right? Facing danger with a smile, your dream will come true. Take courage and move forward firmly, and miracles will definitely happen. Hey guys, the Ultraman theme song is out. Come on Anchor, Ollie is here. Half an hour later, life appeared. C-23 camel exploded. Ghost spider died. Leafstar discovers the body of a camel. There was no weight or mark on the body, so it should be a wild camel. The camel has been dead for a long time and its body has not yet decayed. But its belly is as bulging as an inflated ball, which is very weird. Why did the broadcast stop? Run quickly, the monster is about to catch up. Everyone would be tired after running for so long, and the spider's speed seemed to have slowed down a bit. What's going on with this camel? Could it be Ani's body? What are you thinking? Ani's fur is white. This is obviously a yellow-haired camel. I suspect you are a fake fan. The camel's belly is so big, it must be pregnant. It would be too tragic to kill two people. Have you ever heard of a whale explosion? Whales live in the sea for a long time, and the air pressure in their bodies is very strong. In addition, it eats a lot, and the intestinal pressure increases after death, which may cause the intestines to explode. The power is weaker than a gas tank explosion. In the same way, the fat in the camel's body cannot be metabolized after death, and it will not produce flammable gas. If you approach it without permission and touch it at will, it is very likely to explode its body. Although the power of a camel explosion is as powerful as a whale, it can also be underestimated. Yixing had a new idea and drew the last arrow. I understand. This broadcaster wants to use the explosion to kill the spider. Halo, when did Bo want to die? He obviously wanted to use his strength to fight. So smart, the knowledge star is just like. Can it really be done? The closer the distance, the greater the damage caused by the explosion. Yixing stopped deliberately just to wait for the ghost-faced spider to chase after him. But the ghost-faced spider is an old bastard. Perhaps it sensed something was amiss, so it sprayed out a stream of smelly venom when it was still a short distance away from Yixing. Yixing pretended to be hit by venom and lay on the ground. Seeing this, the ghost-faced spider hesitated again and quickened its pace, eager to suck Yixing's brain. At the moment when its body was about to step over the camel carcass, Yixing, who was ready to go, jumped up like a carp, jumped back with all his strength, and shot the last arrow at the same time. Bang! The arrow penetrated the body's belly, causing an explosion. The entrails from the camel's belly flew all over the sky. Yixing distanced himself in time and was not injured. A hole was blown out of the fragile abdomen of the ghost-faced spider, and brain-like fluid flowed all over the floor. It was going to die for a long time. Yes. Success. Shot the sky with a blast. The king of outdoor jungle, who else? Ghost-faced spider, damn it, I was tricked by this kid. Look, it seems like something came out of its mouth. Before the ghost-faced spider died, a large number of small spiders were sprayed out of its mouth, and they crawled around the desert in a scattered manner. The way the ghost-faced spider lays eggs is quite special. The eggs cannot come out until the mother dies. About 20,000 eggs can be laid at one time, and only 1/5 of them can grow up successfully. It can be used as nutrients for other animals in the desert. Yi Xing suddenly felt a little emotional. Nature is really cruel at times. If you die, I will die. This series of exciting battles and life and death chases brought the popularity of the live broadcast room to a new level. Netizens' love is like a roller coaster, with ups and downs. The gifts kept coming, helping Yi Xing reach the top of the newcomer list. Fan value has reached a new level. Congratulations, the fan value of Suez Live Broadcast Room exceeded 500,000, and you will receive a reward. See 24 Another Day Full of Hope Chapter 24 Another Day Full of Hope. Congratulations, the fan value of Suez Live Broadcast Room has exceeded 50W, and he has been awarded the Sword Mastery. Sword Mastery, perfectly master the characteristics and offensive skills of sword and knife weapons. Finally got a practical skill to enhance attack power. If swords are compared to games, Yi Xing was a novice who had just registered a game account before. Sword Mastery made him go from a novice to a full-level god. If he were to participate in fencing or knife fighting competitions now, it would be easy to win the global championship, and it would be more than enough to win the national championship. Yi Xing tried to play with the tactical knife in his hand. The knife seemed to be injected with soul, and it danced with his fingers. Fuck! The broadcaster just escaped from danger and started to show off again. This flower knife is played to perfection. I played like this when I was still young man, remember to take time to buy insurance for yourself. Crazy husband, brother Xing is so handsome, this is hard technology, really sprayed, changed to another one. Deliberately showing off, brother just accidentally revealed his strength. Yi Xing laughed, snapped his fingers, and continued to set off. Before dark, he did not encounter any more fearful creatures. Lucky, found 2 fragrant fruits, dinner was settled. Yi Xing sat down next to a bachelor tree. Rest here tonight. There are limited containers for water, so I have to drink sparingly. Fortunately, there is moisture in the air. I'll teach you a plant condensation method to collect dew. Yi Xing covered the branches of the bachelor tree with a plastic bag and tied it with a nylon rope. Every once in a while, a small cup of water would be produced in the plastic bag, enough for him to last until tomorrow morning. He checked the popularity value and it returned to more than 1 million. Yi Xing gritted his teeth and bought a lucky bag and a super lucky bag. Open the lucky bag first. Thank you, and wish you good luck. Thank you, and wish you good luck. Ding, congratulations on getting a bottle of weapon strengthening liquid. Almost opened it for nothing. Weapon strengthening liquid is used to enhance the attack power and hardness of weapons. Yi Xing poured it on the tactical knife, and the strengthening liquid was absorbed instantly when it touched the blade. It looks like nothing has changed. Yi Xing found a stone and tried it. With one cut, the stone was cut in half. The blade was intact. Awesome! Yi Xing's eyes lit up. If he ran into another flesh-catching vine or man-eating lizard, he would be sure to kill them. Then he opened the super lucky bag. Ding, congratulations on getting the Ancient Language Mastery. Ancient Language Mastery, master all ancient characters and be able to speak ancient languages fluently. This is a very powerful auxiliary skill, which will definitely come in handy at a critical moment. After chatting with netizens for a while, Yi Xing, who was in a bad mood, pointed the camera at the starry sky and entered a meditative state. Did you start practicing breathing again? The day passed so quickly, and I found that I hadn't done the homework assigned by the teacher, tears in my eyes. That's nothing. I squatted in the toilet for 1 hour to watch the live broadcast. The boss counted me as absent from work. I lost my salary for 1 day. I feel so sad. Yes, watching this is much more exciting than watching TV dramas. It seems like I am in the scene. Hey, others are 20 years old, challenging the restricted area, fighting monsters with wisdom, and are full of courage. I am 20 years old, eating instant noodles, having fun, and being a deer. Happy time is short, it's time to say goodbye again, let's go, good night. The morning light slowly opened the curtain, and it was another day full of hope. Yi Xing opened his eyes and stretched his muscles, and there was a crackling sound in his body. Without exception, the first thing he did was to do push-ups. The muscles contain explosive energy, and there is a sense of security. There were more than 10,000 people online in the live broadcast room. Many people had actually fallen asleep, but they did not exit the live broadcast room. Good morning, everyone. As I said before, breakfast is very important, so you must not be careless. Although Yi Xing said this, he actually did not have much food. He took out half a compressed biscuit from his bag and soaked it in dew to satisfy his hunger. It seems like something is coming? A bright object appeared in the southwest, which aroused Yi Xing's vigilance. Yi Xing pulled out a tactical knife, took a defensive posture, and used a drone to launch a drone at the target. Oh, is it? Am I dazzled? Yi Xing could not believe his eyes, because he saw a ship. A ship moving forward in the desert. C-25 desert ship. Is that a boat? How can there be a boat in the desert? This is too ridiculous. WDMY. A supernatural incident occurred early in the morning? Fortunately, Liang, if it were night, I would be scared to death. Could it be a mirage? Well, that makes sense. I'm afraid is an illusion. This is not a virtual image, it is real. Mirages can be seen but not touched, and are generally far away. The ship in front of him is getting closer and closer to Yi Xing. Finally, he stopped in front of Yi Xing. This is a ship made of blue stone. The hull is about 7 meters and the width is about 2 meters. After years of erosion by wind and sand, the hull is riddled with holes and dilapidated, and seems to be ready to collapse at any time. Yi Xing stretched his head to look at his eyes, which contained a lot of sand. Human skeletons emerge from beneath the sand. The bones are very brittle. They have been dead for who knows how many years. They are so crumbly that they break into pieces when touched. It was clear that the boat had been manned before. Then the question is, who built this ship? What's the purpose of making it? First, it has no buoyancy, and second, it has no pulleys and mechanical devices. How does it move forward in the desert? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi Xing wouldn't be able to believe such a ridiculous thing as a boat appearing in the desert. It's a ghost ship, it must be a ghost ship. Anchor, run. Watch more cartoons for you upstairs. If it was really the host of Ghost Ship, he would have died already, okay? Archaeological researcher, there were many countries in the ancient desert, perhaps created by humans. Archaeological researcher, this is a major discovery. There may be ruins of an ancient country nearby. Archaeological researcher, anchor, look at the hull to see if there are any special logos or words on it. Yi Xingdan held his chin and circled the stone ship. I think this blue stone is very strange. Start item illustration, target analysis in progress, analysis successful. Basic attribute of the target, meteorite, target characteristics, it has a special magnetic field and super memory ability, and can convert light energy into kinetic energy. It turns out to be a meteorite with special powers, which can explain why it can travel in the desert. The researcher's guess is correct. This ship should have been built by ancient people. There were originally facilities on the ship, but they decayed over time. There is a piece of gold at the bow of the ship. Look, there are words on it, which translates to Yuchi in Chinese. Yuchi is a popular surname. Think about it and see if there is any country in the Sea of Death that has Yuchi as its surname. Yi Xing gave it a try and asked netizens questions. I didn't expect that the anchor is also proficient in ancient Chinese. It's amazing. My brother. When I get off, I will search on Dunyang. Archaeological researcher, Yuchi is the surname of the Khotan Kingdom. The geographical location of our country is the belly of the Sea of Death. The country lasted for more than 1,000 years, but it was eventually destroyed. Living in the Sea of Death for more than 1,000 years? Is this something a human can do? Archaeological researcher, you can't say that. The desert is not a barren land. In ancient times, there were many oases and water sources in the desert. There were not many monsters. There were sufficient resources, so it was not difficult to survive. Then what is going on with this ship? What drives it? Archaeological researcher, this. I'm not sure about this either. I need professionals to answer it. The reason why the ship can travel through the desert is because of the stones. This is a meteorite. The material is quite special and has very strong magnetism and memory. If I guessed correctly, it has been following a fixed route over and over again in the desert. So, it doesn't move forward actively, it moves passively. The stop is due to insufficient energy, and it needs to be replenished before it can start again. The hull can be understood as a large solar charging device. This is most likely a car exclusively used by the Khotan royal family. For those who want to see where it is going, please deduct 1. Yi Xing explained. 1111111. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. 1 by 1, 1 by 1. Netizens clicked on all kinds of ones, and their curiosity was stoked. Yi Xing turned over on the boat and threw out the sand accumulated in the boat. Okay, let's go and see where it ends. C-26 Fighting the Giant Lizard. Chapter 26 single-handedly challenged the lizard. A few minutes later, the stone boat started after the charging was completed. The speed was not too fast at first, about the same as the speed of a bicycle. After cleaning the sand, Yi Xing saw a round pedal underneath. Yi Xing stepped on it, and the speed of the stone boat increased sharply. He estimated that the speed should have reached 3,040 kilometers per hour. It seems that the pedal is used to accelerate. As Yixing guessed, in addition to accelerating, the direction of the stone boat cannot be controlled at all. It moves forward along a fixed route. I don't know where to stay at night, and there is no human habitation in the vast flat sand. Yixing sat firmly at the bow, letting the hot wind mess up his hair. Quietly appreciate the scenery along the way, although there is nothing to see. Oh my, it's incredible, the anchor started to recite poetry. Traveling by boat in the desert, it's really fucking cool. Do you think this boat will take the anchor to the monster's lair? Can I hope for something good? Maybe I can find a treasure. This is the first time I think the desert is more beautiful than I imagined. They walked for more than an hour. When Yixing was drinking water, a huge creature rose from the sand. The next second, it opened its extremely smelly bloody mouth and bit towards Yixing's head. Fuck! Yixing was shocked when he saw its appearance. Sandy brown skin, thick scales, and a body length of more than 5 meters. There were some burn marks on the body. Isn't this the man-eating lizard I met the night before? This thing is like a chameleon, lying in the desert with skin that is extremely similar to the color of sand. One carelessness gave this thing a chance to attack. Yixing leaned back, and the man-eating lizard bit nothing. It was bad, and this guy climbed onto the stone boat. Yixing pulled out his tactical knife and confronted it head-on. The man-eating lizard showed anthropomorphic contempt in its sinister eyes. Last time, Yixing's knife didn't hurt it, so it was even more fearless this time. It turned its head like lightning and swallowed Yixing into its stomach. The person is gone just like that? Eat it, the anchor was eaten by it. Woo, what should I do? This is too sudden, I can't accept it. We were talking and laughing just now. How come? The life-restricted area is really not a place for joking. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? Hey! Something's wrong, look, the anchor seems to be still alive. After swallowing Yixing, the man-eating lizard twisted wildly before it had time to digest it. A knife pushed out of its body. Then, the knife cut its entire abdomen. Yixing, covered in blood, crawled out of the gap. You can swallow some things, but you can't mess with some people. Be more careful in your next life. Yixing stabbed it several times and knew its life completely. Sorry, I scared everyone. Originally, I wanted to kill it from the outside, but this thing hit a thing, and it turned around too quickly, so I took advantage of it and broke it from the inside. It's just that this blood smells a bit bad. Yixing scratched his body a few times. He really wanted to take a cold shower now. But the conditions don't allow it. The silly princess, I knew that my brother would not leave me alone, I am wiping tears. This wave of operation of the world in my stomach is really cool, but I like it. Single-handedly killed the lizard. Ning is really strong. I was scared to death by you. Can you give me a warning before you play with your life next time? Good people live a peaceful life. When Yixing was considering whether to eat it for dinner, a hissing sound came from the air. Looking carefully, one man-eating lizard after another emerged from the vast sand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I can't count them. At least more than 10 man-eating lizards have emerged from the sand one after another. They are a little bigger, about 23 meters. They ran towards the stone ship with a bloodthirsty desire. What's going on? See 27, the end of the ship, the place where Buddhism gathers. Chapter 27, the end of the ship, where the Dharma converges. The teeth of man-eating lizards are not well developed, so they choose to swallow directly when eating, and then digest with gastric juice. But their claws are extremely sharp, and if they are accidentally scratched, it is not the lightest to say that the skin and flesh are torn apart. If hundreds of man-eating lizards rush at the same time, Yixing is afraid that he will be torn to pieces. Just thinking about it makes me feel terrified. Hurry up, faster. Yixing threw the man-eating lizard he killed off the boat. After reducing the weight, the speed of the boat increased, but it was not easy to get rid of them. Oh my god, why are there so many of them at once? Anchor danger. Wildlife Observer, this should be their plate, so there are such an astonishing number of man-eating lizards. Wildlife Observer, the man-eating lizard that the anchor killed is likely to be their leader. So they want to report to the leader? Wildlife Observer, this is only one of the reasons. Another important point is that after the leader dies, a new leader will emerge from among them. Wildlife Observer, if it can kill the anchor, it proves that it is stronger than the original leader, and it will naturally gain the support of other man-eating lizards. The head of the analysis said, I just want to ask what to do in this situation. Wildlife Observer, I personally suggest posing a heroic pose, so that you can die with dignity. Yixing stood on the boat with his sword horizontally, and scanned the surroundings nervously. He found that compared with the man-eating lizard that he killed, these smaller man-eating lizards were slower. The base is behind, on the left, and on the right could not catch up with the speed of the boat. Only the man-eating lizards standing in front of them had a chance to charge the boat. All Yixing had to do was to cut down those man-eating lizards that were fluttering up one by one. Not only were they smaller in size, but their scales were also more fragile. With the enhanced tactical knife in hand, it was only a matter of one cut. In addition to their claws, these beasts also sprayed poison. Fortunately, Yixing had the physique of immune to all poisons. Otherwise, he would have been poisoned long ago. After killing 5 man-eating lizards, he finally temporarily distanced himself from them. Yixing suffered some minor injuries. Perhaps his physical fitness has improved by leaps and bounds in the past few days, and the speed of wound healing is several times faster than before. The speed of the boat gradually slowed down, and stopped in front of a monument a few minutes later. This should be the terminal. Look, this steel and the ship are made of the same material, and they are made of the same meteorite. They should have a mutual attraction. If I'm not mistaken, there is such a steel at the starting point and the end point of the ship. Yixing jumped off the ship and gently brushed the dust off the steel. I roughly understand, the principle is the same as the green fly paying back the money. What does the green fly pay back? The green fly is a special insect. Legend has it that the blood of the mother and the child of the green fly is smeared on the money. The money smeared with the mother's blood or the child's blood will fly back after it is used. The steel seems to have words, and I can't understand the ancient text, shame. 2 words, mata. The ancients arranged words differently from us now. So the correct arrangement is not mata, but dharma. The word dharma is a combination of the ancient country of Khotan and Sanskrit. The correct understanding is dharma, which means dharma. Khotan's national religion is Buddhism. Dharma is a Buddhist patriarch, so the meaning of the stele should be the gathering place of Buddhism. That is to say, this place is very likely to have been the center of Buddhism in Khotan. Yixing looked up and looked forward. There was a lot of fog in front of him, and he couldn't see what was hidden inside. Damn, even Dharma came out? That anchor went in to take a look. Maybe there is a living Buddha inside, funny. Am I the only one who feels that it is spooky? Don't go in. What if there are monsters hiding inside? Monsters? Why didn't you say there is a water-spouting dragon king inside? A tongue-spitting sound came from his ears. Turning around, he saw a dense crowd of man-eating lizards chasing him. The haunting creature. The boat could no longer carry him forward. After Yixing cursed inwardly, he plunged into the vast fog. C28 Desert Corpse Flower, Buddhist temple ruins. What is surprising is that the group of cannibal lizards all stopped when they approached the mist. They made a sound of panic and did not dare to take another half-step forward. Are there really any monsters here? Disgusting smell. When I walked in, I realized that what was floating in the air was not mist at all, but the invisible miasma that kills people. It was filled with giant black and yellow smelly konjac. This is a rare plant with a yellow flower bone on it. Come, let me introduce you to everyone. This is the desert corpse flower. When it blooms, it emits an unbearable stench. How to describe it? It probably tastes like a pot of dung poured on rotten meat. You can imagine it yourself. Yixing pinched his nose. If he hadn't eaten less in the morning, he might have vomited. Bo's description is so apartment. When I was eating meat, I felt like I smelled like shit. Thank you. Strange, why are there such plants? How do they get the nutrients to grow so big? I just checked, stinky konjac attracts insects and animals by releasing a smell, and then waits for the opportunity to eat them, and their body fluids replenish their own nutrition. Isn't that the same routine as piranha? Wrong. That guy was just talking about ordinary stinky konjac. These are mutant species in front of me. The smell they emit is not to attract animals, but to block all creatures from entering this place. This kind of odor will form a highly toxic miasma. If any creature breaks in without permission, it will definitely die. This is also the main reason why the man-eating lizards dare not come in. Why am I still alive? Because I'm awesome. Yixing shook his hair and blatantly pretended to be beeping. Look, each smelly konjac has a corresponding Sanskrit symbol, which means protection. I suspect that this was planted by man. The purpose of keeping it is to protect the things inside. Yixing walked forward and passed through the smelly konjac area, and a square wall appeared in front of him. After countless years of wind and sand attack, the wall is like an incomplete guard, as if it will collapse with a slight push. Yixing held the tactical knife in his hand and reached inside. The area inside is about the size of a football field. After crossing the wall, there is an open space of mud and sand. The Khotan people believe in Mahayana Buddhism, so this can be understood as their cultural center. The ultimate goal of Mahayana Buddhism and Hinayana Buddhism is actually the same, but the process of seeking Buddha is different. Simply put, it is to save others and to save oneself. This place is as important to the Khotan people as the square is to the ant. It is their spiritual place. The place where I am standing may be a place where believers worship. Ordinary believers may not be eligible to enter the inner chamber. The pagoda, the monk's room, and the sutra room have all been buried under the sand. The only thing left standing is the main hall. A relatively intact building appeared in the center, but the door had long since decayed. Yi Xing could vaguely see the furnishings inside. Li Shuai of the examination team, this is incredible, the broadcaster actually discovered the ruins of the Buddhist temple in the country. This is definitely the biggest news in the examination world in the near future. Li Shuai of the examination team, please wait and see where you are. I will contact the hospital and go to the site to investigate. Li Shuai of the examination team, remember, never act without authorization, let alone destroy cultural relics, otherwise you will bear serious legal liability. That's a bit uncomfortable to say. I'm not from your courtyard. Why should I obey your orders? Li Shuai of the examination team, he is from China, so he should have this awareness. Other side. Li Shuai, who was watching the live broadcast in the Examination Institute, reported the news of the discovery of Buddhist temple ruins in the Sea of Death to his superiors. It's unbelievable. We sent out so many examination teams, but none of them found this ruins. But a small broadcaster actually found it? Judging from the picture, there should be no tomb robbers visiting yet. There may be historical artifacts of great significance inside, and we must find a way to get to the scene as soon as possible. The examiners held an impromptu meeting and finally decided to contact Yi Xing immediately and ask him to report the real-time location. And he is not allowed to leave without permission or do any other behavior before the examination team arrives. After Yi Xing answered the phone, he immediately became angry. Friends in the live broadcast room, I just received a call from the exam team. I don't know why, but the mobile phone signal suddenly became unstable after answering the call. So I decided to temporarily close the live broadcast room and reopen it when the signal is better. For those who haven't followed, remember to follow me before leaving. Yi Xing was too lazy to talk to those on the examination team and interrupted the live broadcast in anger. Netizens are not fools, and their emotions exploded after they reacted. It must be the guy named Li Shuai who threatened the broadcast, it's so fucking annoying. I also wanted to see what was inside, but now I can't see anything. At exam team Li Shuai, are you satisfied with how it is done? If you have the ability, go find it yourself. What's wrong with bullying Bo? You actually want to restrict the personal freedom of the broadcaster. I'm sorry, I was so disgusted that I vomited. Brothers, it's time to pick up the keyboard. If God had not given birth to me as a keyboard warrior, the 5G network would be useless. Let's go and find out what the trolls are capable of. Yi Xing's live broadcast was so exciting that more than half of the tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room went to stand up for justice for him. For a while, the official Weibo account of Li Shuai's test team was overwhelmed. See 29 strange golden Buddha statue. I never thought that a small Anchor's fans would be so powerful. Li Shuai became the target of public criticism. His never act without authorization was suspected of interfering with his personal freedom. As a result, the entire archaeological team was criticized. Finally, the official had to apologize. They said that they said impulsive words because of their emotional excitement. Yi Xing didn't know what happened in the outside world. He walked closer to the Buddhist temple. The moment he stepped over the threshold, the stench in the air disappeared without a trace. Sure enough, it is a solemn and holy place, even the stench is not allowed to come in. Yi Xing teased in his heart. The space inside is slightly smaller than expected. Although the miasma created by the stinking konjac can prevent the entry of organisms, it cannot prevent the invasion of nature. The walls around were mottled and cracked, with numerous murals of animals on them. Even after 1,000 years, the colors were still dazzling. When I got closer, I saw that the animals on the murals were standing on auspicious clouds and had golden light on their heads. They were all successful Buddhists. Unfortunately, the paintings were too abstract and Yi Xing didn't recognize any of them. There were many objects in the temple originally, but most of them were swallowed up by time. There were very few things left. The most eye-catching thing was the gilded Buddha sitting on the Buddha platform in the hall. Unlike other Buddhas with compassionate faces, the Buddha in front of me exuded a fearless aura. It seemed to be painted with a layer of gold paint. Even after so many years, the color was still the same and the golden light was shining. I've never seen a Buddha like this. Yi Xing shook his head and took 2 steps forward. This thing is weird. The closer he got, the more real Yixing felt it was. This kind of thing really makes you feel that it is not a Buddha statue, but a real person. The more you look at it, the weirder it feels. It holds a Vajra in its hand. There is a Sanskrit word written on the Vajra, which means, give me the power to defeat demons when translated. The tip of the Vajra is not facing upwards, but facing downwards. It pierced deep into the ground. The Vajra is a Buddhist tool for defeating demons. Is this sand really a terrible thing? The villain dies because of talking too much, and the villain dies because of his urge to do something. Yixing resisted the urge to pull out the Vajra to find out. Tighten the backpack and prepare to find a way to leave here. Staying here makes me feel palpitations, and my intuition tells Yixing that it is best to leave. Yixing turned around, and when he walked out, his right shoulder sank. A shriveled hand like a dead tree rested on it. Yixing was frightened and swung his sword, but it hit nothing. What is playing tricks on you? Get out of here. Amitabha with a long sigh, a kind-looking old man appeared in front of Yixing. What the hell? Yixing was really scared. Don't get me wrong, what you see now is my remaining consciousness. Spiritual body? Yixing calmed down and looked at the other party vigilantly. Bald head, wearing a scarlet cassock, looks like a high monk. Shouldn't consciousness disappear long ago after death? Yixing didn't quite believe him. My body is not gone, my heart is not dead, and my consciousness is still there. What does this mean? What do you want to do? The man smiled slightly and pointed. The golden Buddha you see is made of my flesh. The meaning of my existence is to protect the peace of the country. Unfortunately, my country has long been destroyed, and I have lost the meaning of protection. The old man sighed again, chanted Amitabha, and said to Yixing, as the saying goes, Buddha saves fate. I know you are in trouble, so I will use my last breath to help you out. The old man put his hands together and said slowly, this Vajra contains my remaining magic power. As long as you carry it, things outside will retreat 3 points when they see you and dare not approach. Why should I believe you? Yixing's thoughts were a little confused. If you follow the Dharma, you will be saved. It is better to live once than to build 100 Buddhist temples. Believe it or not, it is up to you. Amitabha, I will see the Tathagata in the west. After saying that, the old man turned into a bubble and disappeared into the air. Why do you feel dizzy? Yixing shook his head. Walked to the front of the golden Buddha and poked it gently with his sword. The sword pierced into the Buddha's back, and the Buddha bleeds, see 30 golden body melted. Evil spirit surges at the same time. Yixing received an apology call from the archaeological team. They found a very strange phenomenon, that is, they could not accurately locate Yixing's location. This may be related to the meteorite stele that is almost standing in front of the temple. In other words, without accurate coordinates, it is extremely difficult to find the ruins of the Buddhist temple even if you enter the desert. So, they can only settle for the second best and ask Yixing to continue live broadcasting. In this way, some useful clues can be obtained. As long as he does not deliberately destroy cultural relics, they will not interfere with his actions for any reason. Yixing started live broadcasting again. Hundreds of thousands of fans who received the reminder to start broadcasting flocked to him. The signal of the mobile phone suddenly became good, hee. Thinking of so many people waiting for him in front of the mobile phone computer, Yixing was still quite moved. Wow, the trace population has finally returned. Blink if you are threatened. Archaeological team Li Shuai, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that before, I've realized my mistake. Our Xingdu is not someone that anyone can bully, be careful next time. Okay, don't bring up the past, continue watching the live broadcast. Has the anchor entered the temple? What's the situation with the golden Buddha behind? What is the liquid flowing out of the Buddha? You may not believe it, but this Buddha's body is made of human body. What is flowing out of the body is mercury. Mercury is mercury. Although it is highly toxic, it has antiseptic and sterilizing effects. After the ancient alchemists discovered this, they thought it could be used on the human body to achieve the effect of preservation. The original owner of this golden Buddha you see should have been injected with mercury after death, and the surface was plated with gold, so that the body could be kept immortal. Of course, it is possible that mercury was injected while alive. As for the purpose, it is not clear yet. Is there any professional who can help analyze it? Yixing pointed the camera at the golden Buddha statue. Shaolin Huizhen, judging from the appearance of this golden body, he is not a registered figure in Buddhism, but was created wanton based on the image before his death. Damn, Shaolin Master is watching the live broadcast. Is he a fake monk? I clicked on his homepage, and it was officially certified. He is a real monk. I have no hair, Amitba, Shaolin Huijian. I have read in a wild history that the king of Khotan did not believe in Buddhism at first, until a monk with superb dharma appeared. He was convinced and converted to Buddhism. Shaolin Huijian, the book records that the monk's name was Jia Luo, and later became the national teacher of Khotan, but he died suddenly for unknown reasons. Shaolin Huijian, after Jia Luo died, the king specially built a temple for him, and changed his flesh body into an immortal golden body, offering incense. Shaolin Huijian, there is another dark version. The king went crazy for some reason and killed the people. The national teacher Jia Luo suppressed him with his life. After his death, the people built a temple for him to express their gratitude and help him become a Buddha. It's so mysterious that I almost believed it. The truth and falsehood of the records in the wild history cannot be counted. I believe it. Just now, I saw the owner of this golden statue. He knew that I was in trouble and told me that as long as I pulled out this vajra, I could disperse the man-eating lizards in front. It seems that there is no better choice, so I will give it a try. There was only half a bottle of water left in Yi Xing's bag, and there was very little food. If he was trapped here all the time, he would die of thirst and starvation. He believed in Buddha for once. I'll lend it to you. Yi Xing pulled out the vajra that was 3 feet into the ground. It was heavier than expected, about 30 pounds, and it was really difficult for ordinary people to lift it. Li Shuai from the archaeological team, host, this is a cultural relic, you have to hand it in after borrowing it. I don't need you to tell me, I'm not stupid. Is there a reward for handing it in? Of course, a reward of 50 yuan. Li Shuai from the archaeological team, ahem, the weather is good. Is there something wrong with the camera? Why is the camera shaking so much? Yes, it's not the camera, it's the live broadcast room that has a problem. After Yi Xing pulled out the vajra, the immortal golden body sitting on the stage softened. To be precise, it melted. It was like a piece of gram under high temperature. After melting, it became a pool of dead mercury. The palace shook violently. Oh no, it's going to collapse. Yi Xing ran out quickly with the vajra in his hand. His eyelids twitched violently, an extremely evil breath penetrated crazily from underground. See 31 worms appear. Besieged on all sides, the place where the vajra was originally inserted suddenly collapsed. It was as if an invisible force was stirring and forming a vortex. The murals and the altars were all sucked in. It seemed that something extraordinary was about to appear. What kind of natural phenomenon is this? It looks so scary. Could it be that some terrible seal has been triggered? Shaolin Huijian, I understand, I finally understand. Shaolin Huijian, the records in the unofficial history are correct. The owner of the golden statue was the national teacher who suppressed the monsters back then. So, the suppressed monsters should be in this temple. Shaolin Huijian, the vajra is the magic weapon that seals the monsters. The host pulled it out, which is equivalent to opening Pandora's box. No way, it has been more than 1,000 years. Even if there are monsters, they should have died long ago? The world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. Who can tell clearly about such things? Is it too late to put the vajra back now? Shaolin Huijian, the golden body is destroyed, there is no way to save the situation, run fast, run as far as you can. I have tried my best to run. Yi Xing ran out with the vajra. Compared with the lizards outside, he was more afraid of the unknown creatures on the ground. What he couldn't figure out was why the owner of the golden body lied to him. While running, Yi Xing looked back from time to time. When he looked back for the third time, he saw a scene that made him feel scared. A huge head poked out of the sand. This head is very similar to the terrifying creature in the movie Alien. There are no eyes, no ears, no nose, only a big mouth like a cracked anus. The side of the mouth is full of sharp teeth like knives. There are also 2 flesh-colored tentacles like pig intestines hanging on the top of the head. As ugly as it can be. As disgusting as it can be. When its entire body crawled out from the bottom of the hall, Yi Xing suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness as if he was shrouded by death. It is really too big. Its body length is over 10 meters, 2 or 3 times that of a lizard. It has no long legs, and its red skin is wrinkled and dry to the extreme. What on earth is this thing? Activate the Animal Atlas, target analysis. Analysis successful. Basic attributes of the target: mutant blood-sucking worm annelid. Characteristics of the target: it can spray out highly toxic liquid with paralysis effect, likes to swallow prey whole, suck their blood and then spit it out, can survive under the sand, has extremely strong vitality. The tentacles on the head can lock the target and create illusions. The 3-inch position on the head is the key point. It seems very weak. Should we take the opportunity to kill it? Puff. As soon as the idea of fighting came into being, a stream of red venom sprayed out of the mouth of the blood-sucking worm. There are many small pores in its mouth, and the venom sprayed out is like raindrops. The coverage area is too wide and it is hard to defend against. Yi Xing was more or less drenched. Although he is immune to all poisons, there is a very strong electric current in the venom, which is enough to paralyze an adult elephant to the ground. After being hit, Yi Xing lost consciousness and could not move. Oh no! The muscles of the blood-sucking worm's skin contracted, and it crawled forward, crawling towards Yi Xing. The Vajra in his hand suddenly emitted a warm energy, helping Yi Xing to get rid of the paralysis. It really has some magic power. After getting up, Yi Xing no longer hesitated and ran away at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. This thing is weak, but it is not easy to kill it. To be safe, it's better to get away. Oh my god, how can there be such a big worm? Could it be the legendary death worm? It's much bigger than the death worm, as if it has taken hormones, and it's so ugly that I can't describe it. Is there an insect control expert? Come out and help the anchor? Spray it with super insecticide and it will be solved. If it doesn't work, throw a bomb and turn it into ash. Don't talk nonsense. Where does the anchor have these things? Why didn't the anchor run away? Yi Xing stopped. The stinking konjac outside suddenly withered. This is definitely related to the fusion of the golden body. Yi Xing's mind was in a mess, full of question marks. But he didn't have time to think. After the stinking konjac withered, the poisonous miasma disappeared. The group of lizards wandering outside showed excitement and rushed from all directions. Fuck! The number of lizards has increased again. Yi Xing was surrounded by lizards. Wolves in front and tigers behind. Besieged on all sides. The blood-sucking worm behind me is coming. C-32 aim at the deadly point. Take the initiative to attack in a dilemma. The blood-sucking worm suddenly opened its mouth like a basin, swallowed the cannibal lizards in front of you. The seemingly ferocious man-eating lizard has no fighting power against the blood-sucking worms. In just a matter of seconds, several man-eating lizards were killed in its mouth. The mouth of the blood-sucking worm chewed. The vomited man-eating lizard turned into a pile of bloodless meat residue. Worry, this sucks blood faster than I drink yogurt. Have you noticed that the scratches it received from the claws of the man-eating lizard healed very quickly? Isn't this recovery ability so awesome? The anchor takes this opportunity and runs. After the worm sucked the blood of the man-eating lizard, its shriveled body slowly bulged up as if it were inflated. Its feeling of weakness has decreased, but it is gradually getting stronger and stronger. Its brutality and thirst for blood are chilling. The group of cannibal lizards who lost their troops and generals had to flee. The encirclement collapsed, and Yi Xing finally had a chance to escape. But for some unknown reason, it didn't chase the man-eating lizard, but instead bit Yi Xing to death. My blood doesn't taste good. It's bitter and poisonous. Go catch the man-eating lizards. Their blood is sweet and delicious. Go quickly. Yi Xing's shouting didn't have any effect. The Vajra in my hand is too heavy. Yi Xing's running speed was greatly reduced with it. The blood-sucking worms arrived in the blink of an eye, and their huge bodies formed a circle, trapping Yi Xing in it. Why didn't it eat me? Could it be? Yi Xing looked at the Vajra in his hand and understood. So you're afraid of this? Yi Xing held the Vajra, turned passive into active, and stabbed the body of the blood-sucking worm. Disappointingly, the broken wound healed quickly. The Vajra didn't play much of a role. The blood-sucking worm took the opportunity to swipe its tail towards Yi Xing. Damn it, I can't pull it off. The Vajra was stuck in its wrinkled skin. In order to avoid the blow, Yi Xing had to let go. The moment Yi Xing and Vajra separated, the blood-sucking worm suddenly launched an attack. The fear in its eyes disappeared and it bit Yi Xing. Anchor, treat it the same way you would deal with a man-eating monitor lizard. Get into its belly and disintegrate it from the inside. What are you talking about? Didn't you see the knife-like teeth on the side of the worm's mouth? If the anchor really did that, he would be cut into pieces before entering its belly. Lin Huijian, since the Vajra can suppress it, it means that the magic power is still there, but without the magic spell, it cannot activate its power. Fuck, the more you talk about it, the more evil it becomes. If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm a sick cat. Yi Xing was never one to sit back and wait for death. Since there is no way to escape, we can only fight to the death. The iron bridge can barely avoid its bite. Yi Xing grabbed the wrinkled skin on its body, put his hands and feet together, and climbed up. The lower inch of its head is its vitality, which is equivalent to the fatal point of human beings. As long as this place is broken, no matter how tyrannical it is, it will not escape death. As if sensing Yi Xing's thoughts, the blood-sucking worm twisted wildly, trying to shake him off. Sorry, this trick doesn't work for you. Extreme rock climbing plays a vital role at this time, generating suction on Yixing. No matter how hard it rolls, as long as Leaf Star doesn't want to come down, there's nothing you can do. Find, right here. There is a piece of transparent skin about the size of a coin at the lower inch of the blood-sucking worm's head. If you don't lie down on it, you can't see it at all. Ugly evil thing, go to hell. Yixing used all his strength to stab the tactical knife in. How could this happen? Before he could cheer, the next second, Yixing's face was filled with horror. He saw C-33 holding the diamond in hand. Give me the power to subdue demons. Chapter 33, Holding the Vajra. Granting the power to subdue demons, Yixing saw a pair of hands. A pair of skinny old hands emerged from the vitals of the blood-sucking worm. This is a pair of human palms. Yixing's tactics were firmly caught by these hands. A huge abscess swelled up on the transparent skin. Gradually, a humanoid creature appeared in the abscess. This was an extremely dry old man. Only a layer of bones covered with skin remained on his body, and the wrinkles of his skin were no less than those of the blood-sucking worm under his feet. The old man's eyes were turbid like a pool of muddy water, and the corners of his mouth were unnaturally crooked, as if he was grinning. A person grew on the worm? What kind of shape is this? My mother is cracked. Is it you, Orochimaru? Bo and his mother were both scared and cried. Hundreds of bare hands caught the blade. Can anyone tell me whether this is a live broadcast or a movie? Old man, surprised? Surprised? Do you remember what I said just now? I saw a golden man in the main hall. It turns out that it was not a golden man, but this old man who merged with the worm. This old man used the power of the worm to make me feel. The purpose is to trick me into pulling out the Vajra, so that I can unlock the seal. In short, this old man is very bad. Although the old man was so thin that only a skeleton was left, Yixing, who had a keen eye, still recognized him. The so-called spiritual body seen in the temple was just a deceptive feeling. Yixing kicked him, but his bones were so hard that the shock made Yixing's feet hurt. The old man took the tactics back and stabbed Yixing in the eyes. Yixing spun around and jumped off the worm. He ran quickly and came to the Vajra. He roared and pulled it off with all his strength. What is your relationship with Khotan? Why do you grow with worms? Yixing asked questions continuously, trying to communicate with him. But all failed. The old man's mouth is very similar to that of a worm. His tongue is nowhere to be found and he has lost the ability to speak. Only the most primitive desire for killing and bloodthirstiness remains. Shaolin Huijin, what is recorded in wild history is true. Shaolin Huijin, the book says that Yuchi Shinma, the 13th king of Khotan, gave up Buddhism in order to seek immortality and dedicated himself to a worm with extraordinary vitality, hoping to achieve symbiosis or even immortality with the help of the worm's body. Shaolin Huijin, in order to provide more food for the worm, Yuchi Shinma killed many people, fought everywhere, and sucked the blood of more than 2,000 people. He was finally sealed by the national teacher Jalua monk with a secret method. Shaolin Huijin, so it seems that the worm is this worm, and the old man who looks like a mummy on the worm is Yuchi Shinma, the king of Khotan at that time. It's really shocking. Doesn't this Yuchi Shinma live for more than 1,000 years? Not necessarily. Look, his body is full of corpse spots. I'm afraid he died a long time ago and became a part of the worm's body. Even Qin Shi Huang, who unified the country, couldn't find the way to immortality. It's ridiculous for a small king to want to change his fate against the will of heaven. If he had eaten 2 peanuts, he wouldn't be so bold. This blood-sucking worm has a very strong recovery ability. Ordinary cold weapons can hardly cause any harm to it. The tactics are taken away, and the life gate is protected by the humanoid mummy, which is harder than stone. The situation is extremely unfavorable to Yixing. It is really too difficult. He dodged the worm's attack in a panic, his brain was spinning rapidly. The only hope is the Vajra in his hand. A Shaolin master named Huijin in the live broadcast room just now said that he had to chant a spell to activate the power of the Vajra. It sounds unscientific, but Yixing has no choice but to try his best. Amitba. Mahayana. Pineapple water is much. Great and mighty dragon. Prajna Buddhas. World-honored Ksitigarbha. What is Prajna? Fuck, I don't remember so much. No, all wrong. Yixing dodged left and right, shouting at the top of his lungs. But the Vajra didn't react at all. The blood-sucking worm didn't expect Yixing to be so flexible and difficult to deal with. After a few rounds of entanglement, it started to think crookedly and drilled under the sand. The air suddenly became quiet. Yixing sweated profusely and looked around. He didn't know where the blood-sucking worm would come from. Bang! The sand under Yixing's feet suddenly exploded. The ugly and brutal chrysanthemum head of the worm broke out of the sand. The huge impact pushed Yixing to a height of more than 20 meters. The worm waited for Yixing to fall into its mouth with its mouth wide open. At the critical moment, a line of Sanskrit suddenly flashed in Yixing's mind. It was the line of words engraved on the Vajra, grant the power to subdue demons. Could it be that this is the mantra to activate the Vajra? I can only take a gamble. Yixing, whose body was falling rapidly, shouted, grant the power to subdue demons. C-34 The fire is burning. A life-threatening blow. Chapter 34 The fire is burning. A blow that bets your life immediately. There was a huge golden light in the sky. The Vajra radiates unparalleled heat. Yixing's hair was smoking, and his clothes were burning. Like a spark falling from the sky. Holy shit. Dumb crack. Broadcast self-immolation. This scene looks so familiar. Has anyone heard of a palm technique that falls from the sky? The Tathagata divine palm is about to reappear in the world. This is the rhythm of a jade and a stone dying together. Fried chicken is shocked. Do you dare to take this lens any closer? My dog eyes are blinded. Die. When Yixing was still 10 or 3 meters away, he concentrated all his strength into his right arm and threw the Vajra away. The burning Vajra is like the strongest rocket in the world. It accurately hit the life gate of the blood-sucking worm. The wizened old man who was protecting the gate of life was directly beaten into powder by the demon-conquering Vajra and burned into ashes. The penetrating power of the Vajra pinned the blood-sucking worm to death. The worm's body was set on fire, turning into a fiery snake struggling to its death. Finally, the Vajra and pestle were burned to ashes. Hey, you saved my life again. Yixing grabbed the Black Hawk drone and landed slowly, lying on the sand, breathing heavily. Fortunately, he threw the Vajra in time, otherwise he would have been burned to death. The thermostatic windbreaker he wore protected his skin from burns. But it was burned into a piece of tatters and could no longer maintain a constant temperature. The ends of the hair are burnt, but the roots are still strong and do not affect the handsome appearance. What happened? Worms burned to death? The lens was too bright just now, so I couldn't see anything. Where's the broadcast? Has it been cremated? Put your crotch fart, Ranjin, but the image is a bit sharp. Chichi Gong, how many times have I cried because of you, poor? What happened in that scene just now? Does Bo really know magic? How can I know any bullshit magic? Yixing picked up the tactical knife and found a coke-like stone among the ashes. The reason why Vajra has such power is because of it. This is a rare flame stone. It can quickly generate terrible heat when exposed to sunlight. The Vajra that stores it is made of a memory alloy. It not only insulates heat, but also preserves memories. Give me the power to conquer demons. This is the way to open the memory alloy. After the alloy is opened, the flame stone will release super flames under the influence of sunlight, which is the scene you saw. There should be another sentence that can close the alloy, but I don't know. I'm afraid the only one I know is its original. Lee Star sighed. Although this worm is strong, it is vulnerable to hot weapons. Yu Tian only has cold weapons, but he doesn't know where they are. Cut it with a knife, the wound will heal quickly. Burn it with fire, it will hide in the sand again. I guess that eminent monk named Jaloi really can't do anything with it. Seal it with a special Vajra. Some situations can be explained scientifically, but some things cannot be reasonably explained. It's like how the king of Khotan merged with the worm, who knows? Although worms are evil, they are not without merit. It has a treasure inside it, and it's this thing. Yixing pulled a translucent red crystal from the corpse. I know, this is the demon core, which increases cultivation. Could it be that there really are immortal cultivators in this world? Showdown. In fact, I am Doluwa Tang San. No more pretending. I am the Monkey King. I admit it. I am Ultra Mantiga from M78 Nebula. The charger on my chest is broken. Who can lend me 50 yuan to buy a new one? What kind of monster core? Blood-sucking worms are a natural creature, not monsters. This thing is called blood crystal stone, you can also call it blood treasure. Similar to Ma Bao and Go Bao, they can be classified as medicinal materials. The blood treasure is a crystal stone condensed with thousands of blood. Its main function is to eliminate bacteria in the blood. Lee Star wiped it and put it in his bag. Eliminate bacteria in the blood? What does this mean? Min Hospital Jia, there is a risk of bacterial infection during injections, surgery, skin injuries, etc. Jia Darren of Civil Hospital, if the blood is infected by bacteria, it will cause bacteremia, toxemia, and even sepsis. According to the statistics of casualties, the fatality rate is as low as 15% and as high as 80%. The consequences are very serious. Jia Run of People's Hospital. I have also heard an old Chinese doctor say that Shu Ebao kills bacteria in the blood, but there are no clinical cases, so I am skeptical about what he said. Wang Defa of Tongren Pharmaceutical. I suspect it's because you have little knowledge. Blood treasure is a precious medicinal material that is rare in 10 years. Wang Defa of Tongren Pharmaceutical. Generally, one as big as a fingernail is very good. The piece in Bo's hand is about the size of an egg, and it is the best. Wang Defa of Tongren Pharmaceutical. Broadcast, let's add a friend and chat privately about the price. Everything will be easy to discuss. Su Rong of Xinqing Pharmaceutical. How much does Tongren Pharmaceutical charge? I'll double it. Li Guang of Locke Pharmaceutical Group. No matter how much Xinqing Pharmaceutical costs, I will double it. Don't add them as friends, just add me. Tongren Pharmaceutical Wang De sent Rocket X66 Xinqing Pharmaceutical Su Rong sends Rocket X132 Rock Pharmaceutical Group Li Guang sent Rocket X264. In order to obtain the blood treasure, several major pharmaceutical companies have sent a wave of gifts to please Yixing. A rocket worth 500 yuan is nothing in their eyes. Okay, don't do it anymore. Whether this blood treasure will be sold or not will be decided after I come from the Sea of Death. Yixing naturally knew the value of this blood treasure. If researched properly, it might bring a certain field of domestic medicine to a higher level. Pharmaceutical companies are fighting tooth and nail just for an opportunity. Yixing hasn't figured out how to deal with it yet, and he doesn't have the time to think about it. If you don't walk through the desert alive, everything is meaningless. After a big battle, Yixing was exhausted. He took a sip of saliva to moisten his dry throat. Yixing licked his chapped lips. There are many lizards waiting for opportunities nearby, so it is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Continue heading north-northeast. Keep going, keep going. The pace is getting slower and slower. Going to the shelter of a thermal windbreaker, I'm sweating profusely and feeling as hot as a dog. Severe dehydration left Leafstar dizzy. No, it's too hot. I feel like my body is being roasted. Yixing took a look at the thermometer. Warnie's mother, it's 58.8, do you dare to go higher? It's close to 60, and the air seems to be melting. The temperature here is 40 C. I went there once and my skin was all red when I came back. I can't imagine how painful it is. Weren't you afraid of the heat before the broadcast? How come you feel the heat has subsided? That windbreaker I broadcast should have a heat insulating effect, but now it's burned to pieces, so naturally I can't bear it. Hold on, Taiyang Horse is about to get off work. Yixing had long since drank all the water in the bag, leaving not a drop left. Just when he felt like he couldn't hold on any longer, a cold wind blew in my face. Yixing perked up. This kind of weird recipe, where did the cold wind come from? Yixing raised his neck, rubbed his eyes, looked forward, and was suddenly stunned. See 35. The temperature dropped suddenly. Mysterious Stone Circle Chapter 35. The temperature dropped suddenly. The mysterious circle. Wherever the eyes looked, a large area of gray and white debris appeared. The debris covered an area of more than 100 acres, covered with thick sand, forming a vacuum zone. The magical thing is that these debris are not scattered randomly. The debris of similar sizes are densely distributed, forming one huge disk after another. The periphery of the disk is convex, and it appears to be more concave in the middle, with a height of about 30 centimeters. It may be more appropriate to describe it as a round basin. Each piece of debris flashes with mystery, forming a unique landscape in the desert. What is amazing is that the area and distance of hundreds of broken round basins are extremely close. Is this man-made art or a masterpiece of nature? What Yixing was most pleased with was the temperature here. The cold wind that Fong felt was blowing from this direction. Yixing walked forward for a distance, and the temperature around him changed significantly. 50, 45, 39. The temperature on the thermometer kept dropping, and finally settled at about 25. This is still the edge of the broken circle, and the temperature in the middle may be a little lower. The temperature dropped by more than 30 degrees in a short period of time, and this feeling was like entering a paradise with air conditioning on for Yixing. It was really cool. Yixing relaxed a lot in an instant. The anchor stuck out his tongue and laughed. Could it be that his brain was burned by the heat? Your brain was burned. Didn't you see the changes in the thermometer in the anchor's hand? The temperature around him dropped sharply, and he was laughing happily, laughing happily. By the way, what the hell is this broken circle? Could the anchor have entered the aliens' territory? Overthinking, do aliens have so much free time? Knowledge monster, for science, this broken circle is a natural phenomenon in the desert. Natural phenomenon? Can the head draw a circle by itself? Knowledge monster, although it looks like a man-made arrangement, It is indeed a natural formation. Knowledge monster. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is extremely large. After 100 years of thermal expansion and contraction, the big head will break again and finally form such a broken circle. Knowledge monster. However, the integrity of the broken circle is not so high in general, and the broken circle will not have any effect on the temperature. Why does the temperature here drop so much? You're right. This is indeed a natural broken circle. Yixing grabbed a handful of rocks and looked at them for a moment. This is just an ordinary rock fragment, and it doesn't have a cooling effect. I don't quite understand the specific reason for the cooling. Look, there is an ice blue plant in the center of the broken circle that is smoking. To be precise, it is emitting cold air. This is the only plant in the entire broken circle. I suspect that the cooling may be related to it. Let's take a closer look. The ice blue plant is really too eye-catching, just like a hair growing on a bald head. It's hard not to notice it. Yixing raised his foot and walked forward. After 2 steps, he felt an unspeakable tingling pain in his ankle. Yixing's foot trembled in pain, and he looked down and was startled. A gray bug quietly crawled into his trouser leg. He looked closely and found it was a scorpion. The scorpion was about 15 centimeters long, thick and round, and its shell was as hard as iron. Its 2 chelicerae were semicircular, and its body was covered with bumpy dots. Strangely, it had 2 tails, and the red poisonous needles at the tips of the tails were glowing with the sinister light of life. Yixing's ankle was stung by the 2 poisonous needles, and the skin instantly turned gray and black. But then, with the use of invulnerable to all poisons, it returned to normal. Yixing subconsciously wanted to reach out and pull the scorpion off, but he didn't expect that the scorpion clamped Yixing's skin with its huge chelicerae. If it was pulled out forcibly, the skin and flesh would probably be torn. What's more terrifying is that there is more than one of these things. In the gaps of the broken circle, there are densely packed poisonous scorpions with 2 tails. Their body color is similar to that of the broken ones. It is difficult to find their existence when they are curled up, but when they stretch out, it is a big horror. The moment Yixing stepped into the broken circle, he woke them up. The poisonous scorpion waved its big claws, shook its tail stinger, and crawled towards Yixing, trying to eat him alive. See 36 Poisonous Dragon Double-tailed Scorpion. How dare Yixing take another step forward? Turn around and run. After running 100 meters away from the scorpion group, they gave up the pursuit and returned to their lair. But there are still 3 poisonous scorpions hanging on Yixing's body, and he can't get rid of them no matter how hard he shakes them off. Anchor, how are you? Are you okay? Nonsense, didn't you watch the anchor being caught by a scorpion? How could he be fine? Ordinary scorpions are only 56 centimeters. What kind of scorpion is this? The smallest one is 10 cm plus, and it actually has 2 tails? It looks so scary. Could it be highly toxic? The Sea of Death is indeed not called for nothing. There are dangers everywhere. No wonder no one can come out alive. Why doesn't the anchor pull it out? You can just cut it off with a knife. Doesn't it hurt to hang it? You think I don't want to? Their claws are like scissors. Even if I chop them to death, they will not let go. They will clamp tighter and tighter. Yixing needs to figure out what kind of scorpion this is before he can get the right medicine. Start the Object Illustrated Book. Target Analysis. Analysis successful. Basic attributes of the target: Poison Dragon Scorpion Animal Kingdom Poisonidae Arachnida. Target characteristics: for some reason, the natural progress of the carapace has been completed. The Mohs hardness of the carapace is 2.53, which is equivalent to that of bomb. The chelicerae are as sharp as blades. The venom and the poisonous needle at the tail will cause the injured person's skin to ulcerate. Death: its weakness is the areas on its sides and abdomen that are not covered by carapace. It's called the poisonous dragon two-tailed scorpion, which sounds like a very nasty creature. I can tell you very responsibly that it is poisonous and extremely poisonous. After being pricked by a poisonous needle, you have 10 minutes of rescue time. After 10 minutes, all your skin will rot, and even gods and mortals will be unable to save you. But this poison is nothing to me. The real threat to me is its pincers. If it is provoked, its pincers can easily break human bones. Fortunately, this guy is a little angry now, so he didn't use too much energy. When encountering this kind of situation, there are 2 solutions. First, wait for it to dissipate and it will naturally leave you. Second, pour irritating liquid on it, such as alcohol, potions, etc. Obviously, I don't have these things, so can use this trick. Yixing switched the camera, untied his belt, and peed on the poisonous dragon and the twin-tailed scorpion. He had taken a lot of wild supplements in the past 2 days, and the medicinal smell in his urine was particularly strong. The poisonous dragon and twin-tailed scorpions couldn't resist. They released their pincers one after another and fell from Yixing's legs. Every time when there is a critical moment, the anchor cuts the camera. They are all men, why are they so shy? Maybe the anchor is afraid that you will feel inferior. Hey, I think it's okay. Maybe it's because we've been together for a long time. Proud, whoever drove the car was speeding. Interesting, they actually fell from the anchor's body. It turns out that urine has this effect, and it makes my posture look better. Look, the 3 poisonous scorpions seem to be frothing at the mouth, and the anchor's urine seems to be more poisonous, huh? Is this the power of patients with advanced uremia? Just kidding, I wish the host good health and a long life. Fortunately, my skin is thick, and there are a few small holes in it. Yixing checked the wound and found that it was not a big problem. With his current physical condition, he should be able to recover after a few days of rest. Give me a minute, I have some personal matters to deal with. Yixing raised his foot and stomped on the 3 poisonous scorpions. I'll let you pinch me. Let you sting me. Let you poison me. It wasn't until they stomped their corpses into the ground that Yixing withdrew his feet and showed an honest smile. I'm out of anger, and I feel better. Must report to the stars. Ruthless star. Violent star. Poisonous scorpion, MMP, I don't want to lose face, don't you even leave a whole body? Ahem, don't pay attention to those details. Generally speaking, scorpions mainly hunt small insects and will not actively attack large animals. But that posture just now was about to disintegrate me. I made a blind guess for 2 reasons. 1 is that I broke into their territory. 2 can be related to the ice blue mysterious plant at the center of the broken circle. Because the distance is too far, Yixing cannot see the specific appearance of the plant, so it is difficult to use the illustrated book of plants. Got it. Let the drone fly over and take a close-up shot. Xiaohei, go ahead. The Black Hawk drone was controlled by Yixing and flew over quietly, taking high-definition shots. After looking at the photos taken, Yixing's eyes flashed with wolfish light. This ice blue plant is actually a small tree half a meter tall. There is actually, on the top of the tree. C37 silver bell-like laughter. This small tree is about half a meter tall, with a slender trunk, only as thick as an ordinary person's thumb. The shape of the trunk is very strange. It does not stretch in all directions like other plants. Instead, it naturally forms a shape like the mouth of a bowl, as if it is holding up the translucent fruit in the middle. This is also the only fruit on the entire small tree. Rather than a fruit, it is more like an ice blue crystal ball. Crystal clear, transparent, and cold. The fruit continuously emits visible cold air, floating around. What kind of fruit is this? It's so beautiful, I want it so much. How can such an icy plant grow in a hot desert? It's too unscientific. This is a natural devil fruit. Judging from its appearance, it is most likely a frozen fruit. After eating it, you will have the ability of a general, serious face. Ha, I almost believed it, knowledge monster. I just checked, this small tree is called the air conditioning tree. Sitting under the tree will give you a feeling of turning on the air conditioner, but the air conditioning tree does not have the ability to cool down a large area, and it never bears fruit, which is really strange. Air conditioning tree? This name is very descriptive. Start biological illustrations, analyzing the target. Analysis successful. Basic attributes of the target: immune fruit, target characteristics, a rare ice-attribute fruit bred by nature, with the wonderful ability to be immune to all heat damage. Immune to all heat damage? What is this concept? To give the simplest example, if you put it on the fire, it will be burned quickly. But if you take this ice-attribute immune fruit, even if you jump into a boiling oil pan, you don't have to worry about being burned. Baby! This is definitely a rare treasure in a year. If you can eat it, what does 58.8 mean? What can 588 do to me? This is a God-given opportunity. No matter what, I must find a way to get it. The countless poisonous dragon double-tailed scorpions hidden in the broken circle are a huge obstacle. By the way, isn't there Xiaohei? Yixing planned to let the Black Hawk drone fly over to pick the immune fruit. But this time, he miscalculated. When the drone was less than 3 meters away from the immune fruit, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. The rustling sound of the broken friction and the squeaking sound of the poisonous scorpion drowned the air. The broken circle moved. The gray and heavy poisonous dragon double-tailed scorpions crawled out of the gap as if stimulated by the body. There are at least a few poisonous scorpions in each small broken circle, and there are thousands of small broken circles here. 100,000? 200,000? Countless, it's impossible to count their exact number. There are so many of them that it makes people's scalp numb. They all crawled towards the location of the immunity fruit. Because of the large number, a scorpion tide was formed. Although scorpions have no wings and cannot fly, they directly pile up to increase their height. Tens of thousands of scorpions piled together, like a mountain of insects. This scene is too shocking. They surrounded and protected the immunity fruit, and attacked the drone desperately. Although the Black Hawk UAV is made of hard material, it is not afraid of their pincer attack. But how can it be a match for this group of scorpion army? Moreover, some of the scorpions are huge, no less than adults. If the Black Hawk UAV is pulled down by their brute force, Yi Xing, who has lost the equipment, may be in danger. Xiao He, come back quickly. Yi Xing hurriedly revoked the order and asked Xiao He to fly back. My eyes are not blurry, are there scorpions piled up like a mountain? Damn, I have intensive phobia. If people are trapped inside, won't they turn into slag in seconds? With this iron wall of insects, it will be difficult for the anchor to steal the fruit. Stealing? If you can't speak, don't speak. Are there their names written on the fruit? Whoever takes it will own it. Put this aside for now. It's getting dark, and I haven't found a water source yet. This is a life-threatening problem. But the environment where scorpions live needs a certain amount of humidity. There should be a water source nearby. Yi Xing looked for a small rosette of green plants 500 meters away. There was a pineapple with a green skin hanging on the plant, which looked very hydrated. Yi Xing couldn't wait to chop one off, and after cutting it open, the black flesh was exposed. Black pineapple? Those eyes are cold, and that laughter is charming? Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing to death. Are you guys playing lyrics chain? The host's title of European Emperor is not for nothing, he can actually find fruit here. Knowledge monster, host, shut up, this is a voiceless pear, the juice secreted from the flesh can turn people into dumb people. This friend is right, this fruit can really poison people and make them dumb. Everyone, don't be greedy when you encounter it in the wild, even though it tastes good. It tastes a bit like blackcurrant, and it's super juicy. I want to eat some. Slurp slurp. Yi Xing ate it himself and advised others not to eat it. Ah bah. The host's operation is a bit too coquettish. Does the host really have an antitoxin body? I don't believe it. I almost forgot to tell you one thing, the voiceless pear is called silver bell pear. When you are hurt, you will make a silver bell-like laugh like a girl. This sound is very hypnotic, so you must plug your ears before eating. Damn, I forgot to plug my ears. After saying this, Yi Xing finally responded and prepared to plug his ears, but it was too late. Ahihi ahihi hum ahihi ahihi hum ahihi ahihi hum. As expected, the voiceless pear made a silver bell-like, ghostly, laugh. Yi Xing felt that his brain had turned into a high-speed spinning top. Under the hypnosis of the magic sound, he turned his eyes cross-eyed, fell to the ground, and lost consciousness. C-38 opened the super lucky bag and prepared to steal the tower. At night the bright moon is in the sky and the stars are dotted. Still alive. Yi Xing, who was awakened from his nightmare, suddenly opened his eyes. After falling into coma he had a terrible dream. I dreamed that I was eaten by poisonous scorpions like mountains and seas, and not even a hair was left. After checking the body, there was not a single piece of flesh missing. I casually swatted away a few beetles crawling around on my body and looked at the time. It's already past 8 o'clock, and I've been asleep for more than 2 hours. The hypnotic effect of this death pear is too overbearing. Friends, I'm fine, you don't have to worry. Yi Xing looked towards the live broadcast room. He imagined that the comments section was filled with gentle condolences and concern. It was actually the opposite of what he imagined. Finally woke up. It's okay for you, but it's okay for us. Silver laughter? I'll have my fucking soul opened on the spot, okay? I was watching the live broadcast on the bus. When I heard the voice, my brain went blank, and I fell asleep. The driver drove directly to the hospital. I just came from the hospital, and the broadcast compensated my diagnosis fee. What are you talking about? I managed to invite the goddess to my house for tea. I watched the live broadcast while the goddess was taking a bath. I fainted for no reason. When I woke up, the goddess was gone and she also sent me a WeChat message. Blocked. I'm in so much pain. Worst? Who makes me miserable? I watched the live broadcast while I was squatting in a pit, and the sound in my headphones was turned up very loud. Half the people there were gone. It was the mall security who wore a 3-layer mask and carried me there. They thought I was going to shit and die. Pull it off, woohoo, I won't be able to see anyone anymore. Breaking curses, haha. What kind of magical encounters did you have? I almost laughed my head off, but fortunately I didn't hear it. Yi Xing never expected that the voice of a death pear could actually hypnotize others through a mobile phone. However, only viewers whose volume is turned up to above 80% will be affected. Even so, at that moment, at least tens of thousands of people fell asleep to death. However, their sleep time is relatively short, and they wake up early in less than half an hour. It's my fault for not informing you properly. I apologize to everyone. A red envelope is presented to express my gratitude. Yixing immediately distributed 188 red envelopes to netizens and fans. For the sake of losing money watching, I will forgive you for this matter. Actually, we can't blame Bo entirely. He himself was also tricked, and his situation was 10 times more dangerous than ours. The first time I was forcefully hypnotized in a live broadcast room, it was so interesting. Be mentally prepared when watching live broadcasts in the future. It is recommended to buy accident insurance in advance to prevent unexpected events. Haha. Let's talk about it. The hypnotic effect of a phony pair is really strong. It will definitely feel good to listen to it before going to bed. It's better to give up this idea. Listening to the voice of the deaf pair too much will cause damage to the brain and risk turning into an idiot. Yixing warns seriously. Before cutting the pairs, Yixing would plug his ears first and then turn off the sound in the live broadcast room. The water content in the pulp is very high. The water problem is temporarily solved. Check the data of the live broadcast room. The number of fans is 590,000. The number of online viewers is 630,000. Available popularity value, 501W. Yixing was cruel. I spent 5 million popularity points to buy 5 super lucky bags. Open them all. Thank you and wish you good luck. Thank you and wish you good luck. The 2 lightning strikes that opened the bag made Yixing turn pale and almost fainted from anger. 2 million popularity points were wasted. Ding, congratulations on getting a whirlwind. Ding, congratulations on getting 1 ton of gasoline, secret. Ding, congratulations on getting the skill night vision. Opening a lucky bag is all about heartbeat. Fortunately, all the last 3 lucky bags were successful. Yixing's expression softened a little. Tornado, after being cast, a shaped air vortex will naturally form, with average speed and average destructive power, lasting 15 seconds. Gasoline 1 ton, liquid, flammable material, important fuel. Night vision, you can see the surrounding scene clearly at night. Pretty. With these props and skills, the success rate of picking immune fruits is greatly increased. The poisonous dragon double-tailed scorpion likes to come out and look for food after 11 o'clock in the evening. At 3 o'clock in the morning, they return to their nest to rest. Cuties, while I'm waiting for you to arrive, I will show you the art of stealing towers. Window, _Tabula equals window, _Tabula mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, Tabule below article thumbnail 300 x 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 x 250, target type, mix, C39 if you fail, you will die after 12 o'clock in the evening. The air temperature plummeted. Yixing took some gasoline from the system space to start a fire for heating. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, without the invasion of TV, games, and various short video apps, the speed of time seems to flow much slower. I heard that the night sky was originally dark. The stars are made of people's souls after death, guarding their loved ones in the world. People are actually very fragile. Life is short and precious things are always lost. Why not be bolder, confess to the person you like, give your parents a hug, and bravely pursue your dreams? Yixing leaned on the pillow, looked at the starry sky, and sighed. You are so good, slanting dog head, when you are in the right direction. Silly, anchor, I just listened to you and confessed to my sweetheart, and she sent me a frog. What does it mean? Frog equals lonely, she should be hinting that she is lonely, empty and cold. Buddy, you have a chance. Silly, sorry, I read it wrong, she sent a toad, and asked me what kind of species I am. Little pig-licking dog, the way you confessed above is wrong, I will teach you. Send a 520 red envelope. She must call her husband before opening the red envelope. I sent it 5 times, and she called me husband 5 times, although she withdrew it. I just knocked on my parents' room and wanted to give them a hug, but they told me to get out. This generation of netizens is so stupid that Yixing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's getting late, young people shouldn't stay up all the time. Be obedient and go to bed early. By the way, it is recommended to drink a glass of milk before going to bed, which helps sleep and supplements calcium. After greeting the fans, Yixing entered a meditative state. There might be a fierce battle at night. Yixing needs to adjust his body to the best condition. At about 1 o'clock, in addition to the sound of the wind, frosted sounds came from the air one after another. Yixing opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Did it move? Yixing's deep eyes glowed with a faint light, and he activated the night vision ability. The vision became clearer, not affected by the darkness at all. Groups of poisonous dragon double-tailed scorpions crawled out of the nest in the gravel circle. Some spread around to find food. The other part killed each other in the gravel circle. Those with weaker combat power or physical problems will be eaten by their own kind as food. After all, their number is too large, and it is difficult to meet their survival needs by relying on the surrounding insects. Scorpions eat scorpions, tut tut, there is something. Don't talk about scorpions, people will eat people when they are hungry to a certain extent. Delete quickly, I already have an internal picture in my mind. What did I do wrong? I saw this in the middle of the night. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Yixing turned on the night shooting function, so netizens can also see the scene clearly. This kind of scorpion has no feelings. They even eat their own parents. Swallow, reproduce, swallow again, reproduce again, this is what they repeat throughout their lives. It's like a small society. The weak will be eliminated under cruel competition, and the strong will become stronger. Yixing lay quietly on the side and watched, waiting for the opportunity. He poured gasoline around, and the poisonous scorpion hated the irritating smell and would not approach easily. 1 hour. 2 hours. More than 5 hours passed. Most of the netizens in the live broadcast room fell asleep due to sleepiness. The number of people online dropped sharply, and the comment area also quieted down. Around 5 o'clock in the morning, the scorpion civil war was completely over. Some died, some were injured, some were full, and they all dispersed. Only the ice blue immunity fruit radiated a holy light in the darkness, like an indestructible pearl. The wind blew. South wind. Tailwind. God really helps me. Yixing no longer hesitated, filled his legs with strength, exerted his speed to the extreme, and ran towards the gravel circle. Whether he could pick the immunity fruit depended on this. If he failed, he would die. C40 go ahead. Warriors, the scorpion's body is bigger than its IQ. They could not expect that someone would dare to break into their territory alone. They did not react at first, until Yixing was infinitely close to the immunity fruit, they swarmed up. Are you crazy, host? You dare to go in, you are going to die. There is no door to hell, you insist on breaking in, too bold, is it worth it to risk your life for a fruit you don't know what it is used for? It's over, everything is over, the host will be fed to the scorpion. Some netizens who were still staying up late saw the picture of Yixing rushing to break the circle, and their jaws were broken. They couldn't figure out where Yixing's courage came from. Got it. Yixing ran for nearly 1,000 meters with all his might, and finally picked the immunity fruit. Without the immunity fruit, the air conditioning tree withered and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yixing didn't look back, intending to go straight through the circle of broken things. But the scorpions reacted faster than he expected. Perhaps sensing that the treasure had fallen, they fell into a violent state one by one, making a harsh squeak. Front, back, left, and right. They surrounded him tightly. They still used the stacking method, like a high wall crawling on all sides, trying to squeeze and crush Yixing to death. Do I dare to come without some preparation? Yixing snorted coldly and snapped his fingers. He used the prop, small cyclone. In front of Yixing, an air vortex more than 10 meters high suddenly appeared. Whether it was the nearby broken things or the scorpions, they were all swept into it. Forward. Under Yixing's control, the small cyclone advanced forward at high speed, forcefully opening up a path through the piled-up scorpions. Very good, hold on a little longer, I'm going to go. Yixing ran after the little whirlwind, and the scorpion group behind him was chasing. Damn, why can't these big guys be blown? A small number of large venomous scorpions as big as adults blocked the way in front like a roadblock. Their pincers inserted into the ground, forming resistance, and the little whirlwind was not powerful enough to roll them up. Their huge tails swayed in the wind, waiting for Yixing to pass by and give a fatal blow. Although Yixing is not afraid of poison, the tail needle of the large venomous scorpion is thicker than chopsticks, and it can accurately make a blood hole. Except for Iron Man and Armored Warrior, who can bear it? In that case, try this. Yixing released 100 L of gasoline at the little whirlwind. Press the switch of the lighter and throw it at the little whirlwind. Boom, fire bursts. The hot flames rushed straight to the sky. The small whirlwind turned into a fire whirlwind. From a distance, it looked like an angry fire dragon, and wherever it passed, there was ashes. Crack crack, the scorpion made a popcorn-like sound after being burned, one after another. The fiery red light illuminated the night. At the moment when Yixing threw the lighter, he devoured the immunity fruit in his mouth. It tasted like colorless and tasteless tap water, not delicious. After swallowing its pulp, the heart seemed to be frozen into ice. Yixing shivered involuntarily. The skin of his body seemed to have an invisible and intangible film. A trace of coolness emanated from his pores. At the same time, the fire wave produced by the fire whirlwind rushed towards him, and Yixing felt the terrifying temperature in it. But it did not cause any harm to Yixing. This ice attribute immunity fruit took effect. There was no time to express joy and excitement. The fire whirlwind lasted only 15 seconds, it was getting smaller and smaller, and was about to disappear. And it was at least 500 meters away from the other end of the broken circle. Even if he used sprint, Yixing would need more than 40 seconds to rush into the insect siege. How to fight for these critical 40 seconds? A super bold idea popped up in Yixing's mind: C-41 break out of the insect siege. A man immune to fire, the beating flames and howling wind disappeared in an instant. The fire whirlwind turned into dots of flames and fell to the ground. There was a burning smell in the air that made people feel sick. After Yixing swallowed the immunity fruit, these poisonous scorpions fell into endless madness like their wives being slept with. Yixing was almost tortured crazy by them. Biting and staring, he made an extremely bold move. He poured gasoline on himself and touched the flames on the ground with his body. His body immediately burst into flames. Some of the poisonous scorpions that climbed up to Yixing were instantly swallowed up by the flames and burned to a crisp. Yixing, who was surrounded by fire, was like a god of fire, unstoppable. Under the influence of the ice attribute immunity fruit, his skin and even his hair will not be harmed in the slightest. Ha 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 ha. Come on. Bite me. Stab me. Poison me. Burn your mother sheepy to death. Yixing laughed arrogantly, feeling as if his anger had exploded after suppressing it for a long time. Yixing refueled himself while running wildly, and the real-life version was furious. If God blocks God, God will be burned. If Buddha blocks Buddha, Buddha will be burned. What happened to that fire whirlwind just now? Was it naturally formed? The camera is red and there is fire everywhere. I'm new here. Is this a movie? The special effects are so realistic. Pai Mao, this is a live broadcast. Where is the anchor? Needless to say, there are hundreds of thousands of poisonous scorpions below, and the anchor may have become their meal. Uncomfortable. Hey, am I hallucinating? There seems to be a human-shaped fireball running down below, rubbing my eyes desperately. Really? Isn't this the Flamemon from Digimon? Is the dimensional wall broken? Do you think that cool running posture looks like an anchor gone? Why is the screen black in the live broadcast room? Is the drone broken? Could it be that the anchor died and so did the drone? Don't talk nonsense. The anchor is not an ordinary person, and he can definitely turn danger into safety. Brothers are so cute, they are protecting the public. Fellow men, protect your brothers. Is this time for a joke? Protectors, keep your brothers on the public screen. No, this is too uncomfortable. The smell of burning gasoline made Yixing unbearable, and he could no longer maintain the state of Flame Man. Fortunately, he bought enough time and reached the edge of the gravel circle. Ordinary poisonous scorpions are not as fast as him and can no longer encircle them. Yixing's eyes were red from the smoke, and his clothes and shoes were all burned into charcoal. Except for the iron pot on his back, all that's left is the tactical knife in his hand. It was precisely because of this that Yixing cut off the live broadcast. If netizens see him like he is now, men will definitely choose to report him out of jealousy. Single women will not think about food and drink after seeing it, and it is inevitable to sleep and eat. Some husbands will dislike their partner after seeing him, which may lead to marriage changes. In that case, the live broadcast room will definitely be blocked and you will become a sinner. You can do anything, but not GHS. Haha, come out. Yixing finally broke out of the gravel circle, and the stones under his feet were covered by a thick layer of sand. At your own speed, you can get rid of them completely within 10 minutes even with bare feet. Rumble, the ground suddenly shook violently. Earthquake? Yixing staggered and looked back. The scene he saw in his eyes made his mouth grow into a O shape. Are you kidding me internationally? I don't think you can play with people like this. C-42 giant tank. Two-headed and four-tailed poisonous dragon emperor scorpion accompanied by a mighty vibration. The ground in the center of the gravel circle collapsed, and a terrifying hole appeared. A giant scorpion that was so huge that Yixing doubted his life emerged from the hole. This giant scorpion is 100 times larger than other scorpions. From a distance, it looks like a heavy tank. Its carapace is not gray, but black as ink. Its two claws are like two meteor hammers, full of despairing power. It has 2 heads and 4 tails. The length of the tail alone is more than 3 meters. The thickness of the tail needle is comparable to that of an adult's calf. Not to mention how toxic it is, this needle will chill even the strongest person to the bone. Two-headed and four-tailed poisonous dragon emperor scorpion. It is the leader of all poisonous dragon double-tailed scorpions. It is the leader of the gravel circle. For some reason, it has been in a dormant state before. After Yixing made such a commotion, it woke up. After simply adjusting its direction, it aimed its head at Yixing. A deathly breath that made people's legs and feet weak enveloped Yixing. Are you locked? Yixing rubbed his numb and stiff face, frowning. Chijijijijiji. The Emperor's scorpion made a strange sound that was inconsistent with its body size. It was like a sinister and vicious old woman grinning. Scream without any preparation, the Emperor's scorpion suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Yixing. Although it was small in size, its speed was not slow at all, and it was not inferior to the ghost-faced spider at all. During the crawling process, other ordinary poisonous dragon scorpions seemed to be under some kind of guidance. They rushed to the Emperor's scorpion's body. The body of an Emperor scorpion can carry tens of thousands of small poisonous scorpions. If a person with intensive phobia saw this scene, he would definitely vomit. Even Yixing found it too weird. At first, Yixing couldn't figure out what its purpose was. What else can it do besides adding burden? But soon, it gave the answer. It turns out that the Emperor Scorpion's tail can not only kill people, but also be used as a throwing weapon. With a flick of the four tails, several scorpions shot towards Yixing like sharp arrows. If you are hit, the scorpion's pincers will pierce your flesh. It will even directly penetrate your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. If you are not careful, you will die. Damn it, you can also attack remotely? If I don't teach you a lesson, you don't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Yixing waved his hand and released another 100 L of gasoline, forming a high-temperature firewall on the spot. If you dare to come over, I will burn you all to death. What frightened Yixing was that the Emperor Scorpion was not afraid of fire at all. In other words, the temperature generated by gasoline is not enough to break its carapace. But at least it can slow down its speed. Yixing dared not hesitate any longer and ran away with all his strength. The iron pot on his back played a very important protective role at this time. Yixing could use it to block some of the venomous scorpions thrown at him. The Emperor Scorpion can throw several at a time, and it is not accurate enough. After a certain distance, its trick loses its effect on Yixing. In this way, the naked Yixing began a journey of escape in the desert that he will never forget. Generally speaking, whether it is the hunter or the prey being chased, the pursuit time of both parties will not be too long. Because the creature is not a perpetual motion machine, and the physical strength is limited. At first, Yixing thought that after running for half an hour, the Emperor Scorpion might give up. But he was wrong, very wrong. This thing is like taking hormones, chasing closely. From 1500 hours in the morning until dawn, it did not give up. This perseverance moved Yixing's eyes red and sparkling with tears. It's just picking a fruit, not digging your ancestral grave, so why do you hate it so much? A line of lyrics flashed in his mind. I want to escape, but I can't. If Yixing hadn't eaten the best wild purple cistanch and was full of energy, he would have collapsed long ago. In order to hunt Yixing, the Emperor Scorpion did not hesitate to eat the animals on its body to replenish energy, which is why it can chase for a long time. Others have plenty of protein, but you don't even have pants. I'm going to die, I'm really going to die this time. Yixing's breathing was disordered, his face was as pale as paper, and he was out of breath. It felt like his heart was about to jump out. Boom! A protruding stone under his feet tripped Yixing, who was exhausted. Golden stone? The stone that tripped Yixing was golden and glittering. Is it gold? Forget it, now is not the time to study this thing. My legs are so sore and I'm going to cramp. Damn it, can I just sit and wait to die? Yixing, who was at a loss, suddenly froze. Because a pair of wings grew out of the piece of gold on the ground and flew into the air. Damn it, it's a ghost. C-43. The sky is full of golden armor. It turned out that it was actually gold and an ant. In fact, Yixing was too sure that this thing was an ant. How can any ant be as big as a fist? It did not attack Yixing, but looked at it in an anthropomorphic way. Yixing dared to move. Its appearance is simply too dangerous. Its body wall is smooth and hard, it has a chewing organ, a well-developed upper jaw, a serrated handle, and its tentacles are stuck upside down on its head like two thorns. The wings are lighter in color and as thin as cicada wings, so flying seems to take more effort than ordinary birds. The tail is milky white and seems to contain venom. Before he knew what the other party was, Yixing did not act rashly. Start the biological illustrated book, Target Analysis in Progress, Analysis Successful. Basic attributes of the target: golden ant, animal kingdom, Formicidae insecta. Target characteristics: a strange species cultivated by humans, with super high combat effectiveness, hard body shell, strong vitality, omnivorous and partial carnivorous, sleeping most of the time, and has the power to self-destruct in the body. Golden ants bred by humans? Who has such a great ability to create a new biological species? The golden ants were more curious than hostile towards Yi Xing. They circled around and then flew away. Chirp chirp chirp, a terrifying sound rang in my ears. The Emperor's scorpion chased after him. The distance between the two is 100 meters. Yi Xingqiang cheered up, but due to excessive physical exertion, he could no longer use the sprint skill for a short period of time. With 700 L of gasoline left, Yi Xing was ready to burn the boat. Plans to wait for the Emperor's scorpion to get close, spray gasoline on it, and then burn it with. The risk of doing this is extremely high. If you are a little cautious, you will be the first to die. Buzz buzz buzz, at the critical moment, thousands of golden ants appeared in the sky overhead. They flew out from nearby hills. Yi Xing has long been paying attention to these bumpy hills. But who would have thought that this is the nest of golden ants? The golden ants were like well-trained soldiers, gathering in the air and forming golden clouds. Throat the largest hill made a muffled sound. A white gold ant without wings flew into the air with the support of another golden ant. The white gold ant is 1/3 the size of the golden ant, but it is the queen and the supreme leader of the golden ant colony. Why do you feel like we're going to fight? Yi Xing was dumbfounded. A little mortal could tremble. Boundary monument? After Yi Xing discovered that the golden ants were not hostile to him, he quietly moved forward. I saw half of the stone tablet in front of a hill. This is a stone tablet used by ancient people to mark their territory. Those who cross the border privately are equivalent to today's illegal immigrants. There are words on the tablet, which are very blurry. Qingju? Yes, there is a radical in front of the word, but it has been rubbed away. Could it be Jingjue? If this is the boundary of the ancient country of Jingjue, then it is no coincidence that the nest of golden ants appears here. The ancients used secret methods to cultivate golden ants and used them to guard the boundaries and protect the country. So they are not hostile to humans, but they are at war with poisonous scorpions. Yi Xing speculated in his heart based on the clues. I was shocked. If this speculation is true, then behind this stone tablet are the remains of the ancient country. Window_Tabula equals window_Tabula, Tabula.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, Tabula below article thumbnail 300 x 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 x 250, target type, mix, C44 the poisonous scorpion army PK the golden guardian other side. The Emperor Scorpion seemed to sense that these golden ants were not easy to deal with, and for the first time, it stopped moving forward. Yi Xing originally thought that Emperor Scorpion was showing weakness, but he didn't expect that Inbi was gathering strength. Its 4 poisonous tails swung at the same time, shooting the poisonous scorpions on its body into the air and the golden ants. The golden ants disperse like raindrops, flapping their wings and swooping down. The war breaks out. The cold gleam of the Imperial Scorpion's pincers is revealed, and with one click, it can cut off the golden ant with a rock-hard skin at the waist. The mouths on its 2 heads are open to swallow flying golden ants. Although the golden ant is not as good as the Emperor Scorpion, it is much more powerful than the ordinary poisonous dragon twin-tailed scorpion. Coupled with their large numbers and orderly attacks, the poisonous scorpions did not get any favors. Countless golden ants surrounded the Emperor's scorpion, and from a distance, it looked like a giant golden ball. Yi Xing hid behind a tall cactus, watching the battle while resting to recover his strength. He had an idea: cut off a piece of cactus, and used a knife to peel off the thorns on it. Then make a hole in the middle, poke 2 holes at the bottom, put the 2 legs in and lift them up. A piece of cactus underwear was born. Such a wonderful battle scene cannot be watched by just one person. Yi Xing started the live broadcast. Hundreds of thousands of netizens excitedly flooded into the live broadcast room after receiving the broadcast start reminder. The server was temporarily unstable. Is this a dream? The anchor is not dead, shocked to the point of baldness. The anchor disappeared for 188 minutes and 36 seconds. Welcome the return of the missing people. Why do you want to turn off the live broadcast? Where have you been? Everyone thought you were dead, and they were talking about pooling together $1 to buy you a grave. It seems like you can't get the dollar. What did you post in the early morning? How did you escape from the poisonous scorpions? What about the fire tornado and the flame man? Anchor, where are your clothes? Why are your pants so ginkgo? These pants seem to be made of cactus. Sorry, I laughed so hard. The anchor's look is amazing. I'll give you 112 points, leaving an extra 12 points for the traffic police. It's hard to describe in words, it's really hard to describe in words. Brother Meng, you almost lost sight of me. I don't know what happened last night. It may be a natural form of. That flame man ate the fruit from the air conditioning tree. The fruit can withstand high temperatures, so man is fine. But my clothes were burned by the fire, so I can't live broadcast with my butt naked, so I have to stop at first. You will never imagine that there is a huge guy in the gravel circle, chasing him for dozens of kilometers, and his liver is about to burst. Without further ado, let me show you something exciting. Yi Xing turned the camera over and focused on the golden ants who were fighting bloody battles with the Emperor Scorpion. What is that? Gold? No, how can gold fly? It's an insect. Oh my god, the golden insect is bigger than S-hand. There must be several thousand of them. What are they doing? Oh my god, what are they wrapped around? Are they scorpions? As big as a tank scorpion? No way, you are timid, don't be scared. That big guy with hot eyes is the two-headed and four-tailed poisonous dragon Emperor Scorpion. He was the one who chased me all night long. The golden insect is called the golden ant. It may be a strange species cultivated by the ancients. As you can see, the golden ant is fighting the Emperor Scorpion. It is not protecting it, but protecting the land behind it out of instinct. There is a boundary monument here, with the inscription Chuanji engraved on it. If I am right, this is the ancient country's plate. Boom! 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 Just as he was talking, there were continuous undulations and explosions in the air. The Imperial Scorpion's defense was too strong, and the golden ants couldn't do anything to it, so they all chose to self-destruct. Hundreds of golden ants exploded at the same time, and the energy produced by the explosion was extremely terrifying. A golden mushroom cloud floated in the sky, and the sand dispersed in all directions like splashing waves. Yi Xing was hit by the air wave and rolled over again, so embarrassed. Rumble affected by the explosion, the sand seemed to turn into liquid and sank to the bottom. This is the big quicksand. C45 I have seen heavy rain in the desert. Big quicksand refers to the collapse of a large area of sand. Before, Yi Xing had demonstrated how to escape from quicksand. But that was ordinary static quicksand. And the sinking speed of big quicksand can swallow a living person with a height of 2 meters in 3 seconds. You have no chance to struggle at all. Once you fall into it, you will die. The collapsed area is larger than a football field. The Emperor Scorpion, which was seriously injured by the explosion, had no time to retreat and was eaten by the quicksand. The golden ants also suffered heavy casualties, and only 1 in 10 survived. The sky darkened at some point. The dark clouds surged and gathered. Suddenly, lightning appeared, emitting strong light. The lightning was like a vigorous purple dragon, tearing the dark clouds into 4 pieces. Thunder followed closely, making a sound like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. A drop of rain as big as a bean fell on Yi Xing's hair. It's raining? Yi Xing looked up at the gray sky. 1 drop. 1 drop. Thousands of raindrops formed a line and fell from the sky. The wind was howling, the wind chased the rain chased the wind and the rain were mixed. Snap! Yi Xing felt a pain in his head, and was hit by something. He reached out and touched it, and it was bleeding. The rainstorm was mixed with hailstones as big as goose eggs. War Nima, damn god, it's endless, isn't it? Yi Xing set up an iron pot and put it on his head as a helmet. Running barefoot in the wind and rain, he needed to find a place to shelter as soon as possible. Wow, it rains in the desert, it's amazing. Read more books, kid. The desert has low rainfall, but it doesn't mean it won't rain. This rain is too much, there are hailstones that can kill people. If there is no iron pot, the anchor may have died on the spot. Knowledge: the annual precipitation in the Sea of Death does not exceed 100 millimeters, and the lowest is 4 or 5 millimeters. Generally speaking, the rain will evaporate before it hits the ground. Knowledge: the reason for such a heavy icy rain may be related to Kunlun Mountain. Don't talk nonsense. Kunlun Mountain is 700 to 800 kilometers away from the Sea of Death. What's the relationship? Knowledge: the Kunlun Mountains are more than 2,000 kilometers long. Some rivers flow into the Sea of Death along the mountains after the mountains. The ancient countries in the desert relied on these rivers to survive. How can there be no relationship? Knowledge: I guess the water in the branch river evaporates from the sun and flows into the air, thus producing heavy rain. The unstable air humidity will cause sleet. You have many words, I believe you, witty. The quality of domestically made pots is still top-notch. Yi Xing found a broken house and went in. A house is a nice way to say it, but it is actually a few carved blocks put together. This is a kind of mineral with good corrosion resistance. After thousands or even tens of thousands of years of wind and sun, it is still in good condition. The space inside is not big, and it can accommodate up to 4 people. You can see that there are some rotten wood next to it. There should have been a wooden tower here, used for lookout, but it collapsed naturally later. This house is equivalent to today's security booth. It is a temporary place for soldiers to rest and take turns. It just happened to shelter me from the rain. Yixing, who was soaked like a drowned chicken, shook his wet hair and wiped the water stains on his face with his hands. I must warn you seriously if you encounter such bad weather in the desert. Don't go to low-lying areas or under mounds, because the soil here is soft and can be easily washed away by rain, thus burying people alive. At least find some places that look more reliable. But if you encounter such a large rock, don't go in rashly. Before going in, be sure to check carefully to see if there is anything under the rock and in the gaps. Otherwise you may end up like me now. Yixing raised his foot, and a creepy snake hung on his ankle. C46 rattlesnake venom, so scary because the rain blocked his view and the light in the stone house was dim. Yixing didn't pay attention and was tricked by this little thing. You can see that there are hexagonal patterns on its skin, 9 scales on its head, and its body is 2 feet long. Its ring-shaped tail is a bit like a maggot. This is a typical rattlesnake. Maybe I scared it by my sudden appearance, so it attacked me. Look, it just bit me at lightning speed, and the toxin was injected into my skin through its fangs. Yixing pinched the rattlesnake's head with one hand and gave the camera a close-up. Hiss! The rattlesnake twisted and struggled while opening its bloody mouth again, and the fangs were still hanging with residual venom. Take it away! Take it away! Take it away quickly! It scared me. The thing I fear the most in my life is snakes. If I look at them for too long, I will have nightmares. My girlfriend wore snakeskin socks before, and I broke up with her. That's nothing. My wife is a snake, so I divorced her directly. The word is well used, hee hee. Host, you are so awesome. You can analyze the situation to us so calmly after being bitten by a poisonous snake. I bow to you. The host was bitten by snake venom, spider venom, scorpion venom, as well as melon venom and pear venom. He was hit by all of them, but nothing happened. Could it be that he is really an anti-venom saint? There is no such thing as an anti-venom physique. The host must have injected various anti-venom serums in advance, but we just didn't see it. In ancient times, Shinnom tasted hundreds of herbs, and now the host has tried hundreds of poisons. The silly princess, husband, you are so bad, take the snake away, I am scared. 95% of people have a natural fear of snakes. Yixing is actually afraid, but when they no longer pose a threat to him, his courage naturally becomes stronger. Rattlesnake venom has the function of destroying blood tissue, and poisoned people will have 2 situations. First, the blood cannot coagulate, causing severe internal bleeding. Second, the blood coagulates faster and becomes like jelly, blocking your blood vessels and causing them to burst. In this process, you will have fever, coma, hallucinations, the bitten area will swell and turn purple, and the muscles will become like rotten stinky tofu, which is terrible. Since you greeted me so enthusiastically, it would be inappropriate for me not to thank you, don't you think? Yixing raised the knife and cut off your head neatly. Rattlesnake, I was just joking with you, why did you kill me? Sure enough, you are a man who loves to hold grudges, steady but tough. You chopped off someone's head for a disagreement, you will probably be an executioner in your life. It looks so disgusting, I have to put the phone away, vomit. Let me tell you a little knowledge. Some venomous snakes are still dangerous even if their heads are chopped off. They rely on the sensor organs in their heads to detect the surrounding creatures that emit heat energy. As long as the sensor organ tissue has not decayed, they will automatically react to attack. Let me tell you a real case. There was a chef who threw the head of a cobra into the trash can when he was dealing with it. After more than an hour, your apprentice was going to take out the trash. Guess what? The cobra's head flew out of the trash can and bit the chef's apprentice's arm. He saved his life, but his hand was gone. His arm was poisoned like a rotten peach that had been in the refrigerator for 2 months. It was shocking. This incident taught us a profound truth. We must remember to finish off the enemy. Yixing stepped the snake's head into the sand. Students, take a pen and remember this. This is a knowledge point. The consciousness glanced at my arm. Fortunately, it was healthy. Cherish life and stay away from the trash can. Rattlesnakes are different from water snakes. There are many parasites on their bodies that are hard to see with the naked eye. Unless you are hungry to a certain extent, don't eat it if you can. Yixing threw the body of the rattlesnake aside. Compared with hunger, he was more hungry and thirsty. With rain, there will be as much water as you want. Yixing extended the iron pot outside the stone house to collect rainwater. In the heavy rain curtain, a hazy figure jumped over. See 47 Little Bunny is good. Chapter 47 Little Rabbit is a good boy. A gray rabbit jumped over. It didn't know there was it in the stone house, so it stupidly got in to take shelter from the rain. Hello. Yixing waved his hand and grabbed its big ears. Why are you so careless? It must be very painful, right? Rabbit was hit by hail and seriously injured. I tell you, if you don't protect me, you will definitely be bitten to death by a rattlesnake. As a rabbit, the most important thing is to repay kindness. So, can I eat you? I'll count to 3. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your acquiescence. 321. Yixing gave Rabbit a happy ending. Rabbits are so cute, why can't they eat rabbits? I'm angry. Rabbit, bully me and don't speak, don't you? It's not a real dog, but you are a real dog. Is the food delivered to your door okay? Little rabbit, be good, let me pick up the chopsticks and digest you one bite after another, add sesame, spicy and cumin. Oh, sorry, I forgot that the host has no condiments. This meal will definitely not taste good. No seasoning? It doesn't exist. Yixing smiled crookedly and took out a small bag of multi-flavored seasoning packets from the handle of the iron pot. He stuffed it in temporarily before setting off, not expecting it to actually come in handy. Learn. Never underestimate the delicate thoughts of a foodie. This pot is a godsend, it is fried and stewed, it is used as a shield and helmet, and it also hides seasonings. What brand is it? My focus is different from yours. Didn't you think the anchor's smile just now looked like the crooked Dragon King? It's really, let's move in formation. Yixing skinned the rabbit, took out its internal organs, and cleaned it. There were several morel mushrooms growing on the rotten wood next to them, and Yixing picked them together. Pick up some rocks and build a mini stove. Put some rotten wood inside to cover your eyes and ears, but actually use gasoline to light the fire. There are dust and bacteria in the rainwater, so don't drink it directly. But there is no industrial pollution in this area of the desert, and it is not harmful to the human body if eaten after boiling. Yixing boiled the first pot of water and drank several large gulps to quench his thirst. Then put the cut rabbit meat in and cook it once to remove floating impurities. Boil a second pot of water. After the water boils, add the seasoning packet and torn morel mushrooms. Different from the previous stewed snake meat with Cistanche deserticula, the aroma of this pot of rabbit soup is exuding, which is a pleasure to the sense of smell. After the meat was cooked, Yixing used a knife as chopsticks, inserted a piece of rabbit leg meat and put it in his mouth. The meat is tender and chewy. There is no need to describe it too much. For me, who is very hungry, this is definitely a delicious meal. Yixing was not afraid of the heat and directly sucked the boiling soup in the pot with his mouth. A mouthful of meat, a mouthful of soup, so cool. This rabbit is about 3 kilos. After removing the fur and internal organs, it only weighs less than 2 kilos. If I eat it, it will provide me with about 2,400 calories and 300 grams of protein. The meat is also rich in vitamins and dietary fiber, which is enough to make up for the physical energy I have consumed. Morchella mushrooms contain a high amount of carotene, which can protect eyesight. Mobile phone addicts like you should take more. After his physical fitness improved, Yixing's appetite increased dramatically. He ate all the soup and meat. After burping, Yixing lay down on his back with his hands on his belly. I was really exhausted after running around all night. When the spirit is relaxed, endless fatigue came over me. Before I knew it, I fell asleep. See 48 Beautiful Rainbow. The Immortal Desert Hero of 1,000 Years Chapter 48 Beautiful Rainbow. The desert hero who was destroyed in 2007. This sleep is so sweet. It can be said that he could hear everything going on in the house and sleep soundly. After waking up naturally, the rain outside stopped quietly. The sand on the ground was wet. I slept for so long? Looking at the time, it was almost evening. The anchor is really exhausted. He slept for 10 hours. You only snore when you sleep, and even your breathing is very small. I almost thought you were dead. The first person to sleep in the restricted area of life. I am so bored. I watched you sleep all day and didn't write a word of homework. I can change the cactus underwear. It's green. The number of online users has decreased, but the number of fans has increased by several times. After stretching his muscles, Yixing went into the house. What a beautiful rainbow. A colorful rainbow bridge was built in the gloomy sky. It looked like a fairy's ribbon, or a colorful lollipop in a child's hand. It exuded the colorful light of luck, hope, and happiness. Is this the most beautiful scene in the desert? I wish I had a rainbow and made a long bridge in the sky. If the fairy loves me, raise your hand to wave to me. After experiencing pain, despair, shock and excitement, Yixing was stunned when he saw this rainbow. Desert rainstorm, rainbow after rain, absolutely beautiful. World-famous paintings, saved. The host recited a poem again. The gas leaked. The high-definition lens of this drone is invincible, more wallpaper than wallpaper. I would like to call it a wall-towel drone. Thank you, host. Without you, I am afraid I would never know that I can see such beauty in the desert in my life. Little Baby sent a romantic hot air balloon. DJ Grey Wolf sent a Porsche 911 dog. Lai Jian Huazi sent a golden sword. Just as beauty will age, the rainbow will soon disappear. Yi Xing retracted his thoughts and did 5 push-ups on the spot. The lines of his muscles were obviously clearer than when he first entered the desert. Today is my 4th day in the Sea of Death. After taking a boat and running for several hours on the way, the journey is much faster than planned. In another mile, we will reach the Peacock River. After crossing the Peacock River and walking another mile, we will reach the civilized area dominated by humans. Okay, while I am full of energy, I have to hurry up. There are some sharp grains on the sand. It feels really good to walk barefoot on it. At this time, the rabbit skin comes in handy. Yi Xing made a pair of primitive animal leather shoes by slicing rabbit skins and tied them to the soles of his feet. Cactus pants, rabbit leather shoes, and a black pot on his back. This look can only be described as weird. The sky gradually darkened and the temperature continued to drop. The occasional cold wind had a refreshing effect. Yi Xing walked steadily, leaving continuous footprints in the desert. Soon, these footprints will be covered by new wind and sand. A dead forest was found 3 kilometers away. The trees in the forest are thick and old, and there is no green on the dry branches. Its trunk is still there, but its life has long ended. It's incredible, it's actually a poplar forest. I can see 3 trees. If they are still alive, it would be a spectacular scene. Yi Xing stopped and stood to watch. Is poplar the same as willow? Han Honghu, a new botany researcher, it belongs to the Salicaceae family, but it is not a willow. Han Honghu, a new botany researcher, Populus euphratica is naturally drought-resistant and wind-resistant, and can survive and reproduce in the desert tenaciously, and is known as the desert protector. It looks quite sturdy, but a little short. Han Honghu, a new botany researcher, short? Populus euphratica was more than 10 meters tall in its heyday, and its length gradually shortened after death. Why did it fall down after death? It looks like it can still be saved. Han Honghu, a new botany researcher, it is definitely hopeless to save it. Its age is at most 2 years old, but it is rumored that it dies in 1 year after birth, falls in 1 year after death, and decays in 1 year after falling down. In other words, it takes 3 years for nature to completely digest it. 3 years? I now earn 80 yuan a day. 3 times 8 equals 24,000 yuan. I earned 24,000 yuan in 3 years. What's the point of living? Excellent, you can tell at a glance that you are an old mathematician. This poplar forest looks messy and disorderly, as if it grew naturally. In fact, there is a lot of mystery here. Yi Xing observed carefully and found some clues. Raise the drone and take a bird's-eye view of the poplar forest. The pattern displayed on the screen made netizens calm down. See 49 wooden prison machine array from a bird's-eye view. Hundreds of poplar trees form a huge mouth character. There are 11 inside the big, which are linked together. It is indeed a mystery. The tool tree is confirmed. Who can tell me what this means? Could it be a mysterious code left by aliens? Don't guess blindly, leave the opportunity to show off to the anchor. If I'm not mistaken, this is a formation. I've seen a similar formation in ancient books, called the wooden prison mechanism formation. You saw 12 mouths, each of which hides a mechanism, a total of 12. Why are there 12 mouths? The ancient method of timekeeping is based on hours, 12 hours in a row. The essence of this formation is that the sequence of the mechanisms will be disrupted every hour, so you will never guess it. Before, there was no tool for taking off, and there was no way to master the formation, so it was difficult to crack. Once you enter this formation, you can only let it be manipulated. It's easy to create such a mechanism. Yi Xing has always been more interested in things like literature, geography, and unofficial history. How proficient in talking about literature, but he has not dabbled in it. This is a typical defensive formation, used to prevent foreign invasion. Some people may think that such a formation is a paper tiger, and it can be solved by a fire. No, there must have been canals around the poplar forest before. Yi Xing moved his feet and walked forward. After a while, he found the canal dug by the workers. I checked the internet and found that there is very little information about the Jingjue kingdom in history. It seems that it suddenly appeared and disappeared suddenly. Jingjue, from the literal meaning, we can see how good the male reproductive ability of this country is. Will it be destroyed because of Jingjue? That makes sense. If you are the king of this country, other people dare to say that there is absolutely no problem in terms of education. Really? You want to force your car on this broken road? You have a very rich imagination. There were 36 countries in this Sea of Death, known as the 36 countries of the Western regions, and Khotan and Jingjue were among them. The Book of Han biography of the Western regions records that there were 480 households living in Jingjue, and the entire country was only more than 30 years old, so pitiful. Before Emperor Gaozu of the Han dynasty Liu Bang became emperor, such remote places were called Fanbang. There is such a saying that Liu Bang is a superstitious guy. He thought that the word bang in Fanbang conflicted with the bang in his name, so he allowed them to be called Bang, so it became a country. The last record of Jingjue in history was written by the great Tang monk Tang Xuanzang. Didn't expect it? It is said that Tang Xuanzang almost died when he passed by here, but later he found an oasis somehow. He got water, food, and camels from the oasis, and escaped death. Tang Xuanzang may have found treasure in the oasis, and wrote a letter to Emperor Taizong of Tang to invite him. When Emperor Taizong of Tang sent people to look for treasure, the oasis had disappeared without a trace. As for the cause of the demise of Jingjue Kingdom, there are many assumptions, but the biggest possibility is that it was attacked by foreign tribes. Yi Xing was just imagining things out of thin air. The golden ants on the boundary monument and the wooden prison array in front of him were both passive lines of defense. At that time, the powerful countries thought about how to attack, and only the weak countries with few soldiers and generals defended themselves. Mainly, the population of Jingjue Kingdom is relatively weak among the 36 countries. But their geographical location is excellent, and they are the fortress of the Silk Road. Earning a lot of money and having good resources will inevitably cause jealousy. Li Shuai of the archaeological team, another major discovery. Li Shuai of the archaeological team, our institute has decided to send another professional archaeological team to the Sea of Death. Li Shuai of the archaeological team, I beg the anchor to assist us. You can make any conditions. Do you want us to chat privately? The archaeological team kept sending text messages and calling Yi Xing. But the coordinates here are false. There is no way to locate them. There is a strange airflow over the Sea of Death, and helicopters cannot pass through. They think they can only drive. In addition to preparation, the fastest time is 3 days. Are you kidding me if Yi Xing has to wait for 3 days in such a ghost place? He is here for adventure, for archaeology. He refused the other party outright. But as a member of China, he is willing to help the archaeological team. He told them all his route map and possible dangers. Whether they can find it depends on their luck. It's 7:30 in the evening. Those who are going to school are going to school, and those who are going to get off work are going to get off work. The number of live broadcast rooms has increased sharply. Since Yi Xing started broadcasting for the second day, he has been at the top of the new list. His popularity and heat have left the second place far behind. The number of online viewers has reached 800,000, reaching a new height. Are you ready? Now I will enter the wooden prison mechanism array and take you to experience its mystery. Yi Xing struck while the iron was hot and rushed into the poplar forest with big strides. C50 East Starcrow, please be a good person. More than 1,000 years ago, Yi Xing would never dare to break into the formation at will. Because at that time, the branches of Populus euphratica were so lush and leafy that they blocked the sky and the sun, and you couldn't even see the sky when you raised your head. You have no way of knowing what is hidden in the leaves or whether there are people hiding in the trees. Today, the remaining body of Populus euphratica is only 4 meters high, bare, and without a single leaf. Yi Xing, who has the ability of night vision, can flow freely inside. From a close distance, you can see animal patterns carved on the trunk of the Populus euphratica tree. Some are mice, some are cows, and there are horses, chickens, and the like. There are a total of 12 patterns. These are the 12 places, corresponding to the 12 zodiac signs. As I said before, there are 12 mechanisms in the wooden prison's mechanism array, which are replaced every hour. Perhaps to prevent mistaking the mechanism, the 12 zodiac signs were carved on the tree as a mark to identify the mechanism. The same zodiac sign represents the same organ. Yi Xing looked thoughtful. He couldn't figure out how these mechanisms were replaced. Yi Xing discovered that there was a gap between the roots of Populus euphratica and the ground. I came to take a look and was surprised. The roots of Populus euphratica do not grow underground. Is standing on the ground. Not only the one in front of me, but all poplar trees are like this. This is unbelievable. Can a tree survive without its roots in the ground? Could it be that these trees have become spirits? Could it be a tree demon? Nonsense, don't you know there were no spirits after the founding of the People's Republic of China?
Picking nose, botanist Han Honghu, it should be an evolutionary phenomenon.
In order to survive better, tree roots give up the role of tree roots and rely on the crown to absorb nutrients. There are actually such rare species in China, but their lifespan is generally short.
So Gasnai, this makes sense.
The roots are shaped like the soles of human feet.
I'll make a bold guess.
When they are still alive, they can walk, so they can update the formation structure every hour. A walking tree sounds nonsense. But considering that even golden ants can be cultivated, it doesn't seem so unreasonable to install a pair of feet on the tree. Yi Xing suspected that the person who cultivated the golden ants and arranged the formation was the same person. Princess Chi-Chi, there are traps everywhere here. Brother Xing, you must be careful.
After so many years, the mechanism has long since expired, right?
Dongxing Crow, you can't say that. Maybe a cage suddenly appeared in the ground and locked up the anchor.
Mechanisms are usually controlled by humans. There are no ghosts here.
It stands to reason that there won't be. In the middle of Yi Xing's words, a sound of chua was heard in the air. A white net popped out from the ground, trapping Yi Xing on the spot. Yi Xing has quick eyes and quick hands, and splits the net with a tactical knife. Zilala, the moment the blade was cutting the silkscreen, a star of ideas flashed out. You can imagine how hard the texture of is.
If this knife is not strengthened, it cannot cut at all.
Yi Xing used the item illustrated to check it out. This is a web made of silk spun by an insect called the iron silkworm. The hardness is comparable to iron wire, but the texture is soft, both hard and soft.
It's just a small mechanism.
It may be that this mechanism happens to be malfunctioning, so it can still cause a reaction. This situation is relatively rare. Yi Xing smiled slightly, without too much panic. Fortunately, the anchor is very agile, otherwise would be slapped in the face. My sword skills are good, it would be a pity not to kill pigs.
East Star Crow, this mechanism is a bit low. Is there anything more powerful? Use some hidden weapons like arrow rain, poisonous needles, etc. It looks more exciting. Do you think this is filming a TV series?
Yi Xing shook his head, and just as he was about to continue saying something, his expression suddenly changed. Dozens of round holes the size of coins appeared on the trunks of a row of poplar trees carved with snake-shaped patterns. Whoosh whoosh, rows of sharp arrows suddenly shot out from the holes, forming a rain of arrows and shooting towards Yi Xing. Damn it. Yi Xing picked up the iron pot and ran away while blocking it. After the arrow rain stopped, there was no time to take a breath. The dry crowns of another row of poplar trees engraved with sheep-shaped patterns swayed, and countless tiny poisonous needles fell from the sky.
Is there any mistake?
Yi Xing used the iron pot to protect his head, jumped back and rolled, dodging in a panic. Papa, the host's face was swollen, so embarrassing. I don't think it's the anchor's fault. I have to blame Dongxing Crow. His mouth is so foul, whatever he says comes from whatever he says.
Dongxing Crow, I really don't have any malice, I just feel it.
Let me guess again, it should appear next. Dongxing Crow has been banned.
Brother Crow, did you have your mouth opened in Linging Temple? Please be a good person.
This guy's mouth was so smart that Yi Xing had no choice but to believe him. If you let him say a few more words, who knows what will happen?
Ha 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 ha.
XSWL, this is the first time I see a host so helpless. OS within the anchor, Thundernut, I don't want to lose face. It turns out that the thing more terrifying than the mouth is the crow's mouth.
The mechanism is not malfunctioning, it is out of control. It's better to leave here early. Feeling the potential danger, Yi Xing speeded up his pace invisibly.
As I was walking, a red light suddenly appeared around me. C51 Skeleton Will-O-Wisp.
Is the host dead? Chapter 51 Skeleton Ghost. Is the anchor dead?
Ghastly skulls floated in the air, emitting a strange red light. Suddenly down, suddenly bright and suddenly dark.
Like a ghost from the underworld. Monster. This is really a monster. Unexpectedly, the evil spirits retreated.
Barrage body protection. Barrage, don't use me to get in the way, I'm fucking scared too.
Why is the anchor silent? Has his soul been taken away?
A strong man silently tucked Giorgio into bed. Don't worry, the soul is still there. Don't be afraid, little cuties, this is not a monster. Yi Xing walked up to one of the skulls and swung a knife into the air in the direction of the skull. Snap! The skull immediately fell to the ground and broke into pieces. This red light is phosphorus, which is also called.
There is phosphorus in bones. After decay, it will turn into phosphine. It has a very low ignition point and can spontaneously ignite.
The reason why it can float in the air is because the skeleton is tied with a transparent silk thread. I just cut the thread, so fell. The skull has a layer of grease like beeswax. This grease can ensure spontaneous combustion many times. The designer used the superstitious characteristics of ancient times to design this mechanism.
Its main function is to scare the enemy and make them retreat when faced with difficulties.
Yi Xing thought of something, grabbed a phosphorus skull, and placed it in front of him.
There is a folk saying that ghosts can be distinguished by using phosphorus.
When ghosts see phosphorus, their eyes will turn completely white. As he finished speaking, the camera suddenly pulled in, giving a close-up of Yi Xing's face.
Under the illumination of phosphorus, Yi Xing's angular face showed an indescribable gloominess.
Your eyes. The anchor's eyes turned completely white, so scary. I have long suspected that the anchor is not.
Detective Mr. K, do you still remember that the anchor closed the live broadcast room 3 times?
The first time was during a sandstorm, the second time was when he entered the main hall of the Buddhist temple, and the third time was when he broke through the gravel circle. Detective K. Mail, during this period, the anchor may have encountered something unexpected.
Who is broadcasting to us now? Who else could it be? It's the anchor Hun.
It's horrifying to think about it. The anchor doesn't seem to know that he is dead. The live broadcast cannot be allowed to continue, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. Brothers, please report it together.
Ha ha ha, you bunch of idiots.
The eye roll is a live broadcast special effect, idiot. Yi Xing couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter. He wanted to make a joke with netizens, but he didn't expect it would cause such a big commotion. After turning off the special effects, the color of his eyes returned to normal. This scene is equipped with special effects of the host's expression, which is so interesting.
Brother, are you good at playing? The family is scared by you, please comfort the family. Friend, I read in your profile that you are 43 years old and male. Are you serious? If you ask me, you are too cowardly, lose. Hey, why is my diaper wet?
After walking out of the populous Euphratica forest, the field of vision became wider. 100 meters away, ingenious ancient buildings appeared one after another.
Colorful private houses and antique pavilions form a dazzling and splendid city.
There were soldiers in helmets and armor walking back and forth on the tower, and the lights in the city were brightly lit. Yi Xing was stunned. Countless netizens were also dumbfounded. Window_Taboola equals window_Taboola, Taboola.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, Taboola below article thumbnail 300 x 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 x 250, target type, mix, C52 the disappeared ancient city.
Jingjue ruins, what the hell? What am I looking at? No.
This is too unscientific, it's impossible, there can't be a living city in the desert.
Hearing is not believing, seeing is believing, this is indeed a living city, I can see people walking in it.
The poplar trees that are said to be immortal for 1,000 years are dead, how can humans survive here? You are surprised by the rare things, this is just a mirage.
Don't tease me, mirages are optical illusions, produced by the refraction of light, can't you see it's night now? Ghost town.
This must be a ghost town, the tough guy trembles. After a minute or two, the scene in front of me suddenly disappeared. Where is the brilliant city? Instead, there is a desolate dead land without any plants or animals. Only a part of the incomplete sand-colored buildings that have survived the vicissitudes of life are left. Yi Xing blinked, walked in front of the old building that no longer had its former glory, and after checking it out, he suddenly realized.
Don't scare yourself.
This is actually a special natural phenomenon. The wall is mixed with the chemical substance Fe3O4, which is ferric oxide. In thunder and lightning weather, lightning has a certain probability of conducting electricity, and the wall has the ability to record. The scene I just saw should be a picture that happened to be recorded in a thunder and lightning weather thousands of years ago. Now the weather is just thunder and lightning, and the content of the record is accidentally played. Yi Xing used a knife to cut the wall, and there was indeed black magnetic powder inside. Knowledge monster, the host is right, the ghost soldiers borrowing the road in Jingmacao and the supernatural events of the palace maids in the Forbidden City are all similar reasons.
So that's what happened, a new posture has been added. Really? Why do I feel like the host is forcing a scientific explanation, scratching my head at tactics?
Although Jingjue is a small country, as a fortress on the Silk Road, its economy is still very strong. Through the ruins, we can find that in addition to residential houses, there are also pagodas, temples, sheepfolds, orchards and other buildings, which shows that they are relatively rich in both material and spiritual aspects. There are two styles of architecture here. One is mainly stone, which is the architectural style of the Jingjue people. The other is mainly wood, which is more delicate and complex. The intersection of the columns and beams adopts a bracket design covered with tiles. This is a characteristic of the Han Dynasty architectural style, which shows that Jingjue and the Han Dynasty at that time had a certain diplomatic relationship. Those who have studied history know that Zhang Qian made 2 missions to the western regions to open up the Silk Road. He may have used the architectural technology of the Han Dynasty to reach some kind of transaction with Jingjue.
Yi Xing wandered in the ruins and gave subjective explanations to the audience.
Congratulations, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room has reached 1 million, and the mastery of musical instruments at the God level has been obtained. Mastery of instruments, master the structure and use of all instruments, and can play at the master level. The voice of the system came from his mind, and Yi Xing realized that the number of people in the live broadcast room had increased by 1 million. It has only been 5 days since the broadcast started. It is almost impossible for a newcomer to reach 1 million online without any fraud. Although it is still a long way behind those superselling online celebrities and show stars with tens of millions of fans and millions of online views, it is an indisputable fact that Yi Xing is popular. It is worth mentioning that some timid netizens were frightened after watching Yi Xing's live broadcast and had sequelae such as nightmares, and anonymously reported the anchor.
As a result, Yi Xing was temporarily restricted, and a line of small words, "The timid ones are cautious," appeared in the upper right corner.
Unconsciously, I walked to the central part of the ruins. There stands a tall stone statue here, and you can see a hint of heroic spirit.
This is a sculpture of King Jingjue. There is a blank space below, which is specially used for engraving. The text records the life of King Jingjue. To sum it up in one sentence, it is "I am awesome." In ancient times, those who achieved great things must know how to pretend and brag. Just like Liu Bang killed the white snake and started an uprising, saying that he was the son of the Red Emperor, and used advertising to improve his prestige. Behind the stone statue is the palace where the royal family of Jingjue once lived. For a country with only more than 3,000 people, the palace is naturally not very big. Like other buildings, the palace has traces of large-scale destruction. It looks like a lifeless and desolate tomb. I wonder what's inside. If you want me to go in, click 1.
If you're worried about my safety and want me to go around, click 2.
Yi Xing stood at the dark entrance, whetting the appetite of netizens. The keyboard is not working, I can only click 1, you know. What a coincidence, I'm the same. Give me a kiss, please, strong hint.
Twinkle, 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 once upon a time there was a mountain, in the mountain there was a temple, in the temple there was an old monk. OJBK, don't say anything, I'm going in now. Yi Xing laughed dryly twice, and stepped into the palace in a hurry. C53 The palace ground gate. The palace is in the shape of a Chinese character.
Broken tiles and rubble, a desolate scene.
There are knives and arrowheads on the ground, indicating that there was a struggle here.
Except for the bronze fragments, I didn't see anything valuable. There are also some documents scattered on the ground.
Yi Xing carefully opened the document and read it in a cursory manner.
It records relatively important intelligence information and national operating policies. If the Jingjue kingdom moved away, these materials should not be easily left behind.
I think they were attacked and looted, which may be the main reason for the destruction of the country. Yi Xing speculated. Continuing to walk in, there was not much to discover. Yi Xing suddenly stopped and looked down at the ground. The cracked mud revealed some hard iron ore.
Oh, that's interesting.
This iron ore is obviously artificially forged, and the mud outside is to hide it from the public. In ancient times, there were no high-tech materials to make safes.
Families usually asked skilled craftsmen to set up hidden mechanisms in their homes to store treasures or as a backup for escape.
Most craftsmen would be killed after making the mechanisms, especially the princes and nobles, who would not let third parties know their secrets.
Yi Xing removed the mud around it, revealing a complete door shape.
I dare say, there is definitely something underneath.
Even a fool can see it, do you need to tell me? Am I the only one who thinks this looks like an underground tomb?
Bullshit, who would build a tomb where they live?
Have you heard the story about the queen of Jingjue? After the death of the king of Jingjue, his wife became the new king.
It is said that she has mysterious powers and can turn living people into dead people with a blink of an eye.
Where did you hear this? Is the news reliable?
I saw it in the TV series Ghost Blows Out the Light.
Ha, I almost believed it. What's inside? Open it and you'll know. There is a rotary button similar to the fan switch in the lower left corner.
Originally, it might be able to open the iron door, but it is too rusty and stuck inside. Yi Xing sighed with some regret.
What a bummer. Is there no other way to open it? Just kick it with your foot. Maybe it can be kicked down. Try saying "Open Sesame."
This type of door mechanism focuses on defense.
Unless there is explosives, even the strongest diamond leg can't kick it open.
In order to prevent the mechanism from malfunctioning, anyone with a little bit of brains will keep a backup plan. Yi Xing lay on the ground and observed closely.
Found it.
Look, the surface of this underground door has been carved, showing a beast pattern. There are many raised small balls in the pattern, and now they are locked.
This kind of bead will automatically unlock after rolling to the left and can be pressed down.
But you can't press it casually, otherwise no one knows what will happen.
Yi Xing sat cross-legged on the ground, with a thoughtful look on his face. Damn, what is this beast pattern? It's too abstract, I don't understand. It's a husky.
What the hell, it's obviously a leopard, plus 2 leopards, it's 3 leopards, 3 leopards kill all the fields.
Brother, you must have lost a lot of money, right? I think it looks like a meow. Princess Chi-Chi, how can a meow be so fierce? Doesn't it look like a tiger when it's baring its teeth?
Tiger, yes, it's a tiger. My princess, you're so smart. Yi Xing clapped his hands and became excited. He knew how to open this mechanism. See 54 Luminous Harp, 1000-Year Wine Chapter 54 Luminous Gene, New Year Wine. The pattern on the ground door is a tiger.
To be precise.
The astronomers of the Han Dynasty divided the stars visible in the sky into 18 groups, called the 18 constellations.
The blue dragon in the east, the black basalt in the north, the white tiger in the west, and the red bird in the south.
Jingjue is located in the western region, belongs to the west, and corresponds to the white tiger. You need to press the ball corresponding to the position of the constellation, and the mechanism should open.
Yi Xing directly used his mobile phone to check the specific location of the white tiger constellation. Respectively, Kue Malam, Lujin Dog, Weitu Pheasant, Pleiades Chicken, Baiyu, Go Fire Monkey, and Shinshui Ape. Press the 7 balls corresponding to this position in sequence.
After a few seconds, the ground gate was divided. A stone staircase suddenly appeared in front of you. At this moment, a white-green light came from below.
Really opened. What's going on with this bright light? Are people doing homework down there with the lights on? Definitely a big treasure. The anchor is going to make a fortune. Get rich? It doesn't exist. Don't forget, the people in the exam team are watching the live broadcast. I can't wait to go down and have a look.
I thought there would be a strong smell in it, but there was no smell at all. To prevent the ground door from closing automatically, Yi Xing moved a stone and stuck it at the entrance.
Okay, let's go down and take a look.
Yi Xing walked down the stairs. The stone steps were very short and he reached the end in just a few steps.
Whoa! 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 My heaven, my night crystal, what a great gesture! What comes into view is a square space, the size of a basketball court.
Yi Xing's eyes widened the moment he entered, and he let out 3 exclamations.
The surrounding walls are crystal clear and glow, it's amazing. Crystal no, night crystal, what the hell?
Knowledge monster, night crystal is a rare natural mineral that can glow in the dark like luminous stone, but is brighter than luminous stone.
Knowledge monster, it is unheard of to use night crystal to build an underground space as large as a basketball court. This is truly a priceless treasure. The anchor quickly digs up some and takes it back, sneakily. Don't let the people on the examination team find out. Forget it, the friction and hardness of night crystal is 1.5 times that of iron, so it can't be cut. After being amazed, Yi Xing began to carefully look at the interior furnishings. Not so magnificent, simple and elegant. On the left is a wooden table about 2 meters long. The legs of the table were short, and a woolen mat was spread behind the table. A variety of chains are hung on the crystal wall on the right, with exquisite shapes and full charm. There is also a self-written musical score next to the piano. Judging from the beautiful handwriting and wording, it should be written by a woman.
There is a bronze frame at the back, about 1.8 meters high. The bronze shelves are filled with all kinds of wine glasses and jade pots, a dazzling array.
You may have thought wrong.
This is not a place to hide treasures or a place for private entertainment. The night crystal can automatically adjust the temperature, so it's warm in winter and cool in summer, so people feel comfortable staying inside.
There are many beauties in the western regions. King Jingjue's wife should be a great beauty. Each piano is engraved with a woman's name called an Asai. She may be the queen at that time.
It can be seen from the music score that Ines is a highly accomplished violinist. Thinking back to those days, King Jingjue was sitting on this woolen blanket, with the table filled with fine wine and delicacies, listening to a peerless beauty playing the strings of the piano in front of his eyes.
Fine wine, delicious food, beauties, all of them, so happy. You can close your eyes and imagine.
The male will imagine himself as King Jingjue, and the female will imagine herself as Ines. Yi Xing created a space for netizens to imagine. The The sense of immersion is very strong, is already leaking.
This woolen blanket is bigger than the bed at home. I want to be the king of beauty. I don't have time to listen to the piano. I just hugged Ines and he.
The king of excellence, the king of excellence, only the king of excellence can become a king.
You guys, all have that kind of thing in your head.
A red flower. I think King Jingjue must love Ines very much to give her such a magical place as a practice room.
It's so romantic. Hey, a person's love is very pure. If you love her, give her the best.
Men nowadays are too frivolous.
Exactly, you women are not like that. You know how to ask for things, you don't know how to consider their feelings, and you break up easily. Didn't you guys force us to break up? That's nonsense. How can we men be so cool? Ahem, the topic has gone astray.
Some netizens started driving while chatting, and Yixing stepped on the brakes in time.
Go to the bronze stand. The jade pots and wine glasses here are all made of Hatan jade and are priceless.
The larger cup for men and the one-size cup for women.
King Jingjue not only loves to drink, but he is also a very particular person. I don't know if I have any wine yet, let's take a look.
Yixing opened the lid of the jade pot, and a strange smell floated out from inside.
I'm lucky, it's still half a pot.
The wine made from this grape is dark red and black in color. A light, dark fragrance. Yixing got closer and took a few sips, and the more he sniffed, the more he sniffed.
God, can you believe this wine that has been produced for more than 1,500 years? It's unreasonable. After so many years, shouldn't it have evaporated long ago? I really want to taste what it tastes like. It must be awesome. Knowledge monster, that's not necessarily true. Wine doesn't taste better the longer it's stored.
Generally, the best drinking period of wine is 35 years, and the better aging ability is 520 years.
After the drinking period, the taste is not satisfactory. Knowledge monster, only a few high-end wines have a high aging value, but they are often within a few decades. Knowledge monster, wine is not like white wine.
It has no shelf life.
It will go bad. Do you dare to drink wine that has expired for many years? What you said makes sense, but you didn't understand one thing. Not all wines will expire.
There are more than 8 kinds of grapes in the world, and less than 1% are suitable for winemaking.
Of this 1%, less than 1/10 can be made into good wine.
Of this 1/10, only a handful can make the best wine.
If we make a ranking list, the first one must be Black Beauty.
After Yixing checked the ingredients of this pot of wine with the item atlas, he was overjoyed. Black Beauty sprouts in 10 years and bears fruit in 100 years. The growing conditions are extremely harsh and it has been extinct for a long time.
But it is different from other grapes. Once it bears fruit, it will be immortal.
In layman's terms, it can be preserved indefinitely. So the wine brewed with Black Beauty will not expire even if it is 10,000 years, let alone 1 or more years. It is said that Black Beauty has the magical effect of clearing the skin and beautifying the face.
I don't know if it is true or not. Let me taste it for you. Yixing couldn't help swallowing his saliva.
Millions of netizens swallowed their saliva, see 55. The string breaks at the end of the song. The obsession of the zither player life requires a sense of ritual, and so does drinking. Don't drink wine by pouring it in your face like you drink beer. You need to pour it into a wine glass, drink it slowly and savor it carefully.
I'll pick out a wine glass. I just said that King Jingjue is very particular about people. There are male and female wine glasses. I choose women's wine glasses. The reason is very simple. I am afraid that King Jingjue will stink. I believe that an elegant and beautiful woman like Ines will not stink. Even if her water once touched it, it would still be sweet.
Yixing took the smaller wine glass, placed it in front of the table, and sat down on the wool blanket.
Bah, don't use stinky as alone, you are just a pervert.
If a man is not sexy, it is purely a fiction. If a woman is not coquettish, she is not of high class.
The anchor's thoughts are so delicate, and he looks like a machine boy. Different wines have different ways of drinking. Wait before drinking beer so that the bubbles disappear and your stomach won't bloat. Eat before drinking liquor. It won't hurt your stomach and won't make you drunk easily.
Sober up before drinking red wine. Decanting will make the wine taste smoother. There was no decanter, so Yixing simply shook the wine glass.
Finally, drink it gently. The wine made by this Black Beauty is different. After thousands of years of precipitation, it is still smooth when entering the throat.
It's not bitter or astringent, but has a slightly sweet and salty taste. After flowing into the body, half of it is hot and half is cold.
Double, I like it.
Yixing licked the wine juice on his lips, not wanting to let go of a drop.
What 2 layers?
Laughing without saying a word, the anchor's expression is so rude, damn it, I'm so greedy to death. I looked at the special 3-year Cabernet Sauvignon in front of me and fell into deep thought. What a 82-year-old Lafite and a 45-year-old Romani Conti. In front of the Black Beauty, they are the younger brother among younger brothers and the grandson among grandsons. They are so weak. This is probably the most expensive bottle of wine in the world, because it is unique. I am so envious that my tongue has already been stretched out. Please give me a little bit, even half a drop. Grape wine luminous cup, absolutely amazing. Yi Xing was immersed in the nectar and jade liquid and couldn't extricate himself. One cup after another, I was as happy as a god. Ha! Isn't this the case? Unknowingly, I drank more than 10 cups. The wine in the jade pot is at its bottom. It's a pity that I don't have any mineral water, otherwise I could drink it as grape water after pouring it in. I lost it. Why did my skin change color? Yi Xing, who had endless aftertaste, found that a layer of red dead skin appeared on the surface of his skin. Pat it lightly with, and this layer of red skin breaks apart like the brittle on multigrain pancakes and scatters all over the floor. The black star turns into a white star. Not only does the skin become whiter, the anchor's complexion also improves a lot, and the oil on his face and the blackheads on his nose disappear. The skin is white and pink, like a girl of 15 or 16 years old. I, a 20-year-old aunt, was very moved when she saw it. The anchor looks a bit delicate to begin with, but looking at it this way, he looks even more graceful. Excuse me, can you be my girlfriend? Mom, I want to bend to take back your dirty thoughts. A strong man like me will not give in. Yi Xing laughed. The ability of Black Beauty wine to purify the skin is indeed unparalleled. Compared with the changes in shape, what made Yi Xing even more satisfied was that the physical fatigue was swept away, and all the moisture in his muscles and bones was evaporated. Comfortable. The stamina of this pot of wine is quite high. Yi Xing, who was a little drunk, suddenly felt something and walked to the piano wall by accident. The piano in the middle is so beautiful. Do you know the anchor? Can the anchor play the piano? I want to hear it. It doesn't matter if you can't play or sing a song. I became a fan because of the song Desert Camel sung by the host. This is a Polonia piano with green vines wrapping around it. It's a standard green shi style. At that time, Sima Shangru, one of the great masters of Hanfu, played the song Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix with this Grienki-style instrument, winning the favor of Zhuo Wenjun and creating a romance of selling wine as a bartender. Love story. Ines placed this piano in the most conspicuous place, which also symbolizes her unique love for King Jingjue. I'm not very good at playing the piano or singing, but if you want to hear it, I'll show off. Yi Xing took off the Polonia piano, sat down cross-legged, and placed it on his legs. Since Isna is the musical instrument, I will play and sing the musical instrument for you in front of the screen, and also to commemorate the dead love between her and King Jingjue. Yi Xing adjusts his breathing, presses the strings with his left to pick up the notes, and plucks the strings with his right. Yi Xing, who is not familiar with musical instruments, obtains master-level mastery of musical instruments, and can play any instrument in the world without thinking. A slightly sad prelude sounded. Yi Xing gently closed his eyes and sang softly. If this string sound conveys a love the North Star echoes in the distance, let me get you this Polonia piano. I played like this again. You are the one who unlocked my ankles, humming a strange local accent while walking around the palace when I was playing the piano for the king. I turned around and saw you. The emotion of first encounter is hidden in the sound of strings. The moonlight often comes to my hometown, sent back so many people's sorrow. Swallow the spoonful of hot porridge you fed me. These years can pass by quietly. This is the sound of beer plus lightning. Across the screen, I heard a kind of desolation and sadness, which had nothing to do with the song, and the sound from the Polonia piano hurt me so much. Why am I so fat? My tear ducts collapsed. I cried to death. I got this series. The anchor's piano skills are impeccable, and he is not far behind the traditional Chinese music masters I have seen. Boss, please bear with me. My boyfriend and I broke up and I didn't even cry, but after listening to this song, I couldn't help it. It was like being possessed by a demon. Did anyone hear the sound of a woman sobbing? Yes, yes, yes. I thought was listening. Look, the anchor's eyes are red. The song ends. The strings of the Polonia harp broke with a thud. A drop of tear flowed from the corner of Yi Xing's eye and dripped on the piano. When Fang was playing the piano, a woman's harmonious voice came to Yi Xing's ears. He felt Yanasi's obsession with Kinai. When Ines played the last song, she should have cried bitterly. That feeling of powerlessness, that the country is about to be destroyed, the family is about to be destroyed, and everything is lost. This tear fell through Yi Xing's eyes. The moment the strings broke, Ines's 1,000-year obsession disappeared.
The reason why this song can touch so many netizens is because Yinaz injects soul into it.
Yixing did not explain his inner feelings to netizens.
Because this is something that cannot be sympathized with. Silence is better than sound at this time.
Yixing sighed quietly, walked to the piano wall, and was about to put the Polonia piano back to its original place.
This perfectly fitted crystal wall flipped sideways without any warning. Hey hey hey!
Without any precautions, Yixing was forced into a dark room by the overturned wall. Window _ tabula equals window _ tabula.push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, tabule below article thumbnail 300 x 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 x 250, target type, mix, C56 in the depths of the secret room. I see Xianbing. The crystal wall pushed Yixing in and quickly returned to its original state. It seemed like nothing happened. The Black Hawk drone hit the ground several times, but to no avail.
I just peed. Why is the anchor gone? Have a rest. The anchor was eaten by the wall. Don't talk nonsense, he may have accidentally activated another mechanism. Don't know what's inside? Is King Jingjue Inus inside? In addition, the anchor can just compete with the host. Observe for a few minutes. If the anchor still doesn't come out, we will call the police. Brother, are you serious? If calling the police is useful, can this place still be called a restricted area? Netizens became worried and spontaneously prayed for Yixing. Who would have thought that there is a secret room here?
Yixing entered a dark space where he could not see his fingers. Fortunately, he has night vision ability, otherwise fear would break through his psychological defenses before darkness does.
I don't know how to open this mechanism wall.
Yixing tried various methods but couldn't open it.
Forget it, let's see if there is any other way out here.
Yixing adjusted his mentality and walked carefully towards the depths of the secret room.
Damn, it's so cold. The temperature in the room is very low, only about 15.
Yixing even raised his head and looked up. Fortunately, he didn't see the air conditioner, otherwise he would have to suspect someone.
Is this the study room? The room is filled with all kinds of books.
There are old characters carved on the turtle shell stone. There are also texts from the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period printed on bamboo slips.
There are also paper texts that became popular after the Eastern Han Dynasty.
Yixing browsed through it roughly and was shocked. These books cover a wide range of topics, including astronomy, the art of war, Shimanduanjia, the art of mechanism, etc. It is complex and profound, and you will feel dizzy after looking at it twice. In addition to books, there are also a large number of manuscripts and drawings. Yixing discovered the method of cultivating golden ants, the structural principle of the wooden prison array, and the finished design of the White Tiger constellation gate.
Sure enough, it was made by the same person. Who could do such a thing? Apart from being shocked, I am also impressed.
This creator has advanced and bold ideas, and is proficient in dozens of languages.
What is heaven if this is not heaven? The secret room is about 40 square meters.
At the deepest point, something shaped like a coffin appeared. Yixing held the war blade and leaned towards the coffin. The closer we get, the colder it gets. It means that this coffin is the source of the air conditioning.
There won't be any dirty things like zombies in there, right?
Yixing pictured a zombie jumping out and biting him, feeling scared and curious at the same time. Walking over, I found that this was not a coffin.
It is an ice bed shaped like a coffin. The entire bed is made of blue ice, exuding a breathtaking chill. What kind of ice cube is this? Why won't it melt?
Yixing felt surprised and activated the item illustrated book.
Target analysis successful.
Target's basic attribute, Wangshuanbing, target characteristics, natural ice formed in extremely cold conditions after tens of thousands of years, can freeze flames and never melt, and has the miraculous effect of alleviating heat poison. Naturally, there will be no mysterious ice in the desert.
There is only one possibility, King Jingjue tried every means to get it back from the other side. What is the purpose? The ice bed is really shaped like an ice coffin, with an ice cap covering it. Lee Star held the knife in one hand and placed the other on the ice cap.
After touching it, there was no biting coldness as imagined, it was a relatively warm coolness.
Pulling back slightly, the ice cap slid back.
Yixing stretched out his head to explore, and all the dead souls came out. There is a person lying inside. Window _ tabula equals window _ tabula.push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, tabule below article thumbnail 300 x 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 x 250, target type, mix, C57. God is jealous of the talented Princess Jingjue. The past is like smoke and goes with the wind. Yixing was mentally prepared before opening the lid. If there is a mummy inside, he will never be frightened. But there was a person lying there.
A woman.
A woman with skin and bones, flesh and blood. So beautiful. After calming down, Yi Xing looked at it carefully again, and was completely distracted by the person in the bed.
It's wrong to call her a woman.
She looks to be 17 or 18 years old at most, so calling her a girl would be more appropriate. She is about 1.7 meters tall, has a graceful figure, and is wearing a light blue dress. She has a high nose bridge, prominent facial features, thick and long eyelashes, and looks like a mixed race. She is a typical beauty from the western regions. Modern beauties all look the same, and Yi Xing has long been tired of seeing them. This stunning beauty without makeup immediately locked Yi Xing's heart. Her beautiful eyes closed naturally, as if she was asleep. If it weren't for the lack of breath, Yi Xing would have doubted whether she was still alive. Yi Xing came up with a strange idea. If she could wake up and enter the entertainment industry, she would definitely become famous and kill for men. There was a poisonous needle inserted into the shinting point of the corpse. This was the cause of her death.
There is no intention to disturb, don't blame it.
Yi Xing did not intend to explore the secrets about the corpse. After thinking about it for a few moments, he moved to cover the ice cap again. Something weird happened, as if there was an invisible force pushing back on the ice cap.
The ice cap cannot be closed. What is tonight?
Suddenly, a voice that made Yi Xing's hair stand on end sounded in his mind.
The corpse's mouth didn't move, and there was nothing around it. I'm nervous. Do you listen? What is tonight?
It wasn't until the voice sounded repeatedly that Yi Xing was sure he heard it correctly.
Someone is indeed talking.
It was spoken in the language of Jingjue country, and Yi Xing, who was proficient in language, could completely understand it.
Who is it? Come out, I've seen you.
Yi Xing questioned in the same language.
I'm right in front of you, how do you get out?
The voice sounded again, it was the girl's voice, it was very nice. Yi Xing subconsciously took a step back and looked at the beautiful person on the bed. Aren't you already dead?
Tell me, what is this night? The voice became urgent.
It's 2020 AD, it's the beginning of the month, and the summer vacation has just ended.
Yi Xing replied.
It's been more than 1,600 years, it's too late, everything is too late. There was a hint of desolation and sorrow in that voice.
After a few seconds of silence, he asked, how did you get in here?
Yi Xing said that he was an adventurer who accidentally discovered the ruins of Jingjue Kingdom and came here by mistake. After communication, we learned that the person lying on the ice bed was the only daughter of King Jingjue and Yinaz, the princess of Jingjue Kingdom.
Princess Jingjue was gifted with extraordinary talents and strong learning ability. She was an absolute genius of that era. Pity, she has suffered from an incurable fever since she was born.
The heat poison produced by her body made her lower body almost paralyzed. Later, King Jingjue traveled thousands of miles and exhausted all his resources and connections to find a piece of Wan Deshian ice for her, thus saving her life.
She spent at least 6 hours every day on the ice bed.
My only hobbies are reading and studying knowledge. King Jingjue applied her talents to national defense and politics. The golden ants were cultivated by her. The wooden prison array and the underground crystal room were also built under her guidance.
The country of Jingjue was originally a fortress on the Silk Road.
With the intelligence of Princess Jingjue, the country became increasingly prosperous and powerful.
The so-called tree attracts the wind.
Some desert horse bandits and barbarian tribes came up with the idea of Jingjue Kingdom. In the face of the mechanisms and formations created by Princess Jingjue, these predators were defeated repeatedly. But victory did not always favor them.
Soon after, Khotan invaded.
Although the military strength of Khotan is stronger than Jingjue, with the two lines of defense of golden ants and wooden prison formations, it is difficult to conquer the city. But their opponent was Yuchi Shinma, the 13th king of Khotan. That's right, it's the devil who sacrificed his body to blood-sucking worms for eternal life. At the beginning of the fusion with the blood-sucking worm, Yuchi Shinma had not completely lost his mind. At that time, in order to get fresh blood and expand his territory, he fought everywhere, killing the people of the surrounding small countries and sucking human blood.
Jingju country is one of his goals. Golden ants and wooden prison formations can defend against air and land enemies. Unexpectedly, the blood-sucking worms have the ability to escape from the ground.
It can bypass the defense line and sneak directly into the interior of Jingjue country from underground. The Jingjue kingdom's military strength was only about 500, which was unable to stop the blood-sucking worms in its heyday. King Jingjue led his troops to fight, originally wanting to leave Yinaz and her daughter in the secret room. But Yinaz is not only a piano player, but also proficient in the art of witchcraft. She is determined to die together with King Jingjue. Before the battlefield, she played music for King Jingjue for the last time, and used a special poisonous needle to seal her daughter's Shinting point. If the poisonous needle is removed within 7 days, Princess Jingjue will wake up. Isna coaxed her daughter that she would be back soon. This time, there are more than 1,600, which makes people sigh. Poor Princess Jingjue didn't even know she was dead. After Yixing opened the ice cap, for some unknown reason, her consciousness was awakened. She could feel that a long time had passed, so she asked, "What is tonight?" It is hard to imagine her mood at this moment. Put yourself in her shoes. If you wake up now and find that the time has changed from 2020 to 3620, your country, relatives, lovers, all familiar people, and all familiar things no longer exist, and you are left with only an empty shell. What should you do? As she spoke, the voice of Princess Jingjue became smaller and smaller, and she seemed extremely weak. I have said everything I should say. Can you tell me how to leave here? Yixing felt that her consciousness was on the verge of disappearing, and asked hurriedly. The air became quiet, and the voice of Princess Jingjue disappeared. No matter how Yixing shouted, she stopped speaking. Is it really going to be trapped here to death? Hey, can you hear me? Although I can't save you, I have avenged your parents, your country, and your people. Look! Yixing was quick-witted and took out the blood treasure obtained from the blood-sucking worm. How did you do it? The weak voice was mixed with shock. This beast was sealed in the temple. I accidentally ran into it. As the embodiment of heroism and chivalry, how could I condone it to do evil in the world? I slaughtered it. Yixing replied nervously, setting up a righteous personality for himself. After a long silence, Princess Jingjue's voice became gentle. Can you do me a favor? You said, I will do anything, even if it means going through mountains of swords and seas of fire, picking stars and embracing the moon. Yixing's face lit up, and he patted his chest with a solemn oath as she said, I have been disabled in both legs since childhood, and I have never left this sandy land. The book says that there is a place called the sea in the Central Plains, where the sky and water are blue. It is the most beautiful place on earth, connecting the end of the world and reaching the other side of the sky. If possible, can you scatter my ashes into the sea? I want to see it. The words of Princess Jingjue were like a beam of sunlight that dispersed the darkness in front of her eyes. I carry your dream, Yixing said firmly. At this moment, he had no sympathy or heartache. He only had respect for her dreams. There is a seed on my chest. It is a treasure passed down from generation to generation in our Jingjue country. I don't know its specific origin. I have tried various methods but couldn't make it bloom. The reason why my body is not rotten and I can talk to you with my consciousness is all thanks to it. After I am cremated, it will be yours. There is a treasure under the ice bed. The words stopped here. The voice of the Jingjue princess was like a candle that had burned out. Treasure? What is the use of treasure? You haven't told Lao how to get out yet. See 58 black seeds. Princess Jingjue's consciousness completely disappeared. Yixing was really a little panicked. If he couldn't leave here, everything he said before was bullshit. Calm down, I want to be calm. Feel it carefully, there is a weak airflow, which means there is a vent. Yixing glanced at the corpse of Princess Jingjue and stretched out his right hand to touch her. No offense, sorry. Princess Jingjue did not lie, there was indeed a black seed hanging on her chest. This black seed is 1/3 the size of a cherry, like a pure black gem. Let's see what it is. Activate item illustration, target analysis. Analysis successful. Target attribute, unknown seed. Target characteristics, a seed with mysterious power. Legend has it that only golden soil can make it germinate. It seems that before it germinates, it is impossible to know its detailed information. As for the golden soil, who knows what it is? Ask someone after going out. Is it going to die so soon? After Yixing took away the black seeds, the body of Princess Jingjue was like a plant that had been drained of water. It shrank quickly, a lot of corpse spots appeared, and it began to rot. You are beautiful, so go beautifully. Yixing took out some gasoline from the system space and poured it on the body. The lighter was long gone. Yixing took out 2 flints picked up in the desert from the cactus underwear. It sparked. The flame was frozen by the cold air emitted by the ice bed as soon as it burned. Awesome, Xianbing can really freeze flames. Yixing had to carry the body out and reignite it. Prince Jingjue turned to ashes in the flames. There were only a few ashes. It's completely nonsense to see a basin of ashes in TV dramas. The ashes were collected in a sachet hanging next to the ice bed. The smoke in the air was sinking. It means the vent is on the ground. Yi Xing was lying on the ground when he found that there was a small air hole on the ground.
He couldn't even put his finger in.
He sighed helplessly and diverted his attention. What could be the treasure that Princess Jingjue said?
Yi Xing couldn't help his curiosity and pushed the ice bed away. Oh my god!
A black hole the size of a well appeared under the ice bed.
There should be an arc under the black hole, so you can't see what's on the other side.
The wall of the cave is very smooth, with obvious traces of man-made things. Yi Xing threw a stone down, but there was no echo. There is oxygen in the cave, and the other end is not a dead end. There are no valuable jewelry in Princess Jingjue's room, which means she is a person who is not worldly.
What can make her call it a treasure must not be ordinary gold and silver treasures, so what could it be?
After hesitating for a long time, Yi Xing decided to go down and take a look.
In fact, he had no better choice since he couldn't open the door outside.
Since you have decided to take the risk, you must bear all the risks. Yi Xing's legs were facing down, and the iron pot was placed on his chest. The other hand held the tactical hand tightly. After taking a deep breath, he slid down.
Oh, ho ho ho, exciting.
This passage is similar to the slide in the playground, and the speed is very fast.
The entire passage is a U-shaped design.
When Yi Xing slid to the bottom,
a super strong spring mechanism hit Yi Xing's buttocks.
His body rushed straight up.
Awesome!
The end of the passage gradually became clear, as if it was covered by weeds.
Through the gaps in the weeds, Yi Xing saw a bright moon, C59 desert oasis.
Buddha is the way a screen pierced the quiet night sky. Yi Xing rushed in from the passage.
It fell on a soft grass. Looking up is the bright moon and starry sky. Below the head are grass and flowers. The surroundings are green and full of life. Am I dreaming?
Yi Xing pinched his butt and balls, and then patted his face.
It all hurts.
The transmission distance of the channel will be more than 1 kilometer. Yi Xingbai is still in the desert.
So there is only one, this is an oasis. There is no oases in the Sea of Death is something that is recognized by all explorers and archaeologists. However, the facts are right in front of you, which can teach people to believe.
Swish, a black shadow appeared out of thin air and came to Yi Xing's side.
It was the Black Hawk UAV that activated the follow mode.
It senses the change in the person's position and follows him immediately. Millions of netizens in the live broadcast room were also confused.
Is there an oasis? How could there be an oasis?
What we saw just now was obviously a lifeless swamp.
Why did it suddenly turn into an oasis? Is it an illusion or time travel? Oh shit, damn it, look who that is. Broadcast? It's a broadcast. Is he trapped in the country of Jingjue? Why are he here? My brain is stuck, someone tell me what is going on.
Brothers, put your fear on the public screen.
Fear. Fear. Hello, nice to see you again. It's a long story, so I'll keep it short.
Yi Xing briefly explained what happened in the secret room. In order to avoid the trouble of, he concealed the conversation between and Jingjue Gong.
I read the information about the demise of Jingjue Kingdom from the book. I am absolutely certain that this is a real oasis.
As for the swamp you saw above, it's just an illusion to protect the oasis.
If you think about it, this must be a deception set up by Mr. Jingjue.
The treasure in her heart is this oasis full of life. G people have their own heavenly appearance, and Bo is a person with great luck. The encyclopedia says there is an oasis in the Sea of Death, but the broadcast will rewrite the encyclopedia. The flowers, grass, and trees are so beautiful. At this moment, I really want to lie in Bo's arms and enjoy this wonderful scene with him.
You are dreaming. The broadcast is mine, fierce.
I have seen fake oases on TV before, but this is the first time I have seen a real-time oasis.
Please take me to visit it, request from a little love, that's what I mean. I also want to know what's in the oasis.
Yi Xing was excited. The presence of an oasis means there will be a shortage of food and water. He decided to stay here all night.
The grass on it is just average. Its shape looks very similar to lettuce, and it's called Leazakeo. There's also an interesting folktale in it.
There is a big mountain south of the Taiching Palace where I lived when I was a boy. In the mountain there is a group of bison with huge size, sharp horns and cruel temperament. The bison dominate the mountains and are kings. They move in groups and often attack humans.
Even jackals, tigers and leopards just run away with their tails between their legs.
When I learned about this, I went to the mountains to subdue the bison. He found the leader of the buffalo. After fighting for dozens of rounds, he used the Qiankuan snare to trap the nose of the buffalo, and then he completely surrendered.
A great sage like me will definitely kill innocent people indiscriminately.
He only tamed the cow with virtue and tamed the leader of the wild bull. He planted a particularly delicious grass on the mountain and gave it to the bison, so that they would only eat grass and no longer eat meat. They are also taught to pull plows and carts, and exchange labor for food. Finally, the mount of the bison leader, I am. Laozi passed down the method of growing this grass, and later generations named it Laozi grass. This is the favorite of herbivores. It is very nutritious and can be eaten by humans. Yi Xing grabbed a handful of grass and twisted it. Transparent juice flowed from the grass, full of protein. When I taste it, it looks like raw egg white, a bit fishy. Laozi grass? Are you serious about this name? It feels like it's an insult. No wonder there is a ring on the nose of the cow. It turns out that's what happened. Learn. Do you think I have ever been here before? Does anyone know where I ended up going? The last record about Lao Tzu in history is that he rode the green ox upside down at Hango Pass. At that time, a Guanling named Yin Shi saw the saint and begged him to keep his wisdom and then let him go. Lao Tzu and Yin Shi hit it off immediately, so they wrote 2 sutras on the slips. The first part is the Taoism, and the second part is the De Jing. There are 5,000 words in total. This is how the sacred book, the Tao Te Ching, was born. Yin Shi was so impressed after reading it that he followed me no matter what. The 2 of you are heading west, and you will know where you are going from now on. It is recorded in the Chronicles of Immortals that I went to the western regions and met an Indian named Siddhartha Gautama on the way. This Asen is Sakyamuni, the founder of Buddhism. So, I have been to this oasis. Before, Yi Xing was an atheist. After coming to this world and experiencing so much, his position wavered. It is said that there were really gods on the land thousands of years ago? What about Sakyamuni? I am awesome. Taishan Laojun is lousy. Taoism is obviously weak in Journey to the West. What does it look like to be bullied by a monkey? I used to think that Tathagata was the most awesome, but now I think he is just a younger brother. Buddha is originally Taoism. If Taoism is really so powerful, why is it so declining now? Taoism emphasizes that people are divided into different levels, that is, people are noble and humble. As for Buddhism, it promotes the equality of all living beings. If the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished just like the common people. This is beneficial to the king's rule, so they are naturally more willing to promote Buddhism. Are the emperor really guilty just like the common people when he breaks the law? Ha ha. Besides, practicing Taoism is extremely difficult, and ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to enter. But believing in Buddhism is much simpler, and you don't care about good people or bad people. Lazy people and bad people all join, burn incense when you have nothing to do, kowtow to the Buddhas, and they will answer your wishes. Occasionally, you can recite scriptures, string beads, do some good deeds, and then you will be rich and powerful in your next life. Which one is more popular with the public? It's obvious at a glance. In my opinion, it's better to express your belief in Buddhism. Don't spray me. Yi Xing said as he walked, passing through a relatively dense green jade tree. A blue lake appeared in front of him. On the blue brocade-like lake, a layer of slight ripples rose and fell with the wind. Fascinating and intoxicating. Brother Meng, to be honest, my cactus pants are very sticky inside. I've been wanting to find a place to wash it well. Let me go down first to have fun. Go, it's healthier to wash. Sticky? Could it be? Ahem, I'm still a child, I know everything. Don't think wrongly, it's secreted by the cactus. Be careful, safety first. Yi Xing cut the camera and took off the cactus pants. Holding a tactical knife for self-defense, he plunged into the lake. This plunge almost cost him his life. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to let us know. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. See 60 Death Bite. Life hangs on a thread. Chapter 60 Deadly Bite. Life hangs on a thread. It's so comfortable, yeah. Swimming in the desert is absolutely unimaginable. Is there something coming? Yi Xing, who was swimming in the water, suddenly saw a black, unknown horn-shaped object floating on the lake not far away. It looks like a fish fin. There won't be a big fish underneath, right? Yi Xing showed alertness. For safety reasons, go ashore first. When swimming back, the creature under the fin suddenly accelerated. The speed in the water is 34 times that of Yi Xing. The fish caught up in 2 breaths. Fuck, it's too late. It's extremely dangerous to expose your back when you are not as fast as the opponent. Yi Xing kicked his feet, turned around, and held the knife horizontally in front of him. If it was an ordinary big fish, Yi Xing would be sure to kill it even in the water. Splash! The underwater creature suddenly raised its head, and a lot of water splashed up from the lake. After seeing its appearance clearly, Yixing was stunned. His heart sank as if a stone was tied to it. This is indeed a fish. But it is not an ordinary fish. It is a shark. It is about 9 feet long, about 3 meters. A pair of pectoral fins are like the leaves of a large electric fan. The tail fin is like a crescent moon. There are 2 fist-sized holes on the buttocks, and it is unclear what is inside. Except for the black dorsal fin, the rest of the body is bone-like white. Even the eyeballs are completely white. The most terrifying thing is its mouth. Its mouth is annular, similar to a circle. There are no lips, and 5 or 6 rows of blade-like teeth grow in the mouth in a spiral shape. There are as many as hundreds of them. Don't sharks live in the sea? Why are there sharks here? It's too unscientific. Yixing didn't even think about it. Its mouth split in the middle, forming a Y shape, biting towards Yixing's head like a splint. Yixing used his feet and leaned back, narrowly avoiding its deadly bite. You are not an ordinary fish, and I am not an ordinary person either. Yixing stabbed it from top to bottom, breaking its skin. A strong smell of blood spurted out from the wound. The shark, feeling the pain, swept across the water with its crescent-like tail fin. Yixing wanted to lie on it to avoid the attack. But there was a kind of lubricant-like mucus on the surface of its body, which was too slippery and could not be grasped at all. Puff Yixing, who was swept by the tail fin, had blood oozing from his mouth and nose, his ribs hurt so much, and his head was buzzing. This guy is quite big. Xiaohei, give me a hand. Fighting in the water is extremely disadvantageous for Yixing. Yixing wanted to use the Black Hawk UAV to quickly drag himself to the shore. Fuck, the water monster really appeared. My mom and dad, am I right? Is this a shark? Why is its mouth spiral-shaped? It's so weird. Cherish life, don't go into the water. How can there be sharks in a lake? This is unscientific? Yixing used Xiaohei's strength to float on the water surface. He was about to get ashore. The scary-looking shark dived into the water and disappeared. Have you given up the attack? No. It's down there. Yixing felt a strong current coming from under his feet. Xiaohei, lower. There was not enough time, and Yixing knew he couldn't swim forward anymore. Although the drone can play a role similar to a parachute, but it can't take Yixing directly into the air at present. Therefore, Yixing let it float on the water. Then he stepped on it with his feet as a fulcrum, and he planned to jump directly over the last few meters. After improving his physical fitness, Yixing's jumping ability also increased significantly. He could jump 4 meters away with one jump. However, at the moment he jumped, the shark jumped up from the bottom of the water with a wave of spray. Yixing's jump height was 1.5 meters. The shark rushed out of the water more than 2 meters high. It just happened to catch Yixing in the air and bit him. Plop! Both the man and the shark fell into the water. After a few seconds, the water surface returned to calm. C61 Survival from desperate situation, high energy triple jump. The moment the shark took off, Yixing held back his strength, avoiding the risk of the entire body being swallowed. But his foot was stuck between the shark's teeth. The shark dragged Yixing down desperately. Yixing held his breath and moved the weapon in his hand towards it crazily. But in the water, where can it compete? A death roll made Yixing dizzy. Not to mention attacking, his body stood still. Hateful. I'm almost out of breath. This lake is so deep that it bottoms out. If it continues like this, even if we can break free, we won't have the strength to swim back. The best way before Yixing is to chop off his own legs. This way there is still a glimmer of hope. After the tactical knife is upgraded with strengthening fluid, it can definitely chop off the flesh and bones of Leafstar. I'm here to take care of a dying man. Since God has given me a chance to live, I will give up easily. From the moment I entered the sea of death, I was ready to wake up. If you break a leg, you will still have a husband. Yixing gritted his teeth and prepared to break his legs to survive. Congratulations, the fan value of the host live broadcast room has exceeded 1 million, and you have received the bonus skill Triple Jump. Triple Jump, using an instant burst of foot power, you can borrow force 3 times in the air or water to move at high speed. Your body quality determines the upper limit of movement speed and height. It will cause less damage to the knee joints, so it can be used frequently. System rewards come at the right time. If it were a few seconds later, Yixing would be afraid that he would become a bad leg. Hope that the power is infinite and Yixing's potential explodes. The body curled up, and a knife was inserted into the groove of its mouth and nose, and a bloody opening was made in the forward area. It is covered with relatively sensitive nerve cells, which will make it feel very good. The shark's mouth is like a splint that can be loosened by any movement. Just now, Yixing didn't even pull out the knife, exhaled his last breath and used triple jump.
Dang dang dang. An invisible air pressure came from the soles of his feet. Yi Xing's legs became hot and he touched the water 3 times in a row.
He rushed out 7 meters in the blink of an eye.
Come again.
Yi Xing used triple jump 3 times in a row and finally surfaced. The shark wanted to repeat its old trick and rushed out of the water to bite Yi Xing, but this time it jumped up and was far below Yi Xing. Yi Xing took advantage of its body and jumped back to the shore. My legs felt like lead, and I couldn't even stand firm. Yi Xing rolled to the ground and grabbed a handful of grass to cover the key position. Ha ha ha! His chest rose and fell violently, and he greedily breathed in the pure air that contained the fragrance of mud and flowers.
I gotta. The anchor is still alive. 62.5 seconds passed after being bitten by a shark.
The anchor miraculously survived.
What did he do?
Detective K-Mail, you read that right. The anchor suddenly ejected from the bottom of the water.
There is only one truth. Stop the ink, speak up.
Detective K-Mail, then the anchor let out a super smelly fart under the water. The fart produced a thrust and pushed the anchor up.
What a joke, I think you want to eat farts. Princess Chi-Chi, why does my brother look so bad? How are you? It's okay, it's just a minor injury.
Yi Xing's physical strength quickly recovered.
He checked the wound on his ankle.
The skin is broken, exposing a little of the flesh inside. Fortunately, no muscles or bones were injured.
He was also full of doubts.
There was a creature that should appear where should appear.
Very suspicious indeed. Animal researcher Motian, anchor, did you put that shark's buttocks in just now?
2 fists holes, how do you know? Yi Xing thought about it for a moment and replied with certainty.
Animal researcher Motian, sure enough.
This false shark lives in subtropical areas and is called the white crocodile shark.
White crocodile shark? What about the crocodile or the shark?
Animal researcher Motian, like the liger, it is a new species with a history of more than 200 years. Animal researcher Motian, the white crocodile shark has the speed of a shark in the water and can breathe with its gills. On land, it has the strength of a crocodile and can breathe with its lungs.
It is an amphibian.
Animal researcher Motian, there is no such creature in our country. So many people may know that they are extremely vital, can live hundreds of years, and feed mainly on meat. But I am confused as to why it appears here.
It's incredible. Wait a minute, if you say is really, then how can it climb ashore? Animal researcher Motian, oops. Forget about this, the anchor should stay as far away from the lake as possible, it might catch up. Yes, it's already coming up.
The black fins cut through the water, and the white crocodile shark was swimming quickly towards the shore. Yi Xing stretched out his muscles and felt full of fighting spirit.
In the water you are the king.
On land, it's certain, see 62 fishing enforcement. The white crocodile shark may not have been bleeding or injured for a long time. Yi Xing's few blows made him feel humiliated, and he became angry and irritable. After it docked, its 2 columnar hind limbs protruded from the 2 sunken places on its buttocks. Very similar to crocodile legs, but longer, thicker and stronger.
Relying on these 2 legs, its body is slightly upright. It's walking a chicken walk, which looks weird and funny. Know yourself and the enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. Let's see what color you have first. Start the biological illustrated book goal analysis. Analysis gong.
Target basic attribute. White crocodile shark Animalia chondrichthyes. Target characteristics: weight 1,200 kilograms, carnivore, will attack creatures smaller than itself indiscriminately, its jagged teeth are like a meat grinder, and can easily tear prey apart, and it will briefly fall into a state of stiffness when its belly is facing up. Oh, I thought I was so powerful, but it turns out I'm just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong.
Come on, Grandpa is here, bite me, you idiot.
Yi Xing pointed his provocative finger at it and retreated tactically. The camera is pointed at the white crocodile shark in reverse direction so that the light will not be exposed. The bottom of the lake may be connected to the river above. I guess it came here accidentally along the river and settled here. Its eyes have long since degenerated, and it is no different from a blind person. But the sense of smell is very sharp. I guess it was caused by the fluctuations caused by swimming in the lake just now. General sharks usually don't attack humans for no reason unless you let them feel danger or they smell the blood on you. But as old as the white crocodile shark, as long as it thinks you are no match for it, it will attack you for no reason and then eat you.
This thing is quite cautious.
If I don't retreat, it might still be in a stalemate with me for a while, and then make a tentative attack. Now that I'm running away on purpose, it thinks I'm afraid, so it doesn't hesitate and takes the initiative to pursue it.
Friends, please don't follow me.
Please remember that when you encounter a creature in the wild that you cannot run away or defeat, never give your back to it, because that will only lead to death. The correct thing to do is to face it, show your teeth and claws, yell at it, and curse it to death. Your bluff will disrupt their rhythm and make them mistakenly think that you are awesome. They shout and retreat slowly. It's not a big problem. Yi Xing found that the white crocodile shark's speed on land was average, and it was difficult for it to catch up unless it sprinted. So I deliberately slowed down to make it feel like it had an opportunity, and explained it to netizens with ease. I'm new here. Why is this anchor so cool and so calm when being chased by monsters? Don't be gay, old fans have long been used to it. The anchor is fishing for law enforcement. What the anchor said is true. I just met a mad dog on the street. As soon as I ran away, it immediately chased me and bit me. Thinking of what the anchor said, I immediately faced it and called it a son of a bitch and a dog basket. I cursed and cursed. It ran away with its tail between its legs. It was so magical. Mad dog, Wan Dizzy, I met a lunatic who was crazier than me, slip. It's not real, but you are real. Okay, it's almost time. It's time to show real technology. Yi Xing stepped on the foot brake. While retreating, I bent down from time to time to pick up some medium-sized stones. The corner of his mouth made a shape dark, with a crooked smile. The god of war is possessed. I will protect this smile. Steady, this is steady. Suddenly I sympathize with little white shark for being bloated and fat? Okay, let's have some music. Yi Xing snapped his fingers to let the smartphone play a high-pitched swana. Then do the standard motion of a baseball player throwing a ball. He shook his arms. The stone in his hand was shot out like a bullet. Within 100 meters, there are hundreds of shots. C-63 tear the crocodile shark apart with hands. Meet Ani again. The white crocodile shark does not have a perverted carapace like the emperor scorpion. On the contrary, except for its hard and sharp teeth, the defense of other parts of its body is extremely ordinary. Yi Xing aimed at the most vulnerable part of its body and threw a stone to make a hole. The white crocodile shark was stunned. It was not stupid enough at last. It turned around and tried to escape back into the water. Do you think you can walk? It was not realistic to kill it with stones. Yi Xing was waiting for the moment when it turned around. Yi Xing snorted coldly, caught up with it quickly, and jumped onto its back with a leap. Swish! Yi Xing pulled out the tactical knife that was inserted into its body. He stabbed it hard on its back. But there was too much fat on its back and the blade was too short, so it was not a good idea to chop it like this. And this guy's head could be twisted around and attack Yi Xing with his mouth. Being bitten by it was no joke. Yi Xing did not choose to fight Hedon, and slid down from its back. Grab its tail fin and chop its right foot with a knife. The leg is still quite hard. Yi Xing chopped several times and cut off its right foot. Its body completely lost balance, and it rolled on the ground twice and suddenly stopped moving. At a glance, it turned out that its belly was facing up and its body was stiff. Yi Xing used a knife to make a hole in the upper part of its abdomen. Then he inserted his hands into it and tore it out from the left and right. After the wound expanded, Yi Xing stretched his arms into it. Here comes a black tiger heart digger. Grab its heart and squeeze it hard. Explode. After a lot of tossing, it was finally defeated. A smile from the audience, the monster ran away. A sound of swana, a tragic ending. Hand-tier shark. Ning is the first person. Very bloody, very brutal, very exciting, but I like it. Compassion is too cruel. Can't you let it live? Release it? Are you kidding me? Didn't you see that it attacked broadcast first? Legally, this is called self-defense. Compassion, it is a living being, you shouldn't treat it like this. Venerable bitch? Have you never eaten meat? Hasn't your dad killed fish? Haven't you stepped on ants to death? Animal researcher Motion, there's nothing to argue about. There are many white crocodile sharks abroad. They are high-quality ingredients. Like chickens, ducks, cows and sheep, they can be killed and eaten. Bo's camera switching is so skillful. Do you dare to move the camera down a little more, smirking? Bo's dinner is settled again. The ingredients are good, but it's a pity that there are no seasonings. It's like eating dumplings without stuffing. I'm afraid it's tasteless. Yi Xing curled his lips, and the physical strength he had just recovered was exhausted in the battle. Leaning on the body of the white crocodile shark, breathing slightly. Crack crack, the sound of an animal sounded beside his ear. What a familiar voice. Yi Xing stood up and tilted his head to look. In the darkness, a white camel came through the gap in the aloe bushes in the south. Is it you, Ani? It's really you. The white-haired camel still had a leash on it, so it must be Ani. Yi Xing, overjoyed, clapped his hands and ran over in 2 steps.
Oh my god, this plot is so amazing, Ani is still alive. Covering his mouth and crying, excuse me, what is the relationship between this camel and Bo? The person above is obviously a new fan. Ani was Bo's partner in the Sea of Death.
He disappeared after the sandstorm, and everyone thought he died early. When Bo was experiencing life and death, Ani must have been struggling to move forward. It was a miracle that he was still alive. I didn't expect that he could reunite with him, touched, but Ani naturally recognized Yi Xing and smiled happily. It shook its head, as if it wanted to take Yi Xing somewhere. C64 Oasis. In the oasis, Yi Xing followed Ani for more than 10 minutes. It stopped in front of an ordinary mound. Ani blinked at Yi Xing, then closed his eyes and took a step towards the mound.
Gone?
Yi Xing was shocked to see Ani disappear in front of him.
Ani actually died a long time ago, and what you saw was his wronged soul. You scared me, pay me.
I understand that there is no normal place in this Sea of Death.
Don't guess blindly, this may also be a trick.
Yi Xing took a step forward, still on the mound, without any change.
Thinking of Ani closing his eyes before entering, is it a hint?
Yi Xing grabbed the drone with one hand, closed his eyes, and took another step.
When he opened his eyes again, the mound was gone.
What was replaced was lush green.
Lawns, flowers, trees, lakes, nothing less. But there is a group of animals. Ani stood not far away and looked at Yi Xing.
On the grass behind him, there were hundreds of white-haired camels that looked exactly like Ani, lying or sitting. This is a herd of wild camels. On the left and right sides of the herd of camels, there were strong and mighty herds of bison and docile and lazy herds of wild goats.
Oh my god! What is going on? Oasis in the oasis?
Yi Xing covered his head with disbelief.
Netizens were also shocked. Wow!
Have we traveled to the prairie?
My brain can't accept it. Is this still the Sea of Death that makes people shudder?
The existence of the oasis is already amazing.
There are so many herbivores. Is there a beef and mutton processing plant nearby? This is a major discovery that breaks history. It is a treasure of treasures. Don't be too excited. Maybe it's just another trick?
I can tell you responsibly that every blade of grass and every creature here is real.
There are 4 points that can be confirmed at present. First, the sleight of hand is set up by humans and has a high technical content. Second, the animals here know the existence of the sleight of hand and know how to enter and exit. Third, they are not averse to humans.
They eat grass when they should, sleep when they should, and mate when they should. Fourth, Ani originally lived here, but later left here for some reason and was arrested by humans.
After being separated from me, it returned home relying on its memory. The camel has a very sensitive sense of smell. Maybe it came out to look for me because it smelled my scent. If it weren't for Yi Xing, Ani would most likely end up as a human meal.
In addition, Yi Xing saved it from the meat-catching vine, and it trusted Yi Xing so much that it brought him here.
It's my backpack, great.
Yi Xing saw his big backpack at a glance. Ani regarded it as a very important thing and placed it in the camel herd to guard it.
Clothes, seasonings, tools, everything was there.
Another bag containing food and water should have been blown away in the sandstorm.
Good buddy, you are free.
Yi Xing took the initiative to cut off the traction rope on it. He found a set of clothes to change into, and adjusted the camera, so he no longer had to worry about the problem of exposure. The most important thing is that there was no underwear in the pocket before, so it swayed when walking, which looked very strange.
After Ani was untied, he seemed even happier. He bent his 4 legs and lay down. Do you want me to get on? Yi Xing made a straddling motion, and Ani nodded anthropomorphically. Is there any secret hidden here?
Yi Xing rode on it, and Ani carried him deep into the grassland. See 65 sweet fruits, high-quality cattle, sheep and camels. Ani drove Yi Xing to a forest with ease.
Oh, this is a fruit forest. See, the trees are full of fruits. I can see 4 different types of fruit trees. Ani stopped and Yi Xing rolled down. The row on my left is the jujube tree.
Its fruit looks a bit like ginger, and it has a high glucose content, which can detoxify alcohol. Yi Xing climbed to the top of the tree, picked a handful, and stuffed it into his mouth.
It's sweet, a little bit sour, not bad. But I like this one more. There are many sea buckthorns growing near the jujube trees.
The fruits are fully ripe, golden, and very tempting.
There are many thorns on sea buckthorn, so be careful when picking it.
Sea buckthorn fruit is known as the king of vitamin C. Long-term consumption can not only beautify the skin, but also lower cholesterol and improve indigestion.
There are many benefits.
Everyone who is reading this should have drunk sea buckthorn juice, but most merchants have mixed water or added additives.
Be careful when buying it, and be sure to buy freshly squeezed. Yixing ate and put it in his backpack, having a great time. I started to crave again, on the way to buy sea buckthorn juice. Ani is really great, it is doing its best to be a good host. Anchor, please pick some for Ani. Ani doesn't seem to like this. Yixing put the jujube and sea buckthorn fruit in front of it. It shook its head and looked at the row of trees on the far right. It's so tall, what kind of tree is this? Yixing looked up and saw that the height was between 23 and 28 meters, almost catching up with the fat tree. The trunk of the tree was milky white, smooth and shiny. The crown grew above 15 meters, and was covered with milky fruits. Starting the Animal Atlas, target analysis in progress. Analysis successful. Basic properties of the target: milk tree plant kingdom monocots. Target characteristics: the trunk is hard and slippery, and it can bear fruit all year round. The fruit is the favorite of herbivores. Eating it can enhance immunity and prolong life. Because the fruit pulp inside is difficult to digest, it is not suitable for human consumption. Do you want to eat this? Yixing pointed to the top of the tree, and Ani immediately became alert and nodded vigorously. Ha, it seems that Ani is not only being a good host, but also very greedy. This is a milk tree, which grows only in some special places. Its trunk is slippery, not to mention camels, cattle and sheep. Even climbing experts find it difficult to reach the top. Let me try. Yixing, who has the skill of extreme rock climbing, rushed up as if walking on flat ground. Ani and his friends were all stunned. After climbing up the tree, Yixing picked a berry and put it in his mouth. It's just like a peeing beef ball, it bursts directly when you bite it open. It's sour, not very good. After taking a bite, Yixing looked bitter. The taste of herbivores is really different from that of humans. This fruit is attached to the branches and is very strong. It will fall when it is about to rot. Ani and the others usually don't get much to eat, and most of what they eat is rotten. With Yixing's help, it tasted fresh milk berries for the first time. It cheered and made silly calls, calling the camels, cattle, and sheep. They gathered under the tree in a mighty manner waiting to be fed. What surprised Yixing was that they were very well mannered and lined up in a long queue according to the first come first served principle. After eating apart, each animal would leave consciously and then the next one. This quality is too high, much better than some people who cut in line. Host, please ask me which university they graduated from? Incredible, they are spirits. After eating, they would nod to thank the host, so polite. Funny Zhang Xianmao, have you heard of transfiguration? What the hell is transfiguration? I have heard of Transformers and Transformers, picking nose. Dubi Zhang Xiaomao, you have all seen the movie Warcraft, right? The wizard in it can turn humans into sheep. Dubi Zhang Xiaomao, these animals may be transformed from humans. Hearing you say that, I suddenly feel so scared. Looking like a dog doesn't mean it is a dog. Parrots can imitate humans by mimicking. Dogs can become helpers of humans after being trained. Yixing picked up a mountain of milk berries in one breath, wiped the sweat off his face and slid down the tree. Look, they line up as if it is an innate instinct. It means that their ancestors once did similar things, and it has been engraved in their bones. Simply put, this is the result of domestication, which is preserved through blood. The reasonable gaps between the trees in this orchard show that this is intentional planting. I don't know whether it was done by the Jingjue kingdom. The answer may be found at the other end of the orchard. Yixing divided the picked fruits and piled them in front of Ani, and opened a separate stove for it. Walking through the orchard alone. Wow! Behind the orchard, it turned out to be C66 Taiji Platform, House in the Stone. Chapter 66 Taiji Terrace, Stone House. At the end of the orchard, there is a green field. The field is divided into two areas. On the left, there are acres of land, where various vegetables grow. On the other side, there are acres of land, where there are green wheat. There is a narrow path wide enough for two people to walk side by side. A breeze blew, and it was indescribable. Is this still the Dead Sea I know? This is clearly a green farm world. Maybe there are immortals here, maybe this oasis was created by immortals. Come on, immortals absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so why do they need to eat grains? I just used chrysanthemums to release spiritual energy, but I didn't smell it. Could it be that the immortals secretly absorbed it? Brother, you are awesome. Obviously, this is artificially planted. The ground is overgrown with weeds, indicating that it has been barren for a long time. The area of this 18 acres of land is more than double that of our modern acres of land, but it is estimated that there were not many people living here. Yixing shuttled through the weeds and found some iron farm tools that were rusty. This is a plow used for farming, and the style is very rough and ancient. It seems that the ancestors of the bison outside were not as cool as they are now. They need to work. The ancestors planted trees, and the descendants enjoy the shade. At the edge of the field, there is a stone house. Yi Xing walked over. I think there are either people or monsters in the stone house. There is a high altitude ahead. There was a beautiful woman inside, and after seeing the broadcast, she said, "Here comes my brother." The broadcast walked in and saw a bald man, who stood in a horse stance and yelled at the broadcast, "Give me your groin, you laugh when you see me, roar, roar, you are crazy, what good will it do you if I die of laughter?" The suspense drama suddenly turned into a happy comedy? Yi Xing walked to the stone house and stopped. This stone house is much more exquisite than the shabby place where he hid from the rain. It is natural, without many flaws, brand new, as if it had just been built. Outside the stone house, there is a raised round stone platform. Yi Xing pointed the camera at the stone platform. Look, there are 2 fish on it. The white one is the young fish, the black one is the yin fish. There is a black eye between the white fish, and a white eye between the black fish, entangled with each other. I believe everyone has seen it. This is a Tai Chi yin-yang picture. Tai Chi symbolizes the great Tao, which means that the person in the stone house is a Taoist practitioner, and his practice is not shallow. Why do you say that? There are 3 realms of Taoism, the Tao of man, the Tao of earth, and the Tao of heaven. Look carefully, the position of the stone platform is facing the northwest direction, and the northwest represents Qian in the 8 diagrams. Qian is heaven, and the one who practices the Tao of heaven shows that the person has understood the Tao of man and the Tao of earth. Yi Xing said it simply, but it is actually very difficult to practice. In modern times, those who understand the Tao of man are top masters. I don't understand, anyway, it's awesome. It is said that there is a 4th way besides the 3 ways of heaven, earth, and man, called the way of the sea. There is only one way to practice the way of the sea, that is to eat bully seaweed. You know the taste of the sea, but you definitely don't know the taste of my girlfriend, automatically turns yellow. Yi Xing pinched his fingers and sat on the Tai Chi platform in a serious manner. Close your eyes and feel the natural way. Open your eyes 5 minutes later. I don't feel any hair at all, and I'm even a little sleepy. It seems that I'm more suitable for practicing the way of sleep. After yawning, Yi Xing looked into the stone house. The house was empty, without any daily necessities. There was only a stone table and a stone shelf. The flat stone on the table that looks like a black plate is called an inkstone, which is used to grind ink. Next to the inkstone is a wolf hairbrush, which is a modern brush. From this, it can be inferred that this is a study room. The stone shelf is used to store books, but it is empty now. Yi Xing looked around and didn't find anything particularly strange. Until he saw 2 lines of words on the stone wall. I suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and got goosebumps all over my body. C67 The Great Saint Lier, the small silver coin Xuanzang. Yi Xing read the 2 sentences on the wall over and over again. The more he looked, the more solemn his face became. What about the anchor? The expression is so strange. Are there erotic pictures on the wall? Take me to take a look. I promise I will only look at them for 100 million times. It's LSP as soon as I open my mouth. The word looks like the word on the wall, which looks like the character drawn by ghosts. I can't understand any of them. Yi Xing retracted his eyes and took a long breath. What I'm going to say next may subvert your cognition. It may also cause countless people to curse and question. But if I don't feel comfortable saying something, no matter what others think of me, I have to express my thoughts. I'm not used to being so serious all of a sudden. Say it quickly, I'm so curious. Don't worry, we are here. If anyone dares to scold you, we will fight back. The keyboard is ready, start the spray mode at any time. Do you still remember the story I told you about the eminent monk Tang Xuanzang and the sage Lao Tzu in the Tang dynasty? I am basically certain that that is not a story, but something that really happened. Let's analyze them one by one. There are 2 sentences on the wall. The first sentence is Tao can be the beginning of the earth, and Tao can be the mother of all things. The translation is that Tao is everything and everything is Tao. This sentence is written in the Big Seal font. After Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 kingdoms, he simplified the characters into small seal scripts. Before that, all countries basically used Big Seal scripts. It is speculated that he was born before the Qin dynasty when he wrote this sentence, probably during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. Think about it, in the spring and autumn period, who could cross the paths of man and earth? There is only one Taoist saint, Lier. I rode the green ox upside down out of Hango Pass and headed west to the western regions. He found an oasis in the Sea of Death, set up a blind barrier in the oasis, lived in seclusion inside, and understood the way of Maybe Yinshi is with him, responsible for planting fruit trees, managing farmland, and other things.
They tame cattle and sheep, use camels to pull goods, and are self-sufficient. When they understand the Great Road, they will also write some experiences or scriptures. The Fang exists only to protect the written documents from being exposed to rain and sun. During that time, I used as my quilt and the ground as my bed. Whether he successfully comprehends the way or not, his physical body will definitely disappear. As for whether to die here or leave for other places, I don't know. A few years later, this oasis became the territory of the Jingjue kingdom and was protected. At first I thought these two deceptions were set up by Princess Jingjue. Now it seems that the only thing outside is her design. And this one inside was set up by me. It is estimated that even the people of Jingjue country may not know that there is a secret realm in the oasis. Yixing paused for a moment and chewed a few sea buckthorn berries to soothe his throat. If what the anchor says is true, it will definitely be a major event that shocks history. 1,000 mystery was solved like this? I don't quite understand. Why should I worry about being scolded? Oh, you'll know after you listen. There is another sentence on the wall written in, which is written in Tang Dynasty regular script. The original text is, Tao is not the beginning of earth, Buddha is the mother of all things. The translation is that Tao is nothing, Buddha is the Lord of all things. This sentence is specially placed above, overrides the meaning of reply. A man from Tang Dynasty who believed deeply in Buddhism came here by accident and left behind these words. Except Tang Xuanzong, I can't think of another person. Looking further into the darkness, we can speculate that there were originally many documents written by me on the shelf, but they were stolen or destroyed by Tang Xuanzong. Why did he do this? Because he was afraid that the spread of these books would affect the foundation of Buddhism, at least in his opinion. The above is purely a personal opinion. I have no intention of slandering people who believe in Buddhism. Please be careful when spraying. Although Yixing doesn't want to believe it, it turns out that Tang Xuanzong may be an unscrupulous old man. Grandma, if it is as the anchor said, Monk Tang is so shameless, right? No way, that's a monk. He wouldn't do such a villainous thing, would he? The original author said that you have all been misled by movies and TV shows. In the original novel, Tang Monk is a timid person who is afraid of death. Whenever he encounters a monster, he cries for his father and mother and prays to Bodhisattva. Without his 3 disciples, he would have died long ago. Similar to the current rich man and official man, Tang Sang is not very capable, but he is very tough in the background. He is also the imperial younger brother of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, and he is a golden cicada. He is just a bluffing name. One cannot govern a country, force cannot bring peace to the country, and it means nothing. Master Elone, Master Xuanzang is an upright person, don't talk nonsense, I have already removed you and reported it. A throat? Is it the one with the fake punch? Haha, don't talk nonsense, I'm a serious person wearing a cassock, Yunxin Fang. What is the host's motive for slandering me as a Buddhist? I curse you to go to hell early and suffer the pain of having your tongue pulled out. Little monk Cheng Kuan, deliberately smearing our great Buddhism, you have offended hundreds of millions of believers. I suggest you permanently ban the anchor, Amitba. Oh mother, these bald guys are just pretending, get out of the live broadcast room. Dare you report the anchor? Brothers, move your keyboard and pull out their information for me. Oh, these masters follow a lot of beautiful anchors, huh? Look at their avatars, they are all fat and big-eared. Are vegetarian dishes so oily now? Funny, as expected by Yixing, the comment area of the live broadcast room became agitated. But fortunately, most of them supported him. I just expressed my own opinion. No matter what, Tang Xuanzang's contribution to the promotion of Buddhism is obvious to all, and he can be called a holy monk. Yixing said a polite remark. After thinking for a while, he picked up the knife and engraved a line of words on it. Yixing was here. Hee, it's good to leave a mark in the place where the saint lived. Okay, we've seen all the places we should and shouldn't see. It's getting late and I haven't had dinner yet. Yixing followed Ani and left this pure land. Back to the lake, he dealt with the white crocodile shark and cooked a delicious shark fin soup. The greedy netizens drooled. I have to remind you solemnly that white crocodile sharks and sharks are 2 species with very different nutritional values. Real sharks are not delicious, and the protein content in shark fins is far less than that in eggs. Many people follow the trend and think that eating shark fins can do something, which is completely wrong. Yixing's appetite has increased a lot, and before he knows it, he has finished the whole pot. After eating and drinking, Yixing leaned on Ani and lay on the grass, counting the stars with his legs crossed. As he gradually became sleepy, Yixing slowly closed his eyes. A pain woke Yixing up from his dream. It felt like something was poking him.
When he opened his eyes, he saw a big mouth. See 68 Eating but not finishing. The Cunning Black Ostrich Chapter 68 Eat without doing anything. Cunning Black Ostrich Snap. Yi Xing slapped him in panic. The big mouth lord was slapped into confusion. Only after opening a little distance did Yi Xing see its specific appearance. This is an ostrich with a length of 2.5 meters and a strong build. Suddenly hit, it took a few steps back, stretched its neck, and tilted its head to measure the corpse. Yi Xing, what did you say? Yi Xing had no time to pay attention to it, because the oasis disappeared. Looking around, there is still a vast sea of dead sand. If the clothes and backpack weren't still there, he would have suspected that the previous was a virtual. I went to bed early last night and didn't see anything. Can anyone explain? About 4 o'clock in the morning, thick smoke appeared in the sky, blocking the camera, and then the surrounding area turned into a desert. The anchor was forcibly teleported? Maybe. The coordinates of the oasis are false. This prevents unauthorized entry. This is pretty good. At least it can ensure that their physical environment is not destroyed. The last piece of pure desert does not belong to the category. Yi Xing waved his hand as a farewell to Ani. After rubbing some of his frozen face, Yi Xing stared at the ostrich and measured it for a while. This old guy probably thinks of me as food. He just poked me with his mouth and it still hurt. Its mouth is similar to that of a duck. It cannot open very wide. It can only prey on small mammals and insects. It has no chance of taking on a handsome and tall man like me. But don't underestimate it. Its leg muscles are super strong. It is said that on the grasslands of the Philippines, a lion was once kicked to death by this black-haired camel. Bounce, jump, and run are its strengths. If you are kicked from the front by its legs, your bones may be broken, or you may be killed. The most important thing is that ostrich meat is rich in nutrients, and black-feathered ostrich is twice as nutritious as ordinary ostrich. The calcium content is 6 times that of beef and 14 times that of chicken. The fat, cholesterol and calories are only 1/12 of beef and 1/36 of chicken. Yi Xing licked his lips. Ostrich, run, the anchor wants to eat you. I have said so much before, but it turns out it is just a foreshadowing. Next time I will talk about the nutritional content directly. I am in a hurry. Less salt, more spicy, no coriander. No, comparing yourself like this makes me seem malnourished. Chicken, labor and management are even more shameless. Since this ostrich can jump, it must also be very good at rapping. Can you let it rap? Look what you guys said. I usually eat vegetarian food, okay? Yi Xing swallowed secretly. This guy's speed can reach more than 60 kilometers per hour, and he can reach 7,275 kilometers in full sprint. I have already walked through the place with the highest death rate in the Sea of Death. 100 miles further is the Conque River, and behind the Conque River is the safe zone. If I could ride on it, I could get out of this damn place today. Yi Xing analyzed it and found that the distance ahead should not be too dangerous. I was wondering if I could be lazy and take a ride. Gululu Yi Xing called out to us in the manner of calling a dog. He took out the picking fruit from his backpack and threw it away. The ostrich opened its mouth to catch it. After eating, he raised his head to Yi Xing, as if to say, "Brother, be steady, please have more brother ostrich, we made an agreement. I will give you food and you will drive me forward." Regardless of whether it understands or not, it still has to chant when it should. When taming a wild beast, remember not to throw food at it all at once, but to grasp the rhythm and proceed step by step. Give it a little, stop for a while, move closer to it, give it a little more, move closer again, and let it slowly accept the shortening of the distance. If you just throw a handful of food and run towards it, I guarantee you will die miserably. Just like a man pursuing a woman, he will try his best to show his love to her as soon as he comes into contact with you. It looks like he is infatuated, but from a female perspective, he is just cheap and stupid. If you meet a scumbag, congratulations, you have successfully transformed from two. While talking, Yi Xing had already walked up to Ostrich. It appears that is gentler than imagined. The Love Master is online, everyone is listening. The anchor has such a deep understanding of dog licking, could he come here too? It's so right to say, I'm just like this, I thought my love for her could move the world, but in the end, it only moved myself. The heartache was caused by me, and she gave it to, when I heard it was La Wangiyun. Come on, eat a piece of booger to relieve some pain. Dog licking note, I mustered up the courage to confess to her today. She said she didn't like dogs. I immediately said, we don't need to keep them. While netizens were beeping, Yi Xing jumped onto the ostrich. Let's go, brother ostrich. Yi Xing pointed to the northeast. The black ostrich buried its head directly in the sand. There are several theories about this behavior of ostriches. One is that it's detecting enemy activity. The second is to eliminate neck fatigue. But if you don't pull it out for a long time, it will suffocate to death. There's no danger around here, is there? Yi Xing looked around. At this moment, the black ostrich suddenly pulled out its neck and accelerated super fast. Unprepared, Yi Xing was thrown off. It took the opportunity to hold the backpack open with its mouth and shook out everything inside. The fruits were scattered all over the ground, and the black ostrich ate them with relish. I treat you as a brother, and you treat me like this? Yi Xing's face turned green, and he held a knife to teach it a lesson. Sensing the danger, the black ostrich swallowed a few fruits whole, and before running away, he glanced at him with contempt, as if saying, "If you are a brother, come and chop me." You narrowed the road. Yi Xing pounced on it and grabbed the tuft of hair behind its buttocks. With a move of his waist, he turned in the air and lay on it. The black ostrich ran and swayed wildly, and the speed reached an astonishing 75 kilometers per hour. Almost reached the maximum speed of a home motorcycle. If you fall off it without paying attention, it is a minor comminuted fracture. Yi Xing wanted to say something to the audience in the live broadcast room. As soon as he opened his mouth, the wind blocked his mouth. In this situation, if Yi Xing forcefully attacked it to force it to stop, it would only die more miserably. The only thing he could do was to desperately hold its neck. See, 69 Peacock River animals are not machines, and the speed of the black ostrich gradually slowed down. I ran continuously for nearly minutes. His body swayed and he collapsed. He was foaming at the mouth, breathless, and looked dying. Yi Xing rolled down and lost his strength. It would be too stupid to run away to death, right? Oh, this is such a sad ending. Sorry, I laughed. Knowledge monster, when animals run at high speed, it will affect the respiratory system and circulatory system. When this pressure reaches the critical point, it can cause cardiac arrest or even sudden death. Knowledge monster, let's take the simplest example, a cheetah. Although it can reach a speed of 115 kilometers per hour, it will not hunt for more than minutes, otherwise it will collapse. That's because it didn't drink Gigi syrup. Last time, a leopard chased me for a day and night. It drank a bottle of Gigi syrup, and I took 100 capsules of Luwei Emperor. It was almost the same. Director Wang from our mental hospital, welcome friends upstairs to stay in our hospital. Look at the anchor's hairstyle, the black-haired Lion King, he's so handsome. Don't worry about the details. Yi Xing straightened his hair and leaned over to kill the crazy ostrich. Petal Black Ostrich suddenly stood up and kicked Yi Xing in the head. Duan Yi Xing reacted slowly and blocked it with an iron pot. But the force of this kick was too great, and Yi Xing flew several meters backwards. The black ostrich ran away and disappeared. MMP, this thing is so treacherous. He is pretending to be dead. It taught me a lesson. Things that look silly may not really be silly. People are smart. But this can be considered a blessing in disguise for me, you see. Yi Xing turned around with the camera. A peacock statue appeared on the foundation a mile away. That's the famous Conquet River. After crossing the Conquet River, there is a safe zone behind. Let's go. The black ostrich accidentally saved Yi Xing nearly a day's journey. After a while, Yi Xing came to the Peacock River. The Conquet River is the mother river of the Uyghurs, and its former terminal point was Lop Nur. But now, Lop Nur has long since dried up and turned into a land of salt crust. The total length is close to 800 kilometers, so it is impossible to go around it. The water depth depends on the region. The area in front of me is relatively shallow, but it will not be less than 7 meters. The width should be between 11 and 13 meters. Even the strongest long jumper in the world cannot jump over it. Yi Xing did not act in a hurry and took a rest by the river. Why are there no peacocks in the Peacock River? It's a shame that I still looked forward to it so much. Bad review. Is there a wife in the wife's cake? Are you awesome? Is there sesame and sesame credit? Are you a friend among girlfriends? The milk tea I just drank squirted out. Can you guys be more serious, huh? About the origin of the name of Conquet River, it is a touching love legend. A long time ago, there lived a cobbler named Tal on the shore. He was a kind-hearted and good man who always selflessly helped the poor herdsman. A girl named Sophie was attracted by his kind and upright qualities, and the two fell in love. It's a pity that Sophie's adoptive father is a snobbery and looks down on Tal. He only wants his beautiful daughter to marry into a wealthy family. In order to break them up, Sophie's adoptive father sent people to set fire to Tal at night. Sophie was so heartbroken that she died by the river. The two souls turned into two peacocks and lived happily ever after by the river. To commemorate their love, people named this river Peacock River. The two peacocks on the statue were modeled after Tal's Sophie.
These stories were all told by Yi Xing through hearsay in Hetian City, and it is impossible to verify whether they are true or false. Like butterfly lovers, the most beautiful love often does not last long. Girls in the past were very dedicated, but now girls are very affectionate. I sent a text message to my girlfriend saying that I was hit by a car, and she asked me when I would die. What are the anchors looking at? Why don't you leave? The current is not fast. You can swim across it in minutes. No, I don't want to swim, but I don't dare. I said that there is a safe zone behind this river, and the Conquet River is the last hurdle. This Peacock River has another name. It's called cutting off one's sun and annihilating the river. As soon as he finished speaking, a black creature crawled out of the river. Yi Xing's face changed slightly and he felt his crotch tighten. C70 The nightmare of male animals. A turtle as big as a basin crawled onto the shore from the river. Its shell was black, and its head was brown-red, as thick as an eggplant. It was evil and gloomy. It looked very scary, chilling, and trembling. It didn't look like a normal turtle. Yi Xing had heard about this turtle, but it was the first time he had seen it. He was cautious and decided to check it out in person. Starting the Animal Atlas, analyzing the target. Analysis successful. Basic attributes of the target: alligator turtle. Animalia testudinity. Reptiles. Target characteristics: it likes to eat the flesh of male animals, its head can be extended by 13 meters in an instant, and its bite force is second only to that of crocodiles. Looking at the alligator turtle that was slowly crawling towards him, Yi Xing jumped back a step to distance himself, and felt a chill. Why is it called the Duanjusan River? Because there is this in the water. It's called the alligator turtle. It is very sensitive to male hormones and can smell the special smell of males within 30 feet. Then it sneaks up and gives you a fatal blow at any time. It's the thing it likes to eat the most. It has an amazing bite force and can easily bite wood. Are you afraid? But girls don't have to worry. They are not interested in female animals. Yi Xing frowned. Alligator turtles live in groups. There is one, there are 10, 100. I decided to wear iron pants from tomorrow, scared. What a great place. I want to throw my ex-boyfriend in, smile. Excessive secretion of androgen can cause hair loss. I suggest that bald patients can come here to try it. If you remove an egg, maybe your hair will grow back. Is it really that powerful? I don't believe it, rolling eyes. You are used to the comfort of the city and know nothing about the wild. I will tell you 2 true stories, and you will know how terrible this thing is. In 1998, a group of explorers entered the Sea of Death. At that time, there were more than 50 people in total. Even though they were well equipped and had sufficient ammunition, half of them were lost before they arrived at the Peacock River. The remaining 20 people were attacked by alligator turtles when crossing the river. Among them, 10 men became hermaphrodites on the spot and died in the Peacock River. Only a few women swam across safely. This is also the first time that alligator turtles have been found in China. In 2003, 3 little boys in Thailand were playing in unfamiliar waters and were attacked by an alligator turtle. It is said that it ate 6 of them in 5 seconds. You can imagine how fast it attacks. The water swelled with bubbles, and the shells of alligator turtles emerged one after another. They have already smelled my scent. I'm afraid they won't give up. Yi Xing had a headache. He calculated in his mind that even if he used the triple jump, he couldn't jump to the shore in one go. When he jumped halfway, he had to find a foothold to gain leverage. Then he used the triple jump a second time, so that he could successfully cross the river. But the only thing that could be used on the water surface was the heavy shell of the testicle turtle. In other words, at least he stepped on it. He knew that the neck of this thing was retractable. He was done for if he was bitten once. There is no better way. If we delay any further, it will only cause more trouble. Yi Xing made a risky decision. C71 Say goodbye to the Sea of Death. I'll wait for you at the next stop. Chapter 71 Farewell to the Sea of Death. I will wait for you at the next stop. Yi Xing cut the iron pot with a knife. It was divided into 2 half-moon-shaped baffles. Dig a small hole on both sides and pass a rope through it to tie it around the waist. So this is the legendary iron shirt? Ning is really good at playing. Protecting birds is everyone's responsibility. You want to know how the anchor will get there? He won't really swim over, right? Open your eyes and watch. Today I will let you see what real light work is. Yi Xing clapped his hands and cheered himself up. He took a breath, took a rune up, and sprinted forward. Whoosh! The alligator turtle closest to Yi Xing suddenly attacked. Its neck stretched more than 2 meters in 0.5 seconds. The turtle swallowed an egg with its mouth open. S target was clear. It was Yi Xing's weak spot. You wish. Yi Xing had been prepared and cut off S head with one knife. What was creepy was that after S head was chopped off, it was still wriggling on the ground, like an earthworm. More and more alligator turtles climbed onto the shore, waiting for an opportunity.
Come and bite me if you can.
Yi Xing didn't bother with them, and stomped his feet on the ground. The mud and sand on the ground were stepped out of a pair of heavy footprints under gravity. Yi Xing jumped up and leaped high. The alligator turtles on the shore stretched their necks one after another, biting Yi Xing in the air.
From a bird's eye view, it looked like a long upright snake dancing, very scary. You want to take me with this little skill? Laugh.
Yi Xing formed an invisible airflow under his feet, and kicked in the air, shooting forward 2 or 3 meters again. A large group of alligator turtles emerged from the water. After they found that the length of their necks could not reach the height of Yi Xing's flight, they decisively changed their strategy. They built a triangle with their bodies. The alligator turtles at the bottom were responsible for supporting, allowing the other alligator turtles to climb on their bodies, increasing the height and shortening the distance with Yi Xing. You guys are really a bunch of math geniuses.
But I'm not a vegetarian.
Yi Xing kicked in the air again. The last jump of the triple jump was good, rushing to the forward position between the river.
Left foot stepping on the right foot spiral? What kind of mysterious operation is this? I thought the anchor was showing off, but I didn't expect it to be really awesome. Wudong Tianzong reappears in the arena. Those who don't know would think that a wire fell off his back.
The man who can't even catch the gravity is awesome. Newton, come out and take care of it. Newton, Chinese people are not under your control.
Oh no, the anchor seems to be exhausted. Is he going to fall?
Yi Xing's body was falling rapidly. He turned over in the air, aimed at another alligator turtle, and stepped on its shell with both feet to complete the leverage. He used the triple jump again. However, it was just this 1 or 2 seconds of pause that almost brought Yi Xing a catastrophe.
Bang bang bang, the alligator turtle that was ready to go took the opportunity to bite. Their heads hit the baffle made of iron pots. The huge impact force made the baffle dented and deformed.
Without this layer of protection, Yi Xing would probably have to change his sex to become a woman for the rest of his life.
Yes. Success.
A few seconds later, Yi Xing, with weak legs and aching knees, fell on the sand on the other side of the Peacock River. But he paid a price for it. First, the tactical knife was thrown out by him as a hidden weapon, and it was too late to recover. Second, his butt was bitten by a snapping turtle, which was super painful. If you encounter this situation, you must stay calm.
If you pull it hard, your flesh will be torn off together. I'll teach you a useful method. Find a small branch or hair and pierce it into your nostrils.
This is the most sensitive part of most turtles. It works 9 times out of 10. Alligator snapping turtles are a natural tonic for men.
You don't need it anymore. Give it to a friend in the live broadcast room for free. Does anyone want it?
After the alligator snapping turtle loosened its teeth, Yi Xing tied a knot in its mouth with a smelly sock. You have a friend who is very troubled by a certain problem.
You really can't bear to see your face frowning and getting thinner.
Please give the alligator snapping turtle to you for the sake of your brotherhood.
No friends? As father is not doing well. As a filial son, wants to do his part for. Filial piety comes first. The anchor will not let down, right? The drama above is a bit exaggerated.
Your information shows that you are 69 years old.
Doesn't your father have to be a centenarian? Let's leave the opportunity to young people like who can't even afford kidney pills.
Okay, has arrived at the safe zone safely.
Not far ahead is Rob Town.
This adventure in the Sea of Death ends here.
Let me say something sentimental. Thank you for your attention and support.
These 5 days and 4 nights, with your company, I am not alone at all. I wish you in front of the screen can always be happy.
The end of a journey means that the next adventure is about to begin.
As for where to go next, keeps it a secret.
Follow and I will take you to see a different world. The sky is vast, we will meet again.
Yi Xing bowed deeply to the screen. Riding across the desert, being a hero, Yi Xing shows his magical powers in the clouds and moon for 800 miles.
Everyone stand up and salute Yi Xing. Yi Xing is awesome. Broken voice. Yi Xing is invincible. Hoarse throat. Yi Xing is the strongest. 100 million words omitted here.
The fairy sent out confession balloons X52 net depression cloud sent out treasure chests X66 a little red flower sent out airplanes X10 water spraying dragon king sent out super rockets X9. The live broadcast room was flooded with gifts. Even though Yi Xing had already closed the live broadcast, most of the netizens who were still not satisfied were still reluctant to leave. Countless hearts with burning blood were looking forward to Yi Xing's next adventure. Yi Xing opened the system and checked the gains of this trip.
Name, Yi Xing, scenes to be unlocked, 999 plus, scenes unlocked. 1. Cumulative popularity, 1480W, use popularity, 300W, skills, 1. Cooking 2. Pharmacology proficiency 3. Pharmaceutical preparation 4. Herb collection 5. Mining 6. Sewing 7. Master craftsmanship 8. Master instrument proficiency 9. Sword proficiency, life, 1 year, beautiful. Life represents increased lifespan. I have lived 1 more year.
Yi Xing danced with excitement. The purpose of entering the Sea of Death was purely to complete the challenge and gain lifespan. After these days, he found that this thrilling life seemed quite interesting. It was more interesting and meaningful than picking up girls, drinking, and dancing in the city. As I was thinking this, I heard the sound of an engine. A row of off-road vehicles was approaching in my sight. C-72. The enthusiasm of fans, the foul mouth of the media. More than a dozen off-road vehicles stopped in front of Yi Xing. As the saying goes, you can't harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Yi Xing looked alert. Many people knew his whereabouts. It would be dangerous if someone wanted to kill people and steal treasures. But soon, Yi Xing found that he had thought too much. Dozens of people got out of the off-road vehicle, with a kind smile of admiration and respect on their faces. We are here to see Yishin. These people shouted slogans in unison, and they were obviously the old drivers in the live broadcast room. Yishin, my name is Tang Kuei, and my Tiger Shark ID is my name. My name is Mo. Mo means silent, and Mo means empty. Hello, I am Han Honghu. My ID is botanist Han Honghu, but I am actually a newcomer in botany. Hi, I am the lovely Henin. My ID is a little red flower, and I am one of your earliest fans. The little red flower is a beautiful woman in cool clothes, who kissed Yi Xing on the face from a distance. Don't get me wrong, Princess Chi-Chi is my bestie, and she asked me to kiss her for her, but she is abroad and can't come here. I seriously suspect that your bestie is a crossdresser. Yi Xing laughed. More and more cars drove over, and they were all die-hard fans in the live broadcast room. Dilly Reba, Zhugadeshwabi, Long, Nightmare, Kez, Sajong Dai Shui, Momo is Mama, I am a fairy, Jinshi. When they reported their ID numbers, they instantly became familiar from strangers. Most of them came from other places in advance to witness this historic moment. The farthest fan flew more than 2 kilometers. This surprise really touched Yi Xing. He realized that this is not an adventure for one person. It is an adventure for a group of people. In addition to fans, reporters from major TV stations and media flocked to the scene. CCTV, Magic City Satellite TV, Observation Everywhere, Heartwave, Penguin, Hoopu. There are more than 30 large and small ones. No single person has ever been able to cross the Sea of Death alive. Besides, Yi Xing was walking. Unknown objects, ancient ruins, Laozi's former residence, mysterious oasis, any one of them can cause a major earthquake. And Yi Xing discovered and explored all of them in one go. There has never been anyone like him before, and there will probably be no one like him after. What does this mean? It means that some history will be corrected. It means that Yi Xing will become a god in one battle. They must get more detailed first-hand information from Yi Xing before other media. These media reporters don't care about Yi Xing's feelings, they care about ratings. The questions they ask are all very sharp. Mr. Yi, may I ask if you chose to enter the restricted area of life in order to attract attention? Some people say that your behavior is suspected of destroying cultural relics. What do you think? If I ask you to walk again, do you remember the route? You made up Laozi's former residence, deliberately slandering Tang Xuanzong. Are you trying to provoke a fight between Buddhism and Taoism? Did you secretly hide some antiques, which is considered selling stolen goods after the fact? Do you think you survived because of good luck or goodness? Will you sign a contract with a company to make money from fans in the future? The mouths of these reporters are like firecrackers hanging on machine guns, crackling non-stop. They don't ask serious questions, but only pick some topical ones. If you say something wrong, you will fall into the trap. Yi Xing patiently dealt with a few words at first, but later he couldn't stand it anymore. Is it your eyes or your brain that's not working properly? The microphone is stuck in my nostrils, can't you see? Shut up. I'll say a number, 10 seconds, drive these chirping sparrows away. Yi Xing clapped his hands, hundreds of fans understood, rolled up their sleeves to separate the reporters, and made a way for Yi Xing. No matter what you think, I have 8 words. Go after your dreams, the brave are invincible. After saying this, Yi Xing drove away in the fan's car. Brother Meng, I'll treat you. Today, you'll have a delicious meal and drink until you're drunk. Yi Xing booked a floor of the hotel, and drank with the fans. This was an unforgettable night.
C73 The first person in history. Capitals from all sides are in turmoil. All good things must come to an end. The next day, the fans left one after another. Yi Xing was in a panic and continued to sleep. In the sea of death, he dared not sleep too deeply and basically did not get a good rest. Now he had no worries and slept for 14 hours. During this period, Yi Xing's name became popular on the internet. The first person in the history of the Forbidden Zone of Life. The God of 800-mile hiking. The mystery of the ruins of the 1,000-year-old ancient country. There is an oasis in the sea of death. Crazy Yuchi Shinma. The Zither player Ines. Shark ripped apart in the desert. The last trace of Laozi. Among the top 10 hot searches on Weibo, news about Yi Xing occupied the top 8. However, this situation only lasted for 10 minutes, and all the hot searches were deleted, and everyone could see it. Even the news related to Yi Xing was edited drastically. In the video, Yi Xing's face was mosaicked, and his name was Yi Mao. Except for his fans, ordinary people still knew clearly. As a result, Yi Xing did not gain many fans because of this. Because the people in the Archaeological Institute were worried that the news would be leaked too quickly and would attract criminals. After all, thieves in the wild are rampant, and they must be guarded. Yi Xing got a new title, called Yixin. On the other side, Tiger Shark Live Company headquarters. I didn't expect that you can really step into the sea of death alive. It's a miracle. Immediately draft a contract with an annual salary of 10 million, and the share will be increased to 75%. If you think it's too little, you can increase it. No matter what method you use, you must stay in Tiger Shark. General Manager Lu Yang paced back and forth in the conference room, looking excited. Manager Lu, this is too appropriate. A salary of tens of millions is the treatment that only top anchors can get. Although you are powerful, you are just a rookie after all. I think giving you a contract of 2 million is not enough, and we can adjust it later depending on the situation. Some senior executives disagreed with Lu Yang and believed that there was a certain risk in doing so. At this time, Zhao Wanwan, the network administrator who had been responsible for following up on Yi Xing, stood up. Xing cleared his throat and said in a sonorous voice, I watched Yi Xing develop with my own eyes. The conversion rate of fans in the live broadcast room exceeds 77%, which is a rate that beats all anchors. The reward rate is close to 50%. Some freeloaders who have registered accounts for a long time but have never recharged are watching the live broadcast room and choosing rewards. There are more than 600 VIP users on the fan list. The total reward amount around 570W. It's only been a week since the broadcast started. Such data can only be described in 4 words in the live broadcast industry: unprecedented. If you give me enough traffic, I bet I can become a leader in the live broadcast industry within a year. After listening to the precise data report, several senior executives with opinions sweated on their foreheads and knew they had said something wrong. We are now worried about how many contracts we should sign and how to get you to sign them. As far as I know, many large platforms such as Tiger Cat, War Rider, and Red Pepper are very enthusiastic about extending olive branches to Yi Xing. Whoever can grab it will be equivalent to holding a steady stream of golden traffic. Zhao Wanwan sighed. At that time, I said to send you more traffic, but you insisted that you would do it, making people feel that our platform seems to be insincere. Lu Yang walked up to Zhao Wanwan and said politely, you discovered this gold. You added me as a friend, so the relationship should be good. After chatting for a few words, you are quite grateful for sending traffic to you. Zhao Wanwan scratched his head. That's great. I'll leave the signing to you. If you prepare a contract, one for 10 years, one for 5 years, or one for 1 year, you can choose whatever you want. We can negotiate any conditions. If you can get this done, your position as the supervisor will be stable. Lu Yang patted her shoulder and said seriously. Zhao Wanwan was overjoyed and felt like spring had come. At the same time, in the office of the president of Century Entertainment, Chairman Ren Tianqing sat on the expensive sofa, shaking his legs from time to time, not as calm as he looked on the surface. As if he was waiting for something. A few seconds later, there was a knock on the door. The secretary walked in quickly. Ren Tianqing stood up from the sofa and asked anxiously, how do you think it sounds? At present, more than 50 entertainment companies are extremely interested in Yi Xing. Most of them are live broadcast and film and television companies. The lowest offer is more than 5 million, and the higher one is tens of millions. No one has expressed anything yet. The secretary responded respectfully. It's not as good as I expected, but it's worth the price. Ren Tianqing lit a Cuban cigar and waved his hand. Go to the finance department and get 100 million. Make sure to sign this guy. What? 100 million. The secretary was stunned. This is too much. Besides, the company is going to sign a group of fresh meat this year, and the working capital is very tight. Ren Tianqing stared at me with his eyes wide open and slapped the sofa. Don't mention fresh meat to me. Men, women, and women, all they know is dancing. The audience is not tired of watching them, but I am tired of watching them. Last year, I paid 80 million yuan for that popular idol to make a movie, but the box office was not even 1/10 of the investment. I am so proud of myself. Yixing, this kid has good looks, abilities, and potential. The most important thing is that he has the courage of a dragon and a tiger. 100 young guys put together are better than each other. I am confident that I will be able to support you. When the time comes, live broadcasts will bring goods, movies and variety shows, etc. It will be a cash cow for you. If the secretary dares to speak too much, he will take the order. A conversation similar to the one above, it is happening continuously in many companies in China. Yixing has become a popular piece of steamed bun. At this time, Yixing had just woken up from a big dream. Turn on the phone and take a look. SMS 999 plus WeChat 999 plus telephone 999 plus all 999 plus I'm so confused. It took several hours to read the information. In addition to countless companies offering huge sums of money to sign contracts, there are also many people from exploration agencies and archaeological institutes who hope to cooperate with us. The opening conditions are extremely tempting. The funniest thing is that even the tomb robbers sent messages to, wanting to fight with him. Yixing is a somewhat lazy person in life. Afraid of trouble, wants fans to run around with him. So, choose to stay in Tiger Shark. Sign a year agreement. On the first day of signing the contract, a piece of news about Yixing fell from the sky and made the headlines. This news was like a bombshell that destroyed the image of Yixing brave. He changed from an adventurer admired by thousands of people to a pitiful bastard whom everyone sympathized with. Let's see the ruthlessness of capitalism. C70 for the Great Navigation Plan. Launching Yixing's physical examination report was exposed by an unscrupulous doctor. The topic #CanTerminal hashtag has hit the headlines. The doctor definitely took advantage of it and told the media about Yixing's physical condition. It was asserted that he would not survive this month. 100% will die within 20. For a time, rumors spread. Some people say Yixing broke into the Sea of Death not to take risks, but to seek a magical elixir to survive. Others said, the creatures in the Sea of Death do not eat sick people, so Yixing was lucky enough to escape from death. Fans of Yixing are worried, unable to accept this established fact. When Tiger Shark signed a contract with Yixing, to show his sincerity, Ben agreed that 100% of the gift proceeds from his live broadcast could be cashed out. After learning about Yixing's condition, his face turned into a dog's face, and he fell out of favor faster than turning over a book. Not only did Yixing's account freeze for unfounded reasons, he transferred all his fan traffic to other outdoor anchors. Also changed the promised 100% gift proceeds to 20%. In addition, the contract was terminated unilaterally. Reason, all rights of interpretation belong to J.A. See their ugly faces clearly, Yixing naturally won't have any nostalgia. He explained nothing. Disappeared like evaporation. Half a month later. News of Yixing's death spread online. Some media said that his last days were very painful and he chose to commit suicide. Some media said that he became a frozen person and was sealed in a cold storage, hoping to wait until the era of advanced medical treatment to thaw him. What's more, it is said that Yixing underwent human body modification surgery and became an artificial robot. It can be summed up in 3 words: everyone is gone. Time flows like an arrow, spring comes and summer goes, and autumn comes. The golden autumn of September is about to pass, and the weather is turning from hot to cool. A mysterious passenger appeared at Lucheng Airport. As expected of a tourist attraction known as the Greenhouse, it's so popular. Yixing stretched out greatly. These kept him busy. Regarding the rumors on the internet, he didn't bother to pay attention to them. Do I have to tell you that I chose? He has more important things to do at the moment. Multiple scenes to be unlocked on the world map are scattered around the world. I have never even heard of some places, and I can't find any information online. And there are many scenes that are inaccessible even by plane. The best way is to plan a route and take the sea route. After careful thinking and repeated deliberation, Yixing decided to set sail himself, conquer the sea, and embark on a global adventure. This is an extremely important decision. Just the preparations before departure made Yixing feel overwhelmed. He sold the blood treasure obtained from the blood-sucking worm to the largest pharmaceutical group in the country for 200 million. Once you have money, the rest will naturally fall into place.
The purchased ship has been delivered. It is urgent now. I am looking for a sea assistant who can do all 10 events. This is the purpose of Yi Xing coming to Lucheng. We took a bus to Yalong Bay, a famous scenic spot in Lucheng. Yalong Bay is known as East Hawaii, with spring-like scenery all year round. The 7-kilometer-long Silver-White Beach is connected to the South China Sea. The trees on the shore are lush and lush. The leisure area was crowded. Everywhere you looked, there were hot girls in bikinis everywhere. Either in twos or threes, or in groups, playing and making noise. Especially when running, people can't take their eyes off it. The shallow water area has been occupied by humans. There are swimmers and divers, basically the lively amateurs in Figure 1. The slightly technical paragliding and jet skiing are particularly cool, causing waves and causing screams from the women. Wherever he looked, he saw yachts and speedboats of various sizes floating in the deep water. This is it. Yi Xing moved and came to a yacht rental service center called Sea King near the pier. Hello, beauty, is Miss Lin Yuer your guide here? Yi Xing asked the front desk staff with a smile. What do you want from her? The waiter tilted his head and replied. I came here because of her reputation. I want to find her as a guide. Yi Xing took off his sunglasses, hung them on his collar, and said something casually. I advise you to choose someone else. She has some personality problems. She just injured a customer, and now she is being disciplined. She may not even be able to keep her job. The waiter pointed upstairs and whispered, Can't keep your job? Yi Xing was happy when he heard this. Isn't this a coincidence? Lao is here to deliver rice bowls. C75 new partner. All-round player Lin Yuer. Yi Xing waited for a few minutes, but no one came down. He could faintly hear the sound of smashing things from upstairs. Nothing will happen, right? Yi Xing ran up quickly. The door of the manager's office was not closed. Yi Xing just saw a girl in a sunscreen suit puffing her mouth and walking angrily. I'm your boss, it's not enough to say a few words to you, you stop right there. The fat manager tried to grab the girl from behind. The girl grabbed his wrist and threw him over her shoulder beautifully. The fat manager was thrown to the ground, and he kept crying. Do it first, then do it. The ideological level of your company is not worthy of my beauty and talent. The girl snorted coldly and left the office without looking back. Lin Yuer, you are finished. I promised that there is no place for you to make a living in the whole Lucheng. The fat manager's roaring voice seemed so pale and powerless. Wait a minute, Yi Xing greeted the girl, but she didn't seem to see him. He reached out and patted her on the shoulder. Lin Yuer, who was angry, grabbed Yi Xing's arm and threw him over the shoulder. Double kill. Yi Xing's reaction speed was far beyond the fat manager's reach. He drew a full moon in the air and landed steadily in front of Lin Yuer. Hey, who are you? Lin Yuer blinked in surprise. Can your brain circuit be slower? Yi Xing rolled his eyes and was speechless. 10 minutes later. In a Starbucks coffee shop near the beach. Yi Xing and Lin Yuer sat face to face, staring at each other. Wow, you are Yi Xing, the hiking god who crossed the Sea of Death? Lin Yuer was surprised after Yi Xing introduced herself. She is an old gun in extreme sports and has always paid attention to household news. She has heard about the incident about Yi Xing. It is said on the internet that you died of a serious illness, so how come you are still alive and kicking? Lin Yuer, who has a cheerful personality, is a typical person who writes all her emotions on her face. Her shining eyes are full of curiosity. Rumors stop at the wise. Yi Xing responded lightly. He looked at the girl in front of him seriously. She is more photogenic than in the photo. She has 2 braids and a lot of hair. She is tall and curvy, and she looks like a person who exercises regularly. A standard diamond face, with a delicate and elegant figure, and a dimple when she smiles, which makes her look a little playful. Not delicate, not artificial. She has a light and ethereal aura, like a stream in the mountains and forests flowing towards you. She doesn't have a skin as white as snow. Bathed in the sun all year round, dealing with purple rays, her skin is a little chocolate-colored, exuding wild beauty. From Yi Xing's aesthetic point of view, the comprehensive score is above 9.2, which can be regarded as a model of being a beauty. Lin Yuer took 2 sips of lemon tea and pursed her lips. If I remember correctly, we should have met for the first time. You came here from afar, not just to treat me to this, right? I bought a boat and want to find a capable man to travel around the world with me. Yi Xing said straight to the point. Travel around the world? Are you serious? Lin Yuer looked at him with a strange look. Yi Xing nodded seriously. Then why did you look for me? Are you attracted to my beauty? Lin Yuer raised her eyebrows. Before coming here, I checked the information of at least 100 candidates on the internet.
After layers of screening, I finally chose you. The reasons are sufficient. First, you have short-distance sailing experience and have served as the captain of a large-scale boat. You are familiar with sea conditions in boats, and you are more than enough to be my deputy. Second, your ability to hold your breath underwater can rank among the top 10 in China, and your ability to dive with your hands and equipment has reached the level of professional coaches. This is an enviable talent plus hard work. Third, your father is open-minded. You are from a martial arts school. You have practiced martial arts since childhood. You are always close to people. You have the ability to protect yourself. I don't have to worry too much about general dangers. Fourth, you are a master of extreme sports. You are proficient in surfing, parachuting, and rock climbing. Third, you have a good knowledge reserve and have a certain understanding of the culture and geography of various places. Of course, you have good physical conditions, which is conducive to daily interaction with fans. In short, those who are more professional than you are definitely not as good looking as you, and those who are more good looking than you are definitely not as professional as you. Yi Xing finished his words in one breath. You know me well. You make me lose all my mystery. Lin Yuer straightened her back and looked like a money grubber. I'm worth a lot, I've asked around. Your salary as a guide is 1,000 yuan a day, and you also work part-time as a swimming coach, diving coach, and martial arts instructor. If you don't take a day off, your monthly salary will be capped at 70,000 or 80,000 yuan, but the average working hours are more than 11 hours a day. You're only in your early 20s, why are you working so hard? Yi Xing interrupted her and asked the question in his heart. Actually, I have a dream. You are not allowed to laugh at me when I tell you. Lin Yuer suddenly looked serious. Don't worry, I have been professionally trained. I will never laugh unless I can't help it. Yi Xing made a gesture of listening attentively. Lin Yuer snorted and told her thoughts. Her grandfather was a sea explorer. She grew up listening to all kinds of sea stories and yearned for the sea. Every skill she learned and everything she did had a purpose. That was to be the first woman in history to conquer this sea. For this reason, she used the skills and knowledge she mastered to work everywhere. She wanted to earn a sum of startup funds as soon as possible to support her dream. But she was unwilling to succumb to some so-called social unwritten rules. So when the customer took advantage of her, she beat the customer into the hospital. The result was naturally that she was fired, which was equivalent to working for nothing. If she tells anyone about her dream of conquering the ocean, they will think she is dreaming. Because this is something that people think cannot be accomplished. The world where Yi Xing originally lived had 5% exploration of the ocean. But the ocean in this world is more than 10 times more dangerous. Humans have explored less than 1% of it. If a ship leaves the fixed safe route during its journey and reaches an unknown area, then its destruction rate will be as high as more than 90%. Why do you say that? Because there are countless terrifying creatures in the unknown area. The devil octopus with a body length of more than 100 meters that can swallow the entire boat. The prehistoric megalodon weighs up to 50 meters and has a bite force far greater than that of the Tyrannosaurus rex. The transparent fish monster that can hide its body and sneak into the cabin to eat the crew. These are just the tip of the iceberg. Only those who have really encountered it can understand the kind of heart-wrenching despair and regret. Your dream is great. Yi Xing raised his finger to her and asked, Aren't you afraid of death? Of course I am. I am most afraid of death, so I want to live a wonderful life. I originally planned to save 3 million in 2 years to buy a second-hand sailboat to go out to sea. If it were another person who came to me, I would definitely refuse. But you are Yi Xing. Just because you have conquered the sea of death, I can consider it. Lin Yuer smiled crookedly, but still did not give a clear answer. Free food and accommodation, monthly salary of 100,000. Yi Xing stretched out 2 fingers and made a cross. Hello, Captain. Your assistant is in place and ready to go at any time. Please give instructions. Lin Yuer stood up from her seat and saluted Yi Xing. Damn? That's it? It seems that this guy is a money grubber. Yi Xing seriously suspected that her so-called dream was just a lie to increase her social status. See 76 Global Adventure, the strongest anchor in history. The breeze is just right and the sun is not dry. Yi Xing took Lin Yuer to Coconut City, 200 kilometers away. The largest dock in the entire South China Sea is located here. Along the way, Lin Yuer kept asking for information about the boat Yi Xing purchased. Yi Xing deliberately betrayed her and made her feel upset. There are as many as 100 ships of various sizes moored at the pier. Passenger ships, cargo ships, sailboats, kayaks, everything is there, and it's a sight to see. Can you tell me where your ship is now? Lin Yuer asked eagerly like a curious baby. Before that, I have to give the fans a surprise. Yi Xing took out the Black Hawk drone that he had been using for a long time from his backpack. Xiaohei, activate follow mode. Yi Xing shouted. Xiaohei folds and stretches out like a transformer, hovering quietly in midair, full of black technology. The shape of this drone is really unique. Lin Yuer blinked and saw Yi Xing taking out his equipment, and asked, "Is your purpose around the world to make money through live broadcasts? Money is like a floating cloud to me. A comfortable life needs a little stimulation. My dream is to take all my fans to see a different world." Yi Xing pretended to be noble, and Lin Yuer stuck out her tongue without comment. Registered an account in Douyin. There are two reasons why I chose this live broadcast platform. First, after the case was exposed by an unscrupulous doctor, only Douyin is willing to give a good share-sharing contract. Let be able to broadcast one and count one. Secondly, Zhao Wanwan, the network administrator of the Husha platform, could not stand the leadership's behavior and resigned. She sincerely apologized to Yi Xing and changed jobs to Douyin. There's an acquaintance backstage. If you encounter any problems, it is best to communicate as soon as possible. In addition, Yi Xing did not choose to sign. Nor will I do any advertising endorsements. I don't want to be bound by the terms. I just want to show the purest adventure to my fans. After registering an account, Yi Xing started the live broadcast directly. How about the name of the live broadcast room is Global Adventure? Yi Xing looked at Lin Yuer. Well, it's a bit unremarkable. It would be better to add some gimmicks. Lin Yuer gave her advice. Yes, let's call it Global Adventure, the strongest anchor in history. The name is great and makes people want to give it a 5-star rating. After happily choosing a name, he officially entered the live broadcast room. As soon as Yi Xing starts broadcasting, Zhao Wanwan, who was backstage at Douyin, received the message reminder. She fought for the data tracking rights of Yi Xing's live broadcast room from her leader. Zhao Wanwan felt relieved when she saw the rosy-faced and energetic Yi Xing through the screen. This means that there is nothing wrong with Yi Xing's health. When leaving Tiger Shark, Zhao Wanwan created a penguin fan group. All the VIPs in Yi Xing's live broadcast room were brought in. The group number is 112-580-5796. During this period, the most discussed topic in the group was Yi Xing's life and death. Zhao Wanwan posted an announcement in the group, and all the fans were shocked. You are so popular. Not many people are watching. After the broadcast started, the number of people online in the live broadcast room was always in single digits. Lin Yuer couldn't help but joke. As soon as he finished speaking, the number of people online in the live broadcast room suddenly jumped from 8 to 120. 530, 786, 1314, 3699, 10086. Within 10 minutes, the number of people online exceeded 5 digits. Fans went from 0 to 10,000. Deluotang enters the live broadcast room. A Little Red Flower enters the live broadcast room. The boss of Zhagang enters the live broadcast room. Xinguanlan enters the live broadcast room. Dark enters the live broadcast room. C77 old fans return strongly. Yi Xing fights again. Looking at the familiar ID numbers one after another, Yi Xing smiled happily. Friends, stay safe. Yi Xing said hello to the camera. Really love you, tears. Miss you so much. Why would you disappear without even saying a word? I hate you. There are rumors on the internet. There are more than 365 ways of your death. Where have you been? That doctor said you have terminal cancer and won't survive this month. Is that true? Don't you stand here well? I think you can live another 10, 100, or 1,000. Yi Xing laughed and gave fans reassurance. Welcome the return of King Yixin. Missing person looking for, over. My youth is back. Brothers, it's time to call like crazy. Wave your keyboard and clear Yixin's name. Wherever Yixin's is, just follow, uninstall Tiger Shark. Move, remove the Tiger Shark, turn to battle sound. Like, follow, reward, retweet, all of them will help Yixin rush to the newcomer list. The bastard god sends me the heart of the universe. Zhaotian helps talents send helicopters. The old tough guy gives away the #1 rocket. The eternal starry sky sends an invitation to climb the mountain. These days, Yi Xing has been questioned and slandered by countless people. Fans are also furious. At this moment, the fire completely broke out. With the joint efforts of millions of fans, the topic #return of the king hashtag has been put on the hot search list. According to the unscrupulous doctor who exposed Yi Xing's medical records, would not survive this month. Moreover, in the last period of his life, he will inevitably be in excruciating pain, as thin as a withered bone, and can only spend the rest of his life in bed.
Under the lens, Yixing is full of vitality, without any trace of morbidity. It's like giving this doctor a hard slap on the face. Although Yixing did not explain too much, fans concluded that the so-called cancer was just a topic created to gain traffic. After the incident got serious, the unscrupulous doctor immediately changed his story and shirked responsibility, saying that the machine could solve the problem. Eventually, was expelled and banned from the local hospital. At this time, the Tiger Shark headquarters was in chaos. Oh no, our official account has been hacked by Yixing fans. Sorry, guys, the illegal deduction of Yixing was exposed by netizens. There is news from the data department that in the past 2 hours, more than 500,000 people have uninstalled our platform. This number is still increasing, and it is expected that at least 1 million active users will be lost. This loss is the most severe since Tiger Shark was founded. The bad news kept coming. The faces of Tiger Shark's senior executives turned blue and green. You idiots, you bunch of Dogcoin bastards. General Manager Liu Yang was furious, pointed at several fathead and big-eared senior executives and cursed, who asked you to freeze Yixing's account privately, and who asked you to reduce the gift income by 20%? I have repeatedly emphasized that we should wait and see what happens. It would be better for you to just throw away the trouble and kill the donkey, and pocket 80% of Yixing's profits. Are you having shit in your head? The senior executives are too arrogant. They thought that Yixing was dead, and they wanted to make a little bit of money from him, so they did something that violated moral integrity. Hurry up and find Zhao Wanwan and ask her to contact Yixing. Maybe we can recover the lost opportunity. Liu Yang said hurriedly. Manager Liu, Zhao Wan had a quarrel with the department head last night because of Yixing's matter and was fired. The girl from the Human Resources Department timidly replied. Fired? Send an order to kick that bullshit supervisor and ask Zhao Wanwan to come back and take over her shift. Is it okay? I just got news that Zhao Wanwan has joined Douyin and is now the exclusive network manager of Yixing's live broadcast room. Liu Yang's mind became dull and he fainted on the spot. Other side. The atmosphere of Douyin Live headquarters is exactly the same as that of Tiger Shark. The number of fans in Yixing's live broadcast room has exceeded 600,000, and it's still rising. These guys are all from Tiger Shark. The Tiger Shark is probably going to vomit blood. Haha, who told you guys to play dirty? You deserve it. That's a lot. The gift revenue from Yixing's live broadcast room has already exceeded 1 million. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my position at the top of the rookie list. Would you like to distribute super traffic packets while the iron is hot? We Douyin users are used to watching live broadcasts of joke streams and art performance streams. Our acceptance of this kind of adventure stream is far less than that of Tiger Shark. It still needs a period of adaptation. First send out a few small packets to observe, and then make corresponding adjustments based on Yixing's subsequent movements. Has a premonition that a superstar is about to rise. Yixing was not idle. When netizens continued to enter the live broadcast room, he also actively interacted with them. I came here after watching the news. Is this the legendary king of the restricted area? He is a very handsome young man. Welcome to Zhu Douyin. I gave you a little red heart. I don't know the host. I was bombarded by the announced gift. Can anyone explain what this guy is doing? Old fan said he doesn't know either. Question mark face. There are so many boats at this pier. Are you going to go fishing? Many friends asked what you are busy with recently and where you will go next. You will know soon. Before that, let me introduce you to this beautiful lady next to you. Yixing turned the camera to Lin Yuer. Hi, hello, Lin Yuer. I am Yixing's assistant. Please take care of me. Lin Yuer smiled sweetly and captured the hearts of countless otakus. This lady is so amazing. She is so hot. I like her, hearts in her eyes. Her figure and face are nothing to say, except that she is a little small. She is a plastic surgeon. I dare say that this is a natural beauty who has never had surgery. I've long been tired of those internet celebrities who look exactly like each other. Finally, I saw a different beauty. I love her. She's just a little bit darker, especially when standing next to the fair-skinned anchor. The visual effect is too obvious. Ha ha. What does it mean that the anchor found such a beautiful assistant? Is she taking a risk with a vase? I don't think so. If she wants to start a harem, I'll unfollow her. Smile. Please take a closer look at the muscle lines on her body. If you don't have any strength, would you dare to hang out with the anchor? Two different voices sounded in the live broadcast room. It's not up to you to say whether I'm a vase or not. Let's wait and see. My friends should have guessed your plan. Just like the name of the live broadcast room, I officially announced the start of my global adventure.
The South China Sea is our starting point.
Yixing snapped his fingers. Next, I'll show you the big guy that has troubled me for more than half a month.
Be careful to control the volume of your screams. See 78 Blinding. Cool Super Luxury Yachts Chapter 78 Eye-Catching. Cool super luxury yacht Yixing strode forward along the pier. His eyes suddenly turned and he aimed at a dilapidated small sailboat on the side. No, is this the medicine you sell in your gourd?
Lin Yuer was stunned for a moment. Her expression looked like she had drank a can of bitter melon juice.
What's wrong with this sailboat?
Yixing shrugged and replied indifferently.
Of course there is a problem. It looks like it is a third-hand or even fourth-hand product.
The market price does not exceed 100,000 yuan.
The captain is less than 3 meters long, so it's too crowded for 2 people.
Selling scrap metal is a good piece of material, but if you want to ride it around the ocean, you might as well jump into the sea and drown as soon as possible.
Do you have any common sense? You tricked all the way here, and that's it? I don't have time to play around with you.
I'll reimburse the fare and go back to work.
Lin Yuer was annoyed by Yixing's unprofessionalism. Look how excited you are, but I didn't say it was a ship.
Turn your big eyes and look over there.
Look in the direction of Yixing's finger.
An indescribably luxurious superyacht was imprinted in Lin Yuer's eyes. This silver yacht is like a top-level villa on the sea, standing out from the crowd, and you can't take your eyes away once you touch it.
Are you kidding? Lin Yuer's mouth formed an O shape.
She couldn't believe that this ship belonged to Yixing. Follow me. Yixing flicked his hair, walked up to the super yacht with long strides, and shouted, Coco.
A few seconds later, an upright walking robot walked out of the cabin. Welcome home, master. Doraemon? Lin Yuer's eyes widened. This is a yacht robot butler with an advanced intelligent sensing system that can be understood as a central processor.
Let the shipyard design it according to the shape of Doraemon, which will give it a more familiar feel.
You can ask it about anything inside this yacht. Of course, you can also use it as a chat partner. Let me demonstrate it to you.
Yixing asked Coco, Coco, tell me, who is the most handsome man in the world?
Coco replied, it has to be you.
Ouch, you little thing has a sweet mouth. Lin Yuer became interested, pointed at herself and asked, come on, tell me honestly, who is the most beautiful woman in the world?
Coco replied, Master, here comes my wife.
Lin Yuer was ashamed. You are really good at licking.
Ah, there's nothing wrong with it, you're right to say. This robot probably costs hundreds of thousands, right? Are there still hundreds of thousands left to afford a yacht of this size? This yacht is so dazzling, so cool. Estimated, this yacht costs at least $8.
You're talking in your sleep, you can't even buy it for less than 3,000.
Are the 2 people upstairs crazy? It costs tens of millions, right? Ha, capture an honest man alive. How many red tickets does this cost?
Lin Yuer looked at Yixing eagerly. She has seen many small yachts worth tens of thousands of dollars, but judging from the appearance, the yacht in front of her is worth at least 8 figures. She wanted to know the exact price.
It's not expensive, it's only 20 million. Yixing pretended to be cool, acting like it was just a small amount of money. Is it so cheap? I thought it would cost 40 million.
Lin Yuer felt very surprised.
You may have misunderstood, said Izzo.
Yixing's words were astonishing.
Fuck, isn't that more than 160 million? This is crazy. Lin Yuer couldn't help but cursed. This was an amount so large that she couldn't even imagine it.
To be precise, it's 160 million, and a fraction of it was wiped out over 100,000. The blood treasure was sold for 200 million, most of which was used on this ship.
As expected of Yixing, you are so heroic.
160 million sounds like 16,000 from your mouth. With a monthly income of 100,000 yuan, it is 36.5 million yuan a year. You can afford it in 4 years, and it is not very expensive.
Is your math teacher a husky? With a monthly income of 100,000, do you still want 36.5 million a year? How can I be so virtuous?
To be able to do such a luxurious live broadcast with a monthly salary of 2,000 needs some reflection, thinking. Give the change of over 100,000 that I erased, his mother can laugh out of her dreams.
Where did the anchor get so much money? Is he an invisible rich man?
Have you forgotten that the anchor has a blood treasure, which he probably sold?
If you were a host, why would you take risks with so much money?
You could pick up girls every day and get 500 girlfriends a year.
The direct relationship between people is different, so he worships Yixing. When will the anchor leave? I can't wait.
There's still some preparations that need to be done. It is scheduled to officially depart in 3 days, which is October 1st. Today, I will show you the internal structure of this yacht and tell you why it is worth 160 million. See 79 knowledge points. The inside story of super yachts. Most people have never been on a real yacht. Before officially setting sail, it is very necessary for netizens in the live broadcast room to understand the relevant knowledge of yachts. There are many types of yachts, such as business boats, fishing boats, leisure boats, etc. The one I bought is a sports super yacht. Just as not all milk is called deluxe, not all yachts are qualified to add the word super. Only a yacht with a length of 3.5 meters can be called a super yacht. The length of my ship is 36.6 meters, the width is 8 meters, and the waterline is 30 meters long. It reaches super standards. The entire ship has a total of 3+1 floors. The area below that is closest to the water is the water deck, which is where we usually board the boat. If you want to board the main deck directly, you need to take an approach bridge. Coco, open the approach bridge. After Yixing shouted to the robot, a small wooden bridge connecting to the dock automatically extended on the main deck. It can be passed by one person in turn. The first thing we came to was the aft area of the main deck. This is the largest semi-outdoor seating area on the entire ship, with a wide view and enough space to hold a small party. Look, there is a slide on the left. If you are too lazy to take the stairs, you can slide down directly from the upper deck with the help of. Okay, now we pass through an automatic glass door and into the main salon area, which is the largest in the room. You can understand the lobby of a top-level villa, with luxurious sofas and brand-name furniture, all available. Considering that the ship's hull is prone to bumps during navigation, a large crystal chandelier was not installed and an automatic light was replaced. Yixing made the camera circle around the hall 360 to facilitate the audience to see more clearly. OMG! This hall is bigger than my home. I never dared to dream of such a luxurious place. Sitting on this sofa is so refreshing that I don't even want to get up. Lin Yuer was so excited that she burst into laughter. There are so many people watching, so be more reserved. Lin Yuer's emotions and sorrows are all written on her face. It won't be too tiring to get along with this kind of person. The young lady's reaction was that I was right. Oh my god, I also want to lie on such a stylish sofa. Does the anchor still need some handyman? This is what it means to be human, this is what life is like. I silently looked at the kennel where I lived, and burst into tears. There is an extended terrace on the side of the main deck, which is quite atmospheric. You can enjoy the wind or go diving here. This floor is divided into two areas, one is the living area and the other is the work area. The living areas include recreation rooms, concert halls, gyms, etc. The entertainment hall has billiards, game consoles, and a big screen for watching movies. There are more than a dozen musical instruments in the concert hall, including pianos and guitars. It's great to cultivate your mood when you have nothing to do. You can play boxing, archery, etc. in the gym, which are more practical sports. Now I have to introduce my room in a grand way. In technical terms, all rooms on the ship are called cabins. Here in the master cabin, dang dang dang. Yixing gave instructions and Coco opened the door. Wow wow wow. Your bedroom is too big and luxurious. Lin Yuer's mouth was so open that she could swallow an egg. If you keep talking, you will almost turn into a frog. The master cabin symbolizes the owner's place and is naturally the largest living cabin on the ship. This bed is the same style as the bed in the 7-star hotel in Dubai. There are thousands of high-carbon steel lock springs in the bed, which can disperse the pressure of the human body to the greatest extent and ensure the quality of my sleep. The price is not expensive, it's about the same as an Audi Q5. There is a glass window next to the bed. When you pull down the automatic curtains, you can clearly see the sea view at night. Then there are the commonly used storage rooms, dressing rooms, and separate bathrooms. I like the jacuzzi in this bathroom very much. You can lie in it and get physical therapy comfortably. There is a small shelf next to the bathtub. When you take a bath, you can put some food and drink on it and have a massage while eating and drinking. Wouldn't it be nice? Yixing threw his coat on the bed and put on a pair of flip-flops. Captain, where is my room? Lin Yuer poked her calloused fingers with a look of anticipation. Phone, I won't treat you as a senior talent badly. I guarantee your satisfaction. Window, _ tabula equals window, _ tabula.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, tabule below article thumbnail 300 x 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 x 250, target type, mix, C80 preheating is over, see you there. Leaving the living area, Yixing entered the work area through another door. This is the cockpit. The screens in front of it can monitor all public areas of the yacht. Necessary items include GPS navigation, radar, electronic charts, satellite phones, trackers, etc., which are responsible for maritime communications, route records, weather forecasts, sea surface safety, and other data. Here I would like to explain that compared to sailing boats that rely on the wind, yachts with hybrid power systems have lower requirements for driving skills and are easier to operate. There is no need to guard here specifically during the flight. After setting the route, can move around freely. We will notify you if there is any situation. Isn't it full of technology? Walk out of the cockpit and go down the escalator to the lower deck. The ship has one VIP cabin and two guest cabins. The passenger cabin is a spare, and the VIP cabin belongs to our Vice President Lin. Go in and have a look. The moment she opened the door, Lin Yuer jumped up excitedly. The equipment in the main cabin is basically available in the VIP cabin. The only difference may be that the area is slightly smaller. However, this small is relative. Not to mention one for Lin Yuer, two more are more than enough. Captain, I love you. I will do my best for you from now on. It doesn't matter whether I am paid or not. Food and accommodation are included. That's all. Lin Yuer smiled from ear to ear and narrowed her eyes into a straight line. This is for you. You can use it to control the audio and video system, lighting system, massage equipment, and so on in the room. Yi Xing gave Lin Yuer an iPad. There's nothing much to say about the cabin. Let's go to the third floor and have a look. Yi Xing took Lin Yuer and continued to climb down. Everyone should be able to see that the area of the main deck will decrease successively. The third floor is the deck, and the view is one level higher than the main deck. This is the dining area. There is a dining table outdoors and indoors. Next to it is a sofa for resting. You can also choose to lie on it and bask in the sun. There is a transparent automatic soft awning above the head that can be opened at any time to block the sun and rain, which is very convenient. After dinner, lie down on the sofa, enjoy the sea breeze, look out at the sea view, brag about something. It's very nice. Yi Xing took a deep breath of the sea breeze, which smelled a little salty. There is still a small lounge inside the deck, equipped with a bartending bar. Inside is the kitchen, which is fully equipped and has two super refrigerators, one for freezing and one for freshness. Whether it's vegetables, fruits, fish, meat, or seafood, everything can be accommodated. The water tank capacity of the ship is 10,000 liters. We also have a fresh water making machine, so there is usually no shortage of water. Oh, by the way, the wine cellar is also on this floor. It's currently empty. I haven't had time to buy wine yet, so I won't go into details. Lin Yuer unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Yi Xing. After taking 2 gulps, Yi Xing climbed to the top of the yacht. This is the top deck, a completely open-air area with no blind spots to enjoy the sea view. You can lie here and bask in the sun when you're in the sun. Put some essential oil on your body, go to a SPA or something, think about it. However, those with skin that is not sun-resistant can easily get burned, so be careful. Yi Xing slid directly from the slide to the lower deck. There is an inner cabin on the lower deck, which is used to store water, motorboats, propellers, diving equipment, lifeboats, etc. Due to funding problems, we currently only have propellers, 2 sets of diving equipment and relatively cheap kayaks. It won't be too late to make up for it when we make money. Finally, let me show you the engine compartment. Yi Xing approached the engine room, and the huge engine made Lin Yuer scream again. A super engine jointly built by Lamborghini and Monaco's top shipyard. Captain, do you dare to buy such a costly engine? Does your family run a mining business? Lin Yuer had little knowledge of engines. She covered her mouth to hide her surprise after recognizing the brand of the engine. Sister Ji, what you said is a bit heartbreaking. Yi Xing spread his hands and pretended to be helpless. Let me briefly tell you about the performance of this ship. It is the product of the cooperation between 2 top shipyards, China and Monaco. The depth under the propeller is over 2 meters. No load displacement 470 mil. It matches the latest engine. In order to increase the speed, I bought 2. Each engine is 2,500 horsepower, and together they are 5,000 horsepower. The yacht's top speed is 45 knots/h. General cruising speed is 30 knots/h. 1 knot represents a speed of 1 nautical mile per hour. 1 nautical mile is 1.852 kilometers. According to cruising speed, a yacht sailing at sea for 1 hour is equivalent to a car driving 55.56 kilometers on land per hour. The cruising range is 3,500 nautical miles. When the oil is full, it can sail at normal speed for about 100 hours without stopping. Why did Deputy Lin say that this engine costs money?
Because its fuel consumption is about 25% higher than that of ordinary engines. The capacity of the fuel tank is 100,000 L. The fuel consumption of this ship is at least 700 L/h. If it travels at full speed, the fuel consumption will be more than 1000 L/h. What does this mean? Diesel is more suitable for long-distance voyages, so let's calculate it according to the market price of diesel. The price of domestic diesel is between 5.5 and 7.5 yuan per liter. Let's take the middle value and use 6 yuan per liter as the unit. It takes 600,000 renminbi to fill up the tank at one time. It costs more than 4,000 renminbi per hour of sailing. The fuel cost alone is hundreds of thousands every month. Add maintenance fees, taxes, berthing fees and other miscellaneous expenses, it's scary. With only more than 30,000 yuan left, Yixing suddenly felt like a poor dog. The tour of the yacht ends here. I hope every friend in front of the screen can drive a yacht like this in the future. I don't deserve it, marmot howling. I'm a layman, why does Douyin let me watch such a trendy thing? My mind is confused, my thoughts are still on the bed in the cabin. I worked hard for 3 years to buy the Audi Q5, but I didn't expect it to be only worth a bed of the anchor? I'm so angry, I'm so jealous that I decided to report you because you affect the physical and mental health of young people. Does the anchor need a pet? I can play with cats. Let's learn to play with cats and meow together. No wonder people say that the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, and the wealthy play with boats. It's not without reason. The maintenance cost of this yacht alone is tens of thousands a year. Ordinary people can't afford it. The fuel consumed in 1 hour is higher than my monthly salary? Now I finally understand why the rich can pick up girls with one shot. Who can resist taking off clothes when taking girls to such a yacht? Does the anchor still need a nanny for personal service? It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. The main thing is that I like to work. I'm a beauty. Who are you looking down on? Don't waste time. Hurry up and post the link to me. I'm going to daydream right away. Next, I will take Deputy Lin to handle some formalities. In addition, we need to prepare secret materials. Today's live broadcast is here. See you at 7 p.m. in 3 days. A wonderful journey that amazes the world begins here. This is destined to be an adventure full of passion, excitement, danger and madness. C81 Starry Sea, waiting for you to fight the time of day and the people are urging each other. The winter solstice brings the sun and spring comes again. In the blink of an eye, it's already October. October 1st is a national holiday. The students stopped writing, office workers also took a long-awaited nap. In the past 3 days, Yixing and Lin Yuer prepared daily necessities for the next 6 months. At around 7 o'clock in the morning, Yixing and the heavily armed Lin Yuer met at the dock. You look like you're dressed for a war, why don't you be more casual? Yixing couldn't help but joked. My heart is not as big as yours. Lin Yuer trotted onto the deck and spun around in circles, her face filled with joy and excitement. Her dream was finally enough to set sail. And it's still in this super luxurious form. As a result of the previous warm-up, as soon as Yixing opened the live broadcast room, a large number of netizens waiting in front of the screen poured in. The number of people online reached 5 digits in a short period of time. It's so early in the morning, so many people? Yixing said hello to the audience in the live broadcast room. Congratulations, the fan value of the host live broadcast room has exceeded 1.5 million, and the reward is boat driving proficiency. Boat driving proficiency, master all boat operating techniques and drive efficiently. This skill is very good. Yixing's little skill can only control the automatic boat. After mastering this technique, whether it is a sailboat or a speedboat, you can do whatever you want. It is worth noting that among the 1.5 million fans, 10% are old fans. Users who want to conquer Douyin must show some real skills. Without further ado, let's weigh the anchor. I declare that the global adventure has officially begun. Yixing stood on the deck, raised his hands high, and shouted loudly. Lin Yuer was so enthusiastic that she made trumpet-like shapes with her hands and started shouting along with Yixing. There will be times when the wind and waves break, and the anchor's courage is already invincible. I can only see 1% of the sea on TV, and the remaining 99% depends on Yixing's eyes. I love you. After waiting for a long time, I finally waited for today. Rush. Awesome. No matter what, when the momentum builds up, Waity and I will be happy together. Anchor, does this ship have a name? It's called the Star and Moon, which symbolizes the sea of stars and the bright moon in my heart. The Xing started slowly and left the dock. Our current location is Haikou of the South China Sea, and we will start from here, crossing the Qiangzhou Strait and arriving at the first stop, Treasure Island. The total journey is 755.9 nautical miles. It is expected to be tomorrow morning. There is a forbidden area for the living there that is as dangerous as the Sea of Death. I'm going to break into it. Yi Xing briefly summarized the upcoming itinerary to netizens. But they didn't mention the forbidden area for the living in detail, which whetted their appetite. Mr. Lin, come here. Yi Xing ticked the hook with, and Lin Yuer walked over scratching her head. I'll do a magic trick and blow on you. Yi Xing clenched his fist and placed it in front of her. Lin Yuer, who didn't know why, blew obediently. What you had for breakfast was leek buns and garlic pancakes. The smell was quite pungent. Yi Xingshi waved his hand in the air and spread his palms. There is a crescent-shaped pendant at the heart. Keep me safe, I'll give it to you as a meeting gift. Don't think too much about it, it happens to be the shape of the moon, and your name also has the moon in it, so it's quite destined for you. Yi Xing let go and fell into Lin Yuer. Thank you, Captain. The tall and handsome Lin Yuer didn't hesitate and put it on happily. Sister Yuer, this was cut and carved by the anchor himself using Tian jade dug from the Yulong River. At that time, someone offered hundreds of thousands, but he didn't sell it. I remember that the anchor carved a star pendant and a moon pendant at that time. He wore the star pendant himself, saying that he was leaving the moon pendant to a destined person, but he didn't expect that person to be you. Envying, the captain's name is Yi Xing, the vice-captain's name is Lin Yuer, the name of this ship is also called Xingyue, plus this pair of Xingyue pendants. My god, this is so fateful, right? The talent of the man and the beauty of the woman are really a perfect match. I love this pairing. Woo, woo, trick the dog into killing him. Tell me, do these two people do anything? Don't talk nonsense. The anchor is mine and no one can take it away, akimbo. Although the captain is tall, rich and handsome, I'm not interested in things like love, and I don't have any bad thoughts about him. You can rest assured. Lin Yuer explained loudly to the live broadcast room, but it was more like she was talking to Yi Xing. When you say that, my heart feels at ease. Yi Xing was too lazy to say anything more. In his heart, Lin Yuer could not be called a partner yet, at most he was just an auxiliary tool. Quietly find a handsome person and ask for a 5-star review. C-82 Jingwei fills the sea, unswerving the pier becomes smaller and smaller in sight until it disappears completely. It's sunny today and the temperature is around 25. The sun is not particularly hot. Yi Xing did push-ups for 10 minutes on the deck. After finishing, lean on the sofa and blow air. After sailing a certain distance, no buildings can be seen around. A vast expanse of blue, the water and sky are the same color. The vast and boundless sea is majestic and boundless. When you are in it, all your worries are gone. No more cramped, crowded and noisy cities, people's hearts have become less impetuous. Natural, peaceful, and beautiful. Lin Yuer is not as laid back as Yi Xing. Under the leadership of the robot Coco, I became more familiar with the structure and operation of the star and moon, and I was very busy. It's beautiful. It's not as scary as I thought. I really want to jump in and take a swim. I turned the electric fan at home to the highest setting, and I started to think that I was blowing the sea breeze. When will the monster come out? I watch monsters, I watch exciting ones. Ow. Adventures can be intense, but they can also be gentle. I think this is good. Lying in bed and enjoying the sea view with the anchor, it's great. Currently, this sea area is still within the scope of safe human activities, and there are generally no too scary creatures. Yi Xing drank the coconut juice and stood up from the sofa. A bone-shaped beach was discovered to the northeast. Slow down the speed of the boat and let's see what this is. Yi Xing blew a loud whistle and called Lin Yuer out of the cabin. Do you know that guy? Yi Xing pursed his lips. What he said was knowingly. Lin Yuer had been a guide in the South China Sea for a long time, so she was very familiar with the nearby terrain, so she naturally understood it. This Dosha Island is the smallest island in the South China Sea, covering an area of less than 5 square kilometers. The island is full of gravel and dead trees, and there are a lot of wild plants. Lin Yuer knew that Yi Xingyu wanted the audience to accept her as soon as possible so that she could get rid of the title of vase. After giving him a sign, he lay down on the railing of the deck. At this time, a bird flew over from the northwest, attracting their attention. This bird looks like a crow, with a colorful head, a white beak and a white shell, and its red claws are holding a piece of dead wood. When flying, he made the sound of Jingwei, Jingwei from his mouth, with a hint of sadness. The Jingwei bird, it turns out to be a Jingwei bird. Lin Yuer was overjoyed. She has been hanging out in the South China Sea for so long, I have passed by Dosha Island 30 or 40 times. But it was the first time I saw the Jingwei bird, and I started talking non-stop. In ancient mythology, the daughter of Emperor Jingwei and Yendi lost her footing and drowned while playing at the beach. The soul after death is a Jingwei bird with a white beak and bare feet. She hates the evil waves in the sea. She brings stones and plants from the mountains every day in order to fill up the sea. Everyone must have heard this story, but very few people have seen the Jingwei bird. One theory about the formation of Dosha Island is that the Jingwei bird, after millions of years of hard work, filled in the deserted island with rocks and trees. Lin Yuer picked up the camera and took a few photos. Jingwei fills the sea, foolish old man moves mountains, why are you so persistent about things that have no results? Maybe this is the power of fearlessness. Sister Yuera knows quite a lot, please give me something. Then the question is the spirit of Emperor Yan's daughter still a bird? Of course not the one from the myth. When Jingwei was reclamating the sea, he met a petrel. Haiyan was moved by her spirit and got married. The two couples continued the reclamation project together. The female bird they gave birth to is like a Jingwei, and the male bird is like a petrel, so this bird should be our offspring. Mythical stories are true or false, it depends on how you understand them. Yi Xing added. Haiyan, stupid mortal, you won't really be moved by her bullshit spirit for me, my body is so greedy for her. Jingwei, childish Haiyan, you don't really think I like you, do you? I want to find a free labor force. Song Xiaobao, Haiyan, please have some snacks, the love story was turned into a skit by you, and it made me laugh so hard that my urinary stones broke. Are all your fans so funny? Lin Yuer pursed her lips and smiled. Just get used to it. While the two were talking, the Jingwei bird dropped the stones in its mouth and the deadwood branches in its claws, and then flew away proudly, repeating the same thing endlessly throughout its life. While sighing, a slight sound suddenly came from the sea. A palm-sized spearfish jumped into the air and landed on the deck. Seafood delivered to your door? Yi Xingjing bent down to pick it up. Lin Yuer kicked him away and shouted, "Don't touch me, see 83 South China Sea Killer." Dolly Fishes for Mermaids Chapter 83 South China Sea Killer. Mermaid fishing. Lin Yuer's reaction shocked Yi Xing. Is there anything wrong with this fish? Yi Xing's hand was suspended in the air, and he looked up and asked, "This is not a fish. Or rather, it's part of a fish. I wonder if you've heard of mermaid fishing?" After Yi Xing shook his head, Lin Yuer continued, "Mermaid fishing is a notorious killer in the South China Sea. Their physiological structure is very special, and their tongue is in the shape of a fish, which can be separated from the mouth. When they encounter passing ships, they will lurk under the water and shoot their tongues onto the deck. Once someone reaches out to pick it up, its tongue will become a sharp and cruel fishhook, hooking your palm through it. There is a transparent silk thread connected to the other end of the tongue, and this silk thread is difficult to cut even with a finger. After sensing that the prey has been hooked, its body will drag you into the sea and drown you, and finally eat your internal organs. I have witnessed tourists doing this trick and cutting off their hands to save their lives. One was even worse, with the tongue of a mermaid hooking his face, and half of his face skin was torn off. Thinking of some scary memories, Lin Yuer's face turned ugly. This fish that jumped up was actually a tongue? It's so weird. I have only heard of people fishing, but this is the first time I've heard of fish hooking people. Trembling, fortunately, there is Sister Yuer, otherwise the anchor would have lost his girlfriend. This is on the sea, you can only drive a boat, no driving. It's a bit interesting. Since it has spit out its tongue, it would be a shame to not pull it up. Yi Xing picked up an iron rod. Don't mess around, the mermaid's strength is 3 times that of an ordinary person, and ordinary people can't beat it. Lin Yuer reminded him hurriedly. Am I an ordinary person? Yi Xing snorted and inserted the iron rod into the fish. The moment the rod had touched the fish on the deck turned into a barbed bone hook. The bone hook automatically contracted and wrapped the iron rod. A force came from above. A mere fish dares to compete with me in strength. Do you think my push-ups were in vain? Yi Xing's breath sank into his dantian, his arm muscles bulged, and he shouted ah. A layer of waves was stirred up on the water. A fat fish with a red mouth and yellow body, more than 5 feet long, was forcibly dragged up by Yi Xing. The tough silk thread at the bottom of the tongue is its weapon, but also its weakness. Once it is caught by someone who is stronger than it, it cannot get away. Captain, you are too fierce. Lin Yuer slapped her hands non-stop, impressed by the power released by Yi Xing, who seemed thin. Stop it. Yi Xing casually pulled out the Buck 110 hunting rifle from behind someone's butt. This is a tactical rifle ranked in the top 10 in the world. Although it has not been strengthened, the blade is surprisingly sharp enough to cut rocks and wood. 2 pokes and the mermaid fisherman turned from a grandfather to a grandson, and he immediately became obedient. The market price of mermaid fisherman is close to 1,000 yuan per catty. This one must be at least 50 catties. I'm rich. Lin Yuer suggested storing it in the refrigerator and selling it when it reaches the shore. What are you thinking about? Good things are for your own enjoyment. Go cut it, and I'll leave the meal to you.
Yi Xing raised his hand and carried the mermaid fishing rod into the kitchen. Lin Yuer's cooking skills were okay, but compared with Yi Xing, who possessed the god-level cooking skills, she was a Mount Everest away.
So, Yi Xing lay aside and started to eat.
He taught her the cooking methods and the proportions of the seasonings. Lin Yuer was in charge of the work, running around all by herself, exhausted. An hour later, the first luxurious meal on the Xingyue was ready. C80 for the first meal on the Xingyue. Chapter 80 for the first big meal on the Xingyue. The price of fishing for mermaids is expensive, but one reason is that it has a variety of meat.
Different cooking methods will produce different tastes.
Yi Xing, your ingredient ratio is amazing.
For the first time in my life, I feel that my cooking skills are so good.
Lin Yuer, who was sweating all over, gave Yi Xing a thumbs up. You know, generally this kind of ingredient ratio is a chef's secret. She was really moved that Yi Xing could tell her such an important thing.
In fact, Yi Xing was just too lazy to do it.
After training her, he would have more time to fish and chat.
Friends, it's time for our eating show.
As you can see, today's lunch is 4 hard dishes based on fishing for mermaids. The one in the front is the ginger fish head soup, which can nourish the qi, strengthen the brain and prevent colds. The fish head is already tasteless, the essence of this dish is all in the soup. 1 bite makes you frown and feel bitter, 2 bites make your face bright, and 4 bites make you forget your troubles like a god. Yi Xing slurped 2 big gulps and smacked his lips with satisfaction.
The dish in the middle is a lemon sashimi platter with some shrimp rolls.
It's a bit heavier in taste, you can choose to eat it with soy sauce or wasabi like eating sashimi. But I recommend eating it with ice cubes, it will feel spicy and cool, very interesting.
Its protein and mineral content is about 7 times that of ordinary fish.
Yi Xing eats in a heroic manner, holding ice cubes in his left hand and sashimi in his right hand, stuffing them into his mouth and chewing them together.
Eat slowly, like a starving ghost reincarnated.
Lin Yuer was worried that it would be wasted if she couldn't eat it all, but after seeing Yi Xing's appetite with her own eyes, she felt that her worries were completely unnecessary.
Is there a black hole in this man's stomach? The last dish, steamed fishtail with chopped pepper, is my favorite.
This dish is very spicy, so a circle of tangerine slices is placed next to the plate. The sweet and sour taste of tangerine slices can neutralize the alkaline capsaicin.
The meat of the fishtail is fragrant and tender, and it is smooth and refreshing.
Its fishtail can treat bad breath. First mate Lin, you should eat more, and then you can add garlic and chives. Yi Xing picked up a large piece for Lin Yuer. Lin Yuer blushed and rolled her eyes at him. Mermaid fishing, ND, careless, I thought I was a bronze player, but I met a king.
Can you send the fish bones and hair to me by SF Express? My cat said it wants to eat it. Cat, go to hell, it's you who wants to eat it, don't blame me for everything. This is the real eating broadcast master.
The strongest food broadcaster on the internet, no rebuttal accepted.
He ate tens of thousands of dollars in this meal, who dares to imitate?
The broadcaster is a person, I am also a person, the broadcaster equals me, so the dish actually went into my stomach, I will pull it out later, and I can still make it in time for afternoon tea. Ning Ku is really a talent, come on, cheers for our great route.
Cheers!
The two raised their high-heeled glasses and clinked them lightly. After eating and drinking, Yi Xing lay lazily on the sofa on the deck, chatting with netizens, and drinking from time to time.
Lin Yuer and Kuku were responsible for cleaning the table and cleaning.
The sea air is beautiful at dusk, and birds come together. There is a true meaning in this, and I have forgotten the words when I want to explain it. Unconsciously, evening came. A green island appeared in the east.
This is Crescent Bay, rich in seafood, and there is an open tourist area in front.
Since a few years ago, there was a rumor that there was a man-eating monster bird on the island. No one dared to set foot there anymore. After finishing her exercise in the gym, Lin Yuer changed into a set of cool clothes and tied her hair into a ponytail, looking fresh and energetic.
Man-eating monster bird? Let's go to the island to take a look.
Yi Xing immediately became interested.
Why don't we just forget it?
I heard that the monster bird can swallow a living person with one mouth, and being stared at is a dead end.
Aren't you going to conquer the sea? Are you scared now? You may have misunderstood.
What I mean by conquering the sea is to go around the sea alive, not to go after the tiger knowing there is a tiger.
Okay, you stay on the boat, and I'll take the netizens to refresh themselves.
The number of people online in the live broadcast room has decreased a lot, it's time for something exciting.
Lin Yuer said she couldn't go, but her body was honest.
She took out a pair of amay thorns from her ancestors in the cabin. To be precise, it was a 6-sided plum blossom amay thorn. This is an amphibious short weapon, with both ends being diamond-shaped sharp thorns. It is very difficult to operate, and ordinary people can't play it at all. Seeing her attitude of facing a great enemy, Yi Xing also put away his lazy posture. He was very curious about how powerful and delicious the so-called demon bird was. I added an extra chapter today. Thank you for the gifts from all the handsome men and beautiful women who are so beautiful. 5-star praise, likes, comments and urging for more. Your persistence is the biggest motivation for the author. Today is a day of love for you. Let's cheer together. See 85 on Crescent Bay, the 9-headed ghost bird. Chapter 85 on the Crescent Bay, the ghost bird with head on Crescent Bay, 300 nautical miles away from Haikou Pier. 2 uninvited guests boarded. Wow, it's really rich in seafood. There are countless shellfish scattered near the beach on the island. The most common clams here are clams, which are also called clams in your mouth. Sea-grown food has a higher nutritional value than human-raised food. Clams cost more than £20 per pound in the city, but they are very cheap in coastal areas. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of kilograms here. Don't miss it if you pass by. Yi Xing carried the basket and threw it in one by one. This feeling of picking up shells is so exciting. Location sent, shows swimming over. The food I ate at night was a 60-year-old. It was just a little bit and it cost $2.5. Did I get cheated? Why are you standing there stunned? Hurry up and call the price bureau to complain, huh? Lin Yue suddenly screamed and pointed at the ground in horror. Bone? Yi Xing stepped forward and saw that it was half a human skull. It must have been a long time since he died. It doesn't look like it floated up after drowning. There are cracks in the skull. It seems that suffered a violent impact before his death. Yi Xing analyzed. It must have been done by the demon bird. Let's keep our voices and movements low so as not to disturb them. Lin Yue held the amay thorn tightly, feeling a little nervous. Sudden, a drop of liquid fell on the toe of Yi Xing's toe. Taking a closer look, it was a drop of red blood. Yi Xing subconsciously raised his head. Fake squid. A strange bird appeared in the sky above my head at some point. Its body length is about 70 cm. A messy red feather. At first glance, it looks like a big duck. A closer look makes one's hair stand on end. It has the head of a human and the body of a bird, but it has a head and 10 necks. Each head is only the size of a ping-pong ball, divided into 3 floors, upper, middle, and lower. The piles are as long as S neck. The neck is as thick as an adult's thumb. One of them has no head on his neck. The blood flowed from the fracture. Monster! Lin Yue covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. The fear of unknown creatures can be seen in her eyes. Relatively speaking, Yi Xing, who had experienced the Sea of Death, was much calmer. He held the knife in a defensive stance. His mind moved. Start the biological illustrated book, Target Analysis in Progress, Analysis Successful. Basic attributes of the target: Ghost Bird Animal Kingdom Bastardity Avians. Target characteristics: low combat effectiveness, strong reconnaissance ability, generally serves as a pawn for more powerful similar species. The small thorns in the mouth can puncture the kidneys of animals, loves to suck blood, and is very afraid of dogs. What are you looking at? Do you know this monster? Lin Yue touched Yi Xing with her arm and waited for his order. This guy is a ghost bird. In ancient times, it was called a headed bird. The sound it makes is similar to the sound produced when a carriage rubs against the ground. It is also called a ghost carriage bird. There is a clear record in Ling Biaolui that it can suck people's essence. This essence should refer to the essence and blood in the kidneys. Once the essence and blood are lost, a person loses his soul. It sounds like it's very powerful, but actually its combat effectiveness is not very high. Without considering factors such as sneak attacks, an adult can kill it. Therefore, it usually chooses to target children and the elderly, which is very insidious. Why does it only have one head among its 10 necks? According to the book, its head was bitten off by a dog, so it is extremely afraid of dogs. One thing we must be careful about is that the blood dripping from the broken neck contains bacteria. If it accidentally falls on your skin, bacteria will penetrate into your skin along the pores and make you miserable. Yi Xing raised his head and looked at him. The human-like head of the ghost bird has a funny expression. It is very ugly and weird. Looking at it twice can easily cause psychological shadow. There is also a record about this ugly comparison in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, but I didn't expect it to be true. Surprise, fortunately, it's not dark yet. Seeing this at night would give someone a heart attack. The anchor is right. Was born with strong kidney ability, but he was sucked by a ghost bird when he was a child. Now is gradually haggard. He relies on Shenbao tablets every day and asks kind-hearted people to transfer some money to renew his healthcare products. Are you sure that the cause of kidney deficiency is being sucked by the ghost bird? I'm too embarrassed to point it out to you. Smells the fragrance. Did you see any feathers on its tail? It's a good thing. According to legend, the feathers of ghost birds can withstand thunder and lightning, and they are a treasure used by monks to resist thunder from the sky. Its mouth opens and closes, which is sending a unique positioning sound wave of birds. I guess it thought it was no match for us, so it called for help. Kill it before reinforcements arrive. Perhaps sensing Yixing's murderous intention, the ghost bird deliberately raised the height. When it hears the dog, it will tremble and its wings will not be able to fly. Mr. Lin, what are you waiting for? Yixing clapped his hands towards Lin Yuer. Why do you have to be like a dog? Can't you? I got pricked by a fishbone at noon, and my throat is a little stuck. I can't come back. Yixing coughed a few times. Lin Yuer glanced at him suspiciously, took a deep breath, and barked sharply, woof, woof woof woof. The weather is getting colder, so remember to take off more clothes. C-86 The first battle of the voyage. Fighting with the magpie. Sure enough, the ghost bird trembled like chaff after hearing the sound of the dog. The flight altitude dropped rapidly, and even the wings could not flap stably. In order to protect himself, blood began to spurt out from where his head was severed. Be careful not to get wet. Li Star threw the hunting knife into the air, hitting the ghost bird's right wing. Look at me. Lin Yuer shot an Amei thorn at the ghost bird's left wing. Falled straight. Yixing stepped forward, drew his hunting knife, stepped on his neck, and cut him in half. Done. This thing's blood is full of bacteria, so you can't eat it. Yixing plucked out the feathers on the tail of the bird. It's quite textured. Something is coming. Lin Yuer reminded loudly. Yixing turned around. I saw two strange-looking big birds spreading their wings and flying toward their location at extremely fast speeds. These two birds are huge. It is more than twice as powerful as the ghost bird. It looks like a pheasant, its body is red, and its wings are very intimidating when it is spread out. Yixing picked up the gravel and shot it at the S, but they were perfectly avoided by the S. Retreat first. Feeling that they were not easy to deal with, Yixing retreated backwards. Start the biological illustrated book. Target analysis is in progress. Analysis is successful. Basic attributes of the target: Sparrow Animal Kingdom. Titidieves. Target characteristics: carnivorous, agile, ferocious, powerful claws, can lift objects weighing more than 200 kilograms. The saliva sprayed is extremely hot and can burn the skin of animals, and the feather crest on the head is their Achilles heel. This is a sparrow. Their sharp claws, like tiger claws, can easily snatch people away. If you guessed it correctly, they are the cannibal harpies among the fishermen. There is a combustion chamber function in the abdomen of the bird, which can increase the temperature of the water to more than 200 degrees. The ghost birds and fawn are working together in a conspiracy. The ghost bird with low combat power is responsible for reconnaissance, patrol, and transmission of news about nearby prey, and the sparrow with high combat power is responsible for killing living creatures. One loves to drink blood and the other loves to eat meat. What a perfect match! No matter how fast you run on the ground, you can't compare to what you can fly in the air. The two were quickly caught up. The sparrow did not swoop in a hurry. Instead, he chose to airdrop water. The temperature of the saliva is comparable to the temperature of 8 hot oil. If it falls on someone, it will be disfigured in seconds. Yixing had eaten a fruit that was immune to burning damage, so he was naturally not afraid. But Lin Yuer can't. You go to the water. Yixing blocked the first wave of saliva with his body, pushed Lin Yuer away. Lin Yuer had no ink marks and was diving into the water like a little cheetah. Once in the water, high-temperature saliva will have no effect. A sparrow changed its attack method, lowered its dive, and grabbed Lin Yuer, shooting the feather crown. Li Star shouted. Lin Yuer threw the Amei thorn, but the shot missed. But it hit the edge. EK's figure was obviously sluggish. Well done. Yixing kicked his legs violently, making a double jump. After leaping high, he made a gorgeous turn and leaped into the air. The feather crest on the head of this sparrow was chopped off, and it fell to the ground like a weightless stone. Haven't had time to be happy yet. A heartbreaking pain came from Yixing's back. The other bird took the opportunity to attack Yixing. The sharp claws left a terrifying blood mark on Yixing's back. Ganinian. Yixing endured the pain. Both hands grabbed the tuft of hair behind his butt. The bird's claws cannot be kicked back. Can flutter its wings and fly high into the sky. I want to shake Yixing off and throw him to death. But Yixing is like brown sugar that can't be shaken off. In the end, there was really no other way, so I instinctively turned back.
Wait for me on the boat. I'll be right back.
Yi Xing shouted downwards and followed the bird to fly away.
The IQ of the sparrow is pretty good among birds,
but compared with others, it is still far behind. Whenever it encounters a situation that cannot be solved, it will fly back to its nest to seek a sense of security. Yi Xing just wanted to take a look at its nest. There must be spiritual creatures in the area where the sparrow lives. If you can get a natural treasure like purple cistanch or immunity fruit, you can wake up from your dreams with a smile. See 87 Magic Medicine for Trauma. Dragon's Mouth Grass Chapter 87 The Medicine That Hurts the Soul. Asparagus. The flight distance is about 5,000 meters. The bird glides and slows down, falling into the sparse jungle. When it landed, it pointed its butt towards a thorny bush on the ground.
I want to stab Yi Xing to death. Silly bird, do you think labor and management are as stupid as you?
Yi Xing turned to one side and stepped on it. Pick up a stone and press its feather crest, and it will immediately become motionless like a machine that is turned on and off.
It's too risky. What if there are still companions in the nest? Why don't you stop eating? What do you know? This is called high art and courage. Is the anchor's back injury okay? My clothes are all red.
It's okay, it's just a skin injury.
Sparrows are not social animals.
If there are too many, they will kill each other.
They don't have a fixed habit of building nests.
If they find a place they think is suitable, they will directly use it as a habitat. There are fewer animal remains nearby, which means there are wild animals in Crescent Bay. They say that sparrows are often accompanied by spiritual objects.
I wonder if I can find them.
Yi Xing jumped down from it and looked around. There are many herbaceous plants on the surface that are not usually seen. Not all spiritual creatures have their own halo effects like immunity fruits.
There are many low-key ones and those who are good at disguise. Even if they are in front of you, it would be difficult for you to recognize them.
But for Yi Xing, a master of pharmacology, that was no problem.
The work pays off.
I stared searching for nearly 20 minutes. Finally, I found a plant that looks like a vegetable in a hidden corner.
Ambergris.
Yi Xing slapped him hard, secretly shouting that he was lucky, and he was more excited than winning 5 million.
You may not know its value. Wait until I finish talking and you will understand how amazing it is.
The story about it is recorded in the 3rd volume of Yuan. There used to be a fisherman who rescued a young dragon from the mouth of a strange fish, but the fisherman also had his fingers bitten off by the strange fish. Not long after the fisherman returned home, he found that the dragon came in with a piece of grass in its mouth and placed it on his broken wound. The next day, Yu's broken finger healed perfectly, and he collected the remaining grass leaves as treasures. Since no one in the village recognized this kind of grass, they called it dragon's head grass.
It's unclear whether the story is true or not, but its efficacy is also confirmed in Biopuzi.
Biopuzi was compiled by Gu Hong, the immortal of the Eastern Jin dynasty. He is a famous medical expert who does not talk nonsense.
The dewdrops condensed by the dragon's tidal grass contain spiritual energy and are extremely beneficial to birds.
This is the purpose of the sparrows coming here to live. Yi Xing rubbed his hands and lay on the ground. The anchor knows so much, he would be an immortal in his generation.
Huh? Is the dragon's tidal grass really so magical? Can I exchange the armor warrior's summoner with you, serious face? Why don't you say us red pants? Where can I find this dragon's grass? My hoe is already thirsty.
The anchor makes a price, Mr. Zhao, I will buy it.
For adventurers, this price is not for sale.
If I lose my arms and legs in the future, maybe I can be sent to the field. It only grows in wild areas near the sea. Never use any tools to pick it, otherwise it will quickly decay and die.
The word tidal is not called for nothing.
Only by removing it from the mouth can we ensure that its medicinal properties are not reduced. Spraying its roots with saliva every day can extend its survival period by at least 60 days even if it is away from the land. Yi Xing opened his mouth, took the root of the dragon's tidal grass in his mouth, and pulled it.
Slowly pull it out of the soil. There are 3 leaves in total. Leafstar took one off and placed it on the torn wound on his back. Oh, this is so sour, mamma mia.
The wound felt numb, as if a technician with cold hands and feet was scratching his back.
It's itchy.
After a few minutes, the 20-centimeter long crack healed and
scabbed. Is indeed a magic medicine for healing, is sincere and I won't deceive you.
Yi Xing carefully collected the remaining parts.
Yi Xing, who was full of joy, rode on the body of the bird. Remove the stone from its crest. Resist and you will die, obey and you will live.
I don't know if he understands Yi Xing's words, but he doesn't dare to resist when his vitals are seized. The sparrow flapped its wings extremely well and took off, carrying Yi Xing back to the ship. The flying bird is so cool. Bird caught, Appa just can be star. It turns out that this is how the bird comes, and I understand. One is not, it falls into a box on the ground.
Captain, you are so handsome.
Lin Yue, who was pacing back and forth on the deck, saw this scene, and her hanging robe finally fell down.
Let's go.
After Yixing got off the bird, he let it live.
After losing the dragon's tidal grass, the sparrow no longer misses this place.
He turned around and continued looking for the next habitat.
Falling reflection. The sea and sky are crimson. From brilliant to faded.
From colorful to vast. The warm sunshine gradually disappeared. Yixing half leaned against the guardrail of the deck, deep in thought.
You must be wondering why the sea and the sunset are so beautiful, right? Lin Yue looked into the distance.
Yixing said, and then realized, you're overthinking. I'm thinking whether the remaining magpie should be steamed or braised. Last night, I looked at the stars and found a rare 5 stars connected together. There was also a thumb floating in the sky. I calculated with my fingers that today someone will give me a 5-star review and a thumbs up.
Yes, I'm talking about you, the peerless beauty, C88 Tianzhou Angelica C.
There is no more Jingjue in the 3-inch world. Chapter 88. The pride returns to the sea.
3 days no more Jingju in the world. Night falls. A bright apricot yellow moon rises over the sea. Lord Yi, please moisten your mouth, it's time for dinner. Dinner is still taught by Yixing, and Lin Yue is in charge.
This girl has great physical strength and is willing to learn.
She is a good worker. Lin Yue wakes up Yixing, who is meditation. She and Coco bring up the wine and food.
The deputy captain is a real hammer. I thought the anchor would do the man-woman love thing. I was going to unfollow him, but I didn't expect the anchor to be unconventional and treat the girl as a robot.
Please keep it up. Another exciting, outraged, eating broadcast session? Come on, today you can drool enough. Hee, there are 2 hard dishes tonight.
The first dish is baby clam soup. Baby cabbage plus clams, nutritious, delicious and tasty. Friendly reminder, try not to eat clams from roadside stalls, and make them yourself if you can. I have seen with my own eyes that merchants use the dirty water left over from washing dishes to wash clams.
Some clams are smelly, they just add additives and stir-fry them, you can't taste it.
The second dish is our spicy barbecued big croaker. The sparrow looks big, but it shrinks to half its size after feather removal, but it is enough for the 2 of us. First mate Lin's roasting skills are pretty good. The outside is crispy and the inside is tender, which is commendable. The skin tastes a bit like Quanjued roast duck. The meat inside is fat and lean, and the meat is not as tough as the mermaid, but soft. Its bones, meat and internal organs have high medicinal value. The most important thing is to repair arthritis. I have to eat more. Every time Yixing uses triple jump, his knees will ache. After eating sparrow meat, this side effect is minimized.
What's the point of eating barbecue?
Drinking beer is enough to make it refreshing. Yixing opened a box of malt beer.
Pour it into a large wine glass and add ice cubes.
He drank it in one gulp and burped, which was very refreshing. When you are happy, you should enjoy yourself to the fullest, and don't let the golden cup face the moon empty.
Yixing's life motto is to live in the present.
He has investigated the next unlocking scene, which is extremely dangerous, and one of the 9 is dead. No matter how strong a person is, he dare not guarantee that he can get out of it unscathed. Therefore, before that, eat and drink as you should.
Don't treat yourself badly. After 3 rounds of wine,
Yixing was a little drunk. He stood up and walked to the edge of the deck, with one hand on the guardrail. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The floating clouds could be seen faintly, which were gently penetrated by the moonlight. Yixing took out a sachet from his arms.
The sachet contained the ashes of Princess Jingjue. I promised you that I would take you to see the sea. I'm here. If this is your dream, I am willing to fulfill your blue sea.
It may be a little cold at the bottom of the sea, but you should not be afraid after staying in the ice bed for 1,000 years.
Now, you are free.
Yixing opened the sachet and scattered the ashes into the sea.
The sea breeze blew, carrying the ashes away. A girl with a brilliant glow was running and jumping on the sea.
Like the most beautiful elf in the world, dancing gracefully.
She stood on the horizon and looked back with a smile.
The most beautiful mountains and the most beautiful waters under the vast sky, all added together, are not as good as this intoxicating smile. Princess Jingjue shook her head at Yixing, as if saying goodbye.
The soul turned into 2 streams of light.
One shot into the black seed on Yixing's body. Another shot went straight to the horizon. There was a shining star in the night sky. The sea of stars, maybe that was her best destination. Yu Jiao should return to the sea, and there will be no more Jingju in the world. Yi Xing shook her head in response.
Why are you talking to yourself here alone? After cleaning up the dishes, Lin Yuer came over. Look at the starry sky.
Yi Xing stretched and felt refreshed.
There's nothing to see in the stars tonight. Hey, that star is so bright. Lin Yuer couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Here, this is for you.
Lin Yuer took out the pipa from the music room and handed it to Yi Xing. The fans in the live broadcast room want to hear you play and sing a song, and they have flooded the screen with messages, so give me some face. Hurry up and sing a song. I'll go to sleep after listening.
Yes, we need to create some mood on the road of adventure. In this situation, how about singing a song above the moon? Brother, are you from this era? I have a song that I think is good. I want to give you a song called Under the Sea.
I hope it can heal your melancholy scars. Yi Xing has the starry sky above his head and the sea behind him.
He plucks the strings with his fingertips. His low voice with a hint of sadness emits a quiet, ethereal, and warm song.
Scattered moonlight passes through the clouds hiding from the crowd, spreading out like sea scales. The waves wet the white skirt trying to push you back. The waves wash the bloodstains delusionally wanting to warm you. Listen to the depths of the sea whose wailing is guiding the soul sinks into silence. No one wakes you up. You like the salty smell of the sea breeze stepping on the wet gravel. You hope that your ashes can be scattered into the sea after you die. Where will
your soul go? Will there be anyone who loves you? Will there be no more in the world? Lying on the ice bed for thousands of years, lonely, have you ever cried silently in the dark? No attachment to the world, everything is scattered into smoke. It is said to cure depression? Why am I more depressed after listening to it, roaring?
I have so much sadness and regrets. Do you know, Net Depression Cloud?
It sounds so good, I have recorded it on loop.
I can hear the sad breath. If I die, I also want to scatter my ashes into the sea.
See, who cares about your ashes? Please find someone to do something. Those few lyrics are so lonely, want to cry.
Yi Xing, you play the piano really well and sing with great emotion.
It would be a pity if you don't become a singer.
Lin Yuer clapped her hands like a seal.
Okay, that's all for today. The next adventure is at Treasure Island 400 nautical miles away. It is expected to arrive tomorrow morning.
I'll take you to see something super interesting later. Go to bed early, don't stay up late, or you'll become bald. Yi Xing closed the live broadcast and returned to the cabin.
Princess Jingjue left a ray of light in the black seed. What could it be?
Yi Xing studied it for a long time, but had no clue.
It seems that the only way is to find golden soil and plant it. The answer will be known when it sprouts. The peaceful time ends here. Tomorrow is another day full of hope and despair.
The author has something to say. Create a post. Welcome to leave your most desired words to Princess Jingjue. C-89 landing on the Treasure Island. A white fish belly floats in the eastern sky. A few orange-eyed clouds dotted the gray sky. Red goes to sea, the light grows. It can be said that thousands of rays of light dye the sea breeze, and the moon and the sky are all in one line. The top deck of the Xingyue. 58, 590, Yi Xing gritted his teeth and sat down for 60 push-ups in a row. Under the influence of physical strengthening technology, it is equivalent to the effect of doing 6,000 push-ups.
The process is painful, but after persevering, it is very enjoyable.
You got up so early.
Lin Yuer walked out of the cabin while laughing.
Yi Xing smiled slightly. He entered a meditation state last night and didn't sleep at all.
Whatever you want for breakfast, I'll make it for you.
Lin Yuer smoothed her hair that was messed up by the sea breeze.
Be a fool and go ashore to eat.
Yi Xing reached out and pointed.
Not far away, a type of civilized city appeared. We've arrived at Treasure Island now, faster than I thought.
Lin Yuer cheered up, went back to the cabin, packed up, and prepared for landing.
Good morning, friends. Did you have insomnia last night?
Yi Xing started the live broadcast, and netizens crowded in one after another. Good morning, honey. Last night I had insomnia, nightmares, night sweats, and weak knees.
Is there any help?
Put down your needlework and take a few bottles of Suojingayon pills, 1 to 3 times, 8 pills at a time.
2 courses of treatment are guaranteed to be effective. Oi. Ah, this is an old skill. Hey, I saw the pier. Has the ship finally docked? Where is this?
This is Treasure Island. We will dock at Tamsui Fishing Pier. The itinerary for the next day will be relatively intensive, so everyone should be mentally prepared.
I wonder if anyone has heard of the Canyon of the Dead, the most dangerous place on Treasure Island? The big adventure destination of the challenge is over there.
The Canyon of the Dead is guarded by believers from the local church during the day and no one is allowed to approach.
But once it gets dark, these believers will leave far away.
In order to avoid conflicts, I decided to explore the canyon again at night. Yi Xing investigates and discovers that there is a folk religion that has guarded the Canyon of the Dead for generations. They believe that there are countless mountain spirits and ghosts in the canyon, and they need to rely on their practices during the day to suppress them.
Why did you run away at night?
There is no way. Believers are also afraid of death.
Canyon of the Dead? Isn't that the scene in King of Pesticide? Face? You must have played too many games.
I am talking about the Canyon of the Dead. Speechless.
Holy crap, could it be Death Valley, one of the 3 most forbidden places in China?
Knowledge monster, the Canyon of the Dead is also known as the Living Forbidden Land. Although the mortality rate is not as good as the Sea of Death, the level of weirdness is several times that of the Sea of Death.
Knowledge monster, there are too many scary rumors here, and I really don't recommend broadcasting them to death. Let's talk about tonight's matters tonight. During the day, I will take you to learn about the unique culture of Baodao.
If you come here to travel in the future, please send me some more.
We are docking. For example, some super large ships cannot come in.
They only park outside the port and need to take a seaplane to land.
Our ship is okay.
The pier and the parking lot are all charged.
The charging standards are different in each place.
Here we charge by the foot, 1 foot 8 per day. It costs about 900 renminbi to park the Xingyue bus for 1 day, which is very cheap. After paying the registration information, Yi Xing closed the cabin and stepped onto the dock with Lin Yuer.
Ding,
it's detected that Su enters a new area on the world map and gets rewards. C90 The Legend of Mazu, the god of 300 million believers. Ding, it's detected that the host has entered a new area on the map, and you will be rewarded with proficiency in Hokkien.
Hokkien is one of the most commonly spoken languages in Baodao.
Once you master this language, you don't have to worry about being slaughtered by the locals.
There is a very interesting place in Fisherman's Wharf, I must show you.
Yi Xing came to a modern industrial bridge connecting the docks to the mainland.
This is the famous local lovers' bridge.
It is said that if a couple walks across this bridge, they will soon break up. Especially when the traffic light turns green at night, couples must not look at each other, otherwise one of them will be green. Whether he is that amazing or not, we singles don't dare to say or ask.
Yi Xing laughed.
Great place. I want to take my 13 girlfriends there with me. They pester me every day, they are annoying me to death. Wake up, kid, it's dawn, it's time for Grandma Rong to prick you.
Everyone must learn to cuckold someone secretly, and then surprise everyone. When I realized it, the strong man in the multiplayer sport seemed to be from Baodao. Salute to the scumbag patriarch. What a scumbag, that is a role model for our generation, dog-head body protector. Ahem, let's talk less about Guayang.
Yi Xing touched his growling belly, then Lin Yuer crossed the lover's bridge and came to the food street at the back. When you come to Baodao, you must try 3 delicacies. The first is braised pork rice. The taste of the heated meal you sell is absolutely out of this world. It's oyster noodles with noodles. The green oysters are paired with large intestine and noodles.
The cotton silk is juicy and really delicious.
The third one is the pig blood cake. The fresh pig blood and freshly cooked glutinous rice are stirred evenly and then solidified and steamed.
It is super soft and glutinous. There are various side dishes in it. It is the most enjoyable to wrap it together and eat it.
There are also oyster omelette, sun cake, and Hualian mochi, all of which are great. I tasted them one by one for everyone.
Finally, I would like to remind those friends who don't like breakfast.
According to science, if you don't eat breakfast, your body will absorb nutrients from your feces in order to ensure the supply of nutrients.
In short, skipping breakfast equals eating shit.
Yi Xing walked, bought, and ate all the way.
Lin Yuer carried big and small bags and followed behind like a nanny. She couldn't help but complain, "You are the most edible person I have ever seen.
I really doubt that you are the reincarnation of a pig.
Not eating breakfast is equal to eating shit?"
I was so frightened that I quickly took 2 mouthfuls of shit to calm down the shock so that I wouldn't have to eat breakfast, as expected of me. So clever.
Damn, there's someone eating alone upstairs. Brother, give me. I have gained more knowledge.
No wonder my breath smells weird in the morning.
I swear, I will definitely have breakfast later. Here we go. Are you playing with the temptation of your tongue with me so early in the morning?
Anchor, although you look very embarrassed when you pick your teeth, your mouth is so oily that you look really beautiful, I cried.
After breakfast,
Yi Xing followed the road to the Mazu Temple, a sacred place in the hearts of locals.
I believe everyone knows who Mazu is.
She has more than 300 million believers around the world, and it is also the belief in the hearts of 95% of the people in Baodao.
If you want to engage in sea-related work, you must worship Mazu. Especially in the East China Sea, South China Sea and Yellow Sea, Mazu is the most powerful. If you encounter hurricanes and big waves in these three areas, I want you to call Mazu's name sincerely. No matter how big the wind or waves are, they can't hurt you. I'm not talking nonsense, First Officer Lin has experienced it himself. When she was working as a sea guide, she encountered a strong wind of magnitude 9, and the passenger boat was almost capsized. At that time, more than a dozen people on the entire boat knelt on the deck and shouted to Mazu. In less than a minute, the wind and waves disappeared inexplicably. But one thing you have to pay close attention to is that you can call her Mazu, but you cannot call her Tianfei Empress or Holy Mother, otherwise she will dress up carefully and come to save you. Goddess also loves beauty, but the time it takes to dress up will not be shorter than the time it takes for your girlfriend to put on makeup. By the time she comes to dress up, you will almost become salty feet in the fish's belly. There is a temple store selling Mazu noodles at the entrance of the temple. Let's go get 2 bowls and pray for peace. While Yi Xing and Lin Yuer were eating noodles, 3 sturdy men who looked like Popeye broke into the Mazu temple with hammers. The man with the dragon and tiger tattoos at the head spoke in an accent and yelled in a Drake voice, "You damn Mazu, ever since I worshipped you, it doesn't matter if you don't bless me, but you also let me have problems with my boat every 3 days. You are so stupid that you can't accept money. Give me this useless stupid place." Smashed. The 3 of them are like wolves and tigers, kicked over the temple to celebrate. Enter the Mazu temple. 2 of them used hammers and smashed them randomly to vent their anger. The leader even climbed onto the altar and urinated on the head of the Mazu statue. Just when Lin Yuer was ready to act bravely, the clear sky suddenly became cloudy and the wind blew violently. $window, _Taboola equals window, Taboola.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, Taboola below article feed, placement, below article feed, target type, mix, C91. A new storm has appeared. A bolt of thunder and lightning like a golden arrow fell from the sky. The tattooed man who was about to urinate was struck mysteriously. He swung like a dead fish, leaned back, and fell to the ground. The smell of burnt meat wafted in the air. Then, the dark clouds and strong wind quietly receded, and the sky became clear again. It was as if nothing had happened. Mazu appears. The first reaction of Miao Zhu and others around him was not to send the person to the hospital, and fell to his knees and kowtowed to the sky. Strange words were murmuring in his mouth. The other 2 troublemakers were frightened. He abandoned his armor and ran towards. Those who are treasonous and unethical shall be punished on the spot. Believers of Mazu are everywhere. There was nowhere for these 2 to escape. He was surrounded and beaten by hundreds of people. The escort team couldn't hold him back, or maybe he didn't want to hold him back. After the news spread that some evildoers smashed the Mazu temple, everyone nearby immediately dropped everything they were doing. Rushed to the location of the incident. They don't come to see the fun, here to beat people. The scene is very exaggerated. As you can see, insulting Mazu locally is equivalent to a death penalty. One person beating another person to death is called murder, but hundreds or even thousands of people beating one person to death has a completely different meaning. The law does not punish everyone. To be honest, even if these bastards are beaten to death, it will be in vain. As for Fang's electric shock, whether it's a coincidence or a wrath of heaven, I leave it to your own imagination. Even if that tattooed man doesn't die, he will definitely be paralyzed for the rest of his life. The fate of his 2 good friends is not much better. It is estimated that the brothers will have to fight landlords in wheelchairs for the rest of their lives. I just heard from the owner of another cargo ship that this guy is engaged in smuggling. If Mazu really existed, she would definitely not condone evil. Yi Xing was horrified. The power of faith was really strong. 2 words, you deserve it. I don't think it's natural. Maybe Mazu really shows up. You can have no faith, but you can never insult other people's faith. Love is a kind of faith. Bring me to your side. Upstairs, here is the comment section. Why can you sing? Mazu, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Yi Xing and Lin Yuer muttered a few words and left the scene. Take a bus to the center of Baodao North. There are many customs here on Treasure Island, but there are also many taboos. For example, never point at Buddha statues with your fingers, otherwise you will be beaten. Don't pluck out the hair on your feet either. There is a popular saying here that a hair on your feet can lead to a ghost. If you pluck out one hair, you won't be able to control the ghosts. Here, if you hate someone very much, give him a white towel, which means severing relations with him and curse him to an early death. If someone gives you a mirror, it means that they think you are ugly and want you to look in the mirror and take a good look at your own appearance. Giving rice cakes and rice dumplings means that someone has died in the family. You can give away live ducks, but you can't give away dead ducks, because dead ducks have a tough mouth and are unlucky.
Every place has its own cultural characteristics, so you have to do whatever you want. Yixing came to the local controversial custom street.
There are many scantily clad women on the left and right.
They use betel nuts as an excuse to provide paid services to men who come and go.
What should I say?
If you are not sure whether the fungus is poisonous, taste it with caution. With a beauty of Lin Yuer's level by her side, Beetle Nong Shishir will not harass Yixing just to bring trouble.
The anchor is driving, the speed is too fast, everyone, run. Run? There are no doors, where are you going?
Black fungus, a kind of blackwood that grows on the ears. Can't make it up, it doesn't matter whether I serve or not, I mainly want to eat betel nut. Dog scratching his head.
Ahem, cough, cough, let's change the topic. Have you noticed that the locals have a bit of a cooing accent when they speak?
This is one of their characteristics.
It's actually very simple. Just start with ah and end with o, lie, oh,
and you can imitate it perfectly. Yixing spoke a few sentences in a Minnan accent and taught netizens the essentials.
Otherwise, if you want to eat farts, I'll let you go. Shredded coconut, I learned. Stop it, don't fight anymore, it will get dark if you continue to fight. What did you do? I'm not afraid anymore.
Sin La, you Jiangzi talk very well, I am a man who enjoys learning this.
I have a picture in my mind. The day's itinerary ended with laughter and laughter.
Yixing took Lin Yuer to the mall to buy some clothes. He originally liked a set of red clothes.
But Lin Yuer told him a local supernatural story about the girl in red.
After listening, Yixing felt it was too unlucky and decisively gave up the idea of buying it. Before 7 o'clock in the evening, Yixing, who was ready to go, came to the suburbs of Yeda, 50 kilometers north of.
There is a sparsely populated small village here. Another 20 kilometers up the road is the location of this trip, the Canyon of the Dead.
Yixing refused and let Lin Yuer go with him. Although she is extremely skilled, she is not invulnerable to all poisons. If she is bitten by poison, the consequences will be disastrous.
But she is certainly not a burden. Lin Yuer settled in the village and was responsible for supporting.
She can keep up with Yixing's latest developments through the live broadcast room. If Yixing encounters a life and death crisis that is difficult to contend with, she can immediately call the helicopter search and rescue team. Yixing rides a motorcycle he bought temporarily, embark on a path of death that leaves countless netizens in the live broadcast room with serious psychological shadows for a long time. Window_Taboola equals window_Taboola, Taboola.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, Taboola below article thumbnail 300 x 250, placement. Below article thumbnail 300 x 250, target type, mix, C92 Forbidden Place for Living People Valley of the Dead Chapter 92. Forbidden Land for Living Beings Valley of the
Dead. After 7:30, it was dark. The night veil covered everything near and far.
Yixing rode at a moderate speed. All along the way, I didn't see a single living being. There were only a few dilapidated buildings that had been abandoned for a long time and old crows that made ominous calls intermittently.
It revealed a depressing atmosphere.
Ding, congratulations on successfully unlocking a new scene and getting a reward of a level 1 system space.
Great!
The system space before the level 1 can only store items rewarded by the system, and cannot store things in the real world. The system space, after the level 1 has been expanded by 10, and can accommodate all items in the real world except living things.
In the future, you won't have to worry about not being able to take away good things when you come across them. Friends, it's 7:01 p.m. now.
I successfully arrived at the edge of the Canyon of the Dead.
The terrain is getting steeper and the gravel is sharp. The motorcycle can no longer move forward. The canyon is filled with mist.
From my low position, I can only see a deep and gloomy place. Yixing got out of the car and turned on the night shooting mode.
You are a real man, I thought you were joking, but I didn't expect you to dare to come.
You are so brave.
Just kidding, when has our Yixin ever let his fans down? Even spitting turns into nails. Is this the Canyon of the Dead, which is even weirder than the Sea of Death?
It looks like nothing except that it's a little dark. You are a piece of cake. Let me give you a brief introduction to the Valley of the Dead. It is about 30 kilometers long and more than 8,000 meters deep. It is not a single valley, there are 3 tributaries and 1 main valley. The average altitude of the tributaries is about 1,000 meters. The highest altitude of the main valley is over 2,000 meters. This height is not fixed, it will increase or decrease according to the annual climate change. The earliest historical record of this canyon is more than 3,000 years ago. At that time, King Zhou of Shang loved Daji very much. Because Daji liked rare and exotic animals, King Zhou of Shang ordered people to ride thousands of miles to hunt here.
It is not clear whether they were caught. There is no detailed record in the remaining history. But what is certain is that this is a place where exotic animals appear. Yi Xing held his chin and said word by word. To be honest, King Zhou of Shan was quite infatuated. He could do anything for Daji. I just covet her beauty. After all, Daji's looks are comparable to mine. Confidence. The transvestite above, is it Princess Xiao Biluo or Chu Chu Baby who gave you the confidence? There is also a more exaggerated legend. Li Taigui and Lu Dongbin in the Immortals had a feud because of competing for the title of the head of the Immortals. Both were alcoholics. At first, they were drunk and talked nonsense, and then they just fought. They fought all the way from the East China Sea to the Valley of the Dead. At that time, there was only one central valley in the Valley of the Dead, and no branch valleys. Lu Dongbin, the pretentious guy, slashed with swords. The Central Valley has been divided into 9 parts since then, and has become what it is today after thousands of years of crustal movement. Yi Xing said seriously. Is Lu Dongbin really that awesome? I always thought he was just a playboy. Zhenggu, MMP, if you want to fight, just fight. Why do you want to chop me? I want to know, who won in the end? The encyclopedia says that Taigui Li is the leader of the Immortals. From this, it can be inferred that Taigui Li will fight against L Dongbin, witty. Not necessarily. Taigui Li is the most senior among the Immortals, and he has been enlightened by the Taoist Saint Laozi, so he can be called half of his apprentice. With these two identities, he is already invincible. I personally guess that L Dongbin will fight against Taigui Li, but he can't beat him, or he dares not to beat him. In the end, he can only vent his anger on this valley. Don't take it too seriously, just listen to it as a myth. Yi Xing tightened his backpack and pulled out his Burmese knife. This branch valley is circular, with the main valley in the middle. My destination is the top of the main valley, where the most terrifying existence in Death Canyon is said to be. Before that, I must first pass through one of the branch valleys. I studied it through satellite aerial photography last night, and there are some secrets in this branch valley. It's a strange array. The branch valleys correspond to the gates of Kai, Xiu, Shang, Shang, Du, Jing, Si, and Jing. Kai, Xiu, and Shang are the 3 auspicious gates. Du and Jing belong to the gates of the main valley. Si, Jing, and Shang are the 3 evil gates. Among them, the gate of death is the most evil. It is unknown who set up this strange array. If it was more than 300 years ago, I would be sure to find the gate of life. But in 1683, the admiral of the Qing dynasty navy destroyed Zhang's warships. Several generals of the Zhang family led their troops to escape to the Valley of the Dead. The Qing soldiers entered the valley to search, and a group of them died. The survivors said they saw a transformed monster. The admiral had no choice but to send a pigeon to the Imperial Observatory to ask for help. The Imperial Observatory was an institution similar to an observatory in ancient times. Its job was to observe celestial phenomena and tell fortunes for royal nobles. Supervisor Qiu Yan was the most powerful feng shui master of that era. After hearing the news, he personally came to the Valley of the Dead. After observing the terrain, this guy asserted that there is dragon energy in the mountain, which may have a great impact on the court's rule. He did not recommend going deeper, but took great pains to tamper with the Chiman formation. This guy changed all the other 7 gates of the Chiman formation into death gates. In other words, no matter which route you take, the ending is inevitable. In that case, I will just choose one and go through the northwest Dry Gate Branch Valley. Yi Xing took a step and walked into the bottomless valley. The last shot of the drone was a tall stone tablet standing outside the canyon. A line of scarlet words like blood was engraved on the stone tablet. Forbidden land for the living, the dead can enter. C93 Extreme Challenge, challenge the limit. After Yi Xing entered the Canyon of the Dead, the popularity of the live broadcast room suddenly increased. Congratulations, the popularity of the host's live broadcast room has exceeded 1500 W, and you have obtained the skill reward Extreme Swimming. Extreme Swimming, master all the skills about swimming, and increase the swimming speed by consuming your own physical strength. Physical strength determines the upper limit of the swimming speed. To be honest, Yi Xing's swimming skills are only average. With the powerful assistance of Extreme Swimming, I finally feel more at ease. But this is not enough. Yi Xing checked the available popularity value, more than 4 million. Without hesitation, he bought 4 super lucky bags. Opened them one by one. Thank you, I wish you good luck. Thank you, I wish you good luck. Lightning strike when opening the bag. Yi Xing raised his head 45 degrees to look up at the sky, so that tears would not fall. Keep opening. Ding, congratulations on getting the boutique enhancement liquid. Ding, congratulations on getting the skill vision enhancement.
Fine enhancement liquid, only for cold weapons. After enhancement, it can increase the hardness and cutting power of the weapon. The user can cut through steel if the power is strong enough. Vision enhancement, personal vision is improved by 100%. The system is still so cowardly, likes to play 555. Yi Xing's mood is slightly better. Pour the enhancement liquid on the burial. It is different from the hunting burial used before. The burial is made of iron bars and is characterized by soft, thin, and light. Hundreds of tempered steel can be turned into soft and flexible. It requires high wrist strength and dexterity. If an amateur uses it without authorization, it will only hurt himself. The burial, which is about 10 feet long, has a longer attack range than the hunting burial. It is more suitable for the special environment of the Valley of the Dead. After absorbing the enhancement liquid, the surface of the burial is covered with a faint glow. Yi Xing felt a little safer. After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, Yi Xing stopped. The terrain is getting steeper and steeper. I have come to the end of the branch valley, and in front of me is a cliff that is more than 700 meters high. This is the first hurdle to enter the main valley. It is definitely the most thrilling cliff I have ever seen in my life. Normal cliffs are in the shape of dot. The more difficult ones are nothing more than the 90 vertical shape. Professionals can still complete rock climbing. But this cliff is crescent-shaped. The steepest part is estimated to be over 140. When you climb to about 70%, your legs will lose gravity and hang in the air. Taking the challenge without a safety rope is like courting death. This is almost impossible to complete. But I like challenges. It's time to show off. Yi Xing shook her hair lightly, fastened her straps, and climbed up. Boasting without fear, waiting to be slapped in the face, moving a bench. You don't even have any protective measures, and you rely on it? Although I admire your courage, you are too arrogant. Old fans expressed their belief in the anchor. Keep it up. Outdoor rock climbing expert Wang Jingze, old fans? I think you are a brain-dead fan. If you climb up, I will suck up the feces in the public toilet with my mouth. Which public toilet? Do you dare to send me the location? I will fly over immediately to add some staple food for you. +1 +2. The cliff is more humid than I thought. Don't be anxious when climbing. Keep your mind steady. Take 1 step and look 3 steps ahead. With this level of heightened difficulty, if you don't have enough strength to support, you will definitely die if you fall halfway. Around the world, there are only a few people who dare to play free solo, free climbing. Smooth granite, broken soil, mosquitoes and ants, moss and green plants, any seemingly insignificant thing can take your life. Be sure to be careful, careful, and careful. Yi Xing said while speeding up, like Spider-Man, with a cigarette in his mouth. He seemed to be at ease with the use of the extreme rock climbing technique. Fuck, what happened to the promise of taking 1 step and looking 3 steps ahead? Is this what you call being cautious? Turning life-threatening rock climbing into a leisure sport, you are really awesome. We are both human beings, why are you so showy? Compared with the anchor, I feel like a cripple, self-destructive. Good guy, I won't watch the next Spider-Man without you, humph. When Yi Xing climbed to 1/3 of the cliff, he smelled a refreshing fragrance. Looking closely, a plant that was extremely pure white appeared in his pupils. It turned out to be this one. Thank you for your gift support. Don't forget to give Xing a thumbs up. It's another day for Animeng C94 Rouge Snow. If only it's actually a chrysanthemum. Unnoticed, it blooms with its own beauty in the dark night. Let's do some popular science. The name of this chrysanthemum is just like its shape, Rouge Snow. It's a very rare chrysanthemum species. It has more sugar in its body, so it can withstand the cold weather. The ornamental value is very high, I really can't bear to pick it off. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xing stretched out his sinful hand. Rouge Snow, damn eggs? Epic level words say one thing, and hands do another, hee hee hee. Picking chrysanthemums down to the southeast, heartbroken people are at the end of the world. Pick chrysanthemum? Heartbroken? Don't think I didn't know you were driving, handcuff me and take you away. The chrysanthemums are broken, the ground is covered with wounds, your fingers have turned yellow, the flowers have fallen and the heart is broken, my heart is shit, you can taste it slowly. The comments section is full of talents, it would be a pity not to pick shit. Rouge Snow has good health effects, and it can also be used as a seasoning to go with meat dishes. Instead of letting it enjoy itself, why not create some value for me, and its life will not be in vain. Yi Xing shamelessly found an excuse for his appetite. Soon, reached the most dangerous upper level of the cliff. Even if it is, you have to concentrate on it. Susu Yi Xing was caught off guard by a sudden gust of wind. A rock beneath his feet cracked. Yi Xing's body stagnated and he almost failed.
quickly pulled out a wall-breaking knife specially designed for mountain climbing and inserted it into the rock crevice to stabilize his body. So suspenseful. The anchor's reaction speed is so invincible. Where did the strong wind come from? It blew the anchor's hair to the back of his head. Look here. Yi Xing moved the camera over and focused on a crack in the cliff. This dark wind outlet is a free climber's nightmare. Wind sometimes comes from inside through the cracks. If a climber is not careful, he will fall to pieces. There once was a Master of David in the United States who was only one step away from the top of the cliff. He sadly encountered a vent that was ventilating the air and was blown down. He fell so hard that even his parents didn't recognize him. Generally, the vents are wider, but this one is very narrow. It stands to reason that even if there is wind, it won't be too strong. It will be a breeze or light wind of level 23 at most. But the wind just now reached level 5, which can be called a strong wind. A bit evil. Yi Xing leaned over. He glanced into the crack. You won't know if you don't look at it, but you will be shocked when you look at it. Inside the Yin Feng mouth, there is a pair of black eyes facing each other. The next second, there was a strange sound of lily in my ears. Immediately afterwards, a demonic wind stronger than before blew over. Grass. Yi Xing leaned sideways, narrowly avoided the evil wind. The monster appears, cover eyes. It's late at night, don't scare me, bury your head in bed. What is that? Weasel spirit? I think it's a cheetah. Could it be that Shen Gongbao is practicing here? An unknown creature shaped like a cheetah, with green fur and as big as a raccoon dog emerged from the gap, staring at Yi Xing furtively. What bird thing? Yi Xing frowned slightly. Start the biological illustrated book target analysis, analyze into basic attributes of the target, Fenghuan Animal Kingdom Felidae Mammalia, target characteristics, hard skin, agile body, likes to play with other creatures, holds a staff, can absorb wind power and release it, weak point is the head. After viewing its information, Yi Xing's heart skipped a beat, now he was in big trouble. Good evening, please check for updates. C95 violent head hanging. Kill with one knife. The raccoon dog has a pair of suckers on its hind legs. It is enough to ensure that it can walk smoothly on the steep wall. It was not in a hurry to attack Leafstar, stretched out his head to measure this uninvited guest. It's not a weasel, not a cheetah. There is a description of this thing in records of 10 continents in the Xianzhou, in the South China Sea, 2,000 miles away. There is a wind-born beast called Fengli. Although this bastard looks cute, he is actually very evil and likes to play with his prey before killing it. It is recorded in the book that the Fengli is indestructible by fire and cannot be cut by a knife. Only its head is relatively fragile. The 1-foot-long grass stem it holds in its hand is called the wind raccoon stick. It is said that this thing attracts and exhales the wind. The 2 demonic winds just now were created by it. The main prey of the raccoon is small rodents. Although it's not interested in human flesh, that doesn't mean it will let me go. As soon as he finished speaking, Fengli held the grass stem and pointed at Yi Xing with his forelegs. The demonic wind appeared out of thin air and struck towards again. Yi Xing lay firmly on the rock wall, don't dare to move. After a few seconds, the wind died down. Yi Xing immediately counterattacked, cut a stone with a knife and hit it on the head. Fengli's head tilted, and the stone hit it on the back. It's enough to make an adult's head break with blood and stones, and it only makes his body shake slightly. From this, it can be seen that the thickness of its skin is second only to that of a licking dog. Susu. Fengli pointed again. Another evil wind. Yi Xing almost couldn't resist. The current situation is extremely unfavorable. In such a bad situation, we can't free our hands and feet, and our combat power is greatly reduced. After all, the anchor is going to turn into ashes. As long as Fengli protects his head, he is almost invincible. In this case, the anchor is too passive and it is difficult to ride a tiger. This has not yet entered the real danger zone. He died before leaving the battle. I usually hear you guys talking about how powerful he is. The so-called Yishin is just like that, sarcasm. Upstairs, keyboard warrior, if you have the ability, try it. You only have a bad mouth. After observation, it was learned that this weapon does not seem to be used at any time and has a certain buffer time, which is estimated to be about 10 seconds. After seeing through this, Yi Xing was determined. Holding the long knife horizontally, he kicked hard on the rock wall with both feet. Use double jump to quickly reach Fengli's side. He slashed at its head with the force of splitting Huashan Mountain. Fengli was caught off guard by Yi Xing's operation. He hurriedly raised his forelimbs to block. After strengthening, the Burmese knife left a deep blood mark on its fur, but could not cut it off. Its skin is as hard as steel. There is only one chance to attack.
Once it fails, it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky to get close to it by surprise.
Try me.
Yi Xing used his knife to hold its forelimb, and freed his right hand to grab its right forelimb. He took a sharp breath, stretched his neck back, and gave it a violent blow on the forehead. Buzz Yi Xing felt dizzy after exerting too much force. There were twinkling little stars in his eyes.
After the body is replenished with various medicines and food, the hardness of skin and bones is far greater than before.
Otherwise, based on what I just did, it would be considered minor if I didn't get a concussion. Apart from a small bruise on his forehead, Yi Xing was fine.
Feng Li is miserable. The skull is the weakest part of the body.
Suffering such a violent blow, it was dented with the naked eye.
It was knocked unconscious.
Yi Xing grabbed its neck and jumped onto a piece of bluestone at the entrance of the crack.
Kill it while it's sick.
Yi Xing stabbed the knife into its skull, and Feng Li kicked off his hind legs twice before swallowing his breath. I heard that the anchor can do qigong early on, and I saw it with my own eyes. There are only 5 words to describe my mood at this time: bully coolers, screaming.
Has the anchor ever learned Tai Tu Gong?
I seem to have heard the sound of bone cracking just now.
Shaolin Kung Fu is so good, it's really great. I have Iron Head Kung Fu, which is invincible. Wow, wow, wow. Ning, is there a big wet brother in Shaolin football?
I thought Feng Li was a king, but I didn't expect him to be inferior to bronze.
Feng Li, I just woke up and was killed in front of my house? Is there any royal law? Are there any laws?
When everyone thought Feng Li was dead, Yi Xing blew into its nose.
Its eyes, as dark as ink, opened unknowingly.
The author has something to say. Stretch your head over and give you a buff window, _ tabula equals window, _ tabula.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, tabula below article thumbnail 300 x 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 x 250, target type, mix, C96 score twice.
Foodie on the Cliff chapter 96 score twice.
The foodie on the cliff. Feng Li's life recovered at an exaggerated speed. Yi Xing seemed to have known this would happen, and nodded secretly.
The regeneration of the raccoon dog is truly unique.
Even if its head is smashed, as long as the wind enters its muzzle, it will be revived in a very short time.
Feng Qi Beast is alive. This is the origin of the nickname Feng Qi Beast.
That breath I took was to prove it.
To kill it completely, you need to block its snout.
Yi Xing took out a tissue, wiped his nose, and stuffed it into Feng Li's nose like a waste.
Pull out the and insert another into its forehead. Not long after, it died again. Scored twice. Feng Li, I died twice. Isn't that awesome?
I seriously suspect that I was suffocated to death by the anchor's tone, although there is no evidence.
Anchor, you are such a bitch, but I like it, sexy.
Have a good journey. May there be no second in heaven. There is something important that cannot be delayed.
I have to take a break.
Yi Xing spent some effort and used to build a temporary foothold on the rock wall for his feet to stand on.
The audience was confused and didn't know what he was going to do.
Biopuzi, Immortal Medicine chapter says, take the brain of the wind fox and mix it with chrysanthemums, chase the wind, and you will benefit endlessly.
The general meaning is that if you eat its brain, you can run faster than the wind and the sun.
Chasing the sun is bragging, but it will definitely improve your physical skills.
The shelf life of Feng Li's brain is very short. The sooner you eat it, the better. Yi Xing took a mini electric steamer from his backpack. Charged the battery fully before traveling.
Take out the duck-egg-sized brain of the Feng Li, rinse briefly with mineral water.
There was an opening in the middle.
Tear apart the newly obtained rouge snow, stuff it into the opening and put it into the electric steamer together. Perfect. Wait another quarter of an hour before the truck starts moving. Yi Xing rubbed his hands and licked his lips.
I'm still wondering what kind of advanced weapons you have in your backpack. This, doubt? Shen Chao. Start a food broadcast on the cliff, with max foodie attributes. The best mukbang is none other than you. I'm a Buddha. Rouge snow. I finally fell into that man's mouth.
Feng Li, brain is a good thing, but it's a pity that I don't have it anymore. The old cow is leaking urine from her crotch. So awesome.
Time's up. I'm going to eat.
It has a very strange medicinal smell.
It is extremely bitter and difficult to swallow.
Yi Xing took a taste and his face suddenly turned green.
I quickly tore open a bag of sauce packets. Dip it in the sauce and swallow it whole. Ha, after so long, I finally saw the host showing pain while eating. It's great. Poisonous food on the tip of the tongue. How does it feel? The anchor will try it out. You should also eat the meat of Feng Li, right? Woohoo! Yi Xing breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know if it's an illusion, my body seems to have really become lighter.
It's all skin and bones, with not much meat and little nutrition.
It's not worth wasting my time.
Yi Xing weighed the wind raccoon stick in his hand and tried pointing it a few times. No wind was generated.
Why doesn't it work when you come to my place?
Yi Xing scratched his head, puzzled. After checking it with the item illustration, I learned that only Fingli knows how to use this thing.
However, humans can use it as a material. If it is made into a bow, it can greatly increase the shooting speed and power of the arrow.
Yi Xing avoided the camera and stored it in the system space, which may be used later.
Without the obstruction of Fingli, the rest of the way was clear.
When we are about to reach the top, I heard the dull and loud sound of water flowing. Window _ tabula equals window _ tabula.push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, tabule below article thumbnail 300 x 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 x 250, target type, mix, C97 100 meter diving. The anchor failed to show off? After Leafstar climbed to the top of the branch valley, lying down on the ground to rest. Although extreme rock climbing is powerful, it consumes too much strength.
After relaxing, my arms became numb and I even tightened my grip. Broken.
The Guinness World Record for the fastest rock climbing on foot has been broken. Awesome. I calculated that it took a total of 63 minutes from climbing to the top, nearly half of which was spent on eating, drinking, and explaining. The real time would be more than 30 minutes. The only person in the world who climbed to the top of a death-level cliff of more than 100 meters in 30 minutes.
The anchor's arm strength is so abnormal. It seems that the usual push-ups are not in vain. Haha, what anchor?
This is the husband of the Lewin family, long-lasting and strong, love. At outdoor rock climbing expert Wang Jingze, the time has come to fulfill your promise. Go and suck the shit out of the public toilet for me now, roaring. Wang Jingze, an outdoor rock climbing expert, suck it after you finish it. It smells so good, please let it go. Ha, Xinxiang may be late, but she will always be absent.
Extreme challenge during the day, challenge the limit at night. Oh ha. Don't flatter the big guys.
There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this world.
Really capable experts don't bother to compete for Guinness records. There are many people who are better than me.
Yi Xing responded humbly.
Standing on the top of the branch valley, you can vaguely see the main valley hidden in the fog and far away.
Even at such a long distance, one can faintly feel the gloomy energy emanating from the main valley.
It prevents people from getting chills on their backs.
Only then did we pass the first hurdle.
I know there are many dangers hidden behind it. We must gather our energy.
Everyone should have heard the sound of water flowing. There's a vertical waterfall below. Visually, the distance from the water surface is about 100 meters. Some time ago, there was heavy rain here. Rainwater fills the riverbed next to it, and the water climbs over the rock wall and flows into the creek below. It's so spectacular, but it's very turbulent and turbid, and it's mixed with softened sand.
There is this way down.
The height of general diving competitions is between 10 meters and 30 meters.
Accidents can easily occur above this height.
Some extreme diving enthusiasts can extend the diving height to more than 60 meters, but the risk also increases. It fell at a speed of up to 100 kilometers per hour.
The resistance of water is hundreds of times greater than that of air. Before you fall into the pool, you have to make sure you land with your feet first.
If your head enters the water first, you can choose between the concussion package and the head burst package. The timid ones will even be frightened to a sudden stop during the fall.
To be honest, I'm a little bit weak too.
But as a true adventurer, I must conquer.
100-meter waterfall, here I come.
Yi Xing stood on tiptoes, stepped into the air, and fell rapidly downwards. During this process, Yi Xing twisted his waist to keep his body vertical. He took a puff of the cigarette butt, it fell to the bottom of the water with a wisp of misty smoke.
Plop! The splash was quickly covered by the current. Smoking in the air, the attire show among rising shows. Do you dare to show off a little more? A new world record is about to be born again.
Real men do superficial things and jump when asked. They are awesome.
Hey, why are you still showing your head? Where is the anchor? He must have fallen to his death and his body sunk to the bottom of the water, right? Well, there is a monster in the water and it eats the anchor. A crow's mouth, anchor will be fine, pray for blessings. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed.
Yi Xing still didn't show up. A large number of netizens speculated that he failed to show off and died.
I read a news today.
After someone gave the author a star review and his academic performance at school improved, his salary at work doubled, and the person he liked happened to like him, everything went smoothly, and he looked good.
Skyrocketing, this time for sure.
C98 A man with integrity is not afraid of his shadow, pure gentleman ye minute. Yi Xing probed his head 2 meters away from the point of falling into the water. Huang Huang, his chest rose and fell, his body trembled slightly, and his wet hair stuck tightly to his face.
Gone, Lali almost died young. There is an undercurrent whirlpool underneath.
I was swept into it just now and was almost swallowed. But don't worry, everyone, I'm fine except for some soreness and numbness in my body.
The water here is very turbid, full of silt. If you choke on the water and drink it, your respiratory tract will be blocked. If you don't seek medical treatment in time, you will die.
Thanks to the assistance of the extreme swimming skill. Only then can Yi Xing break free from the undercurrent and turn danger into safety. Smoothed his hair and swam forward along the river.
Great, I knew you wouldn't die that easily, pat chest. The anchor is also very good at holding his breath, which is not something ordinary people can do.
I suspect there is no undercurrent under the water, it is just a cover for the anchor to create a sense of crisis. Spread your hands.
Zer's Canyon is full of crises, do you still need to create them?
Please think through them before you speak. Yi Xing swims and swims, my arms felt inexplicably itchy. When I raised the water and took a look, my heart tightened. There was a weird-looking insect lying on the skin of his arm. Bugs crawled over its skin, this is the main cause of itching.
What's even more frightening is that there is more than one such insect. Densely dense black strange insects floated on the water not far away, blocking Yi Xing's way.
Yi Xing stopped quickly.
People who live by the river all year round should have seen this kind of bug. It's called a bug.
It's less than 2 inches long and looks like a beetle. It has a pair of horny wings on its back.
It can no longer fly and can only crawl or float in the water.
This is a water jet insect with a long crossbow-shaped organ in its mouth. Its flesh is mixed with poisonous sand and gravel, which is ejected through the crossbow-shaped organ on its mouth. It likes to shoot people or their shadows. The idiom innuendo was originally used to describe this thing. It is described in So Shinji, saying that it is produced by the energy of fornication between men and women. Therefore, this insect only attacks those who commit adultery. In ancient times, it was called stream poison. In ancient times, if a man suspected his wife of cheating, he would take her to a river with worms. If the insect attacks the wife, it means that she has had a relationship with a second person. The more people you have sex with, the more ferocious the insect will attack. After being hit by the sand sprayed by the bugs, pustules will appear on the body, which will fester and become sores, which are difficult to treat.
Although I'm not afraid of poison, if it sprays into my eyes, I risk blindness.
Yi Xing didn't dare to give in, and put on windproof goggles while treading water.
In other words, this kind of bug will not attack virgins or people who only have sex with the same person.
In today's era where scumbag men and promiscuous women are rampant, I'm afraid 99.99% of people will be attacked by worms. Give me the strongest one, and I will give it to my ex-boyfriend as a birthday gift. Smile. Love is a light, so wonderful. Long don't have this kind of trouble, because my girlfriend's products are all produced and shipped directly from the manufacturer. Except for occasional leaks, they are all perfect. Star praise.
It's time to test the anchor's character. The market is open.
1. The anchor is a virgin or has only had a relationship with one person.
2. The anchor is a multisport player. I choose 2. That's nonsense. I have trained as a boy. I am a pure gentleman who is not close to women. Let's not mention the previous life.
In this life, Yi Xing is indeed a newbie. After adjusting his breathing, Yi Xing bravely continued to swim forward.
Admits that he has some gambling elements. In case you are really attacked, even if you are not poisoned to death, the skin of the body will also be shot with sores and holes. See 99 Abstract Creature. Bald water tiger. Yi Xing won the bet. The dragonfly is not interested in at all. Except for a small part of it that wandered around, the rest didn't even bother to move.
After crossing the swarm of insects, we marched for more than 50 meters and landed safely.
The anchor did not disappoint me. He is a pure guegua. Kiss me, to be so handsome, so capable, and so clean. There is only one possibility: the anchor is gay. Given your size, I think the anchor is the kind of good man who will only love one person in his life. He must be very happy to marry M.
Some men are ugly, frustrated, and pretty, but some men are handsome, rich, and very infatuated.
I can't see through this terrible world. Behind the river bank is a dense forest.
Yi Xing was in no hurry to leave. I picked up some dead wood and started a fire. There may be bacteria in the water that cannot be identified by the naked eye.
If conditions permit, it is recommended to dry the clothes first.
Yi Xing took off his pants and coat and put them on the fire.
Put on a spare pair of underwear. Stand in a shallow position by the river to wash the mud off your body.
Suddenly, a grip force came from Yi Xing's ankle.
There was a hand in the turbid water that grabbed S ankle and pulled it back hard. It seems like it wants to drag into deep water. Where is the monster?
Yi Xing kicked it away with great force,
pricked a knife into the water. The touch from the tip of the knife is very solid.
Yi Xing, who only used 5 points of his strength, failed to insert the knife. The situation was unclear, and Yi Xing jumped back to the shore. He frowned and stared at the water. After a while, the monster under the water crawled towards the shore and revealed its true form.
Really a monster?
After seeing its appearance, Yi Xing was shocked. He took a few steps back again and distanced himself.
This monster is about 1 meter long.
The appearance looks a bit like a 3 or 4-year-old child, but not half cute, with a sinister face. It has a mouth that is 7/4 like a tiger's. The 2 fangs, which are 20 centimeters long, are like 2 daggers, showing a strange edge.
It carried
something like a turtle shell on its back, and its whole body was covered with hard skin like scales.
It's more abstract than looking like a horse. Start the biological illustrated book, Target Analysis in Progress, Analysis Successful.
Basic attributes of the target: water tiger, animal kingdom, semi-aquatic beast. Target characteristics: pure carnivorous, extremely strong, invulnerable to swords and guns, 2 fangs that can crush the bones of other animals like tofu, a puddle of water above the head. This is a critical place: a human face, a tiger's mouth, a turtle's back, fish scales. When these features come together, they become more and more weird. If a person with poor psychological quality sees this, he will probably be frightened and change into human diapers on the spot.
Damn, here comes the water ghost drill. My testicles. Just turned off the lights and let me see this? Why can't the light be turned on? I'm so panicked. Why does its expression look like a real person? It's so scary, goosebumps. Looks familiar. I remembered that I was bitten to death by this monster 10 years ago. The grass on the grave is now several meters high. If you have time, please help me clean it up. I would be very grateful. This is not a water ghost, its scientific name is water tiger.
Friends who have read Shui Jing Zhumian Shui should be able to recognize it.
It is very strong and can force an adult horse into the water. Those 2 fangs can bite through human bones in an instant. Defense cannot be underestimated. Ordinary weapons cannot damage it.
It likes to drag its prey into the water and drown it before tearing open its belly.
Put your head in and eat the entrails of your prey. Water tigers are rarely seen in China at present. Their ancestors immigrated to the Sakura country more than 400 years ago. Sakura country has become a household name as Kappa. Its eyes have 2 colors. Normally they are gray and black.
Some energy generated by the body before preparing to attack will make the eyes green. Obviously its eyes are glowing green, and it has regarded me as its prey.
As he spoke, Shu Weihu made some moves.
Michi had made strange sounds from its mouth. There was a contraction in the abdomen, the neck swelled several times. At the same time, it opened a huge mouth that was seriously out of proportion to the head.
It seems like something is coming from inside. See 100 new skill windmill.
Crisis with only left hand. Chapter 100 New skill windmill. The crisis of leaving only the left hand. Yi Xing held the Burmese knife across his chest. Get into the posture of a lion fighting a rabbit. After a breath, dozens of tennis balls were sprayed out from the water tiger's mouth. It shot towards Yi Xing like a cannonball. Each water polo is covered with a layer of mucus. This is its saliva, which serves to keep the water balls together. Don't think you're the only one who can attack from a distance. Yi Xing swept half a circle with his feet on the ground and piled up the scattered stones.
Around the toes, rocks rise into the sky.
Yi Xing volleyed. His cross-country shoes have anti-pressure steel plates on the front similar to those of labor protection shoes, so they will not hurt the tops of the feet. The rocks and water bullets collided in the air, and water splashed everywhere.
No, the rocks are too big and can't be blocked.
Sure could only pass through the pool, but could not completely stop it.
He was about to be hit by a water bomb.
Yi Xing snorted coldly, stepped forward with his left foot, and shouted, "Windmill!" His wrist holding the Burmese knife turned rapidly, turning faster and faster, like a windmill spinning wildly in the strong wind.
In the end, I could only see the afterimage of the knife. This is a new skill he learned using, sword mastery.
A trumpet-shaped air vortex appeared at the knife edge, wrap all the water bombs sprayed by the water tiger into it. At this time, Yi Xing's hand stopped. The huge water ball condensed on the tip of the knife and whirled, but couldn't take another step forward. Yi Xing pinched his fingers and flicked the blade. Zhang, the blade trembled.
Dozens of condensed water balls exploded. This is a handsome move. Burst. Got it.
I thought that Bo could only use a flower knife, but I didn't expect that S knife skills were so superb, and it flew off.
Nima, am I watching a martial arts movie? Are you sure that scene just now wasn't a special effect, glaring? Martial arts Qi Ez, this is the power of Qi.
Qi controls the mobility of human tissues and organ functions. Martial arts idiot Ez cannot be controlled by ordinary people, and can only be used by those who have received special training. Martial arts Qi Ez, I often meditate and eat a lot of food to increase energy. The energy in my body has reached the initial level of release.
I can connect with the natural energy and use it to fight.
You can advance forward, attack, retreat or defend.
Hun, to put it bluntly, this is a manifestation of Qigong.
It is not that complicated.
What you need to pay attention to is 3 points: connection, transformation, and release.
Hun, this move of Bo is just a style, not powerful. Compared with my Tai Chi 5 continuous whips, it is a bit different.
Friends who want to learn plus VX, those with breasts will get discounts.
Please click on my avatar for details. The gangster suspected of fraud was kicked out of the live broadcast room by the administrator. Yi Xing didn't have time to read the comments section. After breaking through the water tiger's water bullet,
the water tiger turned around and ran into the river.
Want to continue sucking water and then shoot Leaf Star from a distance? The windmill move causes a lot of damage to the wrist and should not be used continuously. Leaf Star was not going to give it a chance to prepare skills. With a quick step, he raised his knife and slashed towards the top of its head. Perhaps due to staying up late for a long time and having an irregular schedule, its head is bald and has a 100% Mediterranean shape. There is a sunken flesh pit on the bald spot.
The pit contains less than 100 milliliters of water. This water is its fatal weakness.
In order to subdue the water tiger, the ancients would try their best to trick it into bending over. Once the water above your head decreases or disappears, it becomes extremely weak. Yi Xing planned to use his sword energy to disperse the water inside. But this guy seemed to have learned street dancing. He did a Thomas pirouette and his bald head turned around. Avoided the Leaf Star attack. The Burmese knife cut a rock on the ground into 2 pieces.
Yi Xing's palms ached slightly from exerting too much force. Handsome guy, you dropped your wallet.
Yi Xing shouted at it, trying to trick it into bowing its head.
It's a pity that it can't understand human speech.
If you are not prepared to die, then don't mess with me. Yi Xing, who was extremely vindictive, had no intention of letting it go. He sped up and sprinted, leaping onto its turtle's back.
This time, let's see how you can escape.
Yi Xing raised the knife with both hands, pointed the blade downward, and stabbed it in the head.
Nini Nini chirp, the water tiger was unexpectedly calm. He let out an anthropomorphic sneer.
The turtle shell on its back suddenly split into 2 and stood up, tightly blocking Yi Xing below his knees. The seemingly inconspicuous tail became slender, wrapped around Yi Xing's wrist like a tentacle, and pulled back hard. Forcing Yi Xing to withdraw his attack, he struggled to pull back.
The water tiger took this opportunity to twist his mouth behind his head and raise his upper jaw.
2 scarlet fangs gleamed in Yi Xing's eyes.
Gone.
What be raised turned out to be a mutant species.
This bastard is so strong, gasps. It's over, it's over. Unless Boudica is possessed, he will definitely die.
The Lewin family is scared and dare not look. That day, the broadcast turned into a ray of light, which will shine brightly every Qingming festival and winter solstice. Stop beeping, pray quickly, a miracle will definitely happen, put your hands together. Yi Xing, whose legs were restrained, didn't even have the right to escape. The only thing he could move was his left hand.
Whether I live or die will be revealed in the next second. Author's words, it's the 100th chapter, which is a milestone. Thank you for your support. Please have some tea.